to Dub Nation.
Steph Curry downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Well, next stop, Monday, September 9, brother. NFL coming your way. Happy Monday morning, everybody. Happy Monday morning, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Happy Monday morning, world. Happy Monday morning, Bay Area. Let's go. What do we got? We got to wait 2 more weeks for these Niners? 2 more weeks?
Oh, Murph, first of all, good morning. Happy Monday morning. I hate the 1 week / week and a half, 2 week of kind of like nowhere where we're kind of sitting in between the football season and the end of preseason.
So it's not even like week 0. It's like week -0.
No.
Which is, by the way, the same odds I give the Giants for signing Juan Soto.
Hey, yo.
-0.
-0.
Week -0, week -0. Well, good morning, everybody. 49ers obviously on our minds after Friday night. Giants, well, we'll have thoughts about that in just a bit. But first and foremost, how was your weekend, brother?
My weekend was good. It was wild, not as wild as the ending of the Raiders and 49ers preseason game on Friday night. The Hail Mary that almost was. So it was cool going to the Slightly Stupid concert Friday night.
Now, how'd that turn out? Did it turn out that some white boys got out there and played some reggae?
There was a lot of white boy reggae. Shout out Chet Hanks and the White Boy Summer.
Did Stick Figure open for them?
No,
or?
they did not show up. But I did think it was cool that I bought a T-shirt from the tour,
Nice.
and it was labeled the Slightly Dirty Tour because of Dirty Heads and Slightly Stupid.
Yeah, if you missed it, Marcus went to Shoreline Friday night to see Slightly Stupid and Dirty Heads, and I wondered if there are like 4 white boy reggae bands: Stick Figure, Dirty Heads, Slightly Stupid, and what's the other one I'm forgetting?
You're on the right track.
And that they just kind of rotate. Like, I'm headlining today, you open tomorrow, you open the next day, I'll open. And you saw 2 of them.
And that's why it's funny. Like, I talked about seeing Revolution a couple weeks
Revolution,
ago
that's
up
the
in
other
Lake
one.
Tahoe.
Yes,
They were just at Shoreline the week before. So it was cool to go watch some
They're
reggae.
like a pitching rotation.
Yeah,
Those,
exactly.
The white boy reggae bands. Revolution, Stick Figure, Dirty Heads, and Slightly Stupid are like, Snell, Birdsong, Harrison, and Ray.
Yeah, it's like a Slightly Stupid pulled a hamstring, a little hamstring tightness on Sunday.
Wow. Actually, none of the starters got through 5 innings, which we'll talk about. So you saw that.
So I saw that on Friday,
That's good.
went back on Saturday, rewatched 49ers and Raiders, but of course I had to go and rewatch the Friday night meltdown of Tyler Rogers being stranded by Bowmel out there.
Which I'm still not over.
No, usually Friday night is where sports talk radio goes to die.
Friday night is where Sports Talk Radio goes today.
Not
Friday
today.
night is alive and well on a Monday morning. Wow, dude. So, well, the rest of the weekend was good and all that?
Rest of the weekend was great. Went to go see my mama for her birthday. Happy birthday, Denise Boucher.
Happy birthday, Mama.
So
Happy
big,
birthday,
big
Denise.
weekend for her. So I know it was also a big weekend in the Murphy family. Hope Candace had a good birthday
Well, we had
as well.
the COVID scare. That whole thing went down. Shout out to super spreaders everywhere, and I'm here trying
Shout
to
'em
give.
out.
I'm here trying to give you COVID as hard as I can.
If it's gonna come from anybody, I'm glad it's coming from
I'm
you.
trying to give it to you, Curly, and Young Tony.
Yeah.
Trying to go 3 for 3.
It's good for team bonding.
Let's all be in the infirmary together. But no, yes, we had delayed birthday celebration. Shout out Village Sake in Fairfax. Shout out Moselle taking care of us. That was great. And then Saturday, my brother and I married women who have the same birthday. What are the odds?
Why?
I know, right? My sister-in-law, Laura. And so we had a little delayed birthday celebration. Shout out the great Perry's. First of all, anytime you go to Perry's anywhere, you're going to be in good stead. Whether you're Union Street, down here in the Embarcadero, or as I saw on our recent family trip back east, came back through the Terminal 1, the Harvey Milk Terminal, Perry's conquering SFO next.
Perry's is an SFO now.
He said, coming soon, Perry's.
Wow.
I'm like, well, you know what? There'll be good foods, good drink, and good people.
Perry's is
inside
taking
Perry's
over.
SFO. So we went to Perry's Saturday night, but the rest, and then Sunday, went and saw my buddy Coach Lou at age 80 pitch in an adult baseball league game. We brought the kids, all the coaches and I that we coached with this year. And then that led to the Little League World Series. You guys knew I wouldn't, come on. If you listen to this show for a minute, that's what I've been doing for the last 10 plus years of my life is coaching the 2 boys, but it climaxes in 12-year-old All-Star year. There's All-Stars in 9s, 10s, and 11s, and yes, there's All-Stars in 13s and 14s too. But there's really one year. It's the Williamsport year, right? That's the year We all grew up watching the Little League World Series. I have my memories. What are you like? What are you like? Do you have a
from like my 12-year-old summer?
Like, or just even when you were 7, 8, 9, like watching it on ABC, or do you
always watching games?
Do you have like a memory?
And like I'm with you. Everybody looks ahead to their 12-year-old year. Once you're past 12, it's like people really don't care.
Yeah.
Like I've talked to you about winning the Colt World Series when I was 16 years old. We were playing the same type of talent, international teams from Germany and the Philippines and Puerto Rico, but we're 16 years old. You're just not as cute as a 12-year-old.
Exactly.
There's a reason why they're not putting us on TV. we were on like ESPN The Ocho.
Because like there's this. My buddy and I have mused like, what is it about the Little League World Series that enthralls us so? Because a couple of us, those of us who are into, we're like, what is it? We're like, I think it just comes down to the endless summer of youth is what it is. To me, it's like every year it's on, it's like we could go back to that endless summer of being 12 where you're just like literally have no concerns, no bills, no stress, no fuss. And you're just, you and your buddies are figuring out how to stay out as long as you can on your bikes, down at the park, playing ball. That to me is like why I'm like, as long as this is on TV, the chance of an endless summer is still possible.
And like to me, I don't know if I put too much emphasis on or not, but it's really about being 12 years old. Once you're 13, you're a teenager.
Totally agree.
Then your mind starts shifting to other things
100%.
going on.
And as a guy who's coached it, and it's interesting when you get to 12, because there are a few 12-year-olds, excuse me, who are a little more advanced, puberty, and they're like kind of already turned that corner. You're like, bro, you don't get it. We're still supposed to be slightly innocent now. I know you're behind the dugout lady, like lighting one up, you know what I mean? So I'm exaggerating, of course. But when you were 16, you were playing with a bunch of Blake Snells,
I was
right?
going to say, I was playing with Blake Snells and Kelly Leaks. Those are the kind of guys I was hanging out with.
So anyway, watch Sunday, and man, it's so funny because we had such a great summer, and we had a wonderful time, and shout out Napa American for knocking us out. I'm such a lunatic about this stuff. I follow these Twitter accounts who follow this stuff closely, and there's a guy who ranks the top 50 12-year-old all-star teams every year at the end of the summer, and Napa American finished 37th. And that's the team that we played into the one-run, that we were beating for the championship of the section, all that stuff. So we're like, if they're 37, where were we? So we were somewhere in the top 100, which is pretty darn cool. But anyway, point is that one of the funny things all summer long was I was way more into bunting than my assistant coaches. And my assistant coaches and I know each other very well. We've done it every year. We won it as 9s, 10s, 11s. And so if there was any tension between us this year, it was like, Coach, I think you're bunting too much. I'm like, Coach, I don't think you're bunting enough. And I was like, so every day at practice, we got to bunt. And my kids just never perfected the bunt. And I would have these times where I would snap. I'd be like, guys, it's not that hard. Let's do this. And I would get in the box. I'd be like, watch, I'm an old man. I stink. Look, boop. My big argument to the kids was, these were all all-stars. I was like, because they just couldn't get a bunt down. They couldn't get a bunt down. And I said, guys, I'm going to share you a little secret here, okay? I said, when we coaches are coaching teams, and there's kids on the roster who aren't that good, they're like at the bottom of the order. I said, you know what we do with them? We have them bunt, because that's what you do. If it's the worst player on the team can bunt, then you can bunt, all right, buddy? And sure enough, I told the coaches last night on text, they're so lucky that I retired, because I would remind kids 5 minutes, every 5 minutes, that the Little League World Series, the championship between a team from Taiwan and the United States, was determined by both bunt execution and bunt defense. I'm like, I rest my case. I told the coaches, that was my Mona Lisa right there. My Mona Lisa.
I mean, in a Little League World Series game that was back and forth, 1-1 going to extra innings, an absolute pitcher's duel, it's decided by the smallest thing, a bunt. Rightfully so that it happened in the Little League Championship game. When we focus on it so much, whether it's at the Little League level or at the Major League level, it seems like nobody knows how to bunt anymore.
And the bunt defense. Yeah. And so that's, we had our bunt defense down. So I'll just, for me, it's like run around second. We call it depends on the situation. If we're way ahead and we just want to get the out at first. So we had B1, B2, and B3. B1, the number tells you who stays home or on 1 and 3. B1, first baseman stays home. The third baseman crashes. The pitcher covers the first base side of the mound. That's what we're just looking to get the out at first base. We don't have to worry about anything else. B3, the big one is if we're thinking there's a play at third on a force, first and second, or depending on the game, if it's a tie game late and we're trying to stop the runner, getting second to third. It depends. Who's the runner? What's the situation? All that stuff. But in that situation, I would have called B3, which is third baseman stays at home. Now, here's the key. Pitcher has to cover the third base side of the mound. First baseman crashes, second baseman covers first. So here's the play. First baseman crashes, that bunt went to the first base side. Theoretically, he would have fielded it, looked to third. If he has a play, he has a split second to make a decision. But if he doesn't have a play, get the out at first. And really, ultimately, in that situation last night, the batter reaching first doesn't matter. Like, it's a 1-1 game. You're trying to stop the guy from... It wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world to field that bunt, look at the runner at second, hold him there. I don't even care if the batter reaches, because now it's first and second. You have a force, and at least you haven't let the runner advance. Taiwan completely melts down. First of all, the pitcher covered that side of the mound, ran into the first baseman, so he had a collision. Second of all, the second baseman completely froze.
Nowhere to be seen.
Completely. I feel so bad. He just choked.
Now, did the kid head to second base?
Then the pitcher fielded it and threw without even looking.
Yeah, because I saw the highlight of him just airmailing.
Second baseman never covered first.
Absolutely nowhere near first.
Now, here's my question. Taiwan's whole deal is like they're going to make fewer mistakes than you. They've been doing that since the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, and they're like, we're going to fly over to Williamsport and we're going to make fewer mistakes than you. The idea that a Taiwanese team would not be airtight in that situation was the biggest shocker of all. So, congrats to Lake Mary, Florida. Go USA.
USA.
We won a roll. We've won like 6 in a row. When I was a kid, that Taiwan team won 7. I was asking you for Little League memories. My memory is from age like 6 to 13. Whenever I would watch it on the ABC Wide World of Sports, Taiwan won it. Wow. Taiwan won it every freaking year. And then they went into a dark phase. And now they're back, except for America beat them.
Yeah, America representing.
Because we got the bunt down.
Yeah, got to get that bunt down. And I guess like my number one childhood memory, just to circle back to that conversation, Danny Almonte out in New York. Yeah. That was my number one childhood memory.
You were just like, you were looking at things like, how can this be possible?
Yeah, I remember looking up. I was like, wow, am I going to throw that hard when I'm 12? Turns out he wasn't 12.
You might when you're 14.
Yeah,
Which you did. So anyway, all right, guest list coming our way on the other side. Fun weekend. Giants and Niners will dominate our thoughts today, guys. We'll say good morning to Young Tony on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Steve Young joins Tolbert and Copes at 5 o'clock this evening. The Hall of Famer joins the show for the first time this season, which means 49ers football season is right around the corner. You can hear the full interview at 5 o'clock this evening on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Mordecai dropping back, rolls to his right, trying to buy time, slings it deep downfield, and a jump ball that is ricocheting around, caught by Trent Taylor. And then Taylor lateraled the ball to Ronnie Bell. It's loose on the ground. The ball is still loose. Bell has it. He throws it backwards to Schrader. Schrader at the 20. Back to Mordecai. He's rolling to his right at the 30. He throws it lateral to Schrader, who's down the sideline. There's a flag down, and finally Cody Schrader is tackled. Got it to the lineman. They fumble it forward, and the game is over.
Not really. I mean, it was different going in the locker room because I remember last time I was in that locker room. Stadium not really. I actually really liked the stadium. It's a cool atmosphere. It's one of the newer stadiums that feels truly like a football stadium kind of when you're inside there. So I like having games here. But yeah, it wasn't the best feeling when you go into the locker room. Remember the last time you were in there, but you get over it pretty fast.
Oh, there it is. Kyle Shanahan. And by the way, where's Joe Starkey when you need him? That was Bob Fitzgerald getting his 1982 The Play on Cal Stanford. I was watching, actually, when that was going down. I was like, this is kind of fun, a little wacky. Somebody set it to the Benny Hill theme music. And, of course, about 14 laterals winds up with a tie ball game. 49ers 24, Raiders 24. And that was Kyle Shanahan talking about being back at Allegiant Stadium in Vegas. You're damn right. Niners always going to lose here, baby. You just tie, baby. Raiders 24, Niners 24, Marcus.
Yeah, I know Mark Davis made headline news when they first opened Allegiant Stadium, and he said, "Welcome to the Death Star, where our opponents' dreams come to die." Maybe he should have said, "Welcome to the Death Star, where Kyle Shanahan's dreams come to die." A little too soon.
Well, hey, a tie. Young Tony, did you ever know the phrase, and good morning, Young Tone, a tie is like kissing your sister. You ever hear that one?
I've heard that one.
I have not heard that one.
That's a good one for you. Yeah, I learned that when I was young. I was very baffled because I have a sister. I was kind of like, I don't know what to do with this quote. It's a very odd quote.
Yeah, I don't want to kiss my sister. I don't want to tie.
A tie is like kissing your sister. I'm not sure who they credit it to. An old college football coach. So because there used to be forever there were ties in college football. For the first 25 years of my life, there were ties. They didn't institute the college football overtime until much later in my existence. Now, of course, it's common. But the Niners in preseason NFL, no OT.
No OT. But, after last season, it probably would have been good for the 49ers to, practice some OT.
See, somebody should have asked Kyle, are you glad there wasn't OT here so you couldn't?
Yeah.
Is there something about this particular stadium that clouds your OT?
Hey, Kyle, do you know the preseason overtime rules?
Preseason overtime rules were to get the hell out of Dodge, and the Niners didn't do it without any, I should say they didn't get out of Dodge without a couple of nicks, and two big ones to D lineman Yetur Gross-Matos, who Kyle Shanahan has said is week to week. So that doesn't sound awesome going into Monday, September 9. The other one was Leonard Floyd, the big pass rusher they signed to be opposite of Nick Bosa. He goes down with a knee twist, sprain, whatever you want to call it. But Kyle yesterday says day to day, which is better than week to week.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Leonard Floyd. I mean, it's one of the biggest praises we had for him when he signed with the 49ers. His consistency and how he's out there on the field each and every year and being productive on the field, getting 9 sacks in like 4 straight seasons. And he had a great play where he had a sack in that game on Friday night. and then he gets twisted up in a stunt with Malik Collins. Their knees clash. He gets wrapped up, hyperextended knee. But it was good to see him walking around on the sideline, at least during that game.
Yeah, apparently, and Yek ended up with Kyle, too. They were joking. And so hopefully Leonard Floyd is okay, but the Yetur Gross-Matos on this whole revamped, this whole defense that we're still unsure about. I mean, they gutted their entire run defense. It's a whole new D-line. By the way, Malik Collins going viral for tossing two grown men aside on one play. Did you see that?
Man, oh man, I saw that play, and shout out to Papa and Tim Ryan on the broadcast, who were talking about his high school wrestling career, where he went 48-0 his senior year as a high school wrestler. So you want to talk about getting in the trenches and tossing some dudes around. That's exactly what he was doing. Now, it was the Raiders' backup offensive line, but still, to see him out there, these are grown men we're talking about, NFL players, and he was tossing them left and right. It was a good showing for Malik Collins.
That high school wrestling stat perked your ears up. Huh?
Oh, dude, and I bet like young Tony, his ears just perked up too.
That's right.
To have that dominance, and like it's funny because you'll see that a lot in high school football. Like the biggest offensive tackle or biggest guy you have on your football team will be convinced to wrestle, and he'll go out there with just like a head and arm hip toss and just dominate everybody because he's so much bigger. I would love to see some footage of Malik Collins wrestling in high school.
Yeah, we need to dig that up. We should get him on. Hopefully we'll get him on as a 49er Player of the Week. I'd love to hear you guys talk high school. Get on the mat.
Yeah.
Get on the mat. Talk cauliflower ears together. Yeah. Talk weight loss tactics. So obviously the other takeaway is, of course, Brock Purdy got out there. We got to see him for 9 out of 12, 96 yards, and the pick. He throws an interception, which, depending on how you look at the world, was either A, a great play by Webb, the Raiders D lineman.
How do you look at the world,
B, just one of those plays where the ball tips up in the air and somebody catches it. C, he was pressured from the right tackle. To me, a football play. He decides he's going on a quick slant to Debo. Debo's closely covered. It gets tipped in the air. The ball could have easily just been knocked to the ground. I'm not freaking out.
Yeah. I thought it was a good play by Chris Smith, I think it was.
Give the Raiders credit on that one. They actually
got
made
the pick, yeah.
I think it was guy Webb.
Webb broke it up. And,
really good pass breakup, PBU by Webb. And people say, Debo can't get over. I was like, bro, I'm not going to overanalyze that.
No. We don't need to go too much into it. But it was good seeing Brock out there with Debo Samuel, rocking number 1 on his back now.
Two things Brock did, I'll say. Because I've been like, well, how's Brock going to be? How's Brock going to be? 2 plays, I was like, whoa. The last completion I think he made where he scrambled to his right and threw, dare I say it, a damn near Patty Mahomes, freaking Kent Tekulve, Tyler Rogers sidearm pass.
Slinging it.
Is that new? Is that a new bag of tricks for him? That looked new to me.
Whoa.
Like it was like a Mahomes sidearm pass. I forget who the receiver was. I got to look up the play-by-play. It was a really nice. I was like, whoa. I was like, oh, okay, I haven't seen that. And then the other one where he's getting hit and throws over the middle, over the linebacker to George Kittle, who made a fantastic play. And then the third one to Debo, too. And Debo wasn't open, but he put it in the only spot he could put it. So I have to say, I've been, the bummer summer. I wrote another negative Niners jock blog on Friday. I have to say, Brock Purdy gave me a tiny little pep in my step. I thought he looked pretty good.
Well, starting with that first shot down the sideline of Debo Samuel, I thought that was a great throw. Hitting Kittle over the middle on multiple plays, like you said, stepping up in the face of pressure and getting that ball to Kittle over the middle. I will point out on that interception where the play was broken up, there was a lot of pressure in the face of Brock Purdy. Colton McKivitz got beat, and that was one of my main takeaways from that game. Even against the Raiders' backup defensive line, Colton McKivitz, Nick Zakil, Jalen Moore, they were getting beat left and right. I'm concerned about this offensive line without Trent Williams.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. And so something, we'll see on this freaking Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk freaking watch that we're on, that we continue to be on.
Still waiting, huh?
It's driving me bananas, man. So we'll see. All right, let's get the guest list going on a Monday, August 26, 2024, 8/26/24. We didn't mention Isaac Guerrero. Punt return, the kickoff return, and
93 yards almost to the house.
And more special teams woes for the Niners on coverage as the Raiders took one to the house too. So
back-to-back plays.
Good morning, Young Tone. How are you, brother?
Good morning.
How's your weekend, man?
It was great.
Any house music? Any EDM?
Not anything more than the usual. I went to 2 A's games.
I need the. Oh my! What? Whoa!
Big,
I mean, like
big A's guy right
Not
here.
just one,
I mean,
but two.
I mean, two.
Right?
Wait, what? Wait. Explain, please.
Very long story. I was supposed to just go to the Sunday game. Some friends decided we're going to go to the Friday game, and then some other friends wanted to go to the Sunday game, so I just went to both.
Wait a minute. Friends wanted to go to the Sunday. I mean, this is
know.
incredible. Now,
Brewers
did you guys
fans.
buy tickets with American currency?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Were they dirt cheap?
About $45.
Wow.
We sat right behind home plate on Sunday.
$45 to go to an A's game.
45.
I thought you were gonna get it for like $5.
Yeah, for 45 bucks, you should be able to throw out the first pitch.
$45, you should be next to Kotze. Yeah. Oh man.
It was pretty close to the broadcast.
How was the Coliseum, brother?
Unbelievable, man. It's such a classic ballpark. I mean, I know there's a lot of bad press about it, but it was cool to be there. Just cool to like take it all in one last time. I mean, it's the last Brewery series at the Coliseum ever.
Yeah, well, it's not like there's a historic rivalry between the Brewers.
I mean,
and the
but
A's.
still, for me, just a cool like kid in the ballpark. Great memories.
All right. Well, good stuff, man. Wow. Did you have the money? Have him going to 2 A's games on your bingo card?
I mean, he mentioned
did
it last Friday before I left. He's like, yeah, I might hit up an A's game this week. And I was like, all right, that's cool. You do you, Tony. I had no idea he'd be going back-to-back games and hitting 2 games
He's got to be
this
on the
weekend.
like. He's got to be on the. I was about to do the Venn diagram of house music, EDM guys, and golfers. But now you go house music, EDM guys, golfers, and guys who go to 2 A's games. That Venn diagram is population one.
Shout out to the 1%ers at our young tone.
All right, kid, what do we got today, man?
All right, well, coming up at 6:50, we have your Hums and Bums, your weekend recap in sports. Mike Krukow is going to come up at 7:30. The big hit at 7:50. We will talk to Cam Inman to recap the 49ers preseason finale.
My boy Cam, yes.
Cam Inman at 8:15. Cooler content at 8:30. And then we'll talk to the great Bruce Jenkins at 9:15. His latest piece was on Al Attles.
Outstanding. Now, we've avoided it for 29 minutes. The baseball. Next on The Sports Leader. Hey, bright and early on a Monday morning. Steve Moskowitz on the line. Good morning, Steve. You want to talk to us about what to do if you didn't get your ERC check?
That's right, employee retention credit. So many people are entitled to so much money, and they've been waiting and waiting and waiting. And you can still do that. And eventually the IRS is supposed to pay you plus interest. But what if you're tired of waiting? There's 3 different steps we can take to ask the IRS to hurry up, to expedite your claim. That's one of the things we'd like to talk to you about, because some people have been waiting for a long time, and they're just tired of waiting. So let us tell you what we can do to ask the IRS to expedite this. What if you've been disallowed? Some people have had their claims disallowed. We think AI did it because some of the reasons for the disallowance, the IRS doesn't have that information. So we think a lot of those disallowances are wrong. We can represent you for that. But watch out on that one, because you only have 30 days to appeal. You don't want to lose that money. And for some people, it's a lot of money. And also, if you're being audited on your ERC, the bottom line is, if you have any of these 3 circumstances, call us. Let us tell you what we want to do for you.
That's it. Just give Steve a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
The pitch to Turner. Line drive, base hit to left field. 2 men on, nobody out. There's a line drive down the right field line, base hit. There's a line drive, base hit to right field. Swing and a bloop into shallow left. And that's going to fall. Base hit. And here comes the tying run to score. 6 consecutive hits for the Mariners.
I figure Tyler's going to get at least an out, and he's never had an inning like that before for us. So, I don't even get anybody up until, at least three hits there. So, unfortunately, didn't get an out.
We talked about sports radio. My long-running riff is that Friday night is where sports talk radio goes to die, because when you do these morning shows, you come in Monday morning, it's always what's fresh in your mind, the Little League World Series or Tony's trips to the Coliseum or the Giants on Sunday losing 4-3 to Brian Wu. Shout out Alameda, California. That kid looked fantastic. He looks like he's the real deal. But I cannot get over Friday night. I'm still pissed about Friday night. You just heard it. And there I am, Waterboy. There I am with my Friday night. We go out to dinner. I come back. I'm watching the game. A couple of glasses of wine, feeling relaxed. And I'm saying, go get him, Bob. Go get him, Bob, after hit number 3. I'm like, you got to go get him, Bob, hit number 4. Go get him, Bob, hit number 5. Go get him, Bob, hit number 6. 6 straight hits. And I read from Andy Baggerly that no Giant reliever had ever given up 6 hits without recording an out. And the previous record was Jeremy Affeldt, had given up 5 hits without recording an out in 2015. His last year, I believe, with the Giants. So
say that again.
Stuff.
Say it again for the people in the back, Murph. This has never happened in franchise history. 6 straight hits in a row without recording a single out.
And so, we got to get into Bomel here. And listen, it's been a running thing. And the social guys put it up, the digital guys put it up on Friday. I think our discussion about Bob Melvin, how much blame he deserves, and I've stood by him for a while. I've said, yeah, he deserves some. For sure. I'm not absolving him at all. I thought they would be better than 66 and 66. By the way, if you just look at 66 and 66 on your phone when you're looking at your standing, it's a very depressing thing to look at. 66 and 66. But I've said he deserves some of the blame, but not all of it. Runners in scoring position, blah, blah, blah. Friday night, that's on Bob Melvin.
Absolutely.
That's on Bob Melvin.
And Bob Melvin sat down with us and had a conversation last Friday and talked about pressing some of those wrong buttons in the bullpen. And at the end of the day, he has to take responsibility, and he's going to take the blame. Well, here we are again on a Monday morning blaming Bob Melvin, not solely for the responsibility of having a 66 and 66 team, but when you're constantly pressing the wrong button, when you're losing these games, whether it's by 1 run or an extra innings because of your mistakes, it's going to catch up to you, and people are going to talk about it at the end of the season.
I mean, think about the last week and a half, 2 weeks for the Giants. They've now lost 3 ghost runner games. Right? The Braves twice and the Mariners Friday night. And he's had 2 highly controversial pitching bullpen management decisions. Friday night, and the other one was the Wednesday afternoon game, right? When they went with Eric Miller and Spencer Bivens. Right.
Yeah.
So we're talking now that's basically there's a lot of static. Can they win the close? You come down to all these games they're losing. Last night, by the way, they had 2 runners on in the 8th with 1 out. And then they had a runner on third last night in the 9th inning, or yesterday afternoon, I should say, in beautiful Seattle. And they couldn't get that hit they needed, right? But the static around Melvin now, losing these close games, losing the war of 90 feet, losing the war of bullpen management. And you start thinking, I can't even believe I went down this road. But I said, take those 2 Braves ghost runner losses, take the Wednesday afternoon disaster, take the Friday night disaster. That's 4 games, right? Just take 2 of those. And that's being conservative now. 2 of those, you're 68 and 64, and it's a different situation. You're alive. You're alive when you're 4 games over. Mm-hmm. They lost all 4 of those games, and now you're dead.
Yeah, and on a weekend where the teams ahead of you, like the Mets and a couple other squads, lost a couple games. The Braves lost yesterday. You had a chance to make up ground, and you went up to Seattle, and you got out-hit by a team that has a .216 team batting average.
Well, I mean,
that makes the story even crazier. The fact that they pieced together 6 different hits, and it's not like they were squaring the ball up and hitting doubles and home runs. These were all balls that fell in front of the outfielders. It was death by 1,000 paper cuts against Tyler Rogers on Friday. But for a team that has been struggling so badly on offense, that has a team batting average of 216, for them to string together that kind of stretch and for them to out-hit you and outscore you this weekend, it's a bad sign for the Giants.
You know, Dave Fleming said at the end of the series, he said, these are the two most evenly matched teams in baseball. And it is kind of true. Friday night goes extras. Saturday, the Giants win by 1 run. Sunday, the Mariners win by 1 run. And it was like neck and neck the whole way. That's like our doppelganger franchise up there.
And so frustrating, too, on Friday when you get after Luis Castillo, when you got Lamont Wade Jr. going deep, Elliot Ramos hitting bombs. I mean, to get 5 runs off Luis Castillo, you're thinking this is a game that you should have in the bag, especially with the bullpen, how they've been performing. But there's Bob Melvin letting Tyler Rogers just kind of die by himself out there on the mound.
I will say this. When did Ryan Walker turn into Mariano Rivera? Bro, he's unhittable right now. I mean, he's like that game should have been lost right then and there. He somehow salvaged that thing in the 8th inning and in the 9th, and he did it again on Saturday. After throwing all those pitches on Friday night, he came back and said, Skip, I'm ready to go Sunday. So if you're looking for any Saturday, if you're looking for any bright spot, where has that, is it the sweeper, the slider, the slurve? I don't know what you call it. I think they're calling it a slider.
Well,
it's unhittable.
It's that slider. It's the arm angle. That's how he comes set and throws across his body. I mean, it's his 2-seamer on top of it that was hitting 96, 97, 98 the other day.
Cut on the righty,
Like, that thing moves, and he's just an awkward at bat, especially when you don't see it from that arm angle. It's something that kind of popped in my mind when I first saw Ryan Walker. I was like, ooh, he's got a little Sergio Romo to him with the way he pitches and throws across his body in a big sweeper. Now, of course, you don't want to throw out those lofty comparisons because Sergio's that dude, but he's essentially Sergio Romo with a faster fastball and a 2-seamer that moves like crazy.
Absolutely. Much faster fastball. Yeah. So anyway, that's a quick positive digression. But so you're sitting there Friday night, and if a guy like me on the couch with a couple of glasses of wine, and actually, by the way, a bonus glass of sake from Village Sake.
A bonus glass.
I've never drank sake, but my man Moselle, we were at his table, and I said, what should I drink? He said, I got you. I'm bringing you some sake. I said, well, then bring it on. By the way, it was tasty.
Wow.
Goes great with sushi.
Are you a sake bomb kind of guy?
I mean, no, but maybe I will be now.
Say, when you're at the sushi restaurant, why not?
So
Sake. Bang the table, Murph.
What makes the sake bomb? What do you do?
It's like a sake bomb, and then it's like Red
you drop
Bull,
the sake
and you drop the bomb into it, and then you chug it.
I think I have done
I like the one where like they put it like on the chopsticks, and you bang the table, and then it pops in. It's a fun experience.
Sounds like an amusement park.
Yeah.
I don't know if I was looking to do that at my age and in that evening, but anyway, with a couple of glasses of wine and sake in me, even I'm sitting saying, go get him, Bob. Got to go get him, Bob. And so here's like, if Bob Melvin's sitting there, he's like, really, what would you have done? He goes, would you have had somebody warming up while Tyler Rogers? And I would have said, yes, right? You should have always quickly, if he says they're all important now, I would say after the 3rd hit, you got to have, or what do you think? Is somebody up already? Or do you only get somebody up after 3 hits or what? Because it did happen fast. It was only 17 pitches.
In that kind of ball game, I know they had a 5-1 or 5-2 lead
going into the 8th inning.
But once you start to see the congestion start to build on the base path, once you start to see consistent contact time after time after time, like after the 3rd hit, after you have multiple guys on base, you got to get somebody hot and ready to go.
Yeah, and so whether that was Ryan Walker or somebody else, he didn't. And his whole thing, you just heard him in his thing say, I kept waiting for Tyler to get one out. So, I mean, I get that. Somebody on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line said shades of Dusty in 02.
Oh.
I mean, it did. The way he's like, I'm going to go with, my guy, Felix, Tim Worrell, Rob, that's how we got here. And instead of adjusting to the situation live, saying, well, this is what we do, this is how we got here. And they didn't. And, man, that was a brutal loss. Because at that point, they were 1 game over. And at 5-1 in the 8th inning, I was like, okay, they're going to win this game, and they're going to hand the ball to Blake Snell Saturday with 2 games over 500. I was like, okay, you win that one. Now you're 3 games over 500. Now, remember, I said 3-3 on the roadie Friday morning before we went out. Now you got to win 2 or 3 in Milwaukee to do that? Bro, the Brewers are, like some people think the Brewers are one of the best teams in baseball. They were just here in front of Young Tony at the Coliseum. Young Tony, give us your scouting report. How was the Brew Crew?
I mean, they got Willie Adames hit a bomb. I'm trying to think of the catcher's name. Played for the Yankees. Gary Sanchez hit a bomb.
Sanchez, forever River Kid.
William Contreras is a good player for them. They got a couple scrappy infielders. They got a good team. And then Churio, the right fielder.
Well, yeah.
They got a good team. They got the 6th best odds to go to the World Series in the NL.
Wow. Churio's 20 years old, by the way. I saw something on Twitter. listen to 90-year-old Bob Uecker call 20-year-old Jackson Cheerios home run.
That's good. That's
How
pretty
cool is that? So, guys, I mean, if somebody just wrote in, 530 says, our team is just so mid. And somebody had a great thing on Twitter I saw. So, young Tony, are you familiar with the famous World War II Battle of Midway?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Anyway, somebody took the Battle of Midway wiki page and scrubbed out WAY. So it had like the aircraft carriers and the destroyers. It said Battle of Mid, and he captioned it Giants Mariners season or series preview.
That's pretty good.
I know. So that's what it is. I mean, it was two mid teams.
Yeah,
right?
and that's the part that gets difficult now looking forward. The remainder of their schedule is not mid. They have the second hardest remaining schedule in baseball.
Yeah. I mean, they go to Milwaukee, then Miami comes in here next weekend. And I'd say that's a break, their only break. But remember, like the Angels rolled in here and took 2 out of 3 from the Giants. So, all right, we're all salty about the baseball team, and they're 66 and freaking 66. And Friday night was just the worst.
And
Absolute worst.
And it's a roster where, the guy running it has once made 66 roster moves in one season.
This is true.
We're on a highway to hell.
This is all very true.
My voice sounds terrible.
And this is all sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Does this say Steve Young is joining Tolbert and Copes today at 5?
Nice.
How about that? Football season's back, baby. 2 weeks from today. Maybe that will show up in the Hum Babies or the Bum Babies in some form. That's coming up next. The Monday morning tradition lives next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? Same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
Oh, the tradition, baby. Here we go as we start to transition into football season. Let's go into the hum babies and the bum babies. Every Monday morning, this is what we do. We pick the 3 winners and the 3 losers from the weekend. It alternates each week. One week, Marcus has the hums. Next week, he has the bums. This is the week he's the happy guy. He finds me some winners. Winner, chicken, Marcus dinner. What do you got, baby? 3 hum babies. I have some ideas for you if you need any.
Ooh, ideas. I'm always open for suggestions.
Well, I'll listen, and then I'll tell you whether or not you picked my guys.
All right, well, let's start with our hum babies, and let's see if Elliot Ramos made the list of Murph's candidates for hum babies this weekend, because he's on my list, Murph. Because we spent a lot of time this morning talking about the negatives with the San Francisco Giants. I want to focus on the positives. I wanted to give some love to Elliot Ramos for not only hitting his 19th home run this weekend, but also big number 20. And this is a milestone for Elliot Ramos, the same Elliot Ramos that was the first player cut in spring training this year. For him to pop up and hit 20 home runs after missing the first 2 months of the season. If you wanted to play the game with the 162-game pace, he'd be on pace for 35 home runs this year in a full season. And we all know the Giants haven't had a home run hitter hit 30 home runs since Barry Bonds. And yesterday, Elliot Ramos actually became the youngest player to hit 20 home runs in a season since Pablo Sandoval was also the first Giants outfielder to do it since Chili Davis, under 25 years old. So Elliot Ramos joining elite company. I want to give a tip of the cap to the all-star and the hum baby, Elliot Ramos.
1-2 is hit deep down the left field line. This one is gone into the second deck. What a home run. Elliot Ramos just crushed one. His 19th home run of the year. Wow, was that a thing of beauty. 5-1 Giants. Elliot, hard to hit a ball more beautifully than that.
Elliot Ramos with 1 out, runner at first. Here's the pitch. Swing, and he hits a high drive to left. Whoa, way back there. Still going. Adios, pelota. Over the bullpen out there. And for a moment, I thought it might hit the upper deck. And the Giants take a 2-0 lead. 20th home run of the season for Elliot Ramos. That gives him 64 runs batted in. He's tied for the club lead in homers and takes the club lead in RBIs. And he has hit a couple of booming home runs in this series, one Friday as well.
Even when I was in AAA, that was my goal. I hit 8 in AAA, so for me it counts as 28. I mean, big leagues are the ones that actually count, right? So, but I mean, that always been my goal. I always wanted to do it. I never had a 20-homer season, and it's been a goal of mine to, like, be a good hitter and be that kind of hitter for sure.
Elliot Ramos, number 19 on Friday night against Luis Castillo, and number 20 yesterday against the Bay Area's own Brian Wu. Murph, you hit 20 home runs after missing the first 2 months of the season. That gives you home baby status.
Well, a couple things going on. Number one, love it. He's the dude. Like I was thinking, so we're bringing the All-Star team next Wednesday. The guests of Brian Price, we're going to be pre-game field visit. It's very, very exciting. The kids are thrilled beyond belief. And I was thinking, who would they be really excited to see? I'm thinking probably Ramos, right? Is he number one? I mean, is he the biggest? He's the biggest star in the Giants? I mean, Matt Chapman, or is Ramos a bigger star?
I'd say Matt Chapman probably still at this point of his career is the bigger name, but Elliot Ramos is that next generation. He was literally your only All-Star this year.
The homer off of Wu was on a fastball up and in. It was like not an easy pitch to leave the yard off.
Which has been an area that Elliot Ramos has been attacked all season long. That high fastball is good to see him get his hands inside and adjust it.
I mean, you mentioned all the milestones, whether it's Pablo Sandoval and all that, and that 30 homer mark, he actually... They said to him, "Can you hit 10 more?" He goes, "I'm going to try." So I mean, but by the way, just this morning going through my coffee, dude, Brent Rooker, he hit 30 over the weekend. We got a guy right across 30 homers. He's like, "What's the big deal?"
Yeah.
I'm over here hitting 30. So
30 home runs right in the face of Tony.
Well, Ramos, congrats to him, and he went 2 for 5. He did. It's a tough deal. We demand so much out of him. 2 on, 1 out in the 8th inning. I was looking for he struck out in a 1-run game, but. Not to spoil the hum, baby. 20 bombs at that age in a short season is a really good achievement. And we'll see where he finishes.
So shout out to Elliot Ramos, hum baby number 1. Hum baby number 2, we're going to take a look at the final preseason game, a battle that used to be called the Battle of the Bay, but now the Raiders are out in Las Vegas, and the 49ers made the return to the Death Star. Brock Purdy back on the field for the first time since the Super Bowl. And
Too soon.
A lot of Super Bowl starters were back on the field, whether it was Deebo Samuel or George Kittle. But, Murph, I'm not here to talk about the starters in the preseason game. I want to give some love to the backups.
Oh.
And I got to take a look at the backup running backs, because Jordan Mason is a guy that almost got hum baby status after the Week 1 preseason game, held out of the second game. But this is a guy that's looked phenomenal throughout the entire training camp, a guy that's going to be RB2 right behind Christian McCaffrey, and someone you're going to have to keep an eye on, especially with McCaffrey dealing with that calf strain to start the season. I think he's now past Elijah Mitchell on that depth chart, had a phenomenal second drive where the 49ers got into the end zone. So I want to give some love to Jordan Mason, and while we're at it, why not give some love to rookie running back Isaac Guerendo?
Are these co-hum babies?
We're going co-hum babies for the backup running backs, Murph, because Isaac Guerendo put on a show with a 93-yard kick return. Did get caught right before scoring a touchdown. But Isaac Guerendo is a guy that I've been itching to see all offseason long. Has that 4.3 speed, 220 he's built. And with these new kickoff rules, he could be a weapon in the return game. So today's second hum baby gives some love to the backup running backs, Jordan, J.P. Mason, and Isaac Guerendo.
2nd and goal from the 4. Mason the tailback. Debo in a bunch formation with Cowie. Now Debo in motion to the right. On 2nd and goal, Purdy under center. Give it to Mason over the left side at the 4, the 3, the 2, the 1, the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers. The dynamic kickoff. Guerendo get an opportunity at the 3-yard line at the 10. The 15, the 20, starts up the left sideline, the 30, 35, 40. Guerendo by the kicker at the 45, the 40, the 30, the 20, the 10, and spun down at the 5. Isaac Guerendo, the rookie out of Louisville. That is a dynamic kickoff.
I thought he did a good job. It was nice. He's been battling to get back, so he had his first week of practice really since the first day that he got injured in camp. I thought he ran the ball well, and it was awesome to see him get that big kick return. So I was real happy with him today.
Jordan Mason, 8 carries, 42 yards, and a touchdown. Isaac Guerendo, 11 carries for 32 yards. But, of course, the 93-yard kick return was the play that stood out. Backup running backs getting some hum baby love.
I like it. I like it very much. Jordan Mason, of course, just looks like so. We were like, Matt Breida, and who's this? Boom. We're Raheem Mostert, who's this? Boom. I mean, this is what the Shanahans and Bobby Turner do. They take a guy who can do an outside zone run game, and they give him this rock, and he give him the read. They know how to find those guys who can run in that scheme, and Jordan Mason absolutely looks like one of those guys. So, yeah, and Guerendo, like you said, he's like Ricky Pearsall, knock on Formica. The only question is the body. Can the body stay in the stay out of the tub? The best ability is availability, right? And he was available on Friday night in Vegas. and he looked great. I saw a funny little note David Lombardi had about this number 49, which I liked on him, but apparently the goal is to get into the 20s. Like Bobby Turner says in the running back room, like it's a status thing. When he got 49, it was kind of like, damn, I might not make the team. But then he's like working towards getting to the 20s. I guess Matt Breida had the exact same story. He had to wear something in the 40s, and then he got 22 and he made the team. So Bobby Turner's saying, Grindle's like, man, if I make the team, maybe I can get something in the 20s. But I'll say this for the old heads. Shout out Earl Cooper wearing number 49, scoring the first touchdown in Super Bowl 16, wearing the 49 and being on the cover of Sports Illustrated doing it too, spiking it. The 49ers strike pay dirt. But I like them both, and I like the fact that you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
That's it. Hum baby number 2 for the RB2, Jordan Mason. And just to point out, tomorrow is roster cut day for the 49ers. Got to get down to that 53-man roster. So we'll keep an eye on whether or not Isaac Guerrero does have a role in that running back room. Moving on to hum baby number 3, Murph. This is where things got interesting because I wanted to show some love to you in the Little League World Series.
Yes.
And Florida winning the championship game last night. But I had to hit a hard left turn and go to the other story of the weekend because college football is back.
All right.
Now, I know you're also a college football guy.
Yes.
This weekend was week 0, and it all started on your home turf, Murph, Ireland. That's right. We had football out in Ireland with the Florida State Seminoles, the number 10 team in the country, traveling to take on the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. And Georgia Tech did something that we've seen now in 4 straight years. An upset victory over a top 10 team in opening weekend. And Murph, it was a hell of a scene out there in Ireland, whether we're talking about Pat McAfee getting housed on Friday and yakking in the middle of his show to the crazy hooligans that were out there supporting the game and watching Georgia Tech with the walk-off game-winning field goal after being backed up an extra 10, 15 yards. Georgia Tech gets the big upset victory. So, Murph, that makes them hum baby number 3.
So that mishap puts them in a compromised situation. They get it quickly to the outside to Singleton, and he drives his legs inside the 30, meaning Aiden Burke has a chance to be the hero. 44 yards away to do it. He got it! And the Yellow Jackets did it! Upset in hand. They found themselves a pot of gold at the end of their Irish rainbow. Number 10 Florida State goes down in Dublin.
When you think of all that you've overcome, tearing your ACL back in high school, not playing in 2022, being the backup a year ago, how does this feel?
Feels great. I mean, dream come true, honestly. The game winner is the best feeling of your life.
Georgia Tech finds their pot of gold at the end of the Irish rainbow. Saturday, Murph, your thoughts?
Well, first of all, good. I mean, listen, if I had to do hum babies, I probably would have gone Little League World Series, but 51-49. I love college football. I'm happy to talk about college football. Many reactions here. First of all, Joe Tessitore going, what are you going with, the Lucky Charms? Why do you say that? And they win, and the ball lands in a bowl of Lucky Charms. I mean, it's like.
They found themselves a pot of gold at the end of their Irish rainbow.
Leprechaun pushed it over. I mean,
the Yellow Jackets stole me Lucky Charms.
I mean, the Irish roll their eyes at all the American cliches, stereotypes. But hey, if you meet me in the pub, it's all good. And oh, by the way, Pat McAfee, we'll meet you in the pub, buddy. A couple of thoughts. One, I got no problem with a guy having 45 pints of Guinness. None at all. The only problem is you are there to do a gig. You got to do your job. You got to maintain that. The other thing is, too, is I get the triple, like the one tilt drink. Like, I've done it where you just tilt, you go gulp, 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 gone. But, man, it's a beautiful thing, a pint of Guinness. So I would only do that like once. The rest are to savor. He was doing that with every pint. I was like, bro, you got to savor that bad boy. That's a beautiful thing as it works its way down the glass and gives you those layers. You know what I mean? The layers of sediment. So, by the way, shout out him on Saturday. I was watching the Saturday game day. I was like, how hungover is Pat McAfee right
man.
now?
I've been there before, Murph.
Well, you weren't doing it in Dublin on college game day.
Exactly. Not to the level of Pat McAfee, but
Actually, you've done it harder because you had to do a 6 a.m.er.
Yeah, I've done a few shows hungover.
In Dublin, the show didn't come on until like 3 in the afternoon.
Yeah, shout out Radio Row last year.
So he had all morning and early afternoon to Gatorade up, to what do they call it?
Rehydrate.
Yeah. So anyway, we could go on and on about it. And maybe the Little League World Series deserve not to be there because that coach with his yellow belt and the Jordans and the joggers. Hey, coach, it's not about you, bro. It's not about you. It's about the kids. But anyway, great hum babies, buddy. A couple other thoughts we can get into, too. The fact that one loss now doesn't kill you because of the 12-team playoffs. Some purists hate that. Some like it. We have to discuss that later on in the week. And also the madness of the transfer. DJ Ugalele, I was like, wait a minute, he's at Florida State? He was at Oregon State yesterday. Before that, he was at Clemson. So it's a little bit.
Yeah.
Some old heads are like losing. They're like, this is getting a little kooky.
Portals, Murph.
It's getting a little kooky.
Portals.
All right. Good job, Waterboy. Loved them. The hum babies are in. Now we go to, what do you want to continue to? I'm looking at the clock right now, and I'm thinking we make a strategic decision.
Ooh.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I can vamp for a couple more minutes, then we get to bums, because we're at that point. But I do want to, let's do that.
Let's do
it's
that.
7:06.
I always love when Murph goes up to the line of scrimmage and hits us with
Omaha. I am going Omaha. I was so swept up in your hum babies, I didn't look at the clock. But now I'm looking up at the clock. So, a couple other thoughts on college football then before we get out. First of all, shout out Nick Saban. I thought he was good. I'm looking forward to it. There's something about that dude. I know people have hated. Most people hate him. Oh, I hate Nick Saban. I don't know why, because he wins all the time. Mm-hmm. I've always been oddly enthralled by the guy because he wins all the time. And if you listen to what he says a lot of the time, he says interesting stuff sometimes. Even when he sounds all salty and his face scrunches up and he's pissed off at the question. He's actually, I find him in an odd way kind of charming. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Where have you been with Saban through the years?
I'm kind of impartial, be honest with you, because I kind of got sick and tired of seeing Alabama in the national championship every single year. And it brings up the question, how good of a coach is he or how good of a recruiter he is? Bottom line is he's a winner. It's kind of like that Bill Belichick kind of S to him. Yeah. And it felt like last year when Bill Belichick went on College Game Day, a lot of people were like, wow, this is a side that we haven't seen before. I feel like a lot of people are going to have that same reaction with Nick Saban.
Yeah, for sure. And then you know about the Kirk Herbstreit Florida State war going on? Because Florida State's the team that went undefeated last year and didn't make the 4-team college football playoff.
And we're not happy about it.
And for some reason, Florida State fans view Herbstreit as sort of like the face of the Florida State shouldn't be in the playoff movement. Dude, they were on his he couldn't get a word out in Dublin. He's like, yeah, safe space. I'm flying over to Dublin. They won't. Dude, Florida State all over him. He couldn't get a word out. So then he sent out a tweet. Very, what do they call it? Subtweeting, or is that what they call it? Mm-hmm. When you put out the tweet that like is totally the low-key diss. He goes, tough loss for the Noles in Dublin to a good Georgia Tech team. Don't worry. It's a 12-team playoff. You guys can fight your way back. And all the comments are like, oh, get him, Kirk. Go, Kirk. Go, Kirk.
He's poking the bear right there.
What do you call it? Trolling, I guess you guys
trolling,
call it?
Murph. Out here sending subliminal messages.
Subliminals. Mm-hmm. That's it. Waterboy sending subliminals. Mm-hmm. And then, I'm a little unsure. I am looking forward to the 12-team playoff. I always advocated for an 8-team playoff. I think 12 is a little wacky, but I always wanted the 5 conference champs and 3 wild cards. I thought it would be great. 12's a lot. Means like I think you're gonna have a couple of 2-loss teams in. And there are purists, shout out Pecan, old Peaches and the crew, and they would say that the beauty of the old system was how much every Saturday meant. And like if you now if you lose on a Saturday, because people are saying, Florida State, you can still come back. But even in the old days, you could come back from an early season loss. So anyway, it's something we're gonna have to watch. Do you still think every Saturday matters when you know you can get in maybe with 2 losses, maybe with 3, maybe? It depends on who you lose to.
I mean, even after that, Florida State is still the favorite to win the ACC. And if you win the ACC, then there's a chance you're going to get into the playoffs. You're going to get into the postseason.
And then finally, just on the LLWS Little League World Series, which you guys know I watched entirely all the time, and it's over now, which means endless summer is over, which means we got to go back to school. Now I'm dragging my A back to school like all these kids. But to give the Lake Mary kids a ton of credit, they had to win 4 straight elimination games, and they did. I never liked the coach and his whole get-up and his whole it's not about you, coach. It's about the kids, all right? But I'll give those kids a ton of credit. They had any number of contributors up and down their roster. They were they did it. They did it when they had to. And Chinese Taipei, here it is, guys. A ghost runner in the 8th. We need to tell you about this. I know.
I had no idea we had ghost runners in Little League Baseball.
Jack Loader was very upset, too.
We're having World Series games determined by ghost runners?
Yes. But that is, in fairness, a nationwide rule that is, even during regular season majors games, if you get to the 8th, you do play 1 inning pure.
Okay, so it's a little bit better than Rob Manfred's rules.
It'd be like if Rob Manfred let you play the 10th pure and then put the ghost runner on the 11th.
Which I would like more than the current rule we have.
Definitely, I agree with you.
I still hate the Manfred man, but I like that at least they give him 1 inning.
I think Manfred should start the ghost runner in the 12th, really. I think, or maybe even the 13th. Give me 3. But anyway, So obviously you're going to bunt, right? Because it's Little League. You get a runner to third with less than 2 outs. There's a high likelihood he's going to score in some form. Taiwan didn't bunt. What were you doing? What, my man, my Yoda, the Yoda guys, like the old head in the dugout. He didn't bunt.
Yeah, what's going on? They got Farhan in the front office?
Oh, dude, seriously.
Lay down a bunt.
I mean, I couldn't believe they didn't. So Florida's like, fine, we're going to lay down a bunt. And then Taiwan biffs the bunt defense, which I'm talking, you're a team like Taiwan, dude. You're not wheels up out of Taipei unless you are airtight on your bunt defense. I figure they're like, dude, bunt defense, this is what we roll out of bed in the morning. We got bunt defense. And they completely biffed it. Second baseman froze, threw it away, the whole thing. Here it is. So I guess your honorable mention, baby, the American kids, yes.
With the runner at second base, Norton. He gets it down. Oh, it's perfect. They throw it away. Lake Mary's going to win the Little League World Series championship. Chinese Taipei in shock. It was fielded and thrown to first base. Nobody was there on an incredible bunt by the last hitter in the order, Hunter Alexander. And for the first time, Florida are Little League World Series champions.
Couldn't believe that. I had a strong feeling Florida was going to win anyway. The top of the order was coming up next, and those kids could hit, and all you had to do was get the runner just over from 60 feet away. But great thrill, and congrats to the Florida kids who did it, man. And by the way, they got the bunt down. You should have seen me trying to get my kids to bunt this summer.
Oh.
And that's it. It's official. So this was our 12-year-old summer. I texted our coaches at the end of the game. I said, well, guys, that's it. It's official. I guess we didn't win Williamsport.
No. And last night, in honor of Murph, the World Series ended on a bunt.
It did. Mm-hmm. And one of my coach, Steve, said, Murph, how excited are you? And I texted back to the group. I said, that's the Mona Lisa right there. There it is. All right, guys. Good hump babies, water boy. Let's do the bump babies next on the Sports Leader. All right, Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria. We're back to school. We just talked about it with Little League World Series over. It's officially back to school time now. And the busy schedule, here we go. You got practices. You got drop-offs. You don't know when dinner is, so get the half-baked Amici's pizza. That's the deal. Just slide it into your oven at home. Finish cooking in less than 5 minutes. It's a great deal. It's available for delivery or pickup from their 14 Bay Area locations. And here's the deal. For the rest of August, you got another week here. If you order any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com, Amici's gives you 20% off. That's awesome. So I'm going to say it again. For the rest of August, if you order any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com, Amici's will give you 20% off that pizza. So when you want the ultimate, ready when you want it, ready when your family wants it, back-to-school meal, Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, back to the hum babies and the bum babies. Marcus, of course, the applause from the audience, the raucous audience here. Marcus in with all his happy stories about Isaac Guerrero and Georgia Tech upsetting Florida State. And who else you got out there? Who's your other one?
Elliot Ramos.
Elliot Ramos hitting 20 home runs.
20 bombs on the year.
Well, enough of that. All right, it's time to get into some bum babies. And by the way, honorable mention, RIP to Taiwan's bunt defense. All right, that's we'll do that. But let's get into what I'm just calling that Bull S Friday night. Bomel and Tyler Rogers crushing whatever little flickering just mouse pulse you had about the Giants. A 5-1 lead in the 8th inning, and here we were daydreaming, hey, you win this thing, get to 2 games over 500, give Blake Snell the ball Saturday morning. Instead, in the span of 17 pitches, with his hands in his pockets, Bob Melvin, stood on the top step of the T-Mobile Park dugout in Seattle and watched Tyler Rogers give up a historic 6 consecutive hits. This has never happened in Giants franchise history. 6 consecutive hits without an out, 4 runs scored, game tied, and even though Ryan Walker came in as a superhero to save it, the Giants lose another Manfred Man game. That's 0 for the last 3.
Oh, great.
And Bomel had what they used to say, seltzer water in your face, like in the old days, like the Three Stooges. They'd spray seltzer. Young Tone, Three Stooges, you down?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right.
No
All right, very good. Bob Melvin with seltzer water in his face. That's a BS Friday night bum baby number 1.
The pitch to Turner. Line drive, base hit to left field. 2 men on, nobody out. There's a line drive down the right field line, base hit. There's a line drive, base hit to right field. Swing and a bloop into shallow left. And that's going to fall. Base hit. And here comes the tying run to score. 6 consecutive hits for the Mariners.
I figure Tyler's going to get at least an out, and he's never had an inning like that before for us. So, I don't even get anybody up until, at least three hits there. So, unfortunately, didn't get an out.
Yeah, not a good feeling. Kind of feel unlucky, I guess, is probably the word. But, you don't want to ever sit here and have that victim mentality. It's a round ball, round bat. It is what it is. I wouldn't have done anything different, so nothing really to be upset about.
Oh, man. So, again, he doesn't. I say, there I am sitting there with wine and sake coursing through my Friday night bloodstream.
Hell of a combination.
Go get him, Bob. Go get him. Oh, yes. And by the way, I want to thank Moselle for the sake. And he texted me. He's listening right now, driving up to Shasta with his boy Adam. So, hey, Moselle, the sake was good. Maybe you should give some to your boy Adam, but not while you're driving. Not while you're driving. But anyway, and there I am with the wine and the sake in my system going, go get him, Bob. Go get him, Bob. Go get him, Bob. And he didn't go get him. Bob Melvin pressing all the wrong buttons down the stretch, brother.
6 straight hits to the worst offense in baseball. A team that literally has a Major League Baseball low 216 batting average. And they're able to string together not 1, not 2, not 3, but 6 straight hits. It's never happened in franchise history. And Tyler Rogers was just sitting out there all by himself.
He had nobody up. He had to get Ryan Walker up in a hurry. I mean, at this point in time, you got to have somebody in case it goes sideways. And it went sideways, and he didn't have anybody. And there it is. Bum baby number 1. By the way, I'm not over it. I think maybe by making it a bum baby, I'm beginning to get over it. But still, I was pissed all weekend. I woke up like Sunday morning. I'm still thinking about that Friday night loss. So, definitely a bum baby number 1. On to bum baby number 2, the 49ers, D lineman and their knees. Uh-oh. The last preseason game of the season, 2 key names for this Niner team. Leonard Floyd, the new pass rusher from Buffalo, who, by the way, is supposed to be the anchor opposite of Nick Bosa that they have been missing all these years. And then Yetur Gross-Matos, the young guy they're very high on. Both go down within 3 plays of each other in the first half Friday night in Vegas with twisted knees. Now, yesterday, Kyle Shanahan had slightly better news on Floyd, calling him day-to-day. Not as much on Yetur Matos. He's week to week. And this is for a defensive line, Marcus, that's trying to find a new identity in the post-Eric Armstead era. And for a lot of change, it's not good. It's not good at all. So it's bum baby number 2.
Nathan Peterman under center. Dylan Laube, tailback, give over to the right side. Gets to the 30 and out to the 34-yard line. Take a little time as Yetur Gross-Matos. Need a little, I'd say need help off the field, but he's walking off under his own power.
And you like to see that. He got sort of twisted up in the bottom of that pile there. And he's a guy that they're going to depend on heavily this year to get after the quarterback, set the edge, and keep those linebackers free.
On 1st and 10, Peterman on the play fake. Flushed out to the right. He'll tuck it down at the 35 and smartly get out of bounds at the 41. Bunch of Niners are ready to take his head off, and Peterman found the sideline. There's a Niner down at the 35.
And this is what you don't want to see. And this is the risk that you take by playing your starters in the preseason.
Injuries from the game. Yetur has a knee. He'll be week to week. Leonard Floyd also with a knee. He's day to day. And D. Winters from the game also had an ankle.
Yeah, you heard, by the way, I meant to tell you this, Dante Whitner on the radio. Great. Loved him. Can't get enough Dante. So was Keena Turner, as always, in fits, but every time Dante spoke, I was like, E.F. Hutton, man, my ear was on the mic.
Dante was great, even in the Isaac Arendo 93-yard kick return that we played earlier. You can hear him in the middle just go, boom!
But every play, he had a thought, and that's what he was talking about there, guys. Now, again, the news is a little bit better with Floyd, but still, you hate to see him banged up. And then Matos, Yetur Matos, not as good.
Yeah, obviously, this is the worst-case scenario, especially like determining how serious these injuries are. You don't want to lose guys in a preseason game. That goes without saying. But it's surprising to me now, this is the second time we've had an injury scare with Leonard Floyd. Going back to earlier in training camp, there was a day of practice where he was taken off the field. For a guy that hasn't missed a game in 6 straight seasons, for a guy that's put up 9 sacks in 4 straight seasons, we thought we were getting Mr. Consistency again. It sounds like it's not that serious of an issue, but the fact that this is even happening this early is a scary situation.
Yeah, 2 weeks from today, obviously, is when he needs to be on the field. So that's why it's a bum baby, y'all. And then finally, bum baby number 3. Man, Robbie Ray. Dude, had to exit the game on Sunday early with hamstring tightness. Ooh, you hate to hear the word hamstring, especially for a pitcher north of 30. And the quote-unquote best rotation in baseball. Then, with that exit in the 4th inning last night, meant that Birdsong, Snell, and Ray, none of them went 5 innings over the weekend for the best rotation in baseball. So the best rotation in baseball probably isn't. It got thinner when Robbie Ray and his pants had to leave Sunday's game in Seattle with hamstring tightness. Now, the extent is unknown. He's going to get an MRI today in Milwaukee, but hammies are no bueno. And for a team that really has zero margin for error, losing Robbie Ray goes well beyond that margin. Bum baby number 3.
Well, I mean, it's hamstring, so he'll get an MRI tomorrow. Hopefully he caught it when it's mild, but those things don't take typically a couple days.
How do you think the pitching might shape up from here?
I really have no idea at this point. You know, we're just trying to cover another game with 6 innings, 5-6 innings in another game. So we'll figure it out as we go, but certainly not ideal. But like I said, hopefully he caught it. He didn't want to try to throw another pitch, which is probably smart. We'll see how he responds.
You know, I just felt it on one pitch. Felt it kind of tighten up on me, took a step, and I was like, you know, I've tried to push through injuries in the past before, and it hasn't gone well for me. So hopefully he caught it before anything significant, but we'll find out.
Are you still hopeful of maybe not missing a start, or is it seem a little too hopeful?
Yeah, I think at this point we don't really know anything. It's, you know, just kind of some tightness, and, you know, hopefully just avoiding a long-term sit-out is a good thing. I mean, I think for me, it felt very small, felt minor. I just didn't want to push it and, make it into something significant.
Have you had hamstring issues before?
No, I've never felt anything like that. That's why it was kind of caught me off guard.
Well, I mean, credit to Robbie Ray for, facing the press and everything and answer. I got to tell you, though, it's a Sunday, and I'm trying to clean up my bedroom. It's a mess. And I have the TV on, the bedroom TV on. I hear Laura Britt say, let's go up to Seattle where Robbie Ray's talking. I go, oh, okay. I'm picking up some blankets or whatever. I look, and dude, there he is rocking a freaking skin-tight Orlando Magic Penny Hardaway jersey, bro, with no sleeves underneath, dude, just guns blazing. I was like, bro, this is not the look I need right now. Like, this team is teetering. You just left in the fourth. He's like, yeah, let me throw on my skin-tight Magic jersey.
What's up with Robbie Ray and the tightness? Whether we're talking tight pants, we're talking tight jerseys, and now we're talking tight hamstrings.
Like, bro, I mean, at this point in time, for the sake of, for the look, just throw on a Giants baseball T-shirt, one of those weight room T-shirts, But it turns out, I guess the Giants had a team bonding sports jersey day, which, okay, fine, you're allowed to do that. Saw some interesting stuff. Saw, who was it? Birdsong and Patty Bailey wearing their McCaffreys. Mark Canna, of course, going with the Lionel Messi Miami City jersey. Casey Schmidt representing Marcus Boucher. He was going in as the water boy. He wore the Bobby Boucher
with
jersey.
The Bobby Boucher gamer.
So now you and Rory are Casey Schmidt guys. So I guess he was wearing the Orlando Magic jersey as part of their sports jersey theme that they were putting. I was like, bro, like I said, you could rock that on the plane. But when you're telling me that you're going to be gone for X number of days, just throw on the old, Giants weight room T-shirt.
By the way, did you see Sean Jelly wearing the new Giants City Connect uniforms?
Very funny. You want to explain, brother?
Yes, Sean Jelly was wearing the Average Joe's uniform from the movie Dodgeball. If you can't read between the lines, I'm saying that the Giants are a bunch of average Joes.
Very good. They're new City Connects. All right, there's your bum babies, guys. Of course, the Friday night BS. Niner knee injuries on the D-line, and Robbie Ray exiting early in that Orlando Magic jersey. Mike Krukow to get us right next on the Sports Leader.
Pitching might shape up from here, given
I really have no idea at this point.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line. He's brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. Giants off today, in case you were wondering, at Milwaukee Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, then come home to face Miami. 66 wins and 66 losses after losing 2 of 3. In Seattle, every one of them excruciating in one way or another. Mike, good morning. How are you, man?
Morning, Mike.
Good. I wish they would have won all 3. They could have won all 3, certainly the first one. But just grinding baseball, wash it clean, day off, get ready for Milwaukee, move on. But I tell you, it's really a surprise when they don't cash it in. A 4-run lead going in the 8th with this pitching staff. That's what, we kind of take for granted. For the most part, we just kind of wait and hope that they're going to score some runs because they've been really sputtering offensively, especially at home. But when they have a 4-run lead, they go in the 8th inning, you just think, well, this pitching staff's going to lock it in. And it didn't happen. That was a gut punch.
Totally agree. To me, we always joke on the show that Friday night is where sports talk radio goes to die because so much happens between a Friday night and a Monday morning that we always lose Friday night in the shuffle. Not this time. That's the one that's just sticking out neon orange. So it all happened in 17 pitches, and it was really fast. And you're just kind of wondering, obviously if you're Bob Melvin, you're like, I pressed the wrong button, or I didn't get him fast enough, or I should have had somebody else up. I don't know if it's all second guessing. It's all hindsight. Hindsight is always 20/20. But if you could redo that 8th inning, how would you do it?
Well, yeah, you'd take Tyler Rogers out a little bit earlier. But, the problem is, he's worked his way through a lot of jams, and he's just so unusual. You just have a great confidence. He's had a tremendous year. And you just go one hitter too much. It's interesting, though, that on this 3-game series, the bullpen completely redefined itself. Number one, they got Doval back. His first outing, he comes out, and he's pretty much the same guy we saw before he left. And you're like, I don't know. Then all of a sudden, the hand got higher, and he puts 2 extra feet on the fastball, and all of a sudden, there's the slider. He's in a high hand position, and there's the downward bite on the slider. Yeehaw, daddy. We got Doval back. Oh, but by the way, he's not the closer. The other guy is. Ryan Walker comes from, he emerged. He became the man. He comes in that Friday night loss, strikes out 5, and then he comes in the next day with having thrown 2 innings, and he gets a save. 2 strikeouts and a weak ground ball. 1, 2, 3. See you later. I think that was the most significant thing that came out of this weekend. This bullpen now is lethal with those 2 arms down there. My goodness. And I don't ever worry about Tyler Rogers. He didn't get it done. Well, I have no problem putting him in the next day. Nor does Bob Melvin. But so of all the negative things that happened, in that they went 1 and 2, and they could have won all 3. The fact that they got their bullpen solidified is monumental going forward this year and into next year.
Yeah, Mike, and this is a team that's relied on their bullpen a lot this season. When you actually look at the most appearances this year in the bullpen, Tyler Rogers is number 1 in Major League Baseball. Ryan Walker right behind him, 66 and 65 appearances. So do you think this might be an issue that maybe Tyler Rogers has that innings catching up to him at this point of the season?
I don't think so. He's unique because it's such a natural way to throwing sidearm. You're built to throw underhanded. You see softball pitchers that throw 30 days in a row and never have an arm problem. And then yet you throw overhand, try to do that, throw it overhand. There's no way. So I think the guys throwing from Laredo in the submarine style, I think they tend to wear out in other areas other than their arm, their neck, their back. And I think that from Tyler Rogers, I just think he's indestructible. And, in talking to him about the whole thing, he feels that, hey, when I get tired occasionally, but I don't ever hurt my arm. I mean, he's just a unique guy in so many ways, and the way that he has accepted his success. He kind of takes it for granted that, he's kind of Mr. Durable, and he really has been.
Talking to Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Giants with 3. Dave Fleming remarked at the end of the game, these are the 2 most evenly matched teams in baseball. They played 27 innings. It was like a horse race the entire time. So the Giants wind up losing 2 out of 3. Is there anything to them losing? So that's 3 Ghost Runner games. And, we could do a whole nother show on the Ghost Runner. But that's 2 against the Braves and 1 against the Mariners. And you look at those and, you can call them a coin flip, Mike, or you can not call it a coin flip. You could say it's about who does better with 90 feet. But you look at a 66 and 66 team, and if you flip those 3 games, you're 69 and 63. I mean, I know. And if ifs and buts were candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas or something like that. But your take on these Ghost Runner games, losing yet another one, what does that do to the clubhouse, the coaching staff, et cetera?
No, they're agonizing because, you feel like, number one, you probably should have won the game and prevented even going into the extra innings. And then when you get in there, they're tough. They're a crapshoot. I mean, especially if you're on the road. And I think the other thing, too, is, when those things happen, you immediately are faced with a strikeout situation. Guy comes in, runner at second base, nobody out. You're trying to get the strikeout. And when you pitch for the strikeout, oftentimes, you throw your best stuff first and you put yourself in counts where you're behind because the hitter doesn't swing at that strike 3 curveball you're throwing because it's a strikeout situation on that first pitch, and then all of a sudden it's a 1-0 count, and then it's 2-0, and then you're behind, then all of a sudden, boom, base hit. It's just a unique situation, and you know what? I like it because of what it does. It prevents the 17, 18-inning game that eats up your bullpen and exposes your arms to fatigue and injury. I think that's the most important thing that comes out of this. But there is some frustration involved with it, and the Giants have certainly felt that.
This weekend, Mike, we saw Elliot Ramos hit home runs number 19 and 20. Sunday after the game, he said he's never reached that milestone at any part of his major league career. What does it mean for a guy like Elliot Ramos to reach that milestone of 20 home runs after missing the first 2 months of the season?
Well, for a young guy doing it for the first time, it's everything. Because once you do it once, you think, well, I got to do this again. And you know what? It's easier because you know that you can do it. It's like the marathon guy that gets through the 9-mile barrier. Once you get through it, that's not an issue anymore. I mean, the next time you have a barrier, it's the 19th mile. It's just funny how your mind works. But from a young player's perspective, and for pitchers, it's innings pitched, or it's appearances made, or having a kill pitch that gets strikeouts from big league hitters. Once you establish that, it's part of you, and you just believe that you can do that. For Ramos, who's always believed that he's had power and could play at the big league level, well, now he's proven it. Now he's got reputation. He's a 20-plus home run guy, and he'll be that the rest of his career.
And just in general, him as the ball he hit off a Woo, and by the way, shout out Alameda's own Brian Woo. That nice pitcher. My goodness. But up and in, they're trying to attack him there. He combated that. I mean, he's not perfect. He had a key at bat in the 8th inning where he didn't come through, but that's baseball. But just his development as a hitter, what you're seeing, I think like we're seeing a dude. Like, to me, this is not flash in the pan type stuff. I don't think.
Well, I'm really glad you brought that up because I was going to make a point of that if you didn't. And yeah, you did good there, Murph. Nice going. I was counting on you. But for him to get that pitch is so significant because number one, both elbows were bent. Number two, that thing was exactly where Wu wanted to throw that ball. That was where he wanted to plant that, right above the hands, inside corner, and that had some fuzz on it working its way in tighter to Ramos. And he gets the barrel on it. And as soon as he hit it, I'm sitting there and, I've got a bunch of family here this weekend, and I'm sitting there with my sons, and we're all watching this. And we all kind of sat forward in the chair going, what the heck? And it was one of those moments where if a guy can hit that pitch, if you're an opposing team scouting the Giants, you're going, oh, my God, what is that? You know who else has done it this year? Tyler Fitzgerald. He's done the same thing on that location. And that changes the game. Because if you're hitting that high pitch above your hands that's got some fuzz on it and movement working into you, and you hit it out of the ballpark, you just separated yourself from the herd. And it's another example of why I believe that what we're seeing with Fitzgerald and Ramos in regards of can they do this again? They absolutely can, because they can do what we just saw. They can hit that pitch.
Last thing before we let you go, Mike, got to ask you about Robbie Ray. He left yesterday's game with hamstring tightness. Would love to get your breakdown on what that's like pitching with that kind of injury and what the Giants' plan would be if Robbie Ray ends up missing some time.
Well, I mean, that's the big concern. The MRI today to see what the grade is of strain. He said it was tight walking out. Well, I mean, he's going to wake up today. I don't know if he'll be able to take a full stride or even take a step. We don't know. So there's a lot of ifs. I would imagine that he's going to IL for at least 15 days. So that takes him out of 3 starts, and somebody's going to have to, pull the slack up, and they're going to have to make a decision as to who takes that ball every, and those turns that he's going to miss. It's a big concern. I do know one thing. He's a guy that has an opt-out, and on the bright side, I mean, with that happening to him, I don't know that he would go out on the open market. So it tells me that he'll be back for next year, which is what I was hoping was going to happen anyway. But that's just I probably shouldn't even bring that up. I mean, that's a 2% positive on a 98% negative.
Yeah, I hear you on that, 100%. All right, before I let you go, Mike, just a quick thought. Little League World Series. So I just finished managing a 12-year-old all-star team. We won our district, brag, got to sections. I always warred with my assistants about bunting. I always wanted to bunt more, and we worked on bunt defense all the time. But they're 12-year-old kids, and Taiwan's bunt defense just disappeared at the worst time. I don't know if you saw it.
I did.
Yeah.
We watched that. We were flipping it back and forth.
Yeah, you got to flip back and forth, definitely, yes.
But I was so impressed with the quality of play, and I was so impressed with the quality of bats. One of the highlights during the whole weekend was the girls' home run contest.
Oh, yeah, I heard about this.
That one girl that we saw, and her swing is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. And the swings in general from all of the contestants, both with the girls and the boys. Yeah. I just think that, the swing that's being taught today throughout Little League is just spectacular. And I love the play. The fact that the Little Leaguers can bunt better than the big leaguers, doesn't surprise me.
Seriously. They got some good bunts down, and they were fielded. I thought, in general, pitchers did a really nice job getting off the mound and making throws. It's just that Taiwan, I think the poor second baseman didn't know he froze. It was tough to see.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, we're thinking, okay, well, that one kid who fielded the ball turned and threw the ball, and there was nobody there, and the second baseman was nowhere in the picture.
Yeah,
I mean, who's going to be feeling this the rest of their life? Well, the kid who threw the ball. How about the second baseman who didn't cover first?
But then the other part is you tell them they were international champions. You can't lose the Little League World Series in extra innings if you don't get there.
I don't think the hunt on these kids that didn't perform or made the air or whatever, it can't hunt them. The experience was just so good to even get there. Yeah. And we applaud everything that those kids did. It's just such a refreshing, the game that they play is so wonderful and so full of joy. And look, 30 minutes after the game, they're going to be eating a Big Mac and their life is good. And, they move on. But I love it. It's a great celebration of baseball.
You know the deal. The coaches think about it the rest of their lives. The kids are playing tag, hide and go seek, jumping in the pool, eating ice cream, and they've pretty much forgotten it. So that's the beauty of being 12. So.
Well, and that's exactly what the Giants are going to be doing today in Milwaukee.
Okay. Ice cream, pool.
Eating ice cream and jumping in the pool.
And playing hide and seek, too? Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
All right, Mike. Great chat. Let's talk to you Wednesday. Have a good one.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow, brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. All right, switching from the Giants. Oh, and by the way, Steve Young joining Tolbert and Cokes at 5 o'clock today. That's pretty cool. Switching from the Giants to the big hit. Niners, 2 weeks from today. What did we learn from the Raider game? What did Kyle say yesterday? What did you guys think? You saw Brock Purdy out there. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Where are you at with Ayuk? Where are you at with Trent? Where are you at with the Niners? Brock Purdy and the injuries on the D-line. All part of our big hit next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 tickets to the 49ers season opener presented by Levi's. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 11 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets into the 501 Club to see the Niners take on the New York Jets on Monday, September 9th. Plus, you also win a $250 gift card to the Levi's store. I mean, come on, what a prize. This is unbelievable. This is all furnished by Levi's, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hold it now. This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
He'll probably try to squib it, and he does. Ball comes loose, and the Bears have to get out of bounds. Rodgers along the sideline, another one. They're still in deep trouble at midfield. They tried to do a couple of... The ball is still loose as they get it to Rodgers. They give it back now to the 30. They're down to the 20. Oh, the band is out on the field. He's going to go into the end zone. He's going into the end zone. The Bears have won. The Bears have won.
Mordecai dropping back. Rolls to his right. Trying to buy time. Slings it deep downfield. And a jump ball that is ricocheting around. Caught by Trent Taylor. And then Taylor laterals the ball to Ronnie Bell. It's loose on the ground. The ball is still loose. Bell has it. He throws it backwards to Schrader. Schrader at the 20. Back to Mordecai. He's rolling to his right at the 30. He throws it lateral to Schrader, who's down the sideline. There's a flag down. And finally, Cody Schrader is tackled. Got it to the lineman. They fumble it forward. And the game is over.
All right, that pretty much, that's the end of the comparisons between the 49er Raider play and the play from 1982. But young Tony having some fun back there with Joe Starkey and Bob Fitzgerald. 42 years apart here, 1982, the play. It was kind of a fun, wacky way to end the preseason. Thankfully, nobody got hurt. And good morning, everybody. It's Big Hit time. First of all, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station, and you are listening specifically to the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher right there. Waterboy off of his weekend, seeing some slightly stupid at Shoreline, visiting mom for her birthday. Happy birthday, Denise. Young Tony went to 2 A's games.
Not one, but 2.
It was not on my bingo card, and I had a fun weekend just barely gallivanting around, watching Little Leaguers bunt and blow bunt defense, and, of course, enjoying the 49ers on Friday night. I did enjoy the 49ers on Friday. I liked seeing Brock Purdy, and I tell you what, I've been sort of negative on the Niners all summer, and I wrote another one on Friday saying, man, the August angst, and there's really just more things have gone wrong than have gone well. I will say this, Brock Purdy on Friday night gave me the first little tiny pep in my step. I thought he looked pretty good.
Yeah, and I know you've been looking for positive news all summer long, whether it's Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey getting married. That is positive news. But, of course, every day we're sitting here talking about Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk. But I will give you the positive update that Brandon Ayuk traveled with the team to Las Vegas. So you think that's got to be a good sign that eventually this deal is going to be worked out. Because if he was being traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers, I don't think he's flying out to this preseason game unless the reports that I saw on Twitter of him kind of chatting up with Antonio Pierce on the sideline is any indication that the Raiders and the 49ers are going to make a Brandon Ayuk trade. I don't think that's going to happen. I think eventually we're going to figure it out, but Murph, it is August 26th.
But when you bring that up, and the big hit is, of course, the Niners, and Brock Purdy will get to it, and the injury updates, too, and Ricky Pearsall on the D-line, all that stuff. But since you brought it up, do you guys see Peter Schrager from NFL Network trying to stoke the flames on 49ers, Washington Commanders still alive?
No, I did not see that.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. While you were out listening to the reggae, White Boy Summer, White Boy Reggae, Peter Schrager said, why are the Niners in Washington not still considered alive? Mike Silver also alluded to the fact that Washington's not dead yet. Mike Silver made a lot of news. He also talked about that Ricky Pearsall shoulder injury. Yeah. But we actually have Pearsall news there. So, don't keep Washington in your thoughts and prayers.
But is that the way you read into the situation, too? Like seeing Brandon Ayuk walk down the tunnel with Deebo Samuel, seeing him hang out with the team. Greg Papa talking to BA on the team's private charter going up to Las Vegas. Like, those are all positive news for BA returning to the 49ers.
A couple of things on that. Yeah, I did think that. I thought this is one of the, least ferocious holdouts of all time because he's dapping up Kyle, bro-hugging John, showing up at every practice, flying to Vegas with the team. I'm like, are you really holding out? What are you doing here? But the other part is I read that since he's on the 90-man roster, he's required to make that trip.
Well, wouldn't Trent Williams also be required to make the trip?
He's not on the 90-man roster.
Wow.
Yeah, Matt Mayoko had that detail that he's on. I'll give you the exact. This is where it gets into like that paperwork I'm not that excited about. But he's technically on the did not report list, so he's technically not. Let's see, he's on the reserve did not report list, so he does not count against the 90-man roster.
Interesting.
So there you go. And by the way, you say we have news on this?
Yeah, Jeremy Fowler earlier this morning gave an update on Trent Williams, essentially a non-update saying nothing has happened and that this is a situation where the Trent Williams holdout could linger into the regular season.
Oh, boy. Negotiating through the press now?
Yeah,
Is that what we're doing here?
I mean, and if that's the situation, I mean, you mentioned how you thought Brock Purdy looked good. I'm sure there's a couple texts on the Golden State Lumber Building Material text. I'm going to be like, what about that interception, Murph? What about that interception? Well, first of all, it was a great play by Webb, defensive back from the Raiders. That's where we should start there. And shout out to a guy named Webb in silver and black getting the job done.
Light the beam.
But also, go back and watch that replay. You know what's the first thing that stood out to me? The pressure in the face of Brock Purdy because Colton McKivitz was beat. Not by Max Crosby, but by a backup defensive lineman. And right now, if you go on Twitter and you look up any Brock Purdy highlights, it seems like there's a common thread of, oh, Brock Purdy looked great with pressure in his face. But the fact that there was pressure in his face going against the Raiders' backup is a cause for concern to me because I'm not confident at all in this offensive line when Trent Williams is not lining up in front of Brock Purdy.
Did I read that he was pressured on 9 of his 14 dropbacks?
That's not good, Murph. Not good at all. Whether we're talking about Nick Zakil, his former roommate at left guard or at center, Jalen Moore at left tackle, or Court McKivitz at right tackle, again, we talk about it all the time, not investing in your trenches. Now it seems like Dominic Puny could turn into a dude at right guard, but you take Trent Williams off that offensive line, and it might be the weak spot of this roster.
Without question. By the way, Puny continues to look great. He does. I was watching. He's dominant. He might be one of the most dominant interior linemen they've had in a while. Like that guy's a find. By the way, speaking of Purdy's interception, the big talking point Friday night was why did he go try to tackle the guy?
Oh, I don't need that.
He actually talked about this. You cut T, Tony, after the game. A lot of people are like, bro, it's August. It doesn't mean, like they say, it just means more SEC. It means nothing. Don't go tackle him.
It means less.
But he went and did it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's tough in the moment. Like, you know, what goes in my mind is obviously try to get him out of bounds and have our defense get good field position, you know, on a turnover. You know, obviously you don't want to turn the ball over, but I didn't want them returning it. So I feel like I had leverage to, you know, get him out of bounds, and that's just what I tried to do. So, yeah, obviously I don't want to be, like, tackling in the preseason, but, you know, just it happened so quick, and I was just trying to get him out of bounds.
Yeah, well, Niners dodged a bullet there for sure. But I was talking about Purdy, 3 throws in particular. The first one to Debo to start the day. Debo was closely covered by a backup DB, but Purdy put it in the only place he could. Really nice throw. 2, the one to Kittle over the middle where he threw it, had to loft it over 2 layers of traffic. Kittle made a fantastic catch.
And plenty of pressure in Brock Purdy's face for that pass.
I think he's getting hit as he throws, which was really impressive. And 3, that little sidearm down. I think it was to Chris Conley.
I believe so. He's wearing 18 now, over the middle.
Dude, that little, like, Pat Mahomes. I might be overstating the case here, but I felt a little Mahomes vibe. I was like, oh, has he always had that sidearm sling? Did I just forget?
It feels like there were a few times, not last season, but maybe even his rookie season, where he would drop down the elbow every once in a while.
Maybe.
But last year, coming off the elbow surgery, I felt like that wasn't a part of his game. But that's also a positive since we're talking about the arm strength coming back. Maybe he can move to some of those arm angles and those things that Patrick Mahomes does. Not everybody's Patrick Mahomes, but to add that element to your game, it goes back to Brock Purdy coming from a baseball family.
Yeah, right. The old middle infielder turning 2 here, too. I was driving in, one of the national shows was talking about, is Brock Purdy going to crater this year? They're going to pull the mask up, Brian. I'm like, listen, bro, I can't help you with that. He's going to show up 2 weeks from today. Obviously, it's going to be tough to match the numbers he had last year. Just in general, the Niners are going to have difficulty matching last year, being the 1 seed and everything. Or actually, were they the 2 seed, right? Was Dallas the 1 seed? And then
no, last year, 49ers were 1 seed.
Okay.
Correct?
My brain.
Because they hosted all the playoff games.
I know, but it was because Dallas lost to Green Bay, right? Wasn't that it?
No.
All right, my brain. Was it 2 years ago then?
Maybe Philly was number 1, or did they collapse and the Niners passed them? Remember, because the Lions
because the Eagles collapsed. Anyway, either way, it doesn't matter. Point is that I liked a little bit of what I saw from Purdy. It gave me a little pep in my step. Here's Brock Purdy yesterday about talking about the mindset going into week 1, Z4. because here it is now. It's 2 weeks from today against Bob Saleh and Sauce Gardner and that Jets defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's on now, just in terms of obviously trying to see where we're at as an offense, myself, where I can continue to get better, but also know that, this is the team that we're going to be playing week 1. So now we have all this time to, sort of get healthy for one, and then two, attack just the scheme of things with how we expect the game to go and what we're going to try to do. So we got a couple weeks to go and excited for it.
Yeah, and by the way, big news that a couple weeks to go, who's going to be here for the first time in forever? Ricky Pearsall. Ricky Pearsall. In fact, Kyle Shanahan addressed this yesterday. This is after Mike Silver caused quite a stir by reporting on this subluxation. Can I say that on the radio?
Ooh,
is that right?
Careful, Murph.
I think you got. Is that like one of those things? Is there websites for that?
Yeah,
subluxation.
Yeah, I wouldn't Google that at work.
All right. Is that a pay site? Anyway, he has had a problem with separated shoulders, which is not great. Silver wrote the Niners knew this when they drafted him. Well, the good news is that subluxation or not, he will be back at practice today.
Yeah, Ricky will be practicing tomorrow, and then Huff. We'll have to make a decision on him before Wednesday's practice.
He's talking about Talanoa Hufanga, who may start the season on the physically unable to perform list. Once again, we used to say this on the beat. Physically unable to perform. It's a little personal.
Ooh.
Yeah, maybe it's between, maybe keep that behind closed doors.
I believe we used to sell some products around here that can help you out with that. Shout out to my guy Copes.
Very much so. So Pearsall will be back, so that's good. But no Ayuk still. So they asked Purdy about Cut Z, Tony. Is he confident? Can he restart the chemistry? And again, that's just a giant negative. Jamar Chase returned to practice in Cincinnati. CeeDee Lamb has not. Anyways, Purdy, can you build the chemistry with Ayuk?
I think I'd be confident in us being able to pick up where we left off. Throwing to him for 2 years and obviously going on 3, understanding our plays, our concepts, where he needs to be, where the receiver needs to be. I'd be pretty confident in him coming back and us being on the same page. So,
I mean, he's not going to say he's not confident, right? I just kind of want to. Sometimes you want to listen to what he has to say, but of course he's going to say that he's confident, even though it's like, nothing to see here. Everything's fine. What's that meme you guys have? Is it a SpongeBob meme or whatever?
Oh, this is fine with the dog sitting in the kitchen while it's on fire. Yeah, that's the meme. And I would love to go back over the last couple of years to hear what Brock Purdy or Jimmy Garoppolo or any 49er quarterback said about the Deebo Samuel situation. Because I'm sure it was the same old song and dance. We're like, yeah, we're confident everything's going to be fine.
Draymond Green?
Really? It was not.
Draymond Green style?
Essentially, they're going to hit you with the...
No, it's fine.
Which, by the way, he said after they lost game 1 of the NBA Finals at home, and then they won the title. So
it's fine.
Maybe Draymond's right. And what we got to hit Purdy, because to me, this is like the Super Bowl hangover, man. And now they went into Vegas. They went into the belly of the beast to the actual locker room. I mean, 6 months, bro. That's still too soon, right? So Purdy on turning the page here, cut Z5.
Yeah, I mean, just driving into the stadium and then, seeing the locker room and our lockers are, for this game at least, they were in the different spots. And then, just being on the sideline, it seems like yesterday we were just playing that game. So, obviously it sucks thinking about it and how we just weren't able to finish. But it's 2024 and we're excited for the season. So we're going to have another opportunity at it. So.
Okay, so, I mean, listen, you got to go back. You got to turn the page. You got next pitch, Marcus. Next blanking pitch.
Murph, just hearing him talk about going back to the same locker room that they were in last season for the Super Bowl reminded me that the Kansas City Chiefs used the Raiders' home locker room and got to pop champagne and celebrate. Oh, man.
By the way,
bad memories for everybody.
I have to ask you, and Cam Inman's going to join us on the other side, which is awesome. Cam,
cool.
Long-time Niner beat writer, old friend of the program. So that'll be exciting to talk to Cam. I think he's got a new book out, too, which is exciting. But can I just kind of end this big hit by you mentioned the Raiders and that, or the Raider Stadium and everything. It reminds me, how about the other story of the weekend that's not Niner related? Are you worried that the 2-hour elevator stint with the LA Chargers is going to lift the Chargers to the AFC West title? Are the Raiders worried that the Chargers 2 hours stuck in an elevator means that the way Jim Harbaugh, did you see maybe the greatest Harbaugh quotes of all time about this thing?
I'm hoping we have him in the cooler of content.
I only read it. Is there any audio on it? Bro, so did you hear this? 12 Chargers and Dan Fouts' wife, who's, no spring chicken, stuck in an elevator for 2 hours with no AC in Dallas.
Well, the problem is you had 12 guys in an elevator, 12 NFL players in an elevator.
Dude, I don't know. We need to talk about this. How do you handle that? What kind of do you think you could? Do you think you would stay cool? Well, Harbaugh used it to make Justin Herbert into an American hero. Some of these quotes are incredible. That apparently, listen to these quotes from Harbaugh. You get in these situations and it's a test of wills. Dude, he's talking about the elevator, not the NFC, not the playoffs, bro. He goes, I was proud of each of those guys and the 2 women that were on that elevator. He goes, that's a win. He goes, that's a win, dude. You feel good about yourself. You were challenged. It was a test of will, and you pull it down. I was like, am I really reading this? And then he says, Justin Herbert came out of that elevator like a better quarterback.
No, he didn't.
He says, Justin Herbert, his hair was a little wet, but his shirt was completely dry. That blew me away. The guy is just a beast. The remarkable thing that came out of it was to a guy, young rookie players, Justin Herbert's a leader. He was a rock. He kept everybody calm. Dude, this is the best Harbaugh spin of all time. 2 hours in an elevator. It made the team better. It made Herbert better. He was a rock. Jerry Fouts, Dan Fouts' wife, told me that he pulled me aside just how great Justin was. Everybody kept their poise. The last 2 quotes are unbelievable. Harbaugh says, it was like, I wish I could have been in there with those guys. Dude, he says that, dude.
He wishes he was in the trenches with
and then
them.
He says, but Justin Herbert was, and this is the money quote of the year. He says, who's got it better than those guys that were on that elevator?
Yeah. I'd say the guys in the other elevator that didn't get trapped.
Oh, dude. Who's got it better than the guys who were in the elevator?
Well, congrats on battling the adversity. It looks like Harbaugh's Chargers are 1-0 going into that Raider game.
I'm worried for your Raiders, man.
Yeah.
You guys are going to face the post-elevator Chargers.
Oh, no.
Isn't that your opener?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Week 1.
There's got to be some. Maybe they'll come out of the. Maybe they'll do a thing where they come out of take the field coming out of an elevator.
Right, they should have elevator doors.
So the Dallas Fire and Rescue had to get everybody out one by one through the panels on the ceiling.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're telling me Justin Herbert didn't have the leadership to do it himself, Murph?
By the way, given our situation, the KNBR may be tested because we got no bargain here on our elevators too. All right, guys, here's the deal. That's the big hit, and we will announce the winner of our ginormous 2-week-long 49er season pass contest at 9:45 a.m. this morning. So if you qualified, stay tuned. Also, we have a whole new giveaway too. We had 2 tickets for the Monday night September 9th game and a $250 gift card to the Levi's store. Only when you hear the cue to call, though. All right, between 7 and 10 a.m. All right, enjoyed the big hit. Waterboy's got to face the post-elevator Chargers. And Cam Inman, one of the great 49er riders, next on the Sports Leader.
Just want to pull it down, you know. It's glorious. It's a glorious feeling.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are going to announce the winner of the old contest today at 9:45, but we want to encourage you to stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 tickets to the 49ers season opener presented by Levi's. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 11 to 415-896 KNBR to win 2 tickets into the 501 Club to see the Niners take on the Jets on Monday, September 9th. Plus, you also win a $250 gift card to the Levi's store. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's a great deal. This is all furnished by Levi's, and you can find official rules at KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, let's talk Niners with our great friend Cam Inman. It's been a while since we had Cam on, and it'd be great to catch up with him. We got a brand new book called The Franchise. Let's talk to him about that. Let's talk to him about Brock Purdy, Brandon Ayuk, Trent Williams, Ricky Pearsall, Super Bowl hangovers, and all the good stuff. Cam, dude, good morning. Your boy Murph. You got your boy Marcus. How you doing, my man?
Hey, what's up, Cam?
Good morning. You know, I was just thinking. I was listening earlier this morning. And you had my fellow Cal Poly guy Mike Krukow on. So you got it's Cal Poly dominating the KNBR airwaves.
Well, you know, it's funny. The behind closed doors here, or I should say behind glass, our producer Tony, young Tony. You want to hop on, young Tony, and give him some Mustang handshake here?
Love it, dude. I did not know that.
Well,
that's awesome.
Yeah,
a little time
right high. There we go.
A little too much Cal Poly going on around here too. So, hey, congrats on your book. Tell me about. Tell us about it before we get into the Niners. How can we get it?
Yeah, so it's officially comes out September 24th, but people are already getting it in the mail now because you can pre-order on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Triumph Books. So it's called The Franchise, San Francisco 49ers. And Murph, my sales pitch is if you love the Niners, you're going to love the book. And then I'm like, well, you know, some people are just kind of new to the bandwagon maybe the last few years, watching them go to the NFC Championship every year. So if you're just learning about the team, then you can learn all about the history through my eyes because Murph, I think this is my 25th year covering them, which was probably your last year or so on the beat. Yeah. So, yeah, we've seen some stuff. And this is a lot of it's like my personal anecdotes and some one-on-ones over the years and either the old stuff or some new stuff with the Shanahan, Purdy, Bosa era, too.
I love it. And for young Tony, our 25-year-old producer, we have a bit called What Did Young Tony Learn Today? Yeah. And this franchise, this sounds like this franchise will be filled with nuggets that he'll learn. So he needs to know who Bob St. Clair is. Cam.
Oh, yes. And Kezar, well, he knows where Kezar Stadium is.
Do you know where Kezar is, young Tony? You
yes.
do? Okay, all right. We're looking today.
He can go sit in Candlestick Park seats in Kezar Stadium right now and watch people run the track.
Okay. And awesome. Well, The Franchise is the book. You can pre-order on Amazon. And if you love the Niners, it sounds like a gift. Anybody with a birthday or a Christmas coming up, sounds like a no-brainer. All right. Well, here's the question. What's the state of the franchise today on Monday, August 26, 2024?
Do you love the 49ers? Well, you're going to love them in 2 weeks because, I mean, Brock Purdy's healthy, right? Christian McCaffrey, we haven't seen him in 3 weeks because he's had a calf strain, but he looks healthy. Bosa's healthy. I don't know what all the problem is. What's all the fuss the last 6 months? I mean, a couple of guys didn't show up. Nobody had season-ending injuries in the preseason. They're ready to go, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think still, though, Cam, one of the biggest storylines, obviously, is Brandon Ayuk. How did you read into BA traveling with the team to Las Vegas?
I was surprised, but then what really surprises you, this has been one of the weirder sagas of contract stalemates over the years. And remember, 2 years ago, it got really weird when Jimmy Garoppolo was thrown on a side field during training camp, and then he ends up having a big role in the season. I've said all along I think Brandon Ayuk is staying with the 49ers. And just because of a lot of financial issues, and it's like, what is the ultimate deadline here? Is it going to be in 2 weeks when the season's opening? Is it because he's waiting on CeeDee Lamb and Jamar Chase to get their deals before he finally gets his done? And it just, you know, he asked for the trade. They present him trade proposals, shrugs them off, and next thing you know, he's on the practice field celebrating with his teammates, watching practice like a very invested player. I mean, to me, all signs point to him staying. The next 24 hours could be interesting merely because teams have to get their roster to 53. So maybe that'll be juggling some parts, but I just don't see Brandon Ayuk moving. And at some point, they have to get his contract done. He has to get on that practice field to get something going with Purdy. And then Trent Williams, I think, is a whole different story because he's a guy that does not need training camp. He's a guy that everybody knows needs to get paid and will get paid. And he's a guy that does not count towards the 53-man roster right now. So I don't think Trent's getting done the next 24 hours whatsoever because that way you can sneak somebody else over that line on the initial 53-man.
Cam Inman, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line, longtime 49er beat writer for the Bay Area News Group. You've been reading Cam for years. He's got a new book out called The Franchise, San Francisco 49ers. Everything you need to know and love about the Niners, you can pre-order on Amazon. You know, you just keep hearing the Washington Commanders haven't died. Peter Schrager of NFL Network kept it alive. You say you think he's staying, you think he's staying, you think he's staying. Are you leaving a little sliver of the pie of possibility that the Washington Commanders come in late?
You could leave a little sliver of possibility on almost every team, Murph, until he's signed. The Washington Commanders are intriguing merely because it's Jaden Daniels, his buddy from Arizona State, but he only played with him for 1 year. I mean, he's played with Purdy longer. You have Adam Peters, the new general manager there. Dan Quinn's building something up as their coach. But again, what are you going to get in return? It's the same thing with the Steelers. What were they going to get in return by sending their number one wide receiver to another team? And in Washington, are you going to send Terry McLaurin back because he's a number one rated receiver? That would make sense, but I don't see them doing that. With Pittsburgh, there just wasn't enough equity on Pittsburgh's side, I think, to sway a deal that's going to be convincing. So that's why I circle back and say he's going to be staying with the Niners. Could something totally bizarre happen? Yes, because this has been a bizarre 6 months where Brandon's been very vocal. Like, Brandon's usually a pretty laid-back guy, happy-go-lucky. In this contract situation, and I don't want to blame it on social media, but he seems to enjoy this notoriety he's gained over the last few months of stirring the pot and showing that he really wants to get paid like a top-end wide receiver.
Cam, there was a report on ESPN this morning that the Trent Williams contract situation could linger into the season. Do you think there's a real possibility that the 49ers are playing week 1 against the Jets without Trent Williams?
I don't think so. I think he can push it a little bit further, right? And it's every indication I've got from everybody within the 49ers is it'll get done. It's just a matter of moving money around, and whenever he decides to come in, it'll get done. So they have practice today. They have practice Wednesday and Thursday, right? And then you have like a 3-4 day break, and then they get their big week of practice in before the Jets. Is that enough ramp-up time for Trent Williams to get in football shape? I mean, football shape's a different thing, but so is Trent Williams. And I would imagine he's in practice next week if he's not there later this week. I just don't expect to see him today. Will he be there week 1? I sure think so. I mean, go back to last year when the whole Nick Bosa contract stalemate and everybody's freaking out, what's going on, and everybody's saying, oh, he's going to sign. Well, he signed, but only a couple days before the regular season began. And it's almost like, is that how everybody's going to play the 49ers front office now? Is we're just going to push this to the limit? And it's something you got to think about. But with Trent, I don't think there's any emergency signals going off that they're going to be missing him the first few games.
Talking to Cam Inman, a few more minutes here, and it's just all off-field. So one on-field, here's the defensive line has a couple of nicks there from the game. Leonard Floyd, Yetur Gross-Matos, and sort of two-part question, Cam. You know, how did you interpret Kyle's answers yesterday about those guys' availability? And two, just how big a deal is this, you know, post-Eric Armstead, you know, post-Steve Wilkes front seven?
Yeah, I mean, this 49er regime has, you know, the defensive front is the engine to it, right? Or it has been. I mean, maybe with Purdy they can be a little bit more pass-oriented offensively and they're putting up points, but they want everything to go through their defensive line. And when in a 3-snap sequence on Friday night in Vegas, you see Leonard Floyd and Yetur Gross-Matos, the two best defensive ends behind Nick Bosa, both leave with knee injuries. You're freaking out because there's not a lot of depth there. Kyle Shanahan said yesterday that Gross-Matos is week to week and Floyd is day to day, meaning Floyd should be fine. Gross-Matos, maybe he needs like 2 weeks to get better if it was a knee sprain. But that's positive news. You can't afford season-ending knee injuries in the preseason finale. So I think they escaped that, so that's good. But it also sheds light on you're not very deep at defensive end. Defensive tackle, yes, you said goodbye to Eric Armstead But I really like what they got in Malik Collins. Javon Hargrave was looking good through camp, and then they brought in Jordan Elliott from the Browns. So I think they're going to be stouter against the run on the interior, so I think that's good. But I just worry about the depth at defensive end. And, this is the first year in a long time they did not draft a defensive end or a defensive lineman. And you just hope that doesn't come around and bite them, because during the season they've had to make these trades the last few years to bring in defensive ends, whether it's Chase Young, Randy Gregory, Charles Omenihu a few years ago. So it's a team that knows they need defensive ends always, and right now they don't have a lot.
Last question for me, Kim, is about Ricky Pearsall. Kyle Shanahan said this weekend that he plans to practice today, but I got to ask, how concerned are you with his shoulder and whether or not he'll be in football shape week 1?
It's an issue because it's lingered, right? And now we've learned that it dates back to his college days where he has this partial dislocation of the shoulder. But watching him run on the side the last couple of weeks, he doesn't seem hindered by it, which is fine, right? Those are his legs. Now you look at what's going on with his shoulder. Well, I was watching him just play catch on the side with somebody, just seeing how his arms lifted and how he would throw a football. Obviously, he's not the quarterback, but he didn't look impinged in any way. So I think it's one of those things where they're letting the shoulder calm down, and they should not be relying on Ricky Pearsall's rookie year to be a huge contributor. He doesn't have to be the punt returner because it looks like Jacob Cowing surfaced as that. Does he have to be a number 3 or 4 wide receiver? Possibly, and that really depends when Brandon Ayuk gets everything done. But I'm not as alarmed by it. I don't think it's great that they drafted a guy with an injury history with a shoulder and that shoulder's acting up. But it's football, and we're going to find out. We shouldn't be writing off his career before the guy's even played a game yet. He hasn't even played a preseason game. But I'm not too alarmed by it. The dude looked really good in the spring, and he looked like he had an instant connection with Purdy. So 2 weeks, you start finding out which of these guys are real.
It's going to be finally, the Super Bowl loss hangover will be kicked off on Monday, September 9, 49ers Jets, 5:15 at Levi Stadium. Cam Inman will be there for the Bay Area News Group. He's got his new book, The Franchise, San Francisco 49ers. You can pre-order on Amazon. Dude, great talking to you, man. Hope to do it again, and have a great week.
Yeah, thanks, Cam.
Always. Thanks, guys. Have a great week.
The great Cam Inman. So, still questions on Pearsall, questions on Ayuk, questions on Trent Williams.
Questions that we have been asking since the day after the Super Bowl?
Dude, for my sanity, I've snapped a couple times during this run. I snapped on Curly once. I was like, I'm done talking about Ayuk. He's like, sorry, bro. You got more weeks. It's funny. I snapped on Curly. That was about 6 weeks ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was before the Olympics because I wanted to have more Olympic. And here we are. He could have literally said to me, oh, guess what, bro? You're going to be doing this for the next month plus. And he would have been right.
Yeah. And here we are.
BA, sign it.
Just sign the contract.
Sign it. I'm going to pay you a lot of money to play football. Sign it.
You're traveling with the team. You're hanging out with the guys. You don't want to leave.
Come on, brother. Come on. Cooler of content featuring those legendary Jim Harbaugh takes on the elevator. Next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Monday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here to ask you one simple question. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? Well, the team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every single day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I dove into this program over a month ago, and guess what? I'm down 18 pounds, only 2 pounds away from hitting my goal of losing 20 pounds this summer. And the best part about it, there's no counting points or calories, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no surgeries, no drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110 or visit online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, the Cooler of Content. You got to love when Jim Harbaugh makes his entrance into the Cooler of Content. What a nut. Plus, some Joey Votto, some Keon Coleman, some fun stuff. But we got to start with Harbaugh. We teased it. So I don't see it here on my cut sheet, young Tony. Do we have it? Yeah? We good?
I believe Curly's getting the rest of it right now.
Oh, okay. So maybe I shouldn't start with Harbaugh then.
I don't know. You teased those quotes earlier, and I've been chomping at the bit to hear these quotes live in person ever since.
Well, you're going to have to wait,
We got
my
one.
man.
We got one. We got the one on Herbert to start us off.
So you guys missed this. Chargers, Cowboys, and the Chargers, 12 of them got caught. 10 men, 2 women. One, Dan Faust's wife, Jerry, caught in an elevator for 2 hours. Somebody wrote it on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Said, did they establish a pee corner at that point?
Oh, no, not after 2 hours.
I mean,
maybe 2 days. Come on, not after 2 hours.
Can you hold it for 2 hours?
Oh, yeah, for 2 hours you can hold it.
Okay, especially on our show.
Well, especially when you have 11 other people in the elevator. You can't have a corner.
So it's a test of...
It's going to spill everywhere.
I mean, it's the mental anguish of being stuck in an elevator. Now they say no AC, it's hot. People are sweating, they're panicking, except for Justin Herbert was in the elevator. Harbaugh saw this as some sort of incredible bonding experience that helped them become better human beings. Here's Jim Harbaugh on his team being caught in an elevator.
I think 11 or 12 of our players were there for about 2 hours, and that's a shared experience. I mean, brought them closer together. I just missed it, being on that elevator, and it's like, I wish I could have been there with those guys, And but Justin Herbert was, and the remarkable things that came out of it was, to a guy, Tarheeb, young rookie player. It's like, wow, Justin Herbert's a leader. I mean, he was a rock. Kept everybody calm, and Jerry Fouts told me the same thing. Pulled me aside after they got out, and just how great Justin was, and
some of my favorite Harbaugh in recent history, man.
Unreal.
Wish I could have been there with those guys. That's a shared experience, man.
Is it?
He literally says, who's got it better than the guys on the elevator? He says that later in the press conference. Again, no, we shouldn't riff too hard because getting from floor 1 to floor 2 here is an adventure. All right.
Every single morning we might be trapped. We might be doing a live remote.
Been stuck in an elevator for any length of time?
No, like I've had those situations where we're sitting in our elevator here at work. I'm like, damn, this thing hasn't moved in 5 minutes, but I haven't been trapped for 2 hours. What about yourself?
No, I'm kind of like, I'm kind of wondering, how would you handle it? Does somebody start freaking out? Does claustrophobia enter the chat?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is just the unknown. Whether or not you're going to be here for 2 hours or 2 days, then maybe you do need to designate a corner.
Do you start playing like games, charades? Do you sing?
You start playing 20 questions or 21 questions, depending on who you're playing with?
You know what? Given the length of stay, you might go 22.
Yeah,
22
throw a couple extra questions on there. But how about Harbaugh going, Justin Herbert, he's a great leader. He's the one that led them into the elevator. Shouldn't your leader have the quarterback vision to look on the wall and see the weight capacity? Like you're in there with 11 other NFL football players. Dude, you put 12 NFL football players in an elevator together. I'm guessing you're reaching the weight capacity.
By the way, they were rescued one by one through the ceiling or the top of the elevator by Dallas Fire and Rescue. More Harbaugh.
Justin Herbert couldn't lead the rescue,
on the beauty of this incident here, which is going to lead and bond the Chargers to a Week 1 win over Marcus's Raiders. The elevator squad. The
Chargers.
The elevator 11. Here they are. Here's more Harbaugh.
And everybody kept their poise and, you get in those situations and it's a test of wills, And I was proud of each of the guys and the two women that were on that elevator. I mean, that's a win. You feel good about yourself. You were challenged, and it was a test of will, and you pull it down, or pull it in. One of the two. But there's a camaraderie amongst that group that is even stronger than it was before.
Yeah, all time. You know what? I got to get some applause for that. That's just absolutely incredible. Some of the best Harbaugh of all time. The camaraderie. I don't know how they're going to be. I mean, people say they're going to stink this year.
Well, Murph, they're already undefeated. They're 1-0. They got the first win of the season.
The elevator win.
They're the favorite to win the Super Bowl now.
The Otis, doesn't Otis make every elevator too? The Otis offense or something. I don't know, man. That is awesome.
I want to hear now Justin Herbert at the line of scrimmage. Hit me with an Aerosmith Love in the Elevator audible.
Hey now. There you go. One more. This is the Harbaugh cherry on top of his team being stuck in an elevator for 2 hours. It's a win. It's a test of wills. Wish I could have been on there with him. Justin Herbert's a leader. He kept his poise, and then you got to get this from Jim Harbaugh.
And it was hot. As each person came off the elevator, I mean, sweating, and some had the shirt off. Justin Herbert, his hair was a little wet, but his shirt was completely dry. That's another thing that blew me away. The guy is just a beast. Who's got it better than? I wish those guys that were on that elevator.
Oh, all time. Who's got it better than the guys on the elevator?
Well, probably the guys that are not stuck in the elevator. That's who has it better.
How does Justin Herbert not sweat? Never let him see you sweat, like literally, like he wasn't sweating. I'm sure he's, of course, exaggerating.
Yeah, but his hair is wet, but he's not sweating because he's cool, calm
I'm telling
under
you,
pressure.
better watch out. I think did the line move? Like where the Raiders would go from 3-point favorites to 3-point dogs?
Some would say that the line is in an elevator, Murph.
Oh, man. By the way, here at KNBR, 808 KNBR, can you power rank the people you'd want to be stuck with in the elevator and those you would not want to be stuck with in the elevator?
The list is short of the people I want to be in the elevator with.
Yeah.
Probably Maria Lopez, my girl Emlo.
Yeah.
Paul Tonelli, so we could chop it up and talk bets.
Would be great.
That's probably the end of my list. Young Tony can join too.
Yeah, Young Tone.
But people I don't want to be
is that a long list?
In the elevator with.
I have some ideas. In fact, I have some ideas from this morning. You know what? I don't think I like Copes.
No. That was not from this morning.
I'll take Copes. I have some ideas from this morning.
Oh, ideas from this morning.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Anyway,
I got you, Murph. I got you. That's inside jokes on the radio.
Shout out Harbaugh doing his thing. So Keon Coleman of the Buffalo Bills has turned into like remember when he signed and he was incredible.
The big yellow jacket.
Yeah, he was bringing all sorts of content we hadn't even imagined. Getting the jacket at Macy's, talking about the snacks at the bar, everything about him. The freezing room, the freeze room. This guy just has a way of communicating that's just amusing. So the Bills, like all the social media, do their little mini mic thing. ask the players something as they're taking off for the field. Bills are coming off a practice, and they asked him, name a random NBA player. Marcus, name a random NBA player.
Steve Novak.
It's okay. That is random. For me, top of my head, Terry Teagle.
Okay.
I don't know.
Young Tony.
Young Tony, you got one?
Random
Sean
NBA player.
Livingston.
Okay.
Oh.
That's done. Yeah. It's a Livingston. So anyway, they start asking the Bills this. Well, Keon Coleman, he gets so excited. Like, he doesn't just say a name and go. He circles back and says a few more names, and then he leaves, and then he circles back again. He wants to hear what everyone else is saying. Then he starts evaluating people's picks. He loves it so much. So listen, the voice you're going to hear mostly in this mashup is Keon Coleman. He can't get enough of naming random NBA players with the Buffalo Bills.
Most random NBA players: Shabazz Napier, Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, Mario Jones. We can go back and forth. Lou Aldane, what? Tony Snell, John Lucas, Darren Williams, Mike Miller, George Hill. I'm trying not to do superstar. I'm trying to be like just George Hill with no damn superstar. Mike Conley. I can get my bag right here. Let's get it. Sean Marion, Jason Terry, Jason Richardson, Shane Battier, Mike Miller. I already said that. You did it. Yes, I did. Didn't I say Mike Miller? Thank you. Jonas Valanciunas, though. He played big man for the Raptors. Lou Will, not random. Big man, 6 man of the year. Clay Robinson III. Who was the other shooter besides Danny Green? Carlos Boozer.
Carlos Boozer.
Who's more entertaining, Harbaugh or Keon Coleman of the Buffalo Bills?
Oh, I might have to go Keon Coleman.
We have to get those two guys in an elevator.
Oh, get them going back and forth on random players.
That's my dream right now, is Harbaugh and Keon Coleman stuck in an elevator
Just
together.
chopping it up. Make that a
we
podcast.
would have cooler content for years.
Oh, that would be gold.
Oh, my God. What'd you think of some of his names in there?
I love the fact that, like, and then you get into the debate whether or not the guy is an all-star or a superstar. Like, who was it where he was like, "Dang, he ain't no damn all-star."
Yeah, George Hill.
Yeah, George Hill. And it's like, oh, sorry, I was thinking Grant Hill. Like, that's the line that got me.
George Hill with no damn superstar.
George Hill ain't no damn
One of the guy
superstar.
says Lou Will. Lou Will's not random. He's the NBA Sixth Player of the Year. And then I just have to do this one just because we have to shout him out. I know it's painful. I know it stinks. But Shohei Otani on Friday night ended the game with a walk-off grand slam for his 40th home run. Earlier in the night, he had stolen his 40th bag.
He's a 40-40
This is what's going on down in L.A., guys.
First pitch. Fly ball, right center field. Series going back. He's at the track. He's at the wall. 40-40. Walk-off grand slam. No way. What a moment. History.
Joe Davis, bro. So 40-40s now. It's Jose Canseco, Barry Bonds, Alex Rodriguez, Alfonso Soriano.
My boy.
Alfonso
My favorite
Soriano.
second baseman of all
Didn't he
time.
make a list for you one of these days?
Yeah, because we talked about, like, our biggest sports departures and, like, your biggest heartbreak moment. And one of my heartbreaking moments as a kid was when Alfonso Soriano was involved in the trade for Alex Rodriguez to the Texas
I was
Rangers.
like, really? You
I
were
was
like, yeah,
so
really?
bummed. Alfonso was my guy.
And then, of course, Ronald Acuna would be the latest. But Shohei Otani. So you guys see the stat? Pitching lines of members of the 40-40 club. Barry Bonds, 0 innings. Alex Rodriguez, 0 innings. Alfonso Soriano, 0 innings. Ronald Acuna Jr., 0 innings. Jose Canseco, 1 inning.
Wow.
1 inning.
That's my goat.
And then, are you ready? Shohei Otani. It was, here, let me give you the exact one. Shohei Otani, 481. Let me give it to you right here. Sorry, I got to give you the exact one here, guys. 481 and 2/3 innings.
I mean, what a freak of nature.
I mean, see the Babe Ruth jersey just got sold for $24 million. He called his shot.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, Shohei Otani, he's past Babe Ruth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are we calling him the GOAT?
I mean, I think I'm at that point because even when Babe was dominant as a pitcher, he was splitting up pitching and hitting. This guy's doing it at the same time.
LeBron, Jordan, Russell. Right? This might be Shohei alone. That might be it.
Murph, there's a real possibility that Shohei Otani this season could become the first player in Major League history to join the 50-50 club.
Now, the DH is the only thing that bothers me, but I don't know, man.
I've heard people knock him for his defense. Dude, I think if Shohei Otani wanted to, he'd be a Gold Glove center fielder. Woo! Like, you see the speed with the stolen bags.
Wasn't he at Oracle Park in December? Wasn't he going out with the crowd? Oh, boy. All right, guys.
Shout out A.J. Pollock hitting cleanup last year.
There's your cooler. We didn't even talk about Friday. Around 2 in the afternoon, we saw Andy Knapp in the Crouch, buddy.
Andy Knapp.
I mean, we didn't even talk about that.
No, I decided to take a nap instead.
More Farhan shenanigans.
Shoes on for that one.
All right, speaking of that, before we get to Bruce Jenkins at 9:15, we got to visit the Giants weekend. Just how bad was it? How dead are they? Next on the Sports Leader.
You get in those situations, and it's a test of wills. That's a win. Oh, my gosh. The Dallas Fire Department. Take a deep, long bow.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, Levi's is already lit as the 49ers come out of the tunnel.
Be caller 11 now to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to the Niners season opener. Presented by Levi's.
The pitch to Turner. Line drive, base hit to left field. 2 men on, nobody out. There's a line drive down the right field line, base hit. There's a line drive, base hit to right field. Swing and a bloop into shallow left. And that's going to fall. Base hit. And here comes the tying run to score. 6 consecutive hits for the Mariners.
Yeah, not a good feeling. Kind of feel unlucky, I guess, is probably the word. But, you don't want to ever sit here and have that victim mentality. It's a round ball, round bat. It is what it is. I wouldn't have done anything different. So nothing really to be upset about.
Tyler Rogers from the Friday Night from Hell. The Friday Night from Hell. And by the way, young Tone, I wasn't expecting Edge of 17, Stevie Nicks here. You got a backstory here, brother?
This is Brent Rooker's walk-up song.
Are you taunting us because Brent Rooker hit his 30th home run this weekend and the Giants haven't had a 30-homer guy in 20 years?
No, not at all. It's just a good song.
Okay. Did you know the song prior to?
I had heard it. It's just been a while.
Oh, interesting. We're still trying to find something young Tony's got to learn today.
I know. Today's like stump the Schwab, except for we can't stump young Tony.
I got one for him. Does he know, based on the past segment we did on Jim Harbaugh in the elevator, are you familiar with the Aerosmith tune Love in an Elevator?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, there it is.
Also, by the way, I did not know Cam Inman, Cal Poly Mustang, alum.
Yeah, part of the squad, Tony.
All right, guys. Well, listen, Friday night I woke up Sunday and my family was padding around enjoying their morning. I said, by the way, I'm still not over Friday night. Like that and listen, they're dead, right? They've been dead for a while. They've been dead since Nick Ahmed, put a knife in them last July. And I said, sell Blake Snell and play Ramos and Fitzgerald and all those guys. And Luciano, where is he? Won't you see him anytime soon?
Luis Matos, where is he?
But they're going to play a game I'm going to watch. And if they're 1 game over 500, I'm going to say, hey, if they win, they're 2 games over 500. And you're up 5-1 in the 8th inning. And one of the strengths of this team has been late inning bullpens. They have not blown a lot of leaves other than a handful of Camilo Doval blown saves. I don't have the stat in front of me, record after 7 or 8 innings, but the Giants have been pretty good in the back end of their bullpen. But in the span of 17 pitches, it all went away in 6 consecutive hits. And I said after the 3rd or 4th hit, I said, you got to go get him, Bob. And then the 5th hit, I said, you got to go get him, Bob. And then the 6th hit, it was too late. It was a 5-5 ball game. So Bob Melvin once again comes under scrutiny. Now, Friday, we did a bit that the digital boys picked up, like how much do you blame Bob Melvin? Unfortunately, and we had Melvin on Friday, and I enjoyed our conversation. I enjoy all my conversations with Bob. This one's on him.
Absolutely. And on Friday, when we talked to him about last Wednesday and his decision to go with Spencer Bivens in that situation when they lost that day game, he said, look, that one's on me. I got to take ownage. I got to take responsibility. Sometimes you press the wrong button. Sometimes you press the right button. And to your point, throughout the entire season, I would say that the bullpen has actually been one of the bright spots. Whether we're talking about Ryan Walker stepping up and turning into an absolute dude this year.
Wow.
Camilo Doval has been an issue. That's why they sent him down to AAA Sacramento, and he came back up on Saturday, which might have been a responsive move to what they saw on Friday night, even though I saw a lot of the reporters say that was not the reason why Camilo Doval was back in the bullpen. But Murph, it's the same old song and dance, and I think it's being
Aerosmith,
amplified even more that all these bad bullpen decisions are happening in the span of the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, and again, we look now, they're 66 and 66, which is just so hard to look at. It's like you want to see the devil in there, right? 66, 66, somewhere in there is the sign of the beast. Young Tony, you familiar with the 666, the sign of the beast there, buddy?
I think so, yes.
Okay, all right. So shout out the Florida Little League coach who's talking about stuff being written.
Hey, now.
Anyway, point is that they're 66 and 66, and you're looking at 3 ghost runner games, 2 against the Braves and 1 Friday night. You're also looking at the Wednesday game that they blew. You're looking at 4 games in the last 2 weeks that were either 90-foot games or bullpen decision games. And that's losing is a disease, as contagious as the bubonic plague. I'm just saying, if you just take 2 of those, you're 68 and 64, and you're alive and well. take 3 of them, you're 69 and 63, you're really alive and well. So this is what it comes down to. I mean, they are, quote-unquote, competitive, but they also are, quote-unquote, a 500 team any way you look at it. And Bob Melvin, as much as I like him, and I'm not calling for his dismissal or any of that, I'd like to see him stick around. I think the team, the writers are saying they think the clubhouse is healthy. Mm-hmm. I mean, you saw them all dress up. I will digress for a minute to say, tough loss Sunday. They lose. I'm a little ticked off. They had rallies in the 8th and 9th innings. They had runners on. They couldn't get them in. And I'm cleaning up the bedroom, which is news in and of itself. And I have the bedroom TV on. I hear Laura Britt say, hey, let's go up to Seattle for Robbie Ray. I'm like, man, Robbie Ray, tough start. Had to leave with hamstring. Dude, they cut to the guy. He's wearing this freaking skin-tight Orlando Magic game jersey.
Orlando?
With no sleeves, like guns flying, too. Like the golden guns flying. I'm like, pit hair. I'm like, bro, really? I got to see you talk about your hamstring with the turns out they had them like sports jersey flight.
Yeah.
Where they all wore sports jerseys to, team bonding thing. I was like, bro, if you're going to talk about you probably going on the IL, could you at least throw on like a Giants weight room shirt, strength and conditioning T-shirt?
I mean, it's one thing to have tight pants. It's another thing to have a tight hamstring. But to show up to the post-game presser in a tight jersey after all that, it's too tight for me, Murph.
It wasn't even, he's just tight. And the tight pants, tight shirt, tight hammy. Mm-hmm. Right? A little too much tight.
That is not tight.
Oh, man. And he will probably, we'll find out today, but hamstrings are. And by the way, that's the best rotation in baseball. Birdsong, Snell, Ray, none of them went 5 innings.
No.
None of them went 5 innings.
Instead, you saw the best rotation in baseball. Luis Castillo strike out 9 guys on Friday, but did give up 3 bombs and 5 earned runs. Like, that was the most frustrating part of the Tyler Rogers, Bob Melvin blowing the game is they had 3 home runs against one of the best pitchers in baseball. Then who was it? George Kirby on Saturday, and Brian Wu spun another fantastic performance on Sunday against the Giants.
Yeah, and man, oh man. All right, listen, 415-808-5627. Well, before we get to that, Melvin's comments after the game Friday night. He had nobody up. He just trusted Rogers. Then he rushed Ryan Walker up, who, by the way, what the? Dude, Ryan Mariano Rivera Walker? I mean, he looks on. Big league hitters were looking bad against him, looking overmatched.
I mean, he's just so funky and unorthodox, that angle that he throws with. I mean, we've talked about this since Ryan Walker made his major league debut. It's the cross body firing from left center field, the movement he gets on that slider, and then that 2-seam fastball that he's now pumping up to 97 miles per hour. That is absolutely filthy.
I mean, listen, shout out Camilo Doval, El Camilo Real, Tranquilo Camilo, whatever. Guy was the closer in the 2021 team that won 107 games. But right now, bro, I mean, and dare I even do this? I mean, Mike Krukow did it because he's a positive guy. But, I mean, if Doval's like your 8th inning guy, you're, pretty good shape now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's something that we talked about last Wednesday, even in that Spencer Bivens situation. I went on the record, said I would rather see Camilo Doval there. Even with the ups and downs that he's had all season long, you can't tell me that Spencer Bivens is a better pitcher than Camilo Doval. Yeah. That's just a fact to me.
Right.
The guy was an all-star closer last year, and yeah, he's had some issues. But your bullpen is not better without Camilo Doval. Now, that's a good problem to have, whether you're going to go with Ryan Walker or Camilo. But maybe that was one of my...
Jordan Hicks.
Yeah, or even Jordan Hicks. But that was one of my main takeaways from our conversation last Friday with Bob Melvin. Because when they initially sent down Doval to AAA, they said that the plan was for him to return as the closer. We followed up on that question on Friday, and Bob Melvin told us that's not the case anymore. It's looking like Ryan Walker might have Wally pipped Camilo Doval out of that closer job.
Yeah, no, I mean, the facts are the facts. The results are the results. By the way, I got to shout out 2 comedic texts on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 503 says, as Larry Kruger issued a statement on the tight jersey. Are you familiar with that?
Round of applause. I'm familiar. Now, young Tony might not be familiar with that story.
The Warriors, Raymond Ritter being Raymond Ritter, always comes by to promote things. And when the Warriors brought their slate jerseys with the short sleeves.
Maybe the worst jerseys the Warriors have ever had.
An ill-fated run in Warrior history. They brought one in, and for Kruger, it was maybe a size too tight, but he threw it on anyway, and it was just everything was straining against it. And he posed for a picture for our Twitter feed, and it lives on. It lives on. And the other one, dude, 559, who shows obviously 559 is clearly a 6A to 10A P1 because he says, a jersey, guns blazing, and pit here. Was that Robbie Ray or Triple E?
Those are good texts.
Very good. So,
and yeah, if you have not seen the Larry Kruger photo, all you need to do is Google Larry Kruger Warriors. Sorry, Larry.
But hey, Larry's back in the fam, baby.
It's out there, man.
Bob Melvin, after a Friday night in which he just got seltzer water in his face, like the Three Stooges. Here he is.
I figure Tyler's going to get at least an out, and he's never had an inning like that before for us. So, I don't even get anybody up until, at least three hits there. So, unfortunately, didn't get an out.
Yeah, I mean, 17 pitches is quick.
Yeah.
It did. If I'm going to defend Melvin in any way, it did happen so quick. I don't know how fast you could have gotten somebody up, but man, oh man, what a cursed evening that was. And instead of being 2 games over and you giving Blake Snell the ball, now you lose your 3rd ghost runner game in a row, which speaks to what's going on with their 90-foot game. Who these guys think they are? Taiwan out there losing these ghost runner games, So your thought, yes.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think there's really any defense for Bob Melvin here. But if I was trying to spin it and play devil's advocate, when you're watching the results, now, first of all, anytime someone gives up 6 consecutive hits, something that has never happened in the franchise history of the Giants, yeah, you should probably think about pulling the guy. But in his defense, watching Tyler Rogers, it felt like a death by 1,000 paper cuts. Yeah. Like, it was a lot of soft contact. Yeah. Maybe there was one squared up line drive, but every single ball landed in front of the outfielders. So I think Bob Melvin seeing that, he's like, oh, he's getting weak contact. Yeah. Eventually, you're going to get the ground ball to get out of the inning, but the ground ball never came, and after 6 consecutive hits, he finally pulled the trigger to take him out.
Certainly after the 5th hit, I gave him all the way. I was like, okay, now you got to go get him, and he didn't. And then he said he has a line in that cut. He says, I just kept waiting for 1 out. It's like, bro.
Still waiting for that out.
By the way, don't forget this schedule. 3 in Milwaukee. The Brewers want to go to the Fall Classic.
Yeah.
The Brewers, they were just here in Oakland this past weekend. Although the A's got 1 from them, right?
Watch out for Tony's Brew Crew.
I know, right? And it literally, the jersey says Brew Crew. What did the Brewers wore those Brew Crew blue jerseys?
They did not. Those are the City Connects.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought they wore those.
By the way, we were talking about the Giants having a jersey day flying on the plane.
Yeah.
You saw the Giants' new City Connect jerseys, the Average Joe jerseys.
worn by Sean Jelly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. Jelly rocked it though. He's the prankster. We have him mic'd up during photo day.
He's a character
in the cooler of content.
Him and Casey Schmidt going outside of the realm. Kyle Harris and Patrick Bailey wearing some Niner jerseys.
They played it as safe as they could.
Yeah, but I like the edginess of a Sean Jelly going with the Average Joes, and I got to give some love to my guy Casey Schmidt with Bobby Boucher on his back wearing the Waterboys Mud Dog
does
jersey.
Casey Schmidt fit into your I played with guys like that?
Oh, yeah. Casey Schmidt has that vibe.
So what
he's
you're
a
saying,
SoCal guy.
You're saying he can throw the ball and he can party? Is that what you're saying?
It's something about those West Coast ball players.
I think so. I definitely agree with you.
Yeah, whether we're up in Seattle with Snell or down in San Diego with Casey Schmidt.
I think up and down the Pacific Coast, if you're like kind of a higher level baseball kid into your high school years, I think you bring a certain vibe.
Yeah, keyword higher, Murph.
So Bobby, you're gonna have to talk to him about that, Bobby Boucher. What would you have worn, by the way? You get any sports jersey to wear on a wacky flight from Seattle to Milwaukee to rep your past?
I might bust out the Cooper Beers jersey that I have from the movie Basketball.
Which you've worn.
I wore on opening day this year.
Day, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's got beers right across it. Like, that's a pretty unique
maybe
jersey.
Major League Baseball would say maybe that's not the message we're trying to get across.
Oh, what do you mean? You sell beer at your stadium?
There's beer on the plane.
I like beer. You like beer. We all like beer.
You're 100% right. They're selling beer at the stadium. You could have put a masking tape over here. It says $19 beers. So that. Young Tone, what would you wear? You get one jersey to wear when beat writers are taking your picture as you leave the locker room.
It's tough to wear a Giants jersey when you're a Giants player, but I would probably go with Buster Posey. That was my guy.
So he's like Bailey and Birdsong.
Yeah,
playing it straight.
The young kids playing it safe. I'm more like Sean Jelly, Casey Schmidt.
Spice it up in honor of my Cooperstown hat that I got when I was back there. I think I might go with a retro Fred Lynn Red Sox. Just to kind of like shake it up a little bit. Of course, I'd wear Willie McCovey or Will Clark or something like that. But no, just to kind of start a little conversation. I might throw the 19 Red Sox on.
Okay, I was going to ask John Joe Curley.
If I had to go
non-baseball. Give me a different sport.
I do Warriors, but I don't want to do Warriors because I want to start. So I'd go Bernard King, New York Knicks.
Oh, nice.
I'm a big Bernard King
I didn't know
fan.
you were down with the King.
Well, I'm a huge Bernard King. He was my favorite player.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why I wore 30. I tried to wear 30 on every team I was on for Bernard King. Yeah. Told you I gave that. I won 8th grade trip to Marriott's Great America, or is now called Paramount's Great America?
I don't even think it's Paramount anymore.
Whatever. 8th grade trip to Great America. It was a big deal. We bussed down there, and I won a stuffed bear. And this is like my first Riz moment. I gave it to a girl on the bus because she wanted it. And I said, but you have to name it Bernard for Bernard King.
Wow.
I told her that.
And that was this date in Brian Murphy Riz history.
I'm going to leave her name out of it. I thought I had a little thing going. Later on that night at the dance, I kind of danced near her for a minute. And that was the extent of my Riz. Turns out she wound up liking girls. Oh. Yeah, she wound up liking girls.
Oh, you had that effect, huh?
Yeah. I wonder if I drove her drove her over to that corner.
Maybe you should have gone with something else besides the bear.
Not that there's anything wrong with it. You know what I mean?
Not at all, Murph.
I understand.
What would Triple E wear? I mean, not Triple E. I was looking down at this the text line. Somebody wrote Triple E. What would JJK wear?
He's telling me Frank Gore.
Yeah, see, again.
No.
You got to do something to spice it up a little bit, And we can all wear Niners jerseys. You wouldn't even wear a Kenny Stabler?
I might rep the Raiders.
If you weren't going to wear your Beers one, you had to wear a.
I'm probably going Charles Woodson.
Okay, so you're
Seawood, and it has to be the jersey that says C Woodson on the back. That's my favorite one.
Give me the non-Bay Area, non-Raider. I went
Non-Bay
Fred Lynn,
Area.
Bernard King.
Well, you know me. I'm going Derek Jeter jersey.
Okay.
That's pretty damn
That's
easy.
it, so you go Jeets. Home
or
road.
Or I might rep Steve Novak, as we were mentioning random NBA players earlier. Mr. Discount Double Check.
Well, guys, it's a little disturbing that the Giants are in this situation, but it is. I mean, again, I gave up on the team a long time ago, and I wanted them to sell. They didn't sell, and here we are. Snell's going to opt out. You're not going to get anything. They're 66-66. They're going to Milwaukee tomorrow. Robbie Ray's probably going on the IL. We don't know for sure, but he's probably going on the IL. You got Kyle Harrison going in this trip. And then you come home, you play Miami, and then the gauntlet, Arizona, San Diego, the road trip to Baltimore and Kansas City. You're asking them to be something they're not. They're a 66, and it's almost stunning that Farhan will build his third consecutive 500 team. That's kind of hard to do. At one point you want to just suck so bad that you go 10 under, or you have that fluke season, but no. 500.
Who's more consistent? Matt Chapman hitting 240 every year, or Farhan Zaidi building a 500 roster?
Didn't Yoenis Cespedes have the same batting average a number of years in a row?
I think you might be right on that.
Maybe that's where
eerily similar.
Where Farhan gets it.
That's what happens when you build your team like the Oakland A's.
Exactly, and you're right. Sean Jelly wearing the average Joe's for his flight, a little too funny. A little too funny. All right, guys. Bruce Jenkins, one of our all-time favorites, one of the greatest sports writers in Bay Area history, who drops some wisdom on us next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 tickets to the 49ers season opener presented by Levi's. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 11 to 415-896 KNBR to win 2 tickets into the 501 Club to see the Niners take on the Jets on Monday, September 9th. Plus, you also win a $250 Levi's gift card. It's an incredible deal, and this is all furnished by Levi's. You can find more rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Any day you get to chop it up with Bruce Jenkins is a good day. Of course, the great San Francisco Chronicle columnist. We can talk anything, but lots of baseball. Of course, Bruce follows it so closely. You hear him every weekend with Marty, and now we're stealing him on a Monday morning. Jenks, it's great to have you back, man. You got Marcus alongside me. How are you this morning?
Hey, morning, Bruce.
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're doing good, man. We're pondering this baseball team that's 66 wins and 66 losses, which is kind of remarkable, Bruce. It's like, before we get into the nitty-gritty of the weekend, like, how crazy is it that Farhan is able to assemble 3 consecutive 500 teams? That's almost hard to do, Bruce.
Yeah, not a great stat, I wouldn't say. I was thinking about Mad Dog Russo made some comment. You know, 2 or 3 years in, and if he's in New York, he's gone. He's out of there. He's not doing the job. The results aren't there. Farhan persists here, and you know they've. What can you say, Murph? I mean, they're probably out of the playoffs again, and if they don't make that. You know, to analyze this team and where it's going and exactly what it has for the future, it's a tough hang. It really is. I mean, they're just so clearly the 4th best team in their division. Just start with that. And it's a big uphill climb to try and get that 3rd wild card spot. I mean, right now they're 5 games behind Atlanta. It might as well be 6 because of the tiebreaker, and they're behind the Mets as well, and the Cardinals and Cubs could catch them. I mean, they could be 7th in the wild card standings like in a week or 2 days. So it's just, I hate to come down on Farhan, but the results aren't there, and the look to the future isn't there. So what do you do?
Yeah, and we're talking about a team that's 66 and 66, and you have a president of baseball operations who a few years ago made 66 roster moves, Bruce. So it seems like this is a common thread over the last couple of seasons. That is just Farhan Zaidi in this constant rotation of replaceable pieces on the roster.
Yeah, I'm hearing the theme from Route 66. Great Nelson Riddle arrangement, Murph. I know
nice.
You did that.
Oh, yeah. We should get that, actually. Young Tony, Route 66, yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, it's just really tough. I mean, as far as, you know, where they're going, you know, you love Ramos. Fitzgerald's been great. You can't imagine Bailey's going to turn into a guy who just can't hit, you know, forever. But these opt-out contracts are killing them. I mean, if they lose Chapman, Snell, and Ray, what the hell? I mean, it's just Gausman and Rodon over again, and it's just stuff over again.
Well,
and there's too many. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, you bring up that point that you bring, like in New York or anywhere else, he'd be gone. And
yeah.
So I just want, it gets to Greg Johnson for me, and if he's listening, hello, Greg, but he just hasn't just given that sort of like urgency from the top. Like he doesn't seem to me like the kind of guy who would fire Farhan. He seems very placid in a way.
He really does. You know, I think we were all a little bit encouraged over the offseason as they did bring in Snell and Ray and Chapman and Jung Hoo Lee, a great player. That's been a huge loss. You know, it sounded like, you know, he did some things to improve on a boring team, but here we are, and it's very depressing. They're not. I mean, they go up to Seattle. You know, if the Braves lose, which they did yesterday, you have to beat the deadbeat Mariners. You just do. And they fell short against the whole thing, the whole White Sox Seattle thing. Well, they're going to clean up. Well, they didn't, not at all. Now their schedule now Well, it's just brutal. I mean, 6 of the next 7 series are against teams that are going to be in the playoffs. So I don't know how you get through that.
Yeah, and Bruce, to your point, it felt like there was a level of excitement and expectations this offseason when the Giants decided to hire Bob Melvin. Now, Bob Melvin has been under the spotlight for the last couple of weeks with a couple bad decisions, pressing the wrong button. So how would you evaluate Bob Melvin overall this season?
Well, he's not having a good year. I mean, that's obvious. There's a lot of things to point to, but I think he's shuffling cards with a very flawed deck. You know, he's trying to do things with guys that, you know, you're not looking at the Yankees or the Orioles or even the Braves or let alone the Padres in Arizona. These teams are loaded, and he's trying to make do with a very flawed roster. He's trying what he can. Things aren't working out, and I feel bad for him. I can't believe he's turned into a bad manager. He's won the Manager of the Year award 3 times, and he's performed little miracles. Just a couple of years ago, he had the Padres beating the Mets and the Dodgers in the postseason. But with this group, it's not happening, and clearly, you know, he certainly hasn't been shining.
No, for sure. I agree with you. Everything, I like him, everything he brings to the table, and it's just not happening this year, right? And we'll see what's going on as we go forward here. A couple more minutes here with Bruce Jenkins as we ponder. Bruce, you've given us a couple of great phrases. You said once, it's a tough hang, and it's really depressing. And I was like, that's going to be on the, you know, those little flags they hang off the Embarcadero on the Muni line, you know, at Giants baseball. It's a tough hang. You know, it's a tough hang.
It's not like, how do you like those kids? You know, it's a tough hang.
Oh, man. Hey, just baseball-wide, what you see going on, just on Aaron Judge for a minute. I mean, you know, he's now entered territory that the only non-PED guy who's done what he's done is Babe Ruth, and who knows what he was on. To homer, north of 50 3 different times, right? I think it's McGuire, Sosa, Ruth, and Judge. You know, Marcus and I say, why is this guy ever going to see a strike ever again? And it just kind of rips open the wound from last year when he teased the Giants, Bruce.
Yeah, well, you know, he was never coming here. I don't care what they offered him. This guy hit 62 homers in a Yankee uniform. He passed, Maris and Ruth. He's wearing the pinstripes. He's in his prime. He pokes home runs into a short porch like 3 feet away from home plate. I mean, come on now. And now he's doing it again. He's exactly where he should be. So this whole regret about the Giants was never happening. That's my take. I mean, I wasn't on the inside or the negotiations. I just think bottom line, no. He was going to be with the Yankees. It's exactly where he should be. And, you know what I love about Judge, though? Well, first of all, teams are basically pitching to him. You can't do it all the time, but they're competing. It's not like, well, you just walk him every time. No, that's cowardice. You're not competing now. The odds are you're going to get him out in any given at bat. He's not hitting 700. You know, teams are at least they're competing with him. They're not pitching him very well. A lot of these home runs are pitches right down the pipe, but I like that aspect. But the other aspect I like, he's hitting 330 something, and could easily win the Triple Crown, which is just amazing, really. So I mean, he's such a good guy. He's one of the best guys in baseball too, on top of all this stuff. So more power to him.
Yeah, and whether we're talking about Aaron Judge or the other big superstar that the Giants missed out the other offseason, Shohei Otani. Bruce, he hits a walk-off grand slam. He's now a 40-40 guy. We might be looking at the first ever 50-50 club member in Major League Baseball history. Just give us your thoughts on the season that Shohei Otani's having.
Yeah, he does something legendary like every other night. There hasn't even been a 45 guy, and he's going to do that. He'll be the first to do that. But, he hits a home run where he looks like he's falling off the sidewalk, and he still hits it out. If you pitch him, down the pipe, he's going to hit it 470 feet. He's talking about throwing off a mound now and starting to, get back to being a pitcher again, which I assume is next year and not this year. But another guy who's exactly where he wanted to be and where he should be, and that's the Dodgers. He was always going to the Dodgers. Way back when they were speculating he was still with the Angels, the Dodgers were an easy call. And it got, they're all bent out of shape in Toronto. We didn't come here. We blew that. No, you didn't. He was going to the Dodgers. So he's where he should be. It's a legendary scene. It's all great. And, we hate it up here. I mean, we're not reveling in it, but you have to appreciate this guy. He's just a different cat altogether. Who is this guy?
I was saying to Marcus, people argue Michael Jordan, LeBron James, or Bill Russell, Magic Johnson, whatever, or Brady or Montana. I mean, are we at the point where Shohei is now distancing himself from the field of the GOAT, as they say, the greatest of all time, like even Babe Ruth. I mean, Ruth, Mays, I mean, Shohei. I mean, Bruce, my only knock is he doesn't play defense. I guess Willie Mays would say, hey, man, grab a glove and meet me in center field.
Yeah, I think you got to put him on the Mount Rushmore for sure. Maybe add a fifth, the nutty Mount Rushmore with 5 guys on it. But the fact that he's done so much pitching, and you kind of forget about it now, but he's been an unbelievably great pitcher as well. And he did way more two-way than Ruth. Ruth did pitch phenomenally well, but nothing on the level of what Otani did year after year, and will probably do again next year. So I think Mays is the greatest player of all time for me. That's just that's how I grew up, and that's how I've always felt. And just as a ball player, I think you have to talk about Mays. But Otani, you can't leave him out of any conversation because he could win the Triple Crown also. By the way, that would be another crazy thing to do. 'Cause as long as Luis Arias is hitting in the low 300s, Otani could win the batting title. So I mean, good grief.
Yeah.
What a player.
Yeah, last couple minutes here with Bruce Jenkins on the UMA guest line. And Bruce, before we let you go, we didn't have the opportunity to have you on air around the Bay Bridge series. And with your knowledge of Bay Area baseball, we'd love to get your thoughts on the last time that the San Francisco Giants played at the Coliseum.
Well, it was just really sad. I mean, I just keep thinking about Sacramento. I'm not really all that nostalgic about the Coliseum because it's so ridiculous that I'm just numb. I really am. I mean, my whole take has been blow up the Coliseum tomorrow. Blow it up. Forget who's ever going to play there. Clear the way for whatever's coming next. It's not going to be an expansion team. The A's are going to be in Sacramento in a minor league setting. Everything about it will be minor league. The visiting teams are going to come in going, are you kidding here? And it's 1,000,000 degrees. What the hell? In 3 years of this? I mean, it's all just so beyond belief. And guys, I covered the A's throughout the '80s, like all season long, and I have so many great memories about the Coliseum, and especially the people that I worked with and for. And just you can't even beyond belief. How many great memories I have there. But I'm just numb. I'm just so numb to the horribleness of John Fisher that that's all I can summon right now for you.
You're 100% right, and that list starts and ends with Mickey Morabito and Steve Vucinich right there,
absolutely.
Man. Mickey and
absolutely,
Vuce.
Those two guys.
100%.
Yeah.
Listen, last one on the way out. Listen. We lost Willie this year. Willie Mays. We lost Orlando Cepeda, Jerry West, Bill Walton. I mean, it's been a big year. But then Al Attles, and Bruce. Just a quick word. I mean, to know the man walks in the room and the energy changes because you're in the presence of Al Attles.
I know, you could feel it. First of all, he dressed better than anyone in the room, and which is so classy of him. And he had the deepest and greatest voice you've ever heard. So right away, the way he looks and sounds, you don't even know really who he is. But this is a guy who matters. But he lived. There are people who die too young, and that gnaws at you. But Al Attles had a very rich and full life. I mean, he played for the Philadelphia Warriors, for heaven's sakes. He played with Wilt there. And I tell you, that's one thing I love talking to him about Wilt because he knew Wilt really well. They traveled together, were teammates, and he knew things about Wilt that people didn't really realize. Really heartwarming kind of stuff. But geez, I mean, I just love talking to him about that. I mean, I'm old enough to talk to him. What was it like going against Bill Russell? Tell me about that. Tell me about Elgin Baylor. But he could tell you about John Stockton and Devin Booker. I mean, he could tell you about anything that's really ever happened in the NBA, the entire history of the NBA. Modern day, he was part of. So good grief, it's a really big loss. But anytime someone passes and they've had a life for the ages, I feel very warm about that life, and nothing lasts forever. So rest in peace, Al Attles.
Yeah, beautifully said. And in honor of you, Bruce, young Tony, our 25-year-old producer, he's learning. You hear this?
Oh yeah.
I mean, Bruce, like Al Attles would approve, right?
Oh yeah, that's my dad's hometown.
Which one?
St. Louis.
Oh yeah. Here we go. Route 66, Nat King Cole. Is this the Nelson Riddle arrangement?
Oh no, you got to get the Nelson Riddle. It's an instrumental. It's a fantastic piece of music.
Okay.
Not this one, but
But you'll take Nat as a consolation prize.
Yeah, call it up. Play it for the audience. It's a tremendous piece of work.
All right, Bruce, you're the best, man. Always great checking in. Be good.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate
Bruce
it.
Jenkins is awesome. And any chance we get Nat King Cole Route 66 on there, but I guess we have another one coming too. All right, on the other side, we get back to the Niners because, there's news about Ricky Pearsall. There's news about their D lineman who got injured. Brock Purdy played on Friday. Next on the Sports Center.
It's a tough hang. It's very depressing.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Mordecai dropping back. Rolls to his right. Trying to buy time. Slings it deep downfield. And a jump ball that is ricocheting around. Caught by Trent Taylor. And then Taylor lateraled the ball to Ronnie Bell. It's loose on the ground. The ball is still loose. Bell has it. He throws it backwards to Schrader. Schrader at the 20. Back to Mordecai. He's rolling to his right at the 30. He throws a lateral to Schrader. He's down the sideline. There's a flag down. And finally, Cody Schrader is tackled. Got it to the lineman. They fumble it forward. And the game is over.
All right, fun, wacky ending to that Niners-Raiders game on the 1982 The Play remix there down in Vegas. Now, turn this up here. It's a nice little swing in action. You're going to snap your fingers here. This is Nelson Riddle's Route 66 in honor of the 66 and 66 Giants. Tony, we need to go back to a time in this country's history when this was the sound on the radio. You get in the car and turn the engine on your Dodge, convertible Dodge, and driving down the...
That must be so nice. No TikTok, no cell phones, no nothing, just the open road.
You know, it's funny. I told you we watched Swingers 2 Saturdays ago, and I just absolutely loved every second of it. And Candace was talking, no phones. No phones. It opens with a great series of photos of bars in LA in the 90s. Nobody's on their phone. Wow. They're interacting. They're interacting. It's incredible.
It's crazy to think about that. I'm from the last generation who didn't grow up glued to a cell phone. Like, I actually grew up going to my buddy's house and just knocking on the door like, hey, can Scotty play today?
You are the last.
I'm the last generation.
These kids now, you have to physically remove it from them. It's almost like it's almost like an act of violence. You have to take it out of their hand.
Yeah, how dare you?
I know, and they're just like, then they're bereft. They got nothing to do.
It's my right to TikTok, Murph.
The 49ers were not holding cell phones. They were holding footballs down there. Just some thoughts before we get out. No, by the way, we're going to give away that. We talked about the 49ers season pass giveaway, the 2 tickets to every regular season home game. We're going to call the winner at 9:50. Oh! How about that? How about that? Yeah. And also, we're going to do this new giveaway. We'll give away 2 tickets to the opener on Monday, September 9.
Even more giveaways?
And a $250 gift card to the Levi's store. Yeah, right?
Sounds like we're going to run back this contest again, Murph.
Run it again! Run it again!
Today's winner was Jeannie in San Francisco, and George Kittle played. So takeaways from the game. Number 1, health.
Number 1.
Worried about the injuries to the D-line. Okay, so Yetur Gross-Matos and Leonard Floyd both sprained knees. Kyle says yesterday, Matos week to week, which is not great. Floyd day to day, which is better when you have 2 weeks. So it sounds like Floyd on track to maybe play Monday, September 9th. I hope he's not dinged up. Matos, we wouldn't know. And again, this is like the big thing. While we've been embroiled in our Brandon Ayuk freaking navel-gazing nonsense and Trent Williams, we haven't even talked about the D-line. Bosa didn't play again.
Yeah.
And, this new look. Now, Malik Collins has a viral video going around on social media where he's just chucking fools around. So maybe he's going to be a dude.
He's tossing guys around. And, yeah, to your point, Leonard Floyd, before getting injured, had a sack in this game. And we're talking about a guy that's had 9 sacks in 4 straight seasons and hasn't missed a single game in the last 6 seasons. So I would expect Leonard Floyd to be healthy by the time week 1 comes around. And you would think that he would be able to stay on the field. Now, Gross-Matos, that's a whole nother injury concern. But circling back to Malik Collins, I think maybe that was the highlight of the game. Watching him in the middle of the trenches, just throwing backup linemen from the Raiders all over the field. And I got to give some love to my guy, Tim Ryan and Greg Papa, for giving me maybe my favorite nugget of preseason football, that Malik Collins was a high school wrestler that went 48-0 and never lost a single match.
Dude, get your brother on the case.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, he looked like he was wrestling against high school competition down in the trenches on Friday night, tossing around those offensive linemen.
He had good film in Houston, and there's a reason why they're excited they signed him with Javon Hargrave, who did not play, I believe. Did he play?
Yeah, Hargrave actually was out there.
Okay, my bad.
So it was no Nick Bosa, no Fred Warner, and no Travarius Ward on the defensive side.
Okay, that was it, yeah. Other things, I thought Brock Purdy, I kind of liked what I saw. Now, he was under duress. I did not like to see that.
That was the thing that stood out to me, Murph.
But, you're hoping Trent Williams comes in. Obviously, offensive preseason being preseason. But you're right. McKivitz, et cetera. He'll be a focus. Remember the Niners? We read during the offseason, the Niners are high on McKivitz. They think he can get better. Chris Forster went ahead and told us they don't have to draft first-rounders because they can get by with the guys they have. We shall see. I mean, the Jets defense is legit.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Murph. You know that I'm not high on Colton McKivitz. I haven't been since last season. And whether you look at those one-on-one matches with TJ Watt or Myles Garrett, look, anybody's going to struggle against those guys. But if you go back and watch the tape from Friday night and you watch that Brock Purdy interception, guess where the pressure comes?
Yeah.
Straight to Purdy's face, right under the arms of Colton McKivitz. Yeah. So if you're giving up pressure to backup defensive linemen, we're not even talking about Max Crosby getting to the quarterback. It's an issue of concern. Jalen Moore, if he's playing left tackle instead of Trent Williams, that's a concern. If Aaron Banks is out and you got Nick Zakelj playing left guard, that's a concern to me. Like, my confidence level of this offensive line without Trent Williams is pretty damn low, to be honest with you.
Well, we'll see. Obviously, preseason being the thing, and Brock Purdy staying upright is everything. He looked good, even though he was pressured on 9 of his 14 dropbacks. Yeah. He got crushed on a ball he threw to George Kittle, which was one of those plays that you love about Brock. A, pocket courage. B, accuracy over the middle, Shout out Jimmy G. And the deep ball to Debo on the first play of the game. And then this little sidearm action. He went to Chris Conley. I guess we've seen a little bit of it in the past. It stuck out to me. It looked Mahomesian. I don't know. He looked spry. I kind of liked seeing Brock, but so that was a positive. Isaac Guerendo This is a guy who we were looking for, runs the 4.334. No guy, only 2 players in the history of the Combine who weigh 220 or more have run a 4.3. DK Metcalf and this guy.
Wow.
Now, the only problem is,
nugget.
yeah. The only problem is, can he stay on the field?
Yeah.
You know, and he did. He was on the field Friday, and you saw the kick return, you saw the running style, et cetera. And speaking of running style, shout out Jordan Mason.
Yeah, JP, a.k.a. RB2.
Yeah.
49ers announced this morning that they are releasing Matt Breida. He was a guy that was battling for a roster spot anyways. But you look at Elijah Mitchell and his injury history. When he's healthy, Kyle Shanahan loves using Elijah Mitchell. But the best ability is availability. And Elijah has not had that ability.
No.
Jordan Mason, on the other hand, he was the closer from a year ago.
Yeah.
And he's a guy that's worked all offseason long. Like, you want to talk about throws on the sideline. Brock Purdy made a great throw to Jordan Mason on the sideline, tried to get a little toe drag in. They called it out of bounds. But the fact that he's able to improve his ability in the receiving game also gives you another element. I'm excited to see what Jordan Mason can do this year, especially when you throw in that calf strain that Christian McCaffrey is currently dealing with.
You know, you talk about pass protection being, you know, a question mark, and it's legit. But it's funny, run blocking did not appear. Again, Raiders not playing their starters in this game. Again, anything you take from a preseason game is probably useless.
And I will
That's all
say
we
that.
got right
I
now,
will say that about Colton McKivitz. To me, he's a better run blocker than pass blocker. But that was kind of the same situation you were in with Mike McGlinchey.
Yes, correct. So there you go. Of course, you're leading in the Super Bowl in overtime.
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
So things can't be too bad. Kittle, in terms of receivers, I remain now. Chris Conley's turned into my guy. Like, I've been a Chris Conley guy ever since the playoffs last year. Proven dude. Caught at least one. I don't have the stats right in front of me. Oh, I do. In fact, I do have the stats right in front of me. Chris Conley actually did not. Wait, he didn't. Yeah, there he is. Sorry.
Yeah, he's wearing 18
One ball,
now,
15
right?
yards. He
Yeah.
caught that sidearm pass. Yeah, he's wearing 18.
Yeah, so I think when you're looking at that wide receiver room, seeing Chris Conley out there with Brock Purdy would tell you that he's making the roster. We're all expecting Jacob Cowing to make the roster. You throw him in with Ricky Pearsall and the other 4 wide receivers. There's your 6-man wide receiver room right there.
Right, which leaves guys like Trent Taylor on the outside.
Ronnie Bell on the outside.
Ooh.
Danny Gray on the outside.
Danny Gray, 3rd-round draft pick. Man, oh, man. And, of course, Jacob Cowing, as we said, in. Cameron Latu, the tight end, who's been much maligned.
Couple catches, yeah.
Did catch 3 balls for 42 yards and made the block on the Garendo kick return. By the way, where are we with the kickoff thing? I got to be honest. People are like, what do you think? I'm like, I'm not sure.
It's weird.
I'm so baffled by it. I've only seen a few of them. I don't know. I don't know what to think just yet. Right now, I don't hate it. It's okay. I get it. Player safety, right? You're not a missile running down the field at 60 yards. I don't know. Is it going to lead to many more broken returns? Because already in the preseason we saw a few.
Yeah, there's been a few, and I think everybody's trying to figure out how to execute these kickoffs and kick returns. Like, even this weekend, Jake Moody had a couple line drives. You don't want to kick a touchback now because the ball goes out to the 35. It's just weird to me, the mixed messages that the NFL is sending. They moved up the kickoff to cut down on the amount of returns. And they're like, no, wait a second, we want more returns. Now, credit to them, they're trying to make a safer way for these returns. But at the end of the day, it's still somebody running full speed at a defender that's kind of just standing there 10 yards away from a blocker. Like it's a weird situation. And also, probably my biggest pet peeve, I hate the fact that they took away the surprise onside kick. Because the kicker now is all by himself. You can't onside now unless it's the 4th quarter and your team's losing, and you have to announce to the other team that you're having an onside kick.
We haven't seen that in the preseason, have we?
No, not at all. So, again, there hasn't been a situation. But, yeah, the kicker's all by himself. He could just pull a little Pat McAfee and hit a little 10-yard little pooch and go get it.
You have to tell him it's
Yeah,
coming.
you can only do an onside kick in the 4th quarter when you're losing, and you have to tell the team that you're attempting an onside kick.
Sean Payton's Super Bowl strategy out the window.
Yeah, like, come on. You're taking away the little nuances of the game.
So a kicker has to call his shot. Does that mean a kicker's jersey will go for $24 million?
No.
Like Babe Ruth's called shot jersey.
No,
All
kicker's
right.
jersey will not go for $24 million.
All right, well, listen, some Niner chat. It's good to have 2 weeks from today, everybody. Finally. God, the NFL kills us and tortures us. And speaking of finally, after 2 weeks of contests and calls and sounders and calls and sounders and qualifiers and $50 gift cards, we have a winner, and her name is Veronica Flores from Hayward, California, and she will be surprised with a phone call next on These Sports. Bigelow Tea. It is time to talk about the best tea in the Bay Area, the number one tea in the Bay Area, Bigelow Tea. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. So I walk into our little break room. There it is. You need a little soothing taste to get your morning going. And by the way, living behind a microphone, you know I'm careful about how we take care of these vocal cords, and Bigelow Tea is the way to do it. I actually have the mug right here with Bigelow Tea, and it says #tea proudly, which I'm going to tell you guys to do this. I'm going to tell you guys, grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Okay, so at KNBR, we do things. It's a family, right? We're a family. You, me, Marcus, young Tony, John Joe Curley. Our listeners are part of the family. The ups, the downs, the Giants' losses, the Niner wins, the Warriors, whatever. And when families do is they get together and they give things to each other. And they get together and they do things for each other. So we, as a KNBR family, said, listener, we're going to do something for you. We're going to give away 2 tickets to every single 49er home game this year. You just have to listen to our station, which I'm sure brings you much pleasure and joy and knowledge and humor. And you have to call in at the right time. And for 2 weeks, 3 shows a day, we had callers. And they qualified. And we had callers. And they qualified. And we had callers. And they had qualified. And then finally the day came when one person was so blessed by the fates that her name was pulled to win 2 tickets to every single 49ers home game this year, meaning Monday night, September 9, she will be at Levi's Stadium on the Yuma guest line. Our winner, drum roll, please. Veronica Flores from Hayward, California. Veronica, congratulations.
Veronica.
Oh, my God. I am so blessed right now. You have no idea. I'm shaking.
I'm super psyched for you.
Thank you so much. This is awesome.
Tell us about it, man. Tell us, how hard did you work for this?
Oh, I listen to your guys' show every day, regardless of the situation, because, Giants baseball, Niner football, it's my life. But I'm so excited. I could take my family with me. Oh, my goodness.
Have you won things in the past? Are you a big winner?
Occasionally, yeah.
All right, so,
but this is by far the biggest.
Oh, yeah, it's super exciting. Now, was it John Curley who called you?
Yes.
Yeah, and how's it like to hear news from a man like that?
It's pretty crazy. It's pretty surreal. Sorry, I'm at the airport right now, guys. I'm coming back home.
Oh, what airport you at?
I'm in San Diego.
Okay, you're coming home. Well, how big a Niner fan are you? Tell us who's your favorite player.
Well, let me tell you, I have a 49er tattoo right on my arm for everyone to see.
Oh, yeah. What is it, the old logo, the saloon font, or what?
The saloon font. You got it right.
Oh, that is
awesome. And Veronica, you're going to be at every single home game this season. So what's your big 49er prediction for this year?
Well, let's make it to the Super Bowl and actually win it and not just make it all the way. Let's go.
And Monday night, September 9, you're going to be there with your Niner jersey on. What jersey are you wearing?
Kittle, for sure.
All right. Well, listen, KNBR, you get to do the promo. You get to say, I won my 49er season passes on KNBR, the sports leader, and I love it. Veronica, give us some love here.
I won my 49er season tickets on KNBR, and I love it.
Yeah, Veronica.
Yes, we love you, Veronica. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much,
Safe
guys.
flight,
oh my God.
and go
Thank
Niners.
You.
Be good.
Go Niners.
Be good. Be good. There
That's
she
awesome.
Is. Veronica Flores. And she gave us a hell of a promo there. I love it. All right, man, from the high of that to Marcus putting on the coat.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, Murph, it's time to check in with the doctor, and today's patient is Robbie Ray, who is mostly known for his tight pants, but today we're talking about his tight hamstring. As he left yesterday's game up in Seattle in the 4th inning, here was his skipper, Bob Melvin, giving the latest update on Robbie Ray. Actually, here's Robbie Ray himself.
Yeah, I think at this point, we don't really know anything. It's, just kind of some tightness, and I think, hopefully avoiding a long-term sit-out is a good thing. I mean, I think for me, it felt very small, felt minor. I just didn't want to push it and, make it into something significant.
Yeah, Robbie Ray back on the injured watch after missing the first half of the season, recovering from Tommy John surgery, scheduled to get an MRI today, so we'll keep you updated on whether or not Robbie Ray heads back to the injured list. And that is your Giants Sutter Health update, sponsored from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
I know it's just a juvenile riff. That's all I do. But they lost. I was ticked off, and I'm in cleaning our bedroom, which is rare. And I have the bedroom TV on, and Laura Britt says, we're going to go up to Seattle and hear from Robbie Ray. And I'm like, oh, look at the TV. Dude, they cut, and he's wearing this tight Orlando Magic jersey.
Why?
And no sleeves underneath, just the guns flying, the pit hair, the whole. I'm like, bro, it's just like this. I don't know. It turns out it was like for the sports jersey day or whatever. But I was like, bro, when you're telling us you're probably going to be going on the IL, I don't need the Penny Hardaway jersey.
Well, you've got the
face.
tight pants, a tight hammy. I don't need the tight jersey.
Man, Eddie, just a juvenile riff. So anyway, speaking of juvenile riffs, we love when young Tony and I have a culture sort of moment, and today it happened.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
So one of the stars of the day was the Jim Harbaugh sound from the Cooler of Content.
Pull it down.
When the Chargers had 10 players and 2 women, like Dan Fouts' wife, stuck in Dallas elevator for 2 hours. And Jim Harbaugh turned it into like one of the more, like climbing Mount Everest or rescuing a cat from a burning building or some sort of a heroic moment in human history. Here's Jim Harbaugh on his players being stuck in an elevator here. Yeah.
I think 11 or 12 of our players were there for about 2 hours, and that's a shared experience. I mean, brought them closer together. I just missed it, being on that elevator. And it's like, I wish I could have been there with those guys, And but Justin Herbert was, and the remarkable things that came out of it was, to a guy, Tarheeb, young rookie player. It's like, wow, Justin Herbert's a leader. I mean, he was a rock. Kept everybody calm, and Jerry Fouts told me the same thing. Pulled me aside after they got out, and just how great Justin was. And
absolutely incredible, Harbaugh. Just the most romantic, like turning this into an inspiration, like an ABC after school movie or Kurt Russell's miracle speech,
Dude, Jim Harbaugh might be the first person ever to have FOMO, the fear of missing out, about being stuck in an elevator for 2 hours.
Well, the only thing we got out of it culturally is, first of all, Young Tony's moment is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly, which I have right here. But the fact that I said, well, Young Tone, it makes us think, of course, Aerosmith had other ideas in an elevator. You want to cue that up here, buddy? They said, yeah, you get stuck in an elevator, you do something else. And Young Tony said, I'm not sure I'm familiar with the song. So I said, we'll make that today's What Did Young Tony Learn Today? How do you feel about Steven Tyler actually making a song about perhaps having, an intimate moment in an elevator, buddy? And does it make you feel differently when you're going from floor 1 to floor 2?
Quite the story.
So listen, would this qualify as a banger in your world, buddy?
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Okay, all right, very good. All right, well, there you go. Young Tony learned today that Steven Tyler doesn't see an elevator ride as something to get from one floor to another. He sees it as an opportunity, just like Jim Harbaugh did. All right, we'll hand it over to Papa and Lund when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. It's sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I really have no idea at this point.
That's a shared experience. Brought them closer together. I just missed it. Justin Herbert's a leader. I mean, he was a rock. In those situations, and it's a test of wills. That's a win. Who's got it better than those guys that were on that elevator?
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
1-1 the count. Here it comes. There's a line drive, base hit to right field. Turner scores. Rojas the second. Rivas knocks in a run, and now it's a one-run game. And there's still nobody out. Tyler Rogers has allowed 5 hits in a row. 1-2 pitch. Yaz belts one down the right field line. A Whistler. That one is gone. A home run. I thought it was going to be off the wall or maybe up against the wall somehow, and it snuck over the wall down the right field line, and it's 4-2 Giants. He throws. Struck him out swinging with a slider. Beautiful. It ends up being a great inning for Doval.
A couple innings ago, and now Robbie Ray called the trainer out. Bob Melvin, Dave Gretschner hustling out to the mound. Here comes Brian Price. And it's almost like he's grabbing the back of his leg, hamstring maybe. Yes, thanks for joining us. I was going to sing Viva Las Vegas, but maybe I'll sing the old Don Meredith, Turn Out the Lights, the Party's Over. And maybe I won't do that either. Welcome in. It is a Monday edition of the show of Papa and Lund. We have a lot to discuss. Weird weekend for the Giants, especially the best rotation in baseball. We'll get into that conversation. Papa and I, and we're Las Vegas. We will give you our observations, both on and off the field. Cut down day is on the way. We got that too. Jim Harbaugh is a strange character. The guy who's getting caught in the elevator. We'll discuss that too and more. Good morning, my friend.
Was that at Jerry's World? What did Trey Lance break the elevator too?
Oh my
from
God.
5 picks. They were stuck in an elevator in Jerry's Palace for 2 hours. What elevator was that?
How about that? Yeah, that was the Trey Elevator Express. Oh, my goodness, Trey.
He ran well, but he had some good throws. But, man, 5 picks and a pick 6.
You mean Terrell Pryor? Terrell Pryor Lance?
I don't even know. I switched positions already. So
it's time.
Honestly, I'm gonna wonder about them releasing him between now and 1 o'clock tomorrow. How are they going to do that? The third quarterback rule is a little different in the NFL. We'll explain it later on, but Cooper Rush obviously to back up Dak, and I wonder what they'll do. They'll probably hang on to him to justify giving up a 4th-round pick, which turned into Malik Mustafa, maybe your starting safety 2 weeks' time. But wild football game on Friday night. I thought the Niners had the game over. They come out of the 2-minute warning with Antonio Pierce only having 2 timeouts. I'm not sure how that happened. The last play was insane. So it was a fun game. We'll get into it. I didn't see you all weekend. You were in Vegas. I went and saw Boy George on
Did you really?
Saturday night. Saw Boy George. I've never seen
That's
Boy
how
George.
I missed you, because Saturday night I actually went over to the Wynn and had a nice Italian dinner. And then I won't ever call her again. But, I had a nice Italian dinner at the Wynn.
Where did you go to? The place right by the sports book there?
No, you know what? We were going to, and then we got it. There was another Italian place.
Sinatra's there too.
Yeah, it was really nice, and had the family in town and had a great time, and actually did quite well in the sports book there. Hit a 4-team baseball parlay. My sister's
I can't go on a sports book.
I know you know. I'm not
sorry. There's a restaurant right above the sports book where you can hover there. So you're not there. But anyway, I saw Boy George. I've never seen him.
That's cool, man.
But I don't know if it's fitting at age 63 to call him Boy George anymore. Mm-hmm. But he's still trying, and it was interesting. But, I know you'll miss me, and I'll tumble for you as we segue to what happened over the weekend. Wow. And you came, the Tyler Rogers outing on Friday night. You got a 5-1 lead going to the bottom of the 8th inning against a team that fired their manager. They got a new guy in there. They hired Edgar Martinez to change their approach. I wish the Giants, I know Pat the Bat's teaching it, but it was pretty obvious Seattle is changing in certain RBI situations, and you love to see the Giants do that. But, Tyler Rogers, it was 17 pitches. 17 pitches. It was crappy contact, what Tim Lincecum was searching for his whole career. Tyler Rogers gets it, but it just founds grass over and over. And, 6 singles later, it's tied. It's like, what happened? Then you wind up losing with that damn runner at second base, and then Blake Snell's not Blake, especially in the second inning. Even Hayden Birdsong had a short outing, and now we're wondering about the Robbie Ray hamstring injury, John. They're going to have to find a pitcher somewhere, I'm not sure. But really, the whole weekend unraveled in Seattle in that 8th inning. You gave up 6 singles in 17 pitches? What the hell happened?
I agree. That was wild. And, Bob talked about it. And like you said, 17 pitches, 6 singles. Maybe I'm 100% wrong in this. You and I talked about this, I think, on Thursday, because we spent so much time on the 49ers on Friday from the palatial studios there at Sirius XM in Vegas, where we had a great time. But we talked about, Bruce Bochy versus Bob Melvin. We talked about before this series started where you had to manage with the urgency of a playoff game. And so, look, maybe Bruce Bochy wouldn't have gotten a guy up in time, but you're sitting there watching those hits, 1, 2, 3, and you're thinking to yourself, you're leaving him in, you're leaving him in, you're leaving him in. So it happened fast. So maybe Bochy wouldn't have done it, or would have done it the same way. I just have a feeling he wouldn't have. Maybe I'm wrong in that assessment, but I think it's safe to say that sometimes you push the buttons right. And you and I have discussed this on many occasions. It doesn't mean you're wrong because it didn't work out. But in this case, man, I think Bob's just having a tough year. That was rough to watch.
Well, I just happened so fast.
Yeah.
I mean, 17 pitches and boom, you're all of a sudden you're tied. It's like, what just happened here? So you had to stop it some way, but they weren't barreling him. But then, the starting rotation just gave you nothing all weekend. Hayden Birdsong went 4 innings, and they're going to have to manage him. They skipped Kyle Harrison. He's not pitching to Milwaukee, which I wondered, why would you not have Blake Snell pitch on Friday and have Birdsong go the next night? Birdsong was pitching well. He had, his command was not there, but they didn't score on him, and then he's out of the game. And then, Blake Snell, and we'll talk to Susan coming up later. Susan Slusser was in Seattle all weekend. Blake Snell, whether he's got something wrong with him physically or they wanted to back off because he's throwing so many pitches here, which is part of the reason about, signing him to a new contract. And he doesn't throw deep into games and innings. Even when he won his 2 Cy Young Awards, each year he threw 170 innings. If you're going to pay him that kind of money, you'd like to get Logan Webb 200-plus out of him. He was out of the game. Like, what happened? He threw a 40-pitch second. He nibbled a lot and just didn't go well. They wound up winning that game. But the back end of the bullpen now is completely different with Camilo Duvall back and what Ryan Walker is doing and what Jordan Hicks is doing and not doing. He's so erratic in that role. I just wondered. I was in studio with Sergio Romo for a while, and we talked about it. It's not necessarily velocity, but it's swing and miss stuff. And Sergio did not have high-end velocity, but he had that no-dot slider, and he got a lot of swings and misses, especially right on right. Tyler Rogers does not get a lot of swing and misses. The ball's in play. And he's 1 pitch away from a double play and getting out of it, but he's also 17 pitches away of coughing up a 5-1 lead. And, what just happened with 6 crappy singles? It's like, so, you want him to put the ball in play or do you want him to swing and miss? Because you got guys now in the back end of the bullpen. Ryan Walker, what a weekend going back to Seattle, John. And obviously Camilo, we'll see if he figured it out. He was in a tough situation and then got out of the next inning clean. And, Jordan Hicks can be a swing and miss guy. I mean, the question now, Tyler's had a good year. We're not going to fixate on one bad outing. But in those situations, late in games, power, arms, Lou Piniella always wanted, figuring guys later in games tired. Later in seasons, they tired, and they didn't quite reach high-velocity fastball. Do you rearrange the back end of your bullpen a little bit and maybe insert Camilo Duvall in the Tyler Rogers role and then Hicks where he's available, and leave Ryan Walker, obviously, in the closer role in the 9th inning and more. But, you needed swing and miss stuff on Friday night. You didn't get it there.
I agree with you 100%. This is just me, and maybe it's just because it's cool to watch coming out of a guy's hand, but every team that you seem to go against, like Munoz, for example, with the Mariners, these guys with nasty sliders and the 100-mile-an-hour fastball, as he was throwing and look at as nasty as he was, I was thinking to myself, well, that's what Duvall used to be. And I like where Walker is because he's pitching in the 9th, and he seems kind of Teflon. He doesn't seem to let the moment get to him. He's got a calm demeanor. I like him in the 9th. I like Duvall right now in the 8th. Maybe next year it changes, whatever, spring training. But Duvall in the 8th, swing and miss stuff. Walker calm in the 9th inning, which is what you need. I like that. And moving forward, I think that's what they should be doing. But Tyler Rogers has always made me nervous. I don't know. Again, it's probably because of the velocity and everything. And once guys get used to the funkiness of him, then teams that see him again and again and again tend to do okay against him. The Mariners just might have gotten lucky, whatever the case may be. But again, it's in my head. 72 miles an hour is like, well, you should be able to hit that. Now, it's funky, and if you haven't seen him, he probably makes guys look sillier than any other pitcher in the league. And like I said, it wasn't like things were hard hit. They're not. But I love velocity at the end of a game. Maybe it's just the sexiness of it,
Yeah, when you throw hard, they hit it hard because they don't have to generate it with the swing. So obviously Tyler Rogers, is he the softest thrower in all of baseball now?
Gotta be.
But it's funky. It works. He's having a good year. He just didn't have a good night. I mean, the opponent's exit velocity off of him is 85.2
never's
miles
big.
per hour. That's the top 2% in Major League Baseball. So Tim Lincecum is a strikeout pitcher, but Tim always looked for crappy contact. Tyler Rogers gets crappy contact all the time. It's just crappy results. So I mean, that's what happened in the weekend. You know, you had chances to win the game yesterday. Ramos had a good weekend with the 2 bombs. Grant McCray, well, is that guy better offensively than we all think he is? He can hit a cutter from a right-hander in. Both of his home runs have been bombs. So I don't want to surmise the entire weekend in Seattle in 17 pitches, John. But it's certainly changed when you go to the bottom of the 8th against an offense that's even worse than yours, one of the worst in baseball. All they do is strike out, and a 5-1 lead is gone like that in 17 pitches? What happened?
All right, we got a lot more on the Giants bone today from Robbie Ray's MRI and the rest, and that maybe drove a nail into the Giants. Got a lot of games left against a lot of good teams, and that is going to be difficult. But we'll continue the conversation. But let's get you ready for Matt Barrows at the bottom of the hour. Things we saw in Las Vegas over the weekend on the field as far as that game is concerned. We'll give you those things. Plus, now that the preseason is officially over, what are our takeaways? And the news, at least on Trent Williams this morning, is not great. We'll give you all that stuff. And then Matt Barrows at the bottom of the hour from The Athletic to talk some more Niners, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Our guy Cam Inman from the Bay Area News Group joined Murph and Marcus this morning, gave his takeaways from the 49ers preseason. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
So you got to go to the end zone now in a Hail Mary. Going to roll him to the right. Mordecai going to heave it downfield. Is it deep enough to get in the end zone? No. It is caught by Trent Taylor. And he laterals it back to Ronnie Bell. Nugent, who's got the ball? It's crazy. Ronnie Bell flip it back now. Cody Schrader's got it. Mordecai's got it. The quarterback's got it. He can't throw it again, though. Let that one go forward.
There's a penalty. Yep,
yeah, that was a forward pass.
I love there's no quitting, and he fumbles, and then here we go. Gutierrez picking it up, and he fumbles.
The Raiders-Niners turned into Cal Stanford at the end.
Oh, my goodness.
It's a bonanza.
That was fun.
I like the bonanza there at the end. We almost did have the band is on the field. It was crazy at the end, 24-24. Thank God they don't do overtime in the preseason, but that was a fun game. I mean, you don't like to see a punt return against the 49ers, but then you had Guerrero with the kick return for 94. He almost goes. They score a touchdown on that one. Brock played for a while. A couple of great catches. Debo to open it with a 27-yard on the sideline. Kittle between two defenders at midfield, had some good plays throughout. So I know the off-the-field stuff and all the different things that we can discuss, which we will throughout the 4 hours today. Matt Barrows is going to join us in about 10 minutes, his takeaways from the preseason now that it is officially over. But what did you think of the game on Friday night?
Well, we're going to break it down in the playbook on a Monday, and Brock played well, obviously. I love the first play of the game. They got the look that they wanted right away with Debo, and you don't see Debo run that kind of route a lot. He did against the New York Giants. The one game that Brandon Ayuk missed last year, he ran a double move, a stutter and go, and he ran it better. But he ran a decent stutter and go there. Didn't get a lot of separation from the corner. I think it was Devonshire. But he was able to make a heck of a catch. And Brock put it, they were going to go right there. Then they went over to Kittle over the middle. We'll break down the lob over the middle to Kittle. They got the look they wanted with a Tampa 2 with the middle linebacker. So Brock played well. The other side of it is the Debo doesn't get a lot of separation on slant routes. That's why, as your ex-wide receiver, Brandon Ayuk with the long arms, the big hands, he goes up and plucks the ball. He does not allow Sam Webb to get on top of him and tip that ball up in the air, and it's intercepted. And, that was it for Brock. It was an exciting game. It was a fun game. The preseason is the preseason. You see a lot of crazy plays in the preseason. Samson Nakua, Puka's older brother, what a play he had on a missed field goal yesterday for New Orleans. So, they ran back. McAllister runs back 181 yards on a punt. They double Conley, the gunner. And then, when we went into the game, John, we were talking on Friday, it was Guerrero. I wanted to see Isaac Guerrero, and we wanted to see more Jacob Cowing. They both played well. Matt Barrows, who does this just about every week of the season and the off-season, breaks down your 53-man projection on the roster. Well, they're deciding it right now. 49ers are on the practice field today. They're activating. They'll practice today, but tomorrow's an off day. When you cut down from 90 to 53, I think Guerrero made the team. He'll have a role. Will he be your number one kickoff returner? Obviously, Cowing, played well, caught the ball well from A.J. Cole, their great punter who skies the ball. Ricky Pearsall is going to be out in practice a little more today. We're going to get a little feel for him. Will he have the blue jersey on? And you don't want to dislocate that shoulder again. So it was an exciting game. I don't know how it got to the end. Thought the Niners could kneel the game out. It was 2 timeouts coming out of the 2-minute warning. Same situation against New Orleans last Sunday, and Dennis Allen didn't call a timeout. But the 49ers held on the first play, which stopped the clock and allowed them to get the ball back, and then Kyle went for it on 4th down. The outcome was whatever. But it was a fun game. I mean, the main takeaway were the injuries.
Yep.
Did you see Gross Matos' injury? I didn't see that 2 snaps before Leonard Floyd's. But I saw Floyd's, and we didn't quite show the entire replay on television on our broadcast. Sean Madison, our producer, thought it was too gruesome to show. He planted his right foot, and it hyperextended back the other direction. Malik Collins was in the area, but that was strictly a foot plant and a hyperextension back the other way. And I thought, oh, wow. He stretched ligaments. That is not good. The reports are good. He's day-to-day. Yetur Gross-Matos is week-to-week. So the main thing is you wanted to get out of that game injury-free. And I don't know what they're going to do. We'll talk to Matt Barrows because he asked Kyle the question, John, about how those 2 injuries impact the D-line. They said, I'm not going to tell you because it's going to impact our 53-man roster. But those are 2, I think, Nick's obviously your end. I think Gross-Matos is your base end a lot. Maybe not right away because Floyd's a splashy name. But Gross-Matos is your big guy, base end, a lot like Cleveland Ferrell. And then obviously Floyd would sub in, and we saw him. I guess they didn't give him credit for a sack on Peterman, because Peterman picked up a yard. But you see his ability just to rush the quarterback on his 3rd snap.
Yeah, there were 2 takeaways off the field. One was that Brandon Ayuk traveled, so I don't know what that means, but I thought that was a good sign. And then, like you said, the 2 injuries, and especially in a place where they don't have a ton of guys behind him. I mean, Robert Beal is there. They don't have a ton. Barrett made a play. Has played pretty well in this preseason, but he always seems to play well. Seattle actually went out and got Travis Gibson because Owosu, their guy who got hurt last year, got hurt again. And I don't know how big that injury is up in Seattle, but big enough to where they went out and got Travis Gibson. We've seen 4 or 5 trades, so I wonder if the 49ers do have to go out and make a trade because sprained knees, I mean, there's severities of all of them. Is that going to be a couple of weeks? Are you going to miss that first game? What's the depth like at the position? It doesn't look great. So do the 49ers have to go out and give up a late-round pick and try to get somebody?
Well, let's see. First of all, 1,184 players are going to get cut between now and 1 o'clock tomorrow. There used to be a staggered where you'd have like 3 cutdowns in the NFL because guys don't play in the preseason and you want the bodies just to get through it with camp and the games. You keep everybody, then you cut right after the last preseason game. So you're going from 90 to 53. That's 37 a team, 1,184 players. Now, you sign 16 or 17 back the next day with the International Pathway Program player. You get an extra guy, so you bring a lot of them back, and you have 69, 70-man roster. But still, but if somebody's got to get cut, you could make a trade and give up a 7th-round pick or something to get that guy, or just wait and see. New coaches, new GMs, they often will let a player go that's going to make a little money. So let's just see where it's at. Okawanu played well. I thought Johnny had a sack late in the game. You've got Alex Barrett there. I'm not sure. We'll talk to Matt Barrows. He's all over the roster situation. But with Floyd and Matos, those are 2 of your 4 guys that are locks to be DN. So right away, without, let's say, Leonard Floyd and Yetur Gross-Matos can't play 2 weeks from that against the Jets, who are your starting ends? Nick Bosa's one. Who's the other one? Robert Beal Jr.?
It's a good question. Or they could trade for somebody, or like you said, with a bunch of guys on the street, maybe they can grab somebody. A lot of times with these trades, it was a guy who wasn't going to make the team anyway, and then they're able to get that player before they hit the street. So we'll see if the 49ers get active in that regard, and that'll tell you how they really feel about these injuries. Let's ask Matt Barrows about it coming up next. Yep, the injuries. Brandon Ayuk traveled. What does that mean, if anything? He was in Las Vegas, even taking selfies and pictures with fans along the sidelines. It was right across from me. I'm like, maybe I'd run over to him, but I didn't. But we'll get into all those things. What
he offered to come up to the broadcast booth.
Did he really? Yeah, he was. I was on the field. He was right across from me.
You will get us fired. Do not. We had a long talk. He looked good.
Yeah, he did look good.
When he came on the plane on Thursday, he was bouncing. So it's a day-to-day thing with that saga. Kind of like Brandon's mood. He felt good on Thursday, and I thought the deal would get done.
Mm-hmm.
And then Friday, he was there, but he wasn't there, and then we'll see where it all goes. But he was in a good mood, I would say, all weekend on the trip.
All right, let's get into all of it. Matt Barrows is going to tell us not only about what he saw on Friday, but throughout the preseason now that is over, and we're a couple of weeks, 2 weeks actually, from opening night with the Jets and the 49ers on Monday Night Football. We'll talk about it with Matt Barrows next, only here on the Sports Leader.
In the NFL, there is no margin for error. One mistake can change the outcome of a game. That's why 8 out of 10 NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed. As the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL, Sleep Number is proud to help players unlock their full potential through the power of quality sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number number 1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. Do you have a Sleep Number bed? Now you can get one during Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. You'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get free home delivery on select smart beds when you add a base. It ends Labor Day, 1 week from the day, September the 2nd. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Only at a Sleep Number store or at sleepnumber.com, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Yeah, Kyle, as far as depth at defensive end, obviously you've got Robert Beal there, but who else in that group has stepped up and who might be able to kind of fill in a spot if Gross Matos is out for a little while?
I think you'll see when we decide on the 53. That sounds like a question that the 31 teams are trying to get you to ask me. Sorry, man, but it's too hard to talk about the specifics like that right now.
Matt Barrows is getting shut down by Kyle Shanahan on the teleconference. What's up with that, man? A little trust.
He respects. That's a good question.
At Matt Barrows, make sure that you're following Matt, of course. And now that it is officially, the preseason is over, it's officially the 2024 regular season. Got 2 weeks from today, and the Jets and the 49ers are tonight, actually. Jets and 49ers at Levi's Stadium. So let's get into all of the preseason, what we learned. We can get into Friday's game, plus the major thing, the injuries to a couple of defensive ends. We talked about Gross Matos there. And Leonard Floyd, who's supposed to start opposite Nick Bosa and give him that double-digit sack production that he's done throughout his entire career. So what now? At Matt Barrows and read his stuff in The Athletic. Joins us courtesy of the Ume Guest Line. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good. Sorry that we aired that. No, you guys are good. You guys are on good terms. You and Kyle.
Crickets. That was a great question.
Do we miss him?
Great question.
Did we lose him?
Barrows, you hang up on us?
No, I'm here.
Oh, sorry. I think we lost you for a second there. Obviously, he's not going to answer anything because they're going to figure something out. But as far as the injuries are concerned, what's your concern level, these two guys?
I mean, it doesn't sound like Leonard Floyd is a big concern at all. So your starters at defensive end are going to be there. The question is Gross Matos, who's your number 3, and whether he'll be on hand for the Jets game. It doesn't sound like it would be any longer than that. So nothing long-term, but it's not a particularly deep position. After Gross Matos, you have Robert Beal Jr., who's had a nice summer, and but he's going into his second year, so you really don't know what to expect from him. And then after that, it's a bunch of guys who are probably more practice squad level. And I know fans are saying, well, the 49ers need to scour the waiver wires on Wednesday for defensive ends. I feel like half the league is doing that. There have been a lot of injuries at defensive end this year. So that's a bit of a concern entering the season. I think it's a season-long concern. And then, of course, we've got these 2 injuries right off the bat at that spot. The other one is Talanoa Hufanga, who's obviously coming off the ACL. My sense is that he's going to begin the season on PUP, and then they'll have to do the thing where they bring up a safety, from the practice squad, maybe during that first month where he's not active.
Well, that'll be interesting because Jair Brown obviously is a lock starter at free. And then George Odom was going to play against the Raiders, but he turned his ankle in pregame. They didn't like him covering the first kick, so they pulled him. And then you've got Malik Mustafa and Tracy Walker is the veteran I think you're thinking about that could come up. So what do you think? If and I agree with you. I think Talanoa is going to go on PUP. He'll miss at least the first 4 games of the year. Who do you think? Would they go so young as to start Jair Brown as a first-year full-time starter and a second-year guy next to a rookie and Malik Mustafa, Matt?
I think it'll be Jair Brown and George Odom to begin the season. Maybe that first month. That's the starting duo. And I think Jair Brown, I mean, if it's not Jair Brown, it's Diamador Lenore as far as my pick for, the training camp superstar. Who had the best off season of any 49er? I would put those two right at the top. Probably Demo Lenore, number 1, and Jair Brown, number 2. So, I mean, Brown has been really a good pick. He's smart. He's aggressive. He's everything you want in a safety. And I think he makes for a good duo with George Odom. The problem is that George Odom plays, very rough and tumble style. He's on all of the special teams units. He got hurt last year. As you noted, he got hurt in that for the Raiders game in that finale. So it is a question mark, the depth there. And I think that Tracy Walker is the key. He's a veteran. He's played in a lot of games. They signed him last month, I think, as sort of assurance. Now, to me, the question is, does he make the 53-man roster, or does he go to practice squad and they just bring him up for that first month while Hufanga is still getting back into shape?
Our guy Matt Barrows is joining us at Matt Barrows from all his great stuff in The Athletic, talking some Niners as they're done with the preseason. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Good news today, Ricky Pearsall is going to practice. What do you expect out of him early on in his return to practice, and do you think he'll be ready 2 weeks from tonight?
I think he will be. I mean, obviously the shoulder has been problematic. It's kept him out of a lot of practices. It kept him out of the entire preseason. The slight silver lining to that is that he did practice throughout the spring. And, that was a period where obviously no Brandon Ayuk, Jawan Jennings was in and out of practice. They rotate their receivers heavily. He got a lot of reps in the spring, and he got a lot of reps with Brock Purdy. So the 49ers got a fairly good look at him at that point. Everything that they liked about him, especially his separation, was on display. So I think the feeling is that, they feel good about him. They feel good about the role that they had earmarked for him. going into the season. Not a huge role. Could be a huge role if there are injuries or holdouts and things like that. But I don't think it really, in the long run, is going to have a big impact. Now, if the shoulder becomes problematic, and there's a reason to think that it might. When someone separates his shoulder, it loosens the ligaments in that joint, and if it doesn't heal correctly, it can keep happening over and over again. And this is obviously something that happened to him in college. It happened in the spring, and then it happened again in the summer. So there is a concern that this could be a recurring issue.
Totally. You nailed it. So that is, we'll see if they put the blue jersey on him today. You don't want your own teammates rerouting and being physical, but the Jets will know that he's got that problem. So that's something that they got under control right now. But how do you ultimately keep that socket in place? Does he need to have surgery at some point? And you don't want to do that now, which leads to, the Brandon Ayuk situation. There's always a series of deadlines. I think we're facing one tomorrow at 1 o'clock. With Trent Williams, Matt, you just put him on the did not report list. So he won't count on the 53 tomorrow. There is no such list for Ayuk. So, we all think they're going to keep 6, and Brandon will be 1 with Debo and Jennings and Conley and the 2 rookies, Cowing and Pearsall. But do they have to keep a 7th, or maybe to the practice squad a 7th and an 8th? Just how do they handle Brandon Ayuk tomorrow at 1 o'clock if the contract is still in limbo?
My sense is that he kind of remains on the active roster with the hope, the expectations that they eventually sign him. They keep 6 usually, but they've kept 5 in the past, and they only have 5 up on game days. So let's say that Ayuk is the 6th guy. I don't think that really changes what their lineup would look like heading into the Jets game. It would be dependent on, Ricky Pearsall being ready to play, Ricky Pearsall's shoulder being ready to play. So that's a factor. But I think they're only going to have 5 guys, 5 wide receivers in uniform against the Jets. That makes me think that they could continue to have Brandon Ayuk on the active roster. But it's a good question. I don't know. You're right. Last year with Nick Bosa, he was like Trent Williams, where he wasn't counting as a roster spot at this point on roster cutdown day. So they were able to kind of get around it at that point. It's a question we'll find out around 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Matt Barrows is joining Talking Niners. So in the preseason, everybody gets excited about all these rookie draft picks, but now it comes down to the regular season and how much will they contribute. So Pearsall will throw him out because he hasn't played in the preseason, but Renardo Green, Dominic Pooney, and then the 3 fourth-rounders in Mustafa, Guendo, and Cowing all flashed in the preseason. Of those guys, it looks like they've hit again on some of these guys in the mid-rounds like they often do, but of those guys, who do you expect to be big contributors come regular season time?
Yeah, the 4th round is the new 5th round this year.
Kidding.
That's the thing. They didn't have a 5th rounder, so I guess that makes sense. To answer your question, Pooney's going to play 68, 70 snaps 2 Mondays from now. So that's a big deal. That's very rare in the Shanahan-Lynch era. Mike McGlinchey, a top 10 pick back in 2018, is the only other rookie in this regime's history to have done that. Spencer Burford played a lot as a rookie, but remember he was platooning with a veteran at the time. So I think he's been a real pleasant surprise. And I'm not exactly sure what the 49ers would have done had he not been here. But he's playing a spot that he really hasn't played a lot of in the past. Didn't play a lot of guard and didn't play a lot of right guard. So it's been a really, really good summer for him. And then after that, I would say it's Cowing, because I think he's going to be Debo's understudy the way that Ray McLeod was in previous years, and I think he's going to be the top punt return guy too. So that's a big role. That's a big role underneath the lights on national television against the Jets on the opening day.
The tight end room: George Kittle, Eric Saubert, Braden Willis, locks. Do they keep a 4th, and who are you picking that would be?
No, David and I did our 53-man projection the other day, and tight end and linebacker actually ended up being the toughest predictions for us. I do think they keep a fourth, and I do think that the fourth is Cameron Latu, despite his early career struggles and inconsistencies and drops. To me, the fact that he knows how to block is the key part. I mean, I think that they gave Jake Tonjes and they gave Braden Willis a lot of reps as a blocker, as a lead blocker. I think one of the takeaways from the summer is that those two guys are a work in progress when it comes to that. They're really good receivers. I think Tonjes is really a nice target for the quarterbacks, but on this team in particular, you need that tight end to be able to block. And I don't think that Latu is game day ready yet. I don't think he'll be active for week one against the Jets, but I think that they feel like, okay, we knew that he was going to be a project, but we took him in the third round because we think that he can be an all-around tight end, a very rare commodity in the NFL, a guy that can both block on the end of the line and catch passes. And I don't know whether that narrative has changed. I still think that they believe that. Am I confident about that? I don't know. They just re-signed Logan Thomas, for example. Why would they have re-signed a guy last week if they were just going to cut him on Tuesday? So it's a bit of a question mark what they do with that fourth spot.
What was your toughest debate? Like you guys were debating back and forth on who to keep, who to cut.
Well, that was one of them, and then the last linebacker was a question too, and we had them keeping 6, which is a lot of linebackers. But they have those 3 young guys, the 2 draft picks from last season, and then Tatum Bethune this year, and they also have 2 veterans that they rely on quite a bit, Curtis Robinson and Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles. And the joke among the beat writers is that when Kyle Shanahan is composing his 53-man roster, the first name on that list isn't Brock Purdy or Nick Bosa. The first name is Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles. He always seems to make this roster. The special teams coaches like him. Johnny Holland, the linebackers coach, loves him. So I think he's making the team. This injury to D. Winters is interesting. I don't know how severe the ankle injury is. Kyle Shanahan said yesterday that they were still awaiting MRI results on it. But if it is serious, if it's a multi-week injury, I mean, he could be somebody that also starts the season on an injury list, and that sort of takes care of that remaining spot there. And he would come back in October or November. But, that's a tough one to predict as well.
Backup quarterback.
You love this one.
Well, it's an important position on a team, and hopefully it's not, but it is big. And the NFL has clarified the rules on the third quarterback and being on the practice squad. I think it's a lock. It's going to go back to what it was last year. You got to have 3 quarterbacks on the 53, but really the third quarterback is an emergency, come in the fourth quarter only if the other 2 are hurt. So whoever the backup, it's a big difference between being number 2 and number 3. Can you tell which one Kyle likes more, and which one do you like more between Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs?
I like Josh Dobbs a little bit more just because I think that he offers a little bit more upside, especially with, his ability to run. What I think, however, doesn't really matter. The question is what do Kyle and what do Brian Griese think? And I've heard that Griese really loves Brandon Allen. And you can see why. I mean, he's totally reliable. I think he's shown second year in this offense, he's really mastered it, and he's becoming more aggressive with his throws, which I think is something that's important to Kyle Shanahan. I think that they're very comfortable with Brandon Allen as their number 2, and he's probably the number 2 right now. My sense is that, to your point, they're going to keep all 3 quarterbacks on the active roster just like they did last year. So, who's number 2, who's number 3? Obviously, that would be a big deal if there's an injury to Brock Purdy. But as it pertains to roster cutdown day, I don't think it really matters.
All right, we're asking everybody this. Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams, do you expect one, two, or neither 2 weeks from tonight?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, of Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk, do you expect both of them to be on the field 2 weeks from tonight? Neither of them, one of them? What do you think?
I think both of them. The one that I'm less sure about is actually Williams, and I realize a lot of people have said, "Oh, that's much more kind of elementary problem to solve as far as his contract." But I don't know. He's a guy that doesn't seem like he's in a big rush to play games. Certainly at the beginning of the season, he's held out a full season in the past, totally different circumstances, but he's not someone who's going to kind of succumb to the deadline pressure. I don't believe. Trent Williams is 36. He's played deep into each of the last 3 seasons. I think he realizes the importance of being healthy and being up to speed in December and January, more so than doing that in early September.
Good stuff, Matty. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We always appreciate the insight, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
All right, sounds good. Thanks talking to you.
You too. At Matt Barros, make sure that you're following him all throughout the season. By the way, no big names here. Matt Breida, the biggest, released. Keyshawn Vaughn as well, waived. Hunter Presley Harvin, offensive lineman Lewis Kidd, and wide receiver Jontre Kirkland. So that's what we've got so far as the 49ers as they prepare, like everybody does in the rest of the league, to release down to 53 and then add up to 69 because they get 16 on the practice squad.
Yeah, 17 with the international player.
Yeah.
So obviously with Breida, and I wonder what running backs they're going to put on the practice squad. He just runs so well, and then Patrick Taylor. But the key thing is Presley Harvin III means that Mitch Wishnowsky will be healthy enough to punt in 2 weeks' time. And he said it all the while, but I haven't seen him punt at all in a long time. He's been holding for Jake Moody, but he hasn't been punting. And I wonder how quickly will somebody else, some other team, pick up Presley Harvin III. That guy has a big-time leg.
He does. All right, I asked Matt Barros this question. It seems like there's some weird stuff with Trent Williams going on. We'll ask that question, plus get Papa's thoughts on the preseason as well. By the way, if you'd like to opine, and we don't have to officially do it, but ask Papa anything at all about the preseason for the 49ers, hit us up in the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call in line 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, I was told from somebody involved in the situation that he is not going to be available until he gets his contract adjusted. He's got 3 years left on his deal. That could bleed into the regular season with us just being a few weeks away. This is a player who's made about $150 million in his career. He's been taking up golf, kind of stayed away from the team, doing his own thing, still training, of course, getting ready for the season potentially, but he's not overly stressed to have to be out there right now, and he's the 4th highest paid left tackle despite being the best the last few years. So the 49ers know they have to do something here, could sweeten the guarantees on his contract. So they're dealing with Brandon Ayuk at the same time. They're trying to get this guy done. So they're hoping he'll be in the lineup here soon.
All right, that's Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, and we'll play for you Adam Schefter from this morning on the Pat McAfee show. But of the two, I always thought it was, Trent Williams would get done, and it was kind of an adjustment, kind of like what they made with Christian McCaffrey. But as of this morning, it sounds like Trent Williams, because Matt Barrows said it, and you heard Jeremy Fowler kind of use similar language, in that Trent's not really in a rush to get back. He's older, doesn't, camp is over. But he doesn't sound like he's in a rush to get back. He did not break news when he said that Trent needed a new contract. We all know that. But I thought this was kind of going to be a quick adjustment and Trent was going to be back. But it sounds like this morning it's a little more complicated than that.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy, that was over the weekend. And the insiders are doing a good job. They really don't know anything. I mean, the bottom line is there's no new information there at all. They are working on his contract, and they have been. And there has been dialogue. Initially, there was no real dialogue back and forth, and Trent just went dark shortly into training camp. But they've been talking, and they're working on a deal to get it done. It's 2 weeks away. And, a lot of these guys, and everybody's talking about CeeDee Lamb and Jamar Chase and Hassan Reddick and obviously Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams. This is it. We're at the end. We have the 2-minute warning now. You got 2 weeks to go before the opener. You don't want to miss game checks for the regular season. Trent has missed over $1 million in game checks for the preseason. So they're talking to Vincent Taylor. They're going to figure out a way to get it done. I think the one most interesting comment that wasn't from an insider is from Djax, Deshaun Jackson, who is tight with Trent. They were teammates together in Washington when Kyle was there running his old man's offense. And they had that play where they ran a bubble screen out to Deshaun Jackson, and Trent would get out in space at left tackle. We have news right now here as we're talking.
This is kind of interesting in that it may affect Brandon Ayuk. It didn't look like the Cowboys and CeeDee Lamb were close on a deal, but they are now. We don't have the particulars on guaranteed money, and that's the big deal. But it's 4 and 136 as the Cowboys and CeeDee Lamb have agreed to a deal. That's 34 per year. So Justin Jefferson's at 35. And now CeeDee Lamb is going to be at 34. So 4 and 136, according to Adam Schefter. And we will keep you up to date on what he's getting paid as far as the guaranteed money, because that's where the hang-up seems to be with Brandon Ayuk. So 4 and 136, 34 per season for CeeDee Lamb.
So, that's it. Now it's 2 weeks, and Jerry Jones has been playing coy on this. There's no urgency to do it. And then we're in a good place. He's been talking all the while. So they're giving CeeDee a $38 million signing bonus, the largest ever given to a wide receiver. That's not true. Justin Jefferson got $87.5 million signing bonus, but that's a big payday. I don't think that impacts Brandon, honestly. I think CeeDee Lamb was going to come in, probably tried to get more than Justin Jefferson, and then he came in just a tick under. We'll see what the real guarantees are that Tory Dandy of CAA was able to get on this deal. But I don't think Brandon Ayuk was trying to make more than CeeDee Lamb. I think he's trying to get to $30 million a year. And we saw him on the plane on Thursday. We chatted with him all weekend, and a nice visit with him on Friday. He looks great, wearing his hair a little differently, not with dreadlocks and out in a fro, but he looks good. Stylish sunglasses. I thought after Thursday, with his mood, it was going to be done, and they're right at the end now. So we'll see where it goes. It goes day to day based on Brandon's moods a lot on this contract extension. So, but the CeeDee Lamb, Brandon's not going to get that kind of money. I mean, Pittsburgh offered him less. New England did offer him 32.5, but not 34. So I don't think that's what he's looking for. That's more Jamar Chase in Cincinnati and what he's trying to do. And Chase is under contract for 2 more years, so he's got a ways to go. But that is, and that's what I'm talking about, John, is that we're 2 weeks away now. And next week is Labor Day, and you come back. First of all, it's cut down day tomorrow. When I was talking to Matt Barrows, is if you don't have Brandon Ayuk on the roster, you're going to have to cut a wide receiver that may get picked up. Ronnie Bell and Danny Gray are not perfect players, but they were drafted players. You don't want to do that. What do you do with Trent Taylor? So you want to be able to get this done by tomorrow at 1 o'clock our time, but they've been trying to get it done by 12 yesterdays ago. So it's something you got to get through. But I think that this is, you're going to see it throughout the league now. Maybe not Jamar Chase, because that one's got a little time on it. Mike Brown's tough. But I think you'll see Hassan Reddick and the Jets. I'm wondering, Trent Williams going to play against the Jets? Is Hassan Reddick going to play against the 49ers 2 weeks from tonight? When you start getting to missing regular season game checks and 1/17 of your salary, you're talking big money. So we'll see. But I think CeeDee Lamb is an entity unto himself. I don't think Brandon Ayuk is quite in that stratosphere, but it's a good deal for him, and it's a good deal just to move this along to get BA in camp. He's in camp, but actually get him to practice.
Yeah. Here's the deal. So Justin Jefferson at 35, 34 for CD. A.J. Brown, this is AAV, 32. Amon-Ra St. Brown, $30 million. Tyreek, $30 million. So that's where Brandon Ayuk wants to be, and we've reported this before. Month or so ago, Mike Silver told us 26. We've heard it jumped up to 28. We've heard it's even gotten higher than that. But again, it's about that check that they're going to hand you. And, 1/17 of that money, just to say $30 million, you're at $1.8 million. So just to your point of, yeah, Trent Williams has racked up a lot of money, but there's a difference between the Trent Williams money that he's racked up and Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk's made $12 million in his career to this point. Look, he's not going to starve. I'm not saying that. But, you start losing. He's not going to get fined because he's in the 5th year of his contract, so they're going to fine him for the hold in. But there's nothing they can do. If you don't play, you don't get paid. So Brandon Ayuk's going to miss out on $1.8 million. That's a ton of money. And that's motivation in and of itself to possibly get this deal done. So, again, if you just tuned in, CeeDee Lamb, deal done at $34 million per over 4. We don't know the exact check that he's going to get, but I think that's where the holdup is with the 49ers. If they are close or have agreed to the AAV, it's a matter of how big is the check, the guaranteed money, which is the biggest thing in the NFL.
Well, which can come at a signing bonus, but there's other guarantees. There are benchmarks along the way. So I think what you're looking at for Brandon is a 4-year deal at about $30 million a year, and it's been reported by Garofolo that the first 3 years of the contract are agreed to. They're working out how much of the 4th year do you guarantee. And that truly is what drives up the entire, not the entire, but a huge amount of the guarantee. So CeeDee Lamb's deal, 4 years at $136 million. $100 million is guaranteed, but it's really not $100 million guaranteed. You'd have to look and see exactly what is fully guaranteed. He did get a $38 million signing bonus, CeeDee Lamb, but nothing like Justin Jefferson got from the Wolves, who wrote him a check for $87.5 million. So it's a huge contract, but the key thing, the average annual value, I think, is something you can work around and slide around. But then how do you structure the deal? Say he signs a 4-year 30 each, but it's not going to be 30 every single year. It's going to be backloaded. And what's that 4th year of the contract valued at? And then if that's not guaranteed, that's a huge part of his salary. What if you schedule to make $40 million in year 4 and the 49ers can buy him out for $5 million or whatever? I have no idea about the numbers. I don't even ask about it. But just that would be the structure of it. So that's a good contract for CeeDee Lamb, obviously. But of the $100 million guaranteed, how many are actually fully guaranteed that he will get?
Yeah, so that's the biggest deal. So another wide receiver off the board. I agree with you. Jamar Chase isn't getting done. The Bengals are the cheapest team in all of the NFL, and it's a 2-year window for him. So he's not getting done till next year, which he returned to practice. So we're sitting out here. The only guy left really is Brandon Ayuk because Chase isn't getting a deal this year. So with all these guys getting done, it comes down to the last guy who's going to get a new deal, which is Brandon Ayuk. And then as far as the Trent Williams is concerned, here's a little bit of Adam Schefter. And again, maybe it's just recycled news. This was Schefter on Trent Williams this morning on Pat McAfee.
I think there is some concern. I think their offensive line didn't play particularly well the other night. And I don't think that they've made a lot of progress so far. I don't think that Trent Williams is closer to coming in today. I also think that we're entering a week now where the 49ers play 2 weeks from tonight against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. 2 weeks from tonight, which is amazing to think about. And I just think that this is the week where I'm expecting every one of these situations to have some type of ramped up activity. Now, I don't know that all of them will get solved. I'd love to see every one of them get solved and kind of have everybody move ahead to the season. But how would the 49ers not make renewed efforts this week to try to figure out and resolve the Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams situations? How would the Bengals not figure out ways to do Chase and the Cowboys and Lamb and the Jets and Hassan Reddick? Like every single one of these situations, we're at a pretty critical juncture here for team and player. And it's time, as teams are adjusting their rosters, to crack down on all these situations and figure out if everybody can solve it, to move past it and to get the guy back in so everybody can begin getting ready for opening day together.
You know, it used to be really cool when Adam Schefter said anything. Like, he didn't even say anything right there. Like, there was nothing. Like, it used to be when Adam Schefter would come on a show or come on ESPN or something, he actually broke news. Like, he just sat there, yeah, no kidding. Everything you just said, no kidding, dude.
You sound like Al Davis. You really turned on
he
Adam
didn't
Schefter.
say anything.
Is he the rumor monger? Because Adam Schefter says what he's told, and he gets insider information, and the guys with the NFL Network, because it's a league-owned entity, they get it as well. He's not being told things right now.
He said it's the deadline and they got to get something done. It's like, no kidding, dude.
Because the teams don't leak it out. Sometimes they do, but mainly it's the agent. And if the agent doesn't want to tell you, he doesn't really have any information there. But CeeDee Lamb, as he's going on and on, CeeDee Lamb is done.
And he didn't have any insight on that.
Nothing's happening. And well, of course, they're talking. They talk all the time. That's what their jobs are. The agent's trying to get the player in. Brandon Ayuk wants to be in. Trent Williams wants to be in. Vincent Taylor is Trent's agent. He's very well respected. They'll get it done. So when I was talking about Deshaun Jackson, and then the breaking news sounder came, because CeeDee Lamb is now under contract to agree to a deal with Dallas. Deshaun Jackson said, and I'm surprised nobody's picking up on this, but he knows Trent Williams, and he said, I just talked to him, and the deal's done. They're redoing his contract. He's happy with it, and it's going to be done. So now that's been over a week now, so I kind of thought he would be in. But you are into training camp is over. The last preseason game is done. They're going to have a couple to practice, one today. They're off tomorrow, player for a purpose, and they have the weekend off. So really, for Trent, you want him rolling in that all-electric Rolls-Royce on Labor Day, a week from today, if they make him come back, because you got a week before the game. So Deshaun Jackson kind of said, and he's tight with Trent. He talks to him, and he said they've redone his deal. He's happy with it, and it's going to be done. It's just a question of when and when you have a contract of this kind of money, it takes a while for agents to actually, put it to paper and everybody agree to the language, and you go back and change language on minor points, and it takes a long time before you can actually get a contract you want to sign. So John, I think this is where it's going to happen here. We're in a 2-minute warning. You got 2 weeks to go. For Dallas, even less. They're playing on Sunday, so it's less than 2 weeks. And it's a week until next week it starts with installation days around the league, and it's time to go. So CeeDee Lamb is signed. I think the Niners will get them both signed. We'll see about Hassan Reddick. Is he going to line up? That guy's a pure edge rusher. He'll be over McKivitt's side. He won't go over to Trent. So you're asking, is Trent going to play? I want to know if Hassan Chop is going to play in 2 weeks.
All right, give us your thoughts. 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, Gold State Lumber and Building Materials text line. So that is the latest on Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams, whether you like it or not. We're coming down to it. And as Adam Schefter says, it's a deadline, and they're talking. Thank you, Mr. Insider. All right, we will talk about the preseason, what we learned, and what we learned on Friday night specifically, especially those rookies for the 49ers who may have to contribute sooner rather than later. We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Barrows, he joined the show earlier from The Athletic, covers the 49ers, gave us the latest news surrounding Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk, plus his preseason picks and final 53-man team for the 49ers. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. We love every Monday talking to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all your tax issues. And Steve, we haven't talked about ERC for a while. What do you do if you didn't get your ERC check?
You call us. You know, so many people receive so much money from the ERC program. It was great. Still open. But a bunch of people said, hey, I filed quite a while ago and I'm still waiting. I haven't received any money. What's going on? There's a 3-step way to ask the government to pull your application out, hurry up and process it. So if you're entitled to ERC and you're sitting back waiting and you haven't received anything, you haven't heard anything, I ask you to call us because there's 3 different ways to ask the IRS to hurry up. Also, if the IRS sent you a notice denying your claim, you only have 30 days to appeal. And we think some of these notices must have been generated by AI because the IRS, we're seeing them denying some claims based on information they don't have. So they wouldn't have a way to deny it. And also if you're being audited on ERC. So the bottom line is if you're waiting for your check or you are denied or you're being audited, call us. We want to take care of you.
Do it right now. Call Steve. It is very simple. 888-TAX-DEAL. So looking for that ERC check, 888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Isaac Guerrero will get another kickoff return. And he's got room down the sideline. Big time speed. He may go. Sam Webb will push him out of bounds, but a huge return by Guerrero after the Raiders have an 81-yard punt return for a touchdown. Guerrero comes right back.
Going to answer the call and just keeps this down the 49ers sideline the whole way.
What's happening? There you go. Your call on KPIX on Friday night in Vegas. We have some more Vegas stories to tell you before 2 o'clock today, but that was one of the big storylines. One of the guys to watch was Guerrero and that 4.33 speed. Sam Webb just had an angle on him, but he takes it out of the 4-yard line. They score a touchdown on that one. So let's talk some running backs and what it could mean for the 49ers, because maybe they have an extra one. J.P. Mason is clearly number 2, so we'll get into that. But what did you think of the rook from Louisville?
Yeah, that was impressive, obviously. He's just he's built for the kickoff return. And that was a kickoff. You know, Daniel Carlson, the Raiders kicker, kicked it where he was going to get the ball on the far side of the field. And you're going to see a lot of, it's hard to judge this new dynamic kickoff return now. We're going to see more. And I think the cool thing is the Niners play Monday night, so we'll be able to watch games Thursday, Friday, the 13 games on Sunday to get them all, to get an idea. What are they doing here? How are they doing this? And are they reversing it? Is there other clever ways to kick the ball off? But anyway, that was a straight kickoff by Carlson, and Guerrero just stayed there. He did not cut it back. He says he's good at it because it's like an outside zone running a play, which he did a lot in college. And he just cut it back naturally, but he stayed far left and just went down the sideline to midfield and then tried to reverse across the field. He's an upright runner. It's interesting to watch him, and even from scrimmage, he had a couple of good runs. He broke tackles and was able to set up a goal to go. He didn't have shoulder pads on going back since the Senior Bowl last February. Kyle was amazed at how aggressive and physically he ran at 221 pounds. He's big, but to have that kind of speed, and not just the 4.33, but the 10-yard split at 1.54, he's fast for a big guy. So I think right away, is he your number one kickoff returner? Deebo Samuel lobbied for that job, and I think Deebo would be great at it. Deebo is made for it. But if you don't want to save Deebo for big situations, I mean, if you wanted to save someone for a big situation, you'd send back Christian McCaffrey to do it. How great of a kickoff returner he was at Stanford. But I think Guerrero probably start, and then would you put Kyle Juszczyk in a fullback position in front of him? Do you want 2 returners? How are they going to handle a kickoff, I think, is going to be interesting, John. Are they going to, if you have one guy that you want to designate the returner, they can kick away from that guy. So do you split the field and have 2 bona fide return guys do it? Because they're going to make the ball's going to be different kind of kicks, going to be line shots, trying to get it on the ground. But I think they may go Juszczyk in the up position and then maybe Guerrero behind. But he's an interesting runner. From scrimmage, he had a couple of impressive runs where he broke tackles, and he's big. But he is upright, where he gives you a lot of surface area to tackle. He does not get down low. He's 6 feet even, so he's not real tall, but he's good size for a back. So he impressed on that one kickoff return where you thought, well, this guy's going to make the 53, obviously, being a 4th-round pick. But now he may have figured out a way to be up on game day. I think the interesting thing now, Elijah Mitchell had a hamstring strain. I thought he was kind of even with Guerrero, but maybe the hamstring just didn't respond. But we didn't see Elijah at all this August. Did the Niners make Elijah Mitchell available for trade? Do you trade him? Patrick Taylor also ran the ball well. Breida, I think they let Breida go early because he's a veteran guy, and maybe he'll lock on with somebody else. Maybe Miami takes him back or some other somebody he knows. But when you cut a guy, 24 hours before the deadline or even more, you figure let him go and go get a job before the masses hit the streets tomorrow. So how do they handle it after McCaffrey? Jordan Mason looks good. Guerrero, obviously. Patrick Taylor's there. Cody Schrader, more of a practice squad guy.
But did Guerrero look so good on Friday night that you would consider, if someone wants to give you, I don't even know what you could get for Elijah Mitchell, but would you be willing to trade Eli now?
In fact, I'd be surprised if he wasn't traded, because the one thing that we know about the 49ers, and this has really been Elijah Mitchell since he broke onto the scene, he's always hurt. And the 49ers don't like hurt. So Mason is clearly your number 2. I think Guerrero could be your 3. Patrick Taylor could be there. Schrader could be on the practice squad. Breida could come back. You've got a lot of good running backs, and you need them when you're on the 49ers because it's one cut and go. But McCaffrey is, knock on wood if you're with me, has been healthy since he's been here, which was a major concern when they made this trade. But Elijah Mitchell just doesn't seem to fit because he can't stay healthy, and the 49ers don't like that. So rather than even a draft pick, the 49ers need a veteran safety, possibly. I don't know, Tracy Walker maybe makes this team, but if there's a veteran safety out there, that could be a trade. If there's a defensive end out there with the uncertainty at that position, that could be a trade. You don't often see player-for-player trades, but a lot of teams need running backs. I wouldn't want him to go to Dallas because I think he'd be really good there, but they certainly need a running back. I haven't looked at their roster. I don't know what they have at those positions. But the 49ers need a defensive end. The 49ers probably need a veteran safety. Elijah Mitchell could, I think, get you somebody decent there because the biggest thing with him is availability, and he hasn't had that ability, and I'm talking since his rookie year. So, honestly, I'd be surprised if he wasn't traded at this point.
Well, it's the way he runs. I mean, he's the ultimate, Bobby Turner, one cutting downhill 3 steps, and he just runs over guys. Playing Madden, he's trucking you. He's not juking you, but he is tough. His rookie year, he had a bad injury, cracked ribs. And Kyle said it afterwards. He didn't tell anybody the entire year, but they were fractured front and back, and he played. He had 963 yards rushing that year. And he did it almost the entire year. I think he cracked the ribs in the Philly game, or maybe the week after that. But he played with cracked ribs, Elijah Mitchell. He's a good runner. He's had a lot of injuries. The reason I bring it up, final year of his contract. He was a 6th-round pick, Eli. So it's not a 5th-year option with him. It's the final year. So you're going to have to make a move on him at some point. Maybe not now. Maybe in November at the deadline. But if we're going to give the kick return job to Guerrero, then Eli's not up on game day. If, in fact, J.P. Mason has passed him. And I don't know if that's true or not, but based on before Elijah even hurt his hamstring, J.P. Mason was running with the 2s. And he has improved. J.P. Mason's a good runner. He just has a great feel for the zone and the cutback. He sees it. His feet go where his eyes tell him to go. And he's also gotten better as a pass catcher out of the backfield. He's not McCaffrey, but even that play, John, where they motioned him outside the numbers and lined him up, outside the numbers, not just in the slot as a running back, and he ran it out. Now, he didn't catch the ball. He didn't get his feet down. He couldn't secure it all the way to the ground. But they wanted to get a look at him and see, can you run this kind of route? And, what happens if McCaffrey, say you trade Elijah Mitchell, and McCaffrey goes down? J.P. Mason has got to run this whole thing, and there's no safety net. And you've also got Patrick Taylor Jr. as a big back from Green Bay. But if we're going to give the kick return job to Guerrero, then on game day, if Mason is now number 2 ahead of Mitchell, Mitchell does not get a jersey. He's not up on game day. Your 3 running backs would be McCaffrey, Mason, and Guerrero with Kyle Juszczyk at fullback. So that's where you're kind of now. Is he going to be happy going into his final year? I remember Jeff Wilson Jr. when the Niners got McCaffrey, and I was surprised. He asked for a trade, and they did trade him. They wound up moving Jeff back to Mike McDaniel in Miami. So if you're Elijah Mitchell in the final year of your contract, are you asking for a trade? Because if Guerrero is up, he's your kick returner, then he's up on game day, and Elijah's not. He's not going to be up on game day, at least to start the year.
Yeah, and plus, like I said, I think that they have positions. I think they need a veteran safety. I think they need a defensive end potentially for depth. If Ayuk doesn't sign on time, they might need a wide receiver. If Trent doesn't sign on time, they might need a veteran offensive tackle. I mean, they've got some things where they need to shore up some positions, and Elijah Mitchell's a nice back. I think there's a lot of teams that would love to have him, but between, the main thing for me is we've seen this in the past with this regime. If you cannot stay healthy, they don't have a heck of a lot of patience around here, and Elijah Mitchell hasn't been healthy. It's not the talent. Like you said, he's a talented runner, but he just hasn't been able to stay healthy. So we'll get back to the 49ers a little bit later. Your thoughts? You got any questions for Pop on the preseason? Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line, conveniently enough, the same. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Meanwhile, Susan Slusser is going to join us coming up next. A strange weekend in Seattle. They lose 2 of 3, some starting pitching issues. Those things as well hit up on the Giants. Plus Friday night, Bob Melvin in 17 pitchers. Tyler Rogers undoes what looked like was going to be a win. So another issue there. So we'll get into all those conversations. But do remember, you have an opportunity to win 2 tickets to see one of your favorites, Pop. The Doobie Brothers, which might be the best name of a band all time.
Taking it to the streets. When are they playing?
September 8th at Concord Pavilion at Toyota between 10
Sunday
and 1.
night before the Jet game? Seriously?
So you might as well just make it a 2-nighter.
Oh, wow.
Tune in between 10 and 1. We're going to give you the cue to call. You're going to be the 10th caller into the studio when you hear the cue at 415-896-KNBR, and you can win. Furnished by Live Nation. Official rules at knbr.com. Do we have a sounder?
Dude, where's my office? I totally lost it because I was half-baked, smoking doobies. Doobie Brothers. I was smoking doobies with my brothers.
Very nice.
Mauricio Dubon.
Very nice. Mauricio Dubon made a nice catch. Was that yesterday? Oh, my gosh. Anyway, not now, but when you hear it, you'll win a pair of tickets to that show between 10 and 1, which is right now. So be careful. So put that in your phone, 415-896-KNBR. All right, Susan Slusser next, talking some Giants and a crazy weekend. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Papa and Lund on KNBR. Now.
Couple innings ago, and now Robbie Ray called the trainer out. Ron Melvin, Dave Gretschner hustling out to the mound. Here comes Brian Price. And it's almost like he's grabbing the back of his leg, hamstring maybe. That's not good. Better than the arm, but not good.
Thanks for joining us. Dave Fleming. The Giants lose 2 of 3 over the weekend. Weird on Friday with Tyler Rogers. Then on Saturday, despite the fact that Blake Snell goes short, the bullpen bails him out. And then on Sunday, they didn't get many opportunities on Sunday, but they can't make it go. And then Michael Munoz at the end, and you heard Robbie Ray early in that game, so they had to go to the pen early in that one. The pen had to pitch 14 innings over the weekend, and we've said this all season long. They're already taxed, so lots of stuff over the weekend. Susan Slusser is going to join us momentarily. She is brought to us by our good friends at River Islands in Lathrop, and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com, and Susan will join us momentarily.
She was in Seattle.
Yeah.
For the weekend. I don't know if she's going to Milwaukee or not, but they're off today, and then it gets hard against Milwaukee. I mean, the game obviously on Friday night was not good, and Tyler Rogers giving it up, but it's just the starters just did not get deep into any game. Hayden Birdsong was out quickly on Friday night. What was wrong with Blake Snell? And the guy's been so good for so long. In that second inning, he throws 40 pitches, walks 5 guys. It's unbelievable. Then Susan will give us what she's hearing about Robbie Ray, because he left early yesterday, but the moment he threw that pitch down, he was grabbing that hamstring. So if they lose him, who are they going to have going to the rotation?
Let's get into all of it. Susan joins us. Make sure that you're following her at Susan Slusser, reading all her great stuff in the Chronicle, and she joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Let's, first of all, Susan, thank you so much for joining us. Happy Monday. How are you?
I am great. I'm Milwaukee bound in the Seattle airport, if it sounds a little bustly behind me.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, SeaTac. Let's just start where Papa finished there. Do we know anything more about Robbie Ray other than the hammy's tight?
He's getting an MRI today, so we won't know. They won't provide any information until tomorrow. But his hope was that he caught it in time. He's never had a hamstring injury. Most times you can ask a guy like, oh, how's it feel? And they've had one before. It's kind of unusual to be his age and never has had a tight or a strained hamstring. But he said, I don't know. I've never had one of these. But he got himself out of there the second he felt it. That's a good thing. So you hope that at the worst, it's a mild hamstring strain. Even at that, he's probably likely to miss at least 1, maybe 2 starts. I would think they could potentially go bullpen game the next time through and maybe get by until the next start after that. That would give him almost 2 weeks with some off days in there. But I suspect that we will, especially with rosters expanding in September, I would suspect we'll see somebody come up. Tristan Beck, I would love to see him. His last couple of times out have not been very good, but we know what he brings to the table. It would be delightful to see him, especially after everything he's gone through with the aneurysm, very scary, and now back. That would be great. Mason Black's actually been pitching very well this month. He had kind of a rough start to the season, certainly in San Francisco and then at Sacramento. But it looks like maybe he's figured a few things out. So they do have a couple options, but this is when you kind of go like, oh, man, Alex Cobb would have been really nice to hang on to for this reason.
Yeah, I'm watching Cleveland play a big game today against Kansas City. They're playing a doubleheader, and he's not pitching in game 1. But so that was a short outing for Robbie Ray because of the hammy. And then Blake Snell, inexplicably out of nowhere, has a 40-pitch second inning, returning to his native Seattle. He's from Edmonds, and whole team was over his house on the off day last week on Thursday. And any more details? You were there to watch it. I mean, he didn't miss by a lot, but he was nibbling, kind of reverted back to the old Blake Snell, wasn't attacking. Well, what had happened in that second inning on Saturday, Suze?
Well, we know Blake Snell has this in him from time to time. You hope he limits that. He looked like he was just about to get out of it, like a couple of times in the inning, like a inch or two here or there, and maybe he does. But yeah, 40 pitches too much at this time of year. I have no problem with a decision to take him out early. As Melvin said, he looked like he was a little sluggish. Snell said he wouldn't use the word sluggish, but he didn't feel quite right. So, that's okay. He's too important. They got some really nice work out of the bullpen that day. That's the game what they won. Spencer Blevins looked fantastic. And Duvall comes back, has a nice inning plus, comes in an unfamiliar situation with runners on in the middle of an inning. He gets out of it and then pitches the next inning. And then Ryan Walker comes, Melvin had said before the game, I think he's probably unavailable after 2 innings. And he pitches, and he looked, goodness, he's just looked amazing every time out since he's been the closer. So, the bullpen has struggled a little bit here and there, and I know Melvin's drawn some heat for it. For the most part, this bullpen has been very solid all year. And, it's guys like Tyler Rogers who, when they're doing their job, you don't notice them. And when they blow up, which happens once in a while, that's when you notice them, which is always a little unfair.
Susan's out there with us. And like you said on Friday, and it just happened so fast with the 17 pitches. And then, Bob draws criticism, but it's hard to get somebody up and ready in 17 pitches. They get 6 hits in a row. It just happened so quickly.
Yeah, I had a lot of people saying, look, well, why didn't you have Walker ready? Well, you're not going to have your closer warming up to start the 8th. Of course you're not. And you're not really going to, when it's Tyler Rogers and with his track record and what he's done this year, you're not going to have anyone else up to start the 8th either. That's his inning. But yeah, it did happen quickly. So, you get somebody up after 3 hits in, which that seems reasonable. You're probably not going to do it after 2. He's a guy who can get a ground ball. And then that guy, whoever's warming up after 3 batters, they got to get ready fast. So maybe he could have gotten him in 1 batter earlier. But Melvin said, I just wanted him to get 1 out. You've got to think that Taylor Rogers, especially with that delivery and the way he gets grounders, is going to get something in there. But it was one of those days. Everything was finding grass.
The back end of the bullpen, and I'm talking just the righties, was Camilo Duvall, the closer, and then you had, Ryan Walker and Tyler Rogers, how it all worked out, leading to him. And that's now changed that Walker is your closer. And I'm wondering about, how they're going to use Camilo Duvall and Tyler Rogers proceeding forward. Their arms are just so dramatically different. But you spoke to Camilo. And, when he went down on August the 9th, they said he'd be back up in 2 weeks, and he was back up in 2 weeks. They wanted them to throw strikes. They wanted them to, hold runners better. He got brought into a tough situation in the middle of the inning that Jordan Hicks gave him, but he got out of it. Tell me what you saw from Duvall, and what role? Does he immediately go into that 7th, 8th inning role ahead of Ryan Walker? How do they do that with Tyler Rogers, do you think?
Well, I've got to think that Duvall's probably the 8th inning guy. That just would make sense to me. But, it might depend a little bit on where they are in lineups, matchups, that kind of thing. It's always a little bit of a fluid situation. Who's available, who's not available. When Walker's not available, it will be Duvall closing, which tells you he's probably the 8th inning guy. What I liked on Saturday is he comes just back, comes in, throws a couple balls right away, and you think oh, no, well, these reports about the strike throwing, maybe he's just not going to do it here. And he turned around and got through it. And what I liked most was before the game, what we heard from him. And it could have been lip service. He said all those sort of cliched things. I'm happy in any role. I just want to be here to help the team. But he said it really firmly, very genuinely. And, I've covered him essentially his whole career. He is not a guy who loves dealing with the media, but he was direct. He was looking us all in the eye, and he was saying the right things, but I think he really meant them. And the reports from Sacramento were that he went down with a great attitude. Ryan Volason was down there. Johnny Cueto talked to him. He's in the minors with the Angels, and apparently Cueto was a little bit firm with him, let's say, about what he needs to do to make sure he stays in the majors. And I think Duvall took all of this and is going to really use it. He said he thinks it was something that was really good for him. And that's the best takeaway from all of this that I think that we could see.
Our conversation with Susan Susser, we do it every Monday. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. They lose 2 of 3 in Seattle, Milwaukee coming up next. You wrote this on Friday, and I think we've talked about this before, but you write on Friday in the Chronicle, will the Giants give Matt Chapman a 9-figure contract before he opts out? Obviously, he's proven his value on both sides with the hitting and, of course, with the glove. What do you think?
Well, he wants to be in San Francisco, which that, to me, goes a huge way. You know, they have obviously had some problems getting in some free agents. Boris, when he has been sending guys to San Francisco, but all of them have been on 1 year with opt-outs. It would be really nice to actually get one of those guys in the fold for a good long stretch. And Chapman, for me, fits the bill better than some of the other guys. I mean, obviously, who wouldn't want to have Snell for an extended amount of time with that kind of talent? But Chapman is an everyday player. You know, the Giants have talked about wanting to have guys that they keep, that you know are going to be in the lineup. You know where they're going to be in the lineup. He's an elite third baseman. If they're going to build their team around pitching, which seems like the plan, you have one of the best defensive players in baseball. He's a 2-time Platinum Glove winner. Hey, some of the maybe the market valuation perhaps by the agent might be a little over what I would think. But the Giants, and we've talked about this before, the Giants have the means to do these kind of deals. I would really like to see them get it done.
And you have quotes. You talked to both the principals, Scott Boras, who represents Matt Chapman, and Farhan Zaidi. And Farhan gave you the quote, "We've had conversations, we've had active dialogue," and Boras sounds amenable to it, even though he's known as a guy who likes to wait in the offseason. So do you think a Chapman extension, Susan, would happen between now and the end of the year, or more likely right when the offseason begins?
The smart bet is always on the off season. That tends to be when teams kind of really take stock and have a budget. I'm sure they don't even have like a firm budget right now for next year. That kind of comes together at the end of the season when you're kind of looking at who's healthy, who's available, who's on the market, who do you want back. And there's a month left. However, this is such an unusual case. I would strike now while they can and potentially save a little bit. But it's Scott Boras. He's not going to give back a lot. They're going to be bleeding some money if they want to keep Chapman. I think they should. It's not my money. I don't know how that kind of contract might affect other things they want to do. Obviously, Ha-Seong Kim is probably a guy that they would like to pursue given his track record and Bob Melvin's relationship with him and having Jung-Hoo Lee, his best friend on the team. I think that would be a nice addition. So that's going to be a big chunk if they do pursue him. Obviously, he's been hurt, so who knows what happens there. But he is a free agent. And if they want to keep Snell or pursue someone else, the only other place I can see Snell going on a long-term deal is Seattle. He's from here. He still lives here. He loves it here. I think he might even be amenable to a slightly team-friendly deal in Seattle. He really would, I think, like to be here. But San Francisco is a very strong number two. It's really apparent. He loves pitching in the ballpark. Obviously, he's pitched for Bob Melvin for several years now. So I would try to get that done, but there is going to be a limit at some point to how much they can spend.
Susan Susser joining us, Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, Hayden Birdsong, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in Milwaukee. Just before we let you go, how big of a deal is it, that this Ramos story keeps getting better and better? He hits number 20 yesterday, and, a guy making an all-star team who was an afterthought in spring training. 20 isn't the number it is for some teams, but given this ballpark, I know we need, 30 is the one. It's been years and years since 30, but it's a pretty big deal, isn't it, that Ramos got 20?
Oh, yeah. And he wasn't discounting the possibility of hitting 30, which,
right.
Hey, 10 more in 30 games, that would be a little bit of a tough task with half of those at home, but I'm here for it. He was very quick to point out that he also hit 8 at Sacramento. So he's like, for me, it's 28, which made me laugh. The confidence level is through the roof. And that is wonderful to see for a guy who just couldn't stick for a couple of years. He was somebody who got sent down and then didn't do much a couple of times, So for this to happen, it's really quite a turnaround. It's not necessarily the norm. It's what you hope maybe Luis Matos is capable of at some point. He's kind of going through exactly what Ramos went through for a couple of years. So he's now kind of the he's the guy I would hold up to some of the younger players and say, look, this is the way you do it. And I'm going to throw Tyler Fitzgerald in there too, even though he has not kind of been the yo-yo guy. He's been pretty consistently up, and it certainly is up to stay. He is making all the right adjustments. He's doing the right things. You guys probably noticed he strikes out 4 times on Friday, comes up to lead off on Saturday, bunts for a hit, steals a base, scores the first run. steals 2 in that one, has another hit. He did that intentionally. He's making the adjustments. He knows how they're pitching him. And I've got a story running, it might even be up on our site, about him and kind of the adjustments he's making. That's what you got to do for a young player. Ramos is doing it. Fitzgerald is doing it. And I think they're turning themselves into guys who are going to be with this team for a long time.
Great stuff. Thank you, Susan. Monday is always better with you. We appreciate it. And on to Milwaukee. We'll talk to you next week.
Hotel Pfister for you, Suze, or no? Are you afraid of the Pfister?
I am not at the Pfister, but I will be downtown, so I'll walk past it and, feel the juju.
Thanks, Susan. Appreciate it.
Fabulous. Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Thank you, Susan.
That's the haunted hotel, right? The haunted hotel.
The Hotel
Pfister.
Pfister.
Yes, that's it. That's the place. All right, Papa's Playbook, a Monday staple now. We got some good plays for you this one. I'm excited for it. If you can get near YouTube or Twitch, please do it. It's still going to be great on audio, but it is really fun when you can see the video of all of this stuff, Papa's Playbook, as we look at some Niners plays coming up next, about an hour from now. Our good friend Vern Glenn, who was on the sidelines with you and Tim. By the way, later on in the show, I had a conversation with Tim yesterday. Saw the hair. Man. He looks like he's Motley Crue or something like that. Man, it is crazy. The hair, it is crazy, and he's losing patience. You know that better than I do. He's losing patience there. But we'll talk to Vern.
He has double ponytails.
I know, it's unbelievable.
I had to align them,
dude,
in a wide 9 technique before he went on camera because the one ponytail was over too hard.
We have to talk about
double. You got double ponytails.
I was walking out of the radio booth there in Vegas. I saw him coming, and it was with Fabio thing.
You're talking on Friday.
Yeah, Friday.
Yesterday, not Friday.
Or Friday. Yeah, it was out of control, man. It's out of control. All right, Papa's Playbook next. Papa and Lund, the Sports Leader.
Dang it!
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I got great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are tanking. My friends at Loan Pronto have rates that start with a 4, the best rates in years. Listen, if your current rate is over 6%, you can dump it and lower your house payment big time. Loan Pronto has locked in folks recently at 4.99% APR. Whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, it is time right now to call Loan Pronto. Do it pronto. Even if you're in the process with another lender, stop now and call Loan Pronto and ask about their zero-cost rate reduction home loan. You can lock in a lower rate with no closing costs in a matter of days. You can also do it with no paperwork and usually no appraisal. And if you act now, you could even skip your next 2 house payments. So call now. Loan Pronto can give you a rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. So call 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, or 415-808-5721.
he's not on the mic,
Left flat, Spider 3, wide banana, first down, and goal to go 49ers.
he's focused on the film.
We're going to break down a couple of plays.
Time for Papa's Playbook as Greg Papa goes deep on the game tape.
We'll get to the jet sweep in a minute.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Love the music. We finally got an open for this thing, too.
Spider 3 wide banana.
Very nice. Very
I do
nice.
like Spider 2 where the fullback is eligible.
Yeah.
Andrew Luck going right.
Uh-huh.
The Raiders ran that play the other night.
They did.
They ran a Spider 2 wide banana. It didn't work.
All right, so just as you would expect, and by the way, it is great to hear the audio of these plays from Friday night, but if you are if you're at work, for example, you're not working, it's Monday, it's almost noon, spend your lunch hour with us and check us out on YouTube, and you can see the video as well, or on Twitch. So take it away. What do we got?
Brock Purdy. Now, Brock started against New Orleans in preseason game number 2, but he didn't have his receivers from Netflix, so they got out there and they played. Deebo Samuel played, George Kittle played, and the goal going into the game was to get them involved right away. So we're going to start with back-to-back plays, the stutter and go down the left sideline, the pump, and a great play by Deebo to keep his feet in bounds, and then the amazing throw over the middle to George Kittle, where Brock just lofted it right over the top and dropped it in to convert a 3rd and 6. I know you all watched Netflix in the summertime, John, and receivers. So it is Brock going to his receivers, Deebo and Kittle over the middle.
J.P. Mason will start as the running back. Chris Conley goes in motion. Deebo is out wide left. Purdy going to pump his way and go down the sideline to Deebo. Made the catch. Did he get his feet in bounds?
He did.
Yes. Inside the Raider 41-yard line. 3rd down and 6. Throw down the middle. Caught by George Kittle. First down 49ers. What a throw by Brock right over the top. What a catch by Kittle.
All right, so let's take you through each play. And the first one is the first play of the game. So Chris Conley will go in motion across there. Really not a tip if the Raiders are playing a man or zone here. They just kind of widen out. But watch Brock, and he's going to look at the eyes of number 40, the safety that will come down on the play. That is Jaden Grant. And once the pump brings Grant down, thinking it's going to be a Deebo shorter route, then Deebo does the stutter, and he gets on top of the rookie corner, M.J. Devonshire. It's not a great stutter and go by Deebo Samuel, but the footwork, the catch on the sideline, that is a high degree of difficulty play for Deebo. But again, Brock with the pump, and that brings the safety up. So now he knows he's got one-on-one. The ball placement for Brock going back shoulder there is just beautiful. A high point. You got to get both feet down. Deebo doesn't make a catch like this very often. I remember the Thursday night home opener against the Giants, John, when Ayuk did not play. He had an even better stutter and go against Adoree Jackson. So watch the stutter here. M.J. Devonshire, the rookie corner out of Pitt. He still stays on top. Deebo does not have enough to get completely on top of him, but he does get even with him. Turns to find the ball. Slight push off there by Deebo. They're not going to call that. But look at that ball placement by Brock Purdy. Deebo's not a big receiver like Ayuk with long arms and big hands. He went up, got it on top of the helmet, gets both feet down. That is hard, right? And then left, and he goes out of bounds. That was a shot, the first play of the game, to get the ball to Deebo Samuel. All right, now the one to George Kittle. And this one is a 3rd down and 6. And Kittle, what they're looking for here, Brock told Vern, we were talking to, Vern was there, but we were talking to him on the sideline during the game in the 3rd quarter. If they were going to get a Tampa 2 look where the middle linebacker would have to pick up George Kittle. So the Raiders did show that look, and they run this play in practice a lot. So Kittle just, the middle linebacker is not going to sink deep enough. The safety backpedals, and Kittle's looking for the ball right away. That's Mauga, the middle linebacker. He has to get back, but he doesn't get up high enough. And it's a great ball by Brock Purdy. When you watch it on some clips, you're like, wow, he threw that into triple coverage. But he saw it the whole way. They work on this play a lot in practice, and it's just the look that they got with George Kittle. So watch Kittle in line there, just a little bit detached, and watch 43, Mauga, the middle linebacker just does not get enough depth there like Fred Warner would in a true Tampa 2. He gets back, but there's room there. And look at Kittle. Like Debo going up high for the ball above his helmet, able to secure that. That was a 3rd down and 6 play, John, a big-time play there. So right away they wanted to get Debo involved. They threw him later a bubble in the game. Second play of the game went to Kittle over the middle for 15. But look at the ball placement there by Brock. And when you see him change his arm angle, trajectory to be able to loft the ball over the top of Malga and in front of the safety, big-time play by Brock Purdy. Look at that ball, John. Is that perfect?
Well, the thing was, too, is I heard some criticism of this play, and I guess those people who are criticizing don't watch the 49ers very much because they do this all the time during the season, that layered throw that Brock makes. That's one of the best things he does is that layered throw like that, and that's a design play, like you said, and if you watch Brock's eyes, he's looking at him the whole time. He knows that the middle linebacker didn't get deep enough, and he layered it right between the middle linebacker and the safety, and then George knew, and he went up and got it. It was a great play.
All right, here's the scramble now. 2nd and 5 scramble for Brock, and he's going to identify that the Raiders are playing man on this play. But we talked, during his rookie year when he had to come in off the bench and make those plays, if he had one error in his game. Now watch when he looks left. Everybody's pretty much manned up. He doesn't like any of the matchups there. But what happened to him when he was a first-year player, he would often, in this situation, retreat in the pocket or get out to his left. There's a natural hatch for him to get out there on the right side. So he ducks through that. I'd like to see him keep himself alive as a thrower a little bit more there. But I think he knew that there was man coverage by the Raiders. Nobody was really going to open up. So watch him in the pocket here. He just doesn't like any of the matchups. And this is a 2nd down scramble. So everybody's manned up and no one breaks clear to make a throw. But watch him. Dominic Pooney will make the block to push inside, and there's a natural hatch there with Colton McKivitz. Is that Colton at right tackle? I think it is, yeah. And then he just gets out. Now, he does tuck it away. I'd like to see him Jeff Garcia that one a little bit because now they're all coming for him because he's committed to be a runner, but he's smart. He puts his foot in the ground. He makes a man miss in space, and he's like a running back. See the way he changes hands with the football? The ball was in the right side hand, got it over in the left side hand. All right, you're talking about the layered throws. This one here to Chris Conley is the signature of the 49er offense here, and the layered throw. So Kittle comes in motion. They're showing man there. Conley's going to run an over route. So they fake the stretch to J.P. Mason going left. In this situation, you do not block the backside end. So when Brock comes out of that action, he knows he's got 92 Ellerson Smith in his face. So he's got to get outside of him to give himself a throwing lane. Now look at Conley. They drop him on the over, and you were talking about the layered throws. So this is a 3-level throw for Brock. It is a signature in this offense. There's one short. Conley's intermediate. There's one more downfield, but you get a great angle on the all-22 if you watch it on the stream. And from behind Brock, so the stretch, they all go left. He's going to keep it. I call it a boot. Kyle calls it a keep. He keeps it there. He knows the backside end is not blocked. And now watch Conley. Conley's going to flash in the intermediate level. He's got short. He's got middle. He's got long. Look at the throw there. He's got to get it away from Ellerson Smith, who is a 6'6" defensive end, not blocked. Look at the ball placement there to Conley. You have to lead him as he's running that over route. Perfect. Conley makes the catch and get out of bounds. So just great work there by Brock Purdy. You know, the interception he threw at the end, a little bit, and Debo played well, but you're trying to work on things. They wanted to throw Debo that shot on the stutter and go on the first play. They went back to a Debo man beater, and he just didn't get enough separation with Sam Webb. Webb made a great play to tip the ball up in the air, and the safety, Chris Smith, intercepted it. So I thought maybe they'd give Brock one more series because he's not happy to have this night on an INT. But he played well, obviously, and people were freaking out about him making a tackle on Smith. I don't care what he's playing. He does not want to give up a pick six there. Kyle even said he hoped he'd just get out of the way. But Brock didn't put himself in harm's way. He got knocked down. He had grass stains on both shoulder pads and on his pants, but it was good to see Brock out there with his playmakers, his receivers, and they obviously highlighted Debo right away on the stutter and go, and George Kittle as well. but those are staples in what the Niners do. His ability to climb up in the pocket on the scramble, John, he did that more and more last year. Don't retreat. Don't get out to your left. Go out to your right. Step up. I would have liked to see him dip the shoulder, but I think he realized everybody's manned up here. I got no one to go to. They're playing man. I'll run for the first down, make one guy miss in space, change arms. But the real big-time throw was that throw to Chris Conley on the boot going right with a defensive end right in his face, and to be able to fit that ball in, that is the signature play of the 49er offense. So I think Brock is ready, John, for 2 weeks from tonight.
There you go. That is beautiful. Papa's Playbook. We'll do that every Monday to take some of the key looks. By the way, there were a couple of defensive plays that were key. The Malik Collins play, I'm sure you've seen this on video, and you guys played it, where he just literally dispatched of 2 offensive linemen to make that tackle at the line of scrimmage. I tell you, I love Eric Armstead, but he got injured, and he just wasn't playing enough. And to get him in there and some of the new guys they brought on this defensive line in the way that they could not, that stretch last year, and in the playoffs, and they had so much trouble. Hopefully, they can stop the run a little bit better. But man, that was maybe the most impressive play I saw. Collins just throwing 2 offensive linemen away and then making the tackle on the back. Man.
He's a beast. I mean, and Eric Armstead's a bigger player. It's just that Malik is shorter. He's 6'2", where Eric was 6'6". He and DeForest Buckner. Now you got 2 guys that are traditional, and they don't even play 0 or 1. They're more 3 techniques or 2 eyes, they call them sometimes. But Hargrave and Malik are just quintessential D tackles in the NFL. The other thing they do a little differently than Armstead and Buckner is they're better at the twist game, the stunt game with Nick. They maybe because they're lower to the ground, but watch when you start playing for real. And this Jet offensive line, the Tyron Smith is there, and Morgan Moses and John Simpson, and we're going to find out how good they are because they're going to have to deal with this line. And Nick has been as the rapper on the ET or TE stunt. Those guys are just better at it, setting it up. But Malik's a beast. I even wonder if Floyd, and we talked to Matt Barrows, John, he's optimistic, and they're out practicing today. I don't think Leonard Floyd's practicing today, but we'll see. Off tomorrow, then they go on Wednesday before the Player for a Purpose dinner on Wednesday night. If Floyd can't play in the opener and Gross Matos has got a week-to-week deal, I wonder about moving, one of those inside guys outside. Like Malik Collins, you could play him at end. I don't think he's played much out there, but he's not only physical and tough inside, but he does have twitch. And then you got the Gravedigger, and then you got Kevin Givens and Jordan Elliott behind. So even with the injury to Kalia Davis and T.Y. McGill, I'm going to be anxious to see if he makes the team tomorrow at 1 o'clock, John. But they got, I think the D tackle rotation here is the best. I've seen it for a long time when you got the Gravedigger, Malik Collins, Jordan Elliott, Kevin Givens, and then maybe T.Y. McGill makes the football team. But Collins, we made a big deal about Leonard Floyd playing on Friday night, making his Niners debut, but that was also the first time we saw Malik Collins. This guy's been a good player in the NFL for a long time, with Dallas, with the Raiders for 1 year, 3 years in Houston, and last year he was in this system because he played for D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, I was encouraged because it looked like he was going to be part of the, like a pass rush package, but he certainly can play against the run. He looked pretty good. And the other defensive play, you thought it was maybe going to win the game for him, was early in the fourth quarter. How about Darrell Luter Jr., as we've talked all these corners, made that nice play in the end zone. Tried kind of a fade route lob play there.
Yeah, it wasn't
the Raiders,
a good ball. It was a bad throw.
But it looked like he kind of saved the game for a minute, and then the Raiders came back and got that field goal. But good stuff from some of the young guys. So there you go. There's Papa's Playbook, which we'll do every Monday, not to be confused with Papa's Plays of the Week, which will get you once the season gets going as well. So there you go. It is Papa in London, a Monday edition of the show. Our good friend Vern Glenn is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. We love Vern, by the way, and he's going to join us, and we'll talk some Niners. He was in Vegas as well. So which show did you see on Saturday, by the way? You said you went out and saw a show on Saturday?
Boy George.
Boy George. I forgot.
Karma Chameleon.
Very nice. Very cool. Yeah, I missed you because I was going to go over there and see you at the hotel, but you were gone.
I was gone.
So, yeah, it was a good time. The wind's nice, by the way. I mean, we did our show there on Friday. It was absolutely amazing. If you missed, I sent out some of the videos of the palatial studios, and I'm not kidding. I mean, talk palatial. I think it's like a $15 million studio. Awesome. And then I left and everything like that. Pool or pond would be nice for you. But then my sister was over there, and so I called her, and they're like, "Well, let's just have dinner here." And man, it was nice.
You ate at the Wynn?
Yeah, we ate at
You went to Sinatra's?
We did. Yeah, it was very nice.
I've been there a couple years ago.
Man, had a good time. Had a little chicken parm. Had some nice bread, all that kind of stuff. Man, it was beautiful. Did not do wine. I probably should.
You didn't do red wine at Sinatra's?
No, because they had. I'm a big fan of old fashioned, and the guy who was serving us is like, we make this old fashioned. Because I said, you make a good old fashioned, and he convinced me on it, and it was pretty good. So I felt like
it's a classic place.
Yeah, it was very nice. And he even said, "Hey, how about $5 for a double?" I said, "You got a deal." So that was nice.
I love scotch.
It was very nice.
We know Sinatra was a Dodger fan.
Yeah.
But he also was a Mike Murphy, Willie Mays fan.
Mm-hmm.
Who was Sinatra's football? It had to be the Jets from Hoboken? The
Probably.
Giants? Was
It
Sinatra
had to be
a
something
football
New York.
fan?
I don't remember. I do remember seeing him in clubhouses in baseball.
He
but
was
I-
a big baseball fan.
big baseball.
Was he a football fan, Sinatra?
I don't know if he was. I have to look.
He was a
I don't
Jimmy
remember
Hoffa fan, so maybe the Giants in that one corner end zone there with Hoffa.
Yeah. By the way, update from all the insiders shooting video. Ricky Pearsall is back, but he still is in the blue jersey, the non-contact.
No one's touching him.
Yeah. No
Do
touching
not
Ricky.
press him and touch that shoulder. If it's solid, do you know what shoulder it is?
So, and by the way, your guy Ike Yadam is back too. So
Yeah, I'd say he's full go. He's full go. He
He's
was
good to
running
go?
hard. I think he could have played in the game. Isaac Yadam.
yeah, so he's back as well. So that's the latest on the Niners. All right, bottom of the hour, we'll get some more Niners from Vern Glenn. We haven't talked all about our trip to Vegas and those great studios. We've got some stuff to give you there. And we're still not done with the Giants. Monday edition of the show. It's Pop in London on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hi, Krukow. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the return of Camilo Duvall and the Robbie Ray injury over the weekend in Seattle. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Karma Chameleon. He doesn't like Culture Club anymore. He played like 3 Culture Club songs. He did a tribute to Prince, one to George Michael. He did like probably 10 other artists' songs. I think he's tired of culture. You know, I mean, think about that. That was like 40 years ago. He was like a kid. He was in his early 20s. So, yeah, I never saw Boy George before. Not sure I have seen Boy George. I've seen this older guy named George who's 63 now. Still wears the big hat, cover up the bald spot. Actually, he's completely bald. So, well, I was there. You were at Sinatra's. Peter Igus sent me a text, a family member of Al's. Sinatra was a Raider fan.
Oh, really? Yeah, okay.
Coming from Palm Springs, he would go to a lot of L.A. Raider games.
I can't believe you didn't sing. I just told everybody on Talkback, I go, he'll sing 100%. You didn't sing.
I wasn't going to sing. Because I saw your eyes. You were trying to date me there. If you didn't do that... And I didn't have the mascara on like Boy George.
Is there like a song like if we would have come back you would have sang?
I'll tumble for you. I'll tumble for you. I'll tumble for you.
Were you yelling? Were you yelling from the audience?
You had to be there, John.
I'll tumble for you. Like because isn't it the worst when you go to a concert you expect the song and they don't sing it?
No, it was. Come on, man. He does not have a great voice.
All the guys.
I mean, now he's 63. Right. He got through it. He had a couple times he had to stop and say that I need a drink of water to get through this song because it was going to wear the Culture Club stuff. I think kind of wore him out. He got into this country folksy Dylan-ish thing. I'm like,
he did
this?
Nobody wanted to hear that.
Time to go to the bar.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
While I was watching Boy George, you were hanging with Frankie.
Yeah,
who apparently was a big Raider fan. Which leads to...
I got chunks of guys like you in my stool.
Which, was that Joe Piscopo?
Yeah.
Sinatra?
It's amazing.
Which leads to... Are we done with the Raiders now for a while?
We're
not going to play them in the preseason next year?
And they ain't going to the playoffs.
No, I mean, it's just every year... Since January of 2023, we played them in the regular season, that epic overtime game, and then obviously last year in the preseason, the joint practices with them. Going to their stadium with the Super Bowl, and we'll talk to Vern Glenn, and Mr. Involvement was there on the sideline with us on Saturday. I didn't really think about, because we didn't stay in Henderson. It was just different. Hotel was different. Everything was different. But when I got on the field pregame for the preseason game on Friday, it just came back.
Oh, yeah. Brock said that. Yeah, Brock said
because I got there, well, he was talking about going to the locker room, and it was just, Super Sunday, I think I took the early bus, so I was there way before. But it was just that walk in and the whole vibe. I was just thinking of the energy and the excitement of a Super Bowl and winning the game. And it just hit me that, damn, this is the place where they lost the Super Bowl. I hadn't thought about it. And then everywhere you go, it's a Raider logo. You go and get a beer at a bar, and it's a Raider logo on the tap. It's like everywhere they take over. So can they come to Santa Clara next year? Do we have to go there? I mean, I'm all for playing them every year in the preseason, but can we be done with them for a while?
Why? Did it? What was that?
Why?
It was just
Why do you
Super Bowl?
think? What do you think? What do you think? The whole vibe. I think I'm just done with it.
I just thought
it's better than going there and staying at their hotel where you wake up in the morning and you put on the TV and it's a Raider logo.
Right.
And it's the autumn wind.
You know what's weird about it, though, is that everybody you talk to, I talked to our old producer, Mitch Moss, and all the locals, they all say that Vegas is a night city, the Golden Knights, because of everything, and they had so much success. That really the Raiders have not gripped Vegas.
And a lot of it was the mass shooting, obviously, when the Vegas Golden Knights got there. But they, for whatever reason, the Golden Knights players, because the building where they play in T-Mobile is right on the Strip there, and so is Allegiant, but they live down there. And I think the Golden Knight players buy houses there, and they're putting money back in and paying taxes. And Devontae's got a palatial place out. I think it's in Henderson. But for whatever reason, maybe because of the Raiders, and it's the NFL versus the NHL, but the locals clearly have bonded with the Vegas Golden Knights and not with the Las Vegas Raiders. And I'm not sure. I know the Raiders reach out in the community. They do a lot of things, but maybe it's the perception because the money they make in the NFL is so enormous compared to what the money they make in the NHL. I mean, who's the highest paid player in the NHL? They even have a player that makes $10 million a year in that league. The 49ers got like 20 guys on their roster making that kind of money. Anyway, there's no doubt that the Raiders got an uphill climb that way. But just from a 49er and a Bay Area perspective, and obviously my ties with the Raiders for 21 years, I'm done of going back there. But you know what's going to happen next year? We'll probably have a joint practice with them. If we play them in the preseason, can they come to Santa Clara? John Gruden brought the Raiders. He didn't bring the Raiders. He left like 32 players home, and Derek Carr didn't come. But can the Raiders come back to the Bay Area to play a preseason game one time?
I don't know. I mean, I understand everything you're saying. I like a weekend in Vegas. I enjoyed myself. But, yeah, I understand. I don't have the ties that you do. But I agree with you. I agree with you.
The weekend at the X's, John.
That's exactly what it's like for you. That is true.
Done with us everywhere.
That is true. Where people stopping you left and right. Because what's amazing is...
I told you the Raider fans never came up to me at all.
Yeah.
They did this trip. I don't know why. It was nonstop. Anyway, it's a beautiful stadium. It's a little bit different, but just enough of it overall. But the big, and Vern's going to join us, is Brandon Ayuk making the trip. But I saw Brandon came hopping on the plane on Thursday, all smiles. No, he's around the team a lot. And
Did you think that was going to happen? That he was going to come on the trip?
I didn't want to tell you on Friday that he was on the trip because it would have been a big deal.
Yeah.
And Vern Glenn was there and he spoke to BA, and BA, I guess, raised his hand in the locker room and said no questions when he was there. He was actually on the bike, and then Antonio Pierce saw him, and Marvin Lewis came over to talk to him. So he and I were talking for a while. He was like, could I come up to the booth and watch the game with you guys? There's nowhere. I don't know where I'm going to watch the game. I'm like, Brandon, if you come up to the booth, it'll be the last game I do. So you stay your ass down here on the sideline of that. But he was in a good mood. His hairstyle is different. But it's hard to gauge because one night you feel, based on his energy and his mood, he's in a good mood. They're going to do a deal. It's going to be done. And the next day, it's still lingering. So Vern was able to talk to him a little bit. Because BA was there. He was prominent on the sideline, walked in with his guy Deebo Samuel, and then mixed and mingled pregame. So I think that was the big takeaway of the trip to Vegas, was the haunting memories of February the 11th. And unlike Bosa was on the trip as well. I don't think Christian was there. But it was good to see Brandon Ayuk there, even though he's still in this state of limbo.
Yeah, it was so weird, and you got the positive vibes from being there. I walked down on the field right after I got done, and because, like I said, I had family there, and they were in this specific zone watching the Raiders, and then I saw BA on the other end talking to fans, and I'm like, sorry, I gotta go. And I raced down there to try. I wasn't going to talk to him or anything, but just to see what was going on. But he had. So
you got your field passes, huh?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank the Raiders.
That's very nice of him. I take back everything I said. They're very nice.
Oh, Kaylee from the 49ers.
That was awesome. She's the best because I got to tell you, we're down there all the time, so we take it for granted. An 8-year-old at his first NFL game, and he's a fan of the wrong team, but he's a fan of the Raiders.
He loves Max Crosby.
Yeah, and to have a kid stand in front of these gigantic players for the first time ever. I mean, seriously, his jaw hit the ground. I mean,
did he meet Max Crosby?
No, he was right in front of Max. Was just standing there and everything, but It was pretty cool. I mean, when you have your, you've done it a million times with your kids and family and everything like that. And when they go down there for the first time and they see these people, they see these stars up close that they see on TV, it's a cool feeling to be able to do that. So thank you. And thank you to the 49ers for helping us out because that was just cool. That's cool stuff.
And thank the Raiders.
And the Raiders, too.
And now we're done with them for a year, right? When do we have to play them in the regular season?
It's so funny because you play it cool up until it, then it's like, because it's the Raiders and that stadium.
I am done.
And it did come back. Because our booth was about 2 booths down from where we did the Super Bowl last year. But still, even walking by it, I looked in there like, ugh. There's just, you couldn't help it.
Sometimes when I watch them and I see the silver and black and the helmet, it's like, all right, nice segue. Boy George was a huge Raider fan.
So he couldn't sing, huh? He was
he got through it. He got through it.
Some of these guys, like Mick has kept his voice, but like David Lee Ross' voice has got, like there's a lot of these people that
I don't think Boy George was never a great vocalist even when he was in his 20s, but he got through it. That was a good show. Nice segue from the autumn wind is a Boy George.
All right, let's talk to Vern Glenn, our friend. He was there, and he was talking to BA and all that kind of stuff. So let's talk to Vern. He is the best. He is one of our favorites, and he was on the sideline with you and Tim and Tim's flowing hair. We're up in the booth, so we'll get into that next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
In the NFL, there is no margin for error. One mistake can change the outcome of a game. That's why 8 out of 10 NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed. As the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL, Sleep Number is proud to help players unlock their full potential through the power of quality sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number number 1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. Do you have a Sleep Number bed? Now you can get one during Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. You'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get free home delivery on select smart beds when you add a base. It ends Labor Day, 1 week from the day, September the 2nd. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Only at a Sleep Number store or at sleepnumber.com, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Third down and goal. This is a goal to go. You need the end zone.
Robbie Chosen working out of the slot right here.
Number 7. Dobbs looking that way. Throwing in the back of the end zone for Jacob. Cowing.
You love that.
Touchdown 49ers.
Even Tim is in preseason mode. He goes, love that versus love that. So he's warming up the vocals too. Our favorite, Vern Glenn, KPIX sports director at Vern KPIX. He was on the sidelines for you guys in Las Vegas for Raiders, 49ers, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Vern. How are you?
I'm good. I've got a few shows today on Channel 5, and I'm just wondering if I should break out the broccoli top hairdo like Brandon Ayuk did on the sideline. I want to have that one
Is
go
that
over.
what it is?
You could never go wrong with that. Absolutely.
I like the new hairstyle.
Yes,
It's cool.
Yes, well, if you want to be
like
hip, Greg, I mean, that's what they call it, the broccoli top.
I don't know if I could pull that off. Maybe. So I like it better. The dreadlocks he had last year, I like the broccoli top better. So I visited with him for a little while. You have much alone time with BA on Friday at Allegiant Stadium, Vern?
My alone time with him was a grand total of 10 seconds. I will say this though. I did spend time with a prominent wide receiver that was on that field in pregame warmups. Devontae Adams came over and dapped me up.
Ooh. That could be interesting too.
John wants to trade Ayuk for Tay.
I want him.
Anyway, Tay wants to come back home, Vern.
Hey, I'm sure he would. I'm sure he would love it. Hey, he's an East Palo Alto guy.
Right.
Valley High. Sure, why not?
Vern, during the receiver thing, he was upset with our guy Jimmy Garoppolo, and their quarterback situation doesn't look like it's improved that much. I'm thinking, all right, if Brandon Ayuk doesn't want to be here, maybe Adam.
Well, he was upset with everybody. I mean, come on. I mean, those balls were not coming his way, and when they were coming his way, they were behind him. They were over his head. They were just off center. I can understand the frustration.
Yeah, you've been doing this for a long, long time. You've been covering athletes and holdouts, and you have instincts for it. So just being around it the way you are with the team and observing Brandon Ayuk, where do you think this goes? How does it end? Do they trade him? Does he re-sign? Does he play against the Jets? Tell me what you're thinking, Vern.
I'm thinking if the 49ers really wanted to be a parent, they would put them over their knee and go, you're under contract, you're going to take your $14 million and be a professional. And he can't act up because it ruins his brand if he does for future deals. So if you want to be a hard line about it, I mean, the 49ers really don't have to do anything, but they're trying to put their best foot forward and do right by him, understanding the financial constraints they have. Now, does the CeeDee Lamb deal affect what happens moving forward? If you're Ayuk, are you thinking, well, I'm better than CeeDee Lamb, and he's getting this? So it's a great problem to have, and I'm glad that I don't have to write the checks. That's for sure.
No
but
kidding.
I don't think, I don't know how Greg feels, but I do not think the 49ers can win the Super Bowl, let alone maybe even get there without him.
Well, I think what you said about
there's no way.
Well, Vern, what you were saying about
they need broccoli head. They need broccoli head. I would agree with you on that one.
Well, you mentioned
he should
CeeDee
play
Lamb
without a helmet on. He should play helmetless with that.
That is a good look.
So perfect.
Vern, you mentioned CeeDee Lamb. There's nobody left. Like Jamar Chase still has 2 more years on his deal, and the Bengals are cheap. Mike Brown's cheap. That deal's not getting done. So he's
Right.
the last one left. They got to do something here.
I think once the CeeDee Lamb domino fell, I mean, in my mind, something's got to be cooking. I mean, come on. I mean, when we first saw him in Vegas, we're like, oh, well, he came on the team playing. Oh, well, maybe something's imminent. And then, then with him, I saw him and Antonio Pierce. I mean, they're talking on the sidelines about, the old Arizona State days. And from my vantage point, it was a one-way conversation. Ayuk wasn't saying anything. Pierce was doing all of the talking. So I don't know if it was, okay, the grass isn't greener on the other side. Get what you can get. I don't know what was the change, but it was an animated conversation, and Pierce was doing all the talking.
All right, now to the game. You had a lot of great interviews, throughout, but the one after the game with Joshua Dobbs was a classic, and he played well on that one drive. He was 5 for 5. He had Cowing for the touchdown, and you asked him point blank, am I looking at the 49ers backup quarterback? You've been on the sideline for these games, and he had the helicopter touchdown in Nashville, the John Elway play, the 4th and 1 against New Orleans, and then he played well against the Raiders. So who do you think's Brock's backup is going to be, Brandon Allen or the Pasternak?
I'm going toward Dobbs, and I'll tell you why. I mean, I don't know anything about how the 49ers grade these performances and this, that, and the other. I mean, I'm not in the quarterback room. I don't know, and I don't get a chance to see all of practice. But from my standpoint, if something happens to Brock Purdy, and you're looking at both quarterbacks, and you're thinking, here's the ball, get us out of this. To me, Dobbs passes my eye test. Now, the classic pocket drop back quarterback, you throw to a mark and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Brandon fits that, okay. But as far as like just making something happen, scrambling and then just buying time and extending plays, like I mean that's his game. I'm a Dobbs guy.
Yeah, I like Dobbs. I wonder, because part of this game in cutting guys is who can get back to the roster, and I think I'd love to have both of these guys, given the injury history over the last couple of years. I don't think I think Dobbs will get claimed by Minnesota with their injury to J.J. McCarthy, and I don't know if Brandon Allen will get grabbed, because I want both of these guys back.
I'd like both of them too, to be honest with you. But, hey, Minnesota grabs Dobbs. I mean, he's got enough hours in the air now. He could fly to Minnesota himself.
Yeah, I think they're going to put them both on the roster. They're not going to run that risk. But the big thing from Friday, outside of, the guys playing and, Brock had a good game and Debo and Kittle, was the injury. Gross Matos went down. I never really got a good look at that one. But the Leonard Floyd one, we did, Vern. And it was so gruesome. Sean Madison, our producer, didn't want to replay, the injury again when we came back from break. His right foot planted on that field turf at Allegiant, and then it hyperextended back. You were on the Niners sideline. He could barely get to the sideline, but he got there under his own power, and then they carted him off, and then he came back on, and he was all smiles. Do you have and Kyle said it's not a bad deal. It's more day-to-day.
That's when I jumped on it. Yeah, when I saw him come back, I mean, he's soul shaking and laughing and yucking it up, and he occasionally he would bend down talking to some guy, just pointing to the exact spot on the knee where we're hurt. But I mean, he was making it sound like it was, I don't want to say nonchalant, but he was making it sound like it was no big deal. What they did to him in the locker room, I have no idea. But from it did not look like a face of concern from where I was standing, and I was 10 feet behind him.
Hey, Vern, an awesome piece in the SF Gate today. Bay Area, the TV legend Vern Glenn threw himself a golf tournament. We went. Tell us about it.
I wanted to go. I was invited, but I think I had to work with you, John. I wanted.
Yeah, well, young fella Alex Simon wrote the article. He spent all day, all night with me, so he drew the short straw to write that article.
No,
but
who wouldn't want to do that?
He was interested in how the event came about and how it would come off, this being my first ever golf fundraiser, not knowing what I'm doing and getting the tutelage and the advice from guys like Keena Turner, who's run his tournament for 29 years, and a friend of mine, Bob Hammer, who's run his cancer tournament for 20 years over in Danville. So I got sponged off of that, and then I worked with a couple of really invaluable people who are experienced in running golf fundraisers, and so that was it. And I just wanted to be a fun party. I wanted people to just go and have a good time, and I wanted some extras thrown in there. Like we had title holders just kind of driving around and just greeting players. We had Miss California. We had Miss Sonoma. We had we had all these. You
didn't tell me that, Vern. I would have blown off one that day. For Miss Sonoma County? Kidding me? It's almost crushing season. Damn.
Miss California. We did a couple of TikToks. By the way, her last name is Vernon, so I love that. So we had that. We had a rocket launcher. We had a 360 camera. We had Sourdough Sam was there. Lucille was there, and the tip of the iceberg. When John Taylor nailed a 40-foot putt to win the celebrity golf putting contest and the dinner for the House of Prime Rib, that kind of set off the whole thing.
He's amazing.
It was great. Yeah, he's good at everything.
Did he do a backflip afterwards or anything like that? I saw him do like a standing backflip last year. I was like, what?
No, he didn't do a backflip. No, he just kind of he nailed his putt. He strutted off and ended up having a good round with his group. But it was a great turnout. We had 160 players. Usually when you're full, it's at 144. That's a full tournament. We had 160 plus celebrities, and then we had 220 people show up for dinner at 5 o'clock with Bob Starlott as the roast master for that one. It was such a turnout. The club had to move the whole thing outside because they just couldn't accommodate that many people in the ballroom for dinner. So it was way more than I expected. Way more.
Because they love you. Because they love Vern.
Exactly.
Well, the important thing is we raised a ton of money for two foundations that were benefits from it. So that was the win-win for me. But for people having a smile on their face, hey, I love it.
Man, you're always smiling. I also am reading that you nailed your ceremonial first drive. So nicely done. So I don't think we call you Mr. Involved.
That was pressure. I mean, having a lot. Sure. I mean, everybody's watching, and you gotta hit the tee shot to officially like. I was afraid of like duck hooking it or whatever, but I was able to. I got lucky, hit it pure fairway, boom.
So Gary obviously called you Mr. Involvement, and you don't do all that stuff anymore like you used to. But the story that I'm reading in the SF Gate is just filled with, catching Tom Candiotti's knuckleball and Jeff Ulbrich out.
Geez.
What's the most terrified thing you've ever done, Vern, as Mr. Involvement?
Jumping out of a plane.
That would be it.
Riding a bull.
Riding a bull?
Pop's done that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man, I was drunk at a bar. That doesn't count.
That was in New Orleans, a mechanical bull.
Yeah, that was a mechanical bull, and that was New Orleans.
Yeah,
I remember that one.
So who hit you when you put on the full football gear and somebody lit you up? And I remember you saying, "Hit me with everything you got," and they did.
And he did. He did.
Was that Ulbrich?
The defensive coordinator for the New York Jets.
That's
the hardest I've ever been hit in my life.
Oh,
it was a blitz pickup drill, and I'm with Garrison Hurst, and he's telling me everything to do. He's like, "You got to get low, dog. Got to get low. Got to get low, dog." And so I got low, but not low enough because Ulbrich just crushed me, absolutely crushed me. I was seeing
you
stars.
Were low. You were 6 feet under. You were low.
And Joe Fonte later told me that everybody told Ulbrich, "Do not come back in the locker room unless you light him up."
Vern,
and that's exactly what happened.
Vern, I'm looking at this old. You posted this at the beginning near the beginning of the month, the '96 Grand National Rodeo at the Cow Palace, and you're on this big old beast. My God, there's no way I would have gotten on that thing. This thing is massive. Oh my!
Hey man, they called me out, man. My manhood was on the line. So
you don't do that stuff anymore.
Long enough.
How many years ago did you stop? You don't do that stuff. You got kids at home. You got to put them through school.
Yeah.
You don't do that anymore now.
I mean, I did like a 5K little funny little thing last week for the Warriors and Raymond Ritter and those guys for an event that they had. But as far as like putting my body and my life on the line, I got to pick and choose my spots because I'm 62. I don't recover as quickly as I did when I was 27 when I got here.
You're the best, man. Great piece. Check out Vern's feed. You can see the piece. in the SF Gate for the golf tournament. It looks awesome at Vern KPIX. Make sure you follow him. He's got a great feed, man, with all this stuff on there. So make sure you check that out as well. Congrats on the success of your first. I know that you'll have many more after that, and we always love talking to you. Great work on the sidelines, and we'll see you throughout the season, I'm sure.
Yeah, we're talking about it now. But hey, Greg, I know your birthday's in October, but I'll always be older than you.
Slightly. Boy George is 63, Vern's 62, and I'm still 61, John.
Very nice. All right, gentlemen.
Take care,
Talk
Vern.
to you. Thanks, Vern.
All right, man. Love you.
Take care.
Love you, man.
At Vern KPIX. Make sure that you check it out. I can't believe he rode that bull.
He makes you smile.
I can't believe he rode that thing. I'm looking at the picture of him riding the bull because I was stupid enough to talk trash during training camp. I had ribs broken doing that stuff. There's you don't mess around with the football stuff. But I mean, that thing could have trampled him to death. It's massive. That is a massive animal right there that he's riding. That's not the mechanical bull at the Bourbon Cowboy that you rode. The Bourbon Cowboy was amazing, but no, it didn't throw you off. So we all got bored and we went back to the bar. And then you were like George Jetson on that thing. Where is everybody? We're like, dude, we thought you were gonna get thrown off in 3 seconds. It was 4 a.m. We left you. We're like, oh, this is no fun.
Vern.
Papa's hanging on.
I didn't know Miss California and Miss Sonoma were coming.
Yeah, what day was that?
Damn.
Where was my invitation? You lost?
It was during training camp, I think.
All right.
He's the best.
Everything fun happens during our show because that was probably when it happened.
I know.
Like tee off at like 9, 10 o'clock, whatever. Anyway, that sounds good. All right, we'll give you an update on what's going on with the 49ers. They are back at it today. We do have some news on Brandon Ayuk and on Trent Williams. We'll give you that as well. And we have a foreplay at the top of the hour. Recap the Giants weekend. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Our guy Cam Inman from the Bay Area News Group joined Murph and Marcus this morning, gave his takeaways from the 49ers preseason. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Dude, where's my office? I totally lost it because I was half-baked, smoking doobies. Doobie Brothers. I was smoking doobies with my brothers.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Well, I was told from somebody involved in the situation that he is not going to be available until he gets his contract adjusted. He's got 3 years left on his deal. That could bleed into the regular season with us just being a few weeks away. This is a player who's made about $150 million in his career. He's been taking up golf, kind of staying away from the team, doing his own thing, still training, of course, getting ready for the season potentially, but he's not overly stressed to have to be out there right now, and he's the 4th highest paid left tackle despite being the best the last few years. So the 49ers know they have to do something here, could sweeten the guarantees on his contract. So they're dealing with Brandon Ayuk at the same time. They're trying to get this guy done. So they're hoping he'll be in the lineup here soon.
That's the latest insider with outsider information telling us that Trent Williams wouldn't be back without a new contract. Wow. Really? We didn't know that.
He took up golf last offseason.
Exactly. Golf was last offseason. Him not wanting to be here, he doesn't like to do training camp, and he hardly practices. These insiders are outsiders when it comes to Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk. I'm sorry. There's been no information in like a month on anybody. But you got to fill time, and I understand you work for ESPN. We will give you 4 pieces of great sound, though. Bob Melvin is new. Elliot Ramos is new. Kyle Shanahan on some injuries, and Brock Purdy saying similar things to what you were thinking and saying. So we'll get into those conversations. By the way, you just reminded of this. We'll do it at 1:15 because we got a bunch of good stuff on the caboose at 1:30. If you did not hear, you've probably heard the story of the Chargers getting stuck in the elevator for 2 hours, Justin Herbert being the highest profile player in there. But you probably have not heard the Jim Harbaugh press conference talking about it. It's amazing. So we'll play that for you at 1:15.
Oh, it's trippy. Harbs wasn't even in the elevator. Jerry Fouts was. Dan Fouts' wife.
Yeah.
So this was not at Jerry's Palace. This was not at AT&T. This was at the team hotel.
Right. Yeah, they got
the night before the game where they got stuck for 2.5 hours. And Jerry Fouts was on there with Justin Herbert. And Jerry's the only person who could get a cell reception out of the elevator was able to contact Dan Fouts, and Dan called 911, but they couldn't get the elevator open for 2.5 hours. There was like 12 people on the elevator. Those aren't very big. You're going to run out of oxygen at some point.
I can't wait till we play this at 1:15 and people haven't heard it. Harbs is amazing, but I would not do well in an elevator for 2 hours. I don't think I'm claustrophobic. I just, and you're the same way. Like, you have to stand up, move around, stuff like that. I would not be cool with being in an elevator for 2.5 hours. Would not be good.
Well, I was stuck one time in Madison Square Garden elevator, but it wasn't the usual elevator. It was a freight elevator where they had the cows from the Barnum and Bailey circus. Or not cows, elephants.
I've never heard of this.
They had elephants. What do you think elephants do when they crap elephant-size? It was vile.
Wait a minute! You were in an elevator with elephants that were crapping?
Well, but the elevator it's at the old. So they used to during a Knick game or a Ranger game at the old Felt Forum, they would have simultaneous events. They would have the circus go on while you were playing a basketball game at a different part of the arena. Then, and the elevators, we would take the elevator up the back way, not the big elevator. The media takes with the team. And they just smell so vile because they're elephants on them.
There's elephant dung, like remnants of it, or smells of it.
Well, the remnants, you would say. The aroma.
the aroma, yes.
And I remember waiting there for we weren't stuck for 2.5 hours, but I was like, I got to get off this elevator. I'm going to pass out. But it was nothing like Jerry Fouts. She's a hero. She saved the L.A. Chargers, calling Dan Fouts.
It's like driving through what's the aromatic part of when you drive San Francisco to L.A. near Fresno?
Coalinga.
Oh, man, that is
Stuart Anderson, split pea.
You'll be driving along, everything's fine.
Open the window. I always open the windows when you go through Coalinga.
Yeah, but should you open the windows or close all the vents? Because that's where it's coming from.
Kids be glad you don't live in Coalinga.
Oh, man.
Sounds like a good place to live.
Until you're like...
No, that is the perpetual aroma of the elevators at when the Barnum and Bailey Circus is playing Madison Square Garden.
That is
But
brutal.
nothing like Jerry Faust is a hero.
Yeah.
She saved the Chargers.
All right, we'll play that for you at 1:15. It's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Let's start out with some Giants. They lose 2 of 3 in Seattle. A lot of things went wrong, including a Robbie Ray injury. Bob Melvin talks about now moving on to Milwaukee, how the rotation will play out.
I really have no idea at this point. We're just trying to cover another game with, 6 innings, 5-6 innings, another game. So we'll figure it out as we go, but certainly not ideal. But like I said, hopefully he caught it. He didn't want to try to throw another pitch, which is probably smart. We'll see how he responds.
Not good. Not good.
Yeah, he's going to be out a while. I mean, you're talking, he's got to go on the IL, and he's going to miss. He may not pitch the rest of the year.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So, I mean, Kyle Harrison quietly has been rearranged in the rotation, and it's because he's reached his innings max. So, they already moved him around in Birdsong, and so Logan Webb will go tomorrow night in Milwaukee, and then I think Kyle goes Wednesday, and then Birdsong Thursday. That's a day game, and then they got to go right home to play Miami. So, I think the earliest they could pitch Blake Snell again on Friday, John, but they're going to need somebody for Saturday. Did Susan make it sound like they're going to go opener?
Yes.
For the Robbie Ray spot back at home against Miami on August 31? That's what she kind of intimated.
Yeah, that's what she said, yeah. Off today. Tomorrow, Logan Webb. Wednesday, Kyle Harrison. Thursday, Hayden Birdsong. So I hate throwing this back in Farhan's face, but it is hard if the pitching had come through like he thought it would. But again, Birdsong and Harrison are young guys. Logan Webb has been the rock. You got Ray coming back from TJ surgery, and Blake Snell's not going to throw a no-hitter every night. It's tough, and then they don't get key hits. But this is probably the story of the season when it comes to the Giants. Elliot Ramos never had a 20-home run season until Sunday. Here's Ramos talking about it.
Even when I was in AAA, that was my goal. I hit 8 in AAA, so for me it counts as 28. I mean, big leagues are the ones that actually count, right? So, but I mean, that always been my goal. I always wanted to do it. I never had a 20-homer season, and it's been a goal of mine to be a good hitter and be that kind of hitter for sure.
What a story for this kid, man. Out of spring training early, as you and I have talked about, makes the All-Star team, hits 20 home runs, which for a lot of teams, that's not a big deal. I mean, over the weekend, Aaron Judge has got, 51? He's on a higher pace. He's getting past 60. But for this kid to do what he's done is a remarkable story.
So we had him on June the 7th when the Giants arrived in Arlington.
Yep.
And we talked about him being an all-star, and he was able to break that jinx with Chili Davis back in '86 for a homegrown outfielder. But we flat out asked him, because he was showing some power in Arizona before they went to Texas, about he never had a 20-home run season in the minor leagues. And with his kind of power, he doesn't have to pull the ball, but Pat Burrell's taught him how to pull the inside pitch, and he hit a bomb yesterday doing it, but he could easily go out to right and right center, and he talked about, 20-homer year, but he has 20 in the major leagues. He did not come up until May. He hit 8 in Sacramento. So he's got 28 home runs this year in professional baseball, AAA in the majors. So he's going to get 30. He wants to get 30 in the big leagues, John, but next year he could break a couple of Barry Bonds long streaks. Start him in left field opening day next year, and then just leave him there. Let him play left field. He's not a center fielder. He can't play right at Oracle. Leave him in left. That's the Bond streak where you don't have, back-to-back guys don't start in left since Barry retired. And then that 30-homer drought since Bonds in 2004, which is amazing. Ramos can take care of that one, John. So he's got 20 in the bigs, but he's got 28 in pro baseball this year.
Yeah, what a great story for him. And I just remember going back to spring training, and when he got, when he was out of camp early, I didn't think really anything of it when they started having the injuries, but he was hot at AAA. We were talking about it a ton, and then he's come up and done what he's done. So what a cool story about Elliot Ramos getting 20. Really cool
and
story.
You were talking about the starters going down, and I know people wondered about the Alex Cobb trade. Alex Cobb went back on the IL for the Guardians again. He fractured a fingernail.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I mean, you don't want to label a guy injury prone, but it's like a fractured fingernail.
I think that's why they partly traded him.
Yeah.
was they felt like he just, he was supposed to be back in late April, May, June, July. He never was able to come back. So they traded Cobb, and now he's on the IL with Stephen Vogt. You're familiar with Nate Furman. That is the player to be named later the Giants got in the Alex Cobb trade, which became official today.
Nate Furman?
Nate Furman.
Nate Furman. He was not part of the OJ trial. No, that was different.
That's Mark Furman.
Yeah, different guy. Different guy.
Did not go to Furman University either.
No, he did not.
Or Fordham.
Yes.
University, either one.
All right, over to the 49ers side of things. A lot of good things come out of the game against the Raiders, but this is not one of them. Here's Kyle Shanahan talking about Gross Matos and Floyd, and also D. Winters, the injuries.
The injuries from the game. Yetur has a knee. He'll be week to week. Leonard Floyd also with a knee. He's day to day. And D. Winters from the game also had an ankle.
So not great. We are hearing better things on Floyd than we are Gross Matos. Floyd day to day, but aren't we all? And Gross Matos week to week. D. Winters getting an MRI today. They do have a lot of good depth at the linebacker position, but as far as the defensive ends are concerned, honestly, I would not be surprised if we would potentially see a trade of a 49ers running back, and specifically Elijah Mitchell, for some sort of maybe a defensive end. I don't know what's going to happen with Ayuk or Trent Williams or something like that. Maybe a veteran safety. I don't know. But when it comes to the defensive ends, they're kind of thin there.
Well, Matt Barrows asked Kyle the question, and we played it. In light of the injuries to Floyd and Gross Matos, what are you thinking with your 53-man roster? And Kyle said, you'll find out when we come up with our 53-man roster. Sam Okawanu, young guy, went to Maryland. He had a sack at the end of the Raider game. Alex Barrett has been on the practice squad for a while. These are the edge guys they have. So, as we noted earlier, the NFL is going to cut down. Literally in 24 hours, we're going to start, and some teams announce them late. The Niners like to hold them. But we should know them all by the end of the show tomorrow. But they have to go from 90 to 53, so every team cuts 37 players all at once. Times 32, that's 1,184 players that were playing, on rosters this weekend and going to be available. So you may be able to find, even a team like the Niners may be able to scoop up a player, but it does revert back to last year's record, so the claiming process would not be great, but your needs may be different than other teams' needs. So keep an eye on that. And then the D. Winters injury with the ankle. I mean, right now, you're starting linebackers without Dre Greenlaw, and he's going to go on PUP tomorrow. Fred Warner's your Mike. Devondre Campbell is your Will. And I think, D. Winters would have been your Sam, your strong side linebacker, who would have been out there when you're in your base defense. I don't know who else. Curtis Robinson could do that, but they've been grooming him. He can play all three. Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles is too light to play from scrimmage. He gets exposed when they do that. So Jalen Graham could mix in, Tatum Bethune, but he's more of a Mike. This Winters injury, we're talking so much about Gross Matos and Floyd, but D. Winters factored in playing a lot of snaps and being your base linebacker, John. How bad is that ankle injury for D?
Yeah, that's a horrible story that we haven't talked about a ton. I know they have a lot of good depth there, but like I said, he was the guy that was kind of next up. There was a lot of buzz around him. I think he was a little overamped in that first game, but still, he was a guy that was going to be in that mix. And now with these major injuries, and it sounds like as far as the ends are concerned, Floyd could be ready for week one, and Matos is kind of iffy.
The Floyd injury looked gruesome to me. I was amazed. The way he planted his foot and hyperextended the knee back, I thought, oh, wow. He at least stretched out some ligaments here, cartilage or something. But he went back in. They carted him off, and he came back in, and he came back on the sideline, and he was fine. He was all smiles. He was showing Kyle where it was. So, but you obviously need Leonard Floyd, and you need Gross Matos. We'll see. You got 2 weeks to go to get ready. But also out of nowhere was the D. Winters injury, and then the injury involving George Odom with an ankle during pregame warm-up. So does that mean Malik Mustafa is a starter, is a rookie? You could have two rookies, Cowing returning punts and Garendo returning kickoffs, but from scrimmage, Dominic Pooney's going to play at right guard. There's no doubt barring an injury. It's possible Malik Mustafa is your starting safety next to Jair Brown.
Yeah, you could have a second-year guy and a rookie against Aaron Rodgers. I don't love that, but if they're the guys, that's the way it's going to be. And finally, let's do the last one. Here is Brock Purdy kind of saying what you were saying there. Is we were kind of speculating about this on Friday, if there was going to be, any kind of issue with the guys walking into that building on, here we are where the Super Bowl happened. Here's Brock Purdy talking about it postgame.
Yeah, I mean, just driving into the stadium and then, seeing the locker room, and our lockers are, for this game at least, they were in the different spots. And then, just being on the sideline, it seems like yesterday we were just playing that game. So, obviously it sucks thinking about it and how we just weren't able to finish, but it's 2024 and we're excited for the season. So we're going to have another opportunity at it. So.
Yes, but how would he be if he were stuck with his teammates in a elevator for 2.5 hours?
That would be bad.
Would he be the
only
leader?
way worse to do that would be to wrap
Justin
up
Herbert.
that game and get stuck in an elevator at Allegiant Stadium.
No kidding.
With the Autumn Wind as a Pirate playing over and over and over again on a loop. It was 194 days from February 11th to August 23rd when the 49ers went back in there on Friday. But who's counting? I'm moving on.
Look at you with a big smile. You're just glad that's over. All that stuff.
It's never going to be over.
Yeah.
It's going to haunt us forever.
Yeah, that is true. It's always the ones you don't win, no matter if you do win one. So there you go. All right, that is your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. There is more sound, though. It's Harbaugh sound. We'll explain what happened in Dallas with the Chargers. Justin Herbert, the main guy in a elevator that was stuck for 2.5 hours with others, and they finally get out. But Jim Harbaugh's post-game presser praising Justin Herbert's leadership while stuck in the elevator. You cannot miss this. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Barrows, he joined the show earlier from The Athletic, covers the 49ers, gave us the latest news surrounding Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk, plus his preseason picks and final 53-man team for the 49ers. Check out that podcast more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Thanks for joining us. Pop on London on a Monday edition of the show. Thank you so much for hanging out. By the way, the big news today, before we give you the Jim Harbaugh sound from Justin Herbert and others being stuck in an elevator for 2.5 hours in Dallas at their team hotel before their preseason game against the Cowboys. CeeDee Lamb, speaking of Dallas, has signed an extension 4 years at $34 per, just under Justin Jefferson. So really that leaves Brandon Ayuk as the last man standing because Jamar Chase is not going to get a new deal with 2 years left on it from Mike Brown and the Bengals. So we're waiting word. There's really nothing else to comp it to. Not that Brandon Ayuk would have gotten that kind of money, but still – last guy standing, right? Brandon Ayuk of the group that will get
Jamar wants a deal. I don't know. And Mike Brown said it was critically important to get him signed, but he's just not in that inflection point.
Like he's a year behind everybody else.
CD and Brandon are in the same draft class, and so was Joe. It was a hell of a class, that class. You know, Henry Ruggs was in that class with the Raiders, and what's happened to him, it's unbelievable. These guys are getting generational wealth, and look where his life has gone, and Jerry Jeudy and others. But anyway, I don't think it's a real comp to Brandon, because he's not going to get that kind of money. He can ask for it, but I don't think that's a deal. But it just shows you that it's the 2-minute warning. We got 2 weeks to go before the start of the year, and 1 week from today is Labor Day, and they come back and they start to go on Labor Day. They labor on Labor Day. It's installed. And then even more so, John, less than 24 hours now, the Niners got to be down to 53, and Brandon's not on a list like Trent's on the did not report list, so he won't count on the 53. Ayuk will. And I don't know what list you could put him on. You can't. So he has to go on the 53-man roster. Probably be a moot point once he signs, but that means you may have to cut a wide receiver that you wouldn't ordinarily have to cut. If he signed, that player would get cut anyway. But I think it just means that it's 2 weeks out and it's time to go. This is a deadline, and deadlines do spur activity and negotiation. So it's time. It's the 2 minutes of the game. You're tied. You're coming out with the ball. You're trying to drive for the game-winning touchdown or field goal. So let's get it done.
All right, so it's the latest. We'll keep you up to date on everything. This is the story. So on Friday night in their Dallas-based hotel, the Chargers, about 7:30 local time, they get stuck in an elevator, or 5:30 local time, they get stuck in an elevator for about 2.5 hours. Among those on this elevator was the wife and son of Dan Fouts, our friend Dan Fouts. They were on the elevator. Justin Herbert and other Chargers players on the elevator. There's just Justin Herbert right there.
There's Jerry Fouts. That's Dan's
That's amazing.
Wife.
So
there were 16 total people stuck on this elevator
on one
for 2.5
elevator
hours. For 2.5 hours.
Which is unbelievable to me. So they finally get out. There actually a panel in the elevator had to be removed. Dallas Fire and Rescue had to take each person individually, and they had to go onto an adjacent elevator to get out of this thing after 2.5 hours. So here is Jim Harbaugh in true Jim Harbaugh fashion describing the situation. First, lauding his quarterback, Justin Herbert, for being such a leader as they were stuck in this elevator.
I think 11 or 12 of our players were there for about 2 hours, and that's a shared experience. I mean, brought them closer together. I just missed it, being on that elevator, and it's like we wish I could have been there with those guys, you know. And but Justin Herbert was, and the remarkable things that came out of it was, you know, to a guy, you know, Tarheeb, young rookie player, it's like, wow, Justin Herbert's a leader. I mean, he was a rock. You know, kept everybody calm. And Jerry Fouts told me the same thing. You know, pulled me aside after they got out, and just how great Justin was. And
you love Harbaugh.
He's amazing.
You love Harbaugh.
Just the leadership of Justin as we were in the elevator.
Beyond that, how about Jerry Fouts, Dan's wife? She's the only one on the elevator that could get cell reception.
Right.
So she called Dan, or texted Dan. She reached him, and then Dan got 911, and that's how they were rescued. But is that amazing? There was 11 players. He said I had 14 people on there with Justin Herbert and Jerry Fouts, Dan's wife. So it's pretty
and
amazing.
other players. So it's like, can you imagine how tight they were in
11
there?
Players. Well, it depends how big the elevator was, but they're probably going to the meal room or after a meeting at 7:30 going down, or up to a meeting. That's usually the time the night before a game. It's preseason, so I don't know. But what hotel were they at?
They were at the Westin in Dallas.
In what city?
In Dallas.
Or
yeah, the Westin Hotel in downtown Dallas is where they were.
They're not
First
going
of all,
there again.
I can guarantee you they were over the weight limit because Justin Herbert himself was like 240. So if it was other players, and then I mean, it's like, wasn't
You're
that thing
blaming
going
it on
off?
that?
Oh, no doubt.
Wow.
If there was 15 people and
I've gotten
12
on
were
an
football
elevator
players,
with 49 49ers. What are you supposed to do?
Isn't that thing going off? When
now you got me all weirded out about the elevator.
Like, isn't that thing going off? Isn't there something where the elevator
are the Giants,
won't move?
by the way, are the Giants staying at the Hotel Pfister in Milwaukee?
I
We
don't
gotta
know.
find out about that.
Yeah, all the ghosts and everything like that. Who was telling us? Well, I'm going to go off
George
on a tangent if I don't do
Contos.
that. Yeah, about the
George Contos. Tim
they
Hudson
scared
got
the
a
hell out
master
of
room
Bell.
key, went into Brandon Belt's
Oh,
room
that's such
and
a
waited
good
for Belt
story.
to be asleep a couple hours, and they started making noises.
Amazing.
And jumped out behind the curtain because the Hotel Pfister is haunted.
By the way, one more on Harbaugh. Like, only Harbaugh would say, "Man, I just barely missed that elevator that got stuck for 2.5 hours. I wish
He
I
would
could
have
have been
sucked
with
all
those
the
guys."
oxygen. They all would have died. They were running out of oxygen. You want Harbaugh? Harbaugh would have hit Herbert like he's got the shoulder pads on. He would have been like cracking him. Leave me alone, coach. Stop talking.
He's the only guy
Don't breathe. We're running out of oxygen.
He's the only guy that wishes he was on a stuck elevator for 2.5 hours. Anyway, here's more of Harbs calling the event a test of wills. Here he is.
And everybody kept their poise, and just because you get in those situations, and it's a test of wills. And I was proud of each of the guys and the two women that were on that elevator. I mean, that's a win. You feel good about yourself. You were challenged, and it was a test of will, and you pull it down, or pull it in. One of the two. But there's a camaraderie amongst that group that is even stronger than it was before.
Who's got it better than us? Otis Elevator.
Everybody. My God, what do you mean test of wills? I mean, they're
spun that in a positive way to get stuck on an elevator.
Yeah. And you're right. Harbaugh never forgets that old saying, which, remember when Joe Staley, Patrick Galaz, all those guys at the end, by the time Harbaugh left, they're like, dude, enough of that. Like, we don't want to hear you say who's got it better ever again.
It's a Jack Harbaugh line.
Yeah.
John Harbaugh uses it in Baltimore.
Here's Jim somehow spinning it onto this elevator.
And it was hot. As each person came off the elevator, I mean, sweating, and some had the shirt off. Justin Herbert, his hair was a little wet, but his shirt was completely dry. That's another thing that blew me away. The guy is just a beast. Who's got it better than? I wish those guys that were on that elevator.
Everyone who wasn't on the elevator had it better than those guys.
He loved it. Spent 2.5 hours with
Justin Herbert, a beast.
What other players were on there? Was Easton Stick on there? Eastern Stick may have.
They'd have just left him on there.
Pulled the cable on the elevator. It's my only chance to start.
Exactly. I'm never getting another start with this guy around.
Now I know why
Jim.
Harbaugh took the Charger job. He
He's
likes
amazing.
himself some Justin Herbert. He's
He
pretty
does.
good player.
My God.
Not
He's
a
just a
bad
beast for being stuck in that elevator. Can you imagine the women being pressed against the sides with 12 other football players? They're just like, they weren't thinking who's got it better than us. Oh, my goodness, Jim. Anyway, that's called spinning anything and everything into a positive. I give him credit, man. That can't be easy. So there is the incident.
You know what? Their first game of the year is the Raiders.
Yeah, everybody's trying to say that the point spread should go up because obviously if they can get through this, they can get through anything.
Oh, that's related.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I know. Exactly. I was thinking the same thing. All right, we have a lot of good stuff for you today, including we haven't done the days. You know, in the pandemic, this was like half of our show.
On
Do you know
this
what today is?
August 20. What is today? The 6th?
26th. It's a
Gotta
good
be
day.
Baseball?
No, it's not baseball, but we will go back for part of this to the pandemic. And then there's another good day and a birthday for somebody that I don't know that it's I'm not going to disrespect this person and say it's not prominent, but it's a friend of ours. And so we got to bring up his birthday today. And you're probably going to have to text him. So we'll give you that going up next. Yeah, you're probably
Whose
going to
birthday
text
did
this
I
person.
forget?
No, you don't.
Not one of my kids, so I'm all good. August 26th?
August
I have no
26th. We'll do it next as part of the Caboose. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, it's Greg Papa. College football is coming back 2 weeks from tonight. We got football, the NFL style, the 49ers. So, I'm fired up about the red and gold. But I am still obsessed mostly with Tony's Pizza in the North Beach. The best I've ever had. It's been ranked #1 in the world. And it's my personal go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas. And their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties there is the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are gigantic and mouth-wateringly good. Save room for dessert. Finish off your meal with a super delicious cannoli, or John's favorite, the tiramisu. And the next morning, get back at it. Take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And don't forget about the Slice House locations, the fast casual restaurant serving up delicious slices across the Bay Area. You got him at Chase Center for the Warrior games, Oracle Park when the Giants come home this weekend, and 2 weeks from the night at Levi's for the 49ers opener. So football is back, but pizza never left us. And the #1 pizza in the world is Tony's Pizza in the North Beach.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Say caboose. I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Bob and Lund, on a Monday. I almost said a Friday. I get confused. We went to Vegas over the weekend. It was a long weekend.
No, I don't have a Culture Club t-shirt.
Everybody's actually dancing now. People are dancing to this. Very nice.
I'll tumble for you.
Yeah.
He sang this. He sang this.
Speaking
whose birthday is it today?
Oh, yeah, okay. We'll start with that.
August 26th.
Our old friend John Kondo is 43 today. Long snapper for the Raiders and one-day long snapper or one-game long snapper of the 49ers.
Was it one game or 2 games?
I think it was one. And then he was driving down from what?
Marin. He lived in Marin.
Yeah. He was in Marin. He's like, yeah, it's too far.
He retired.
It's like, dude.
And then, did they hire Tabor Pepper right after that?
No, I don't think so. Remember they had like 3 or 4 guys in and they couldn't solve it that year? They could not solve the long snapper situation. But anyway, our good friend John Kondo, one of our favorites, is the longtime long snapper of the Raiders and one-game long snapper of the 49ers is 43. Lives in Phoenix, I think. He was in real estate.
He does. He's gone into real estate now.
But, yeah, he's a good friend of the show, one of the funniest guys we ever met. Shout out to his wife.
Wild nights with John Kondo.
That's for
Well, there
sure.
was a fan club group, Raiders Alley,
down
in Southern California I befriended. And they were obsessed with Kondo. He was the best. And John Kondo for a while was a perennial Pro Bowler. He was great long snapper, got down and covered kicks. He was phenomenal. So we arranged a few nights to have some good nights with John Kondo, and Kondo never disappointed. Remember the one night we were in a bar, and Kondo's dad was there. It was after a terrible Raider loss. I didn't think he would come, but he comes out, and Kondo was hitting it hard. It was like they kept it open for us for way after hours. And then Kondo's dad just said, "John, that's enough." And that was it.
That was it.
Kondo was gone. Dad said it was time to go home, but he was. And then he would come to our championship parties when we were at the other station, and he got in trouble one year.
Control.
His wife got in trouble. His wife came to keep it in control, and she got in trouble.
She got kicked out.
He's fun though.
Well, I just the thing that illustrates him is he was chasing. Well, we all did because this is what he did, but I didn't realize it at the time. We were about 3/4 of the way through this party, so none of us was feeling much pain. And he was chasing or making us chase. I can't remember if it was tequila shots chased by whiskey or whiskey shots chased by
Jägermeister or fireballs.
Yeah, maybe it was fireballs followed by tequila or something.
Oh,
it was just painful. But anyway, yeah, he was crazy. And then the time he used to live behind Menards in Danville, that would always be, hey, why don't you come over and bring some friends? And he'd bring some of the Raiders with him.
I'd see him on the Iron Horse Trail every once in a while. We go out.
He was crazy.
He was insane.
How
old is John today?
43. Still a young man.
He could still snap.
Yeah, he could.
The long snappers that last into their
forever.
40s. Come on.
He could easily do that.
That was the most fun trio. Kondo snapping to Sebastian Janikowski and Shane Leckler.
No, those guys were fun.
Oh, fun.
So he's 43. Did you see?
Happy birthday, Kondo.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Did you see what John Feliciano did to Dominic Pooney's SUV? The packing peanuts, filled it with the packing peanuts.
Not funny.
Yeah, but at least he didn't do popcorn. I've seen other guys do popcorn, and popcorn's
They did that
like,
to the what Warrior rookie did they do that to?
It was and Iguodala did it.
Ezeli?
It might have been Iguodala did it.
To a young Festus Ezeli? Was it Festus?
Maybe Jordan Poole, I think, had that done too. There's a number of guys, but popcorn's far worse. Like these packing peanuts, whatever. It's bad, but popcorn is horrible.
So after the game, you fly back home, and because San Jose Airport is closed, you can't land.
Right.
They land at SFO. You got to take a bus from SFO to Santa Clara, back to the facility to get your car.
Yep.
It was a night game that kicked off at 7 o'clock. We're talking early morning, Saturday morning, you're so damn tired because you just flew, Pooney played a lot of the game, played great. And then you get out to your car, and it's just, what do you do there?
You open the door, it's just full.
I would not be happy. But Feliciano's the one guy that could pull it off.
Yeah.
So, is that the ceremonial passing of the right guard torch when Feliciano pranks his car like that to give it to Pooney?
Plus, Pooney, I'm looking at Pooney right now. It's not like he could fit in that car, like move some peanuts over. I mean, that's a big man.
No, he's a big man.
And you got to get those things out of there before you drive it because it's full. And
that guy a player, though? He is a plug-and-play right
got lucky with that kid.
He is so serious, and
yeah,
he is on it. First guy on the bench. The gravedigger would always be the first guy. He'd sit out on that bench, the same seat before every game, and have his headphones on. Pooney is out. Like, he must take the first bus. He is there like 3 hours before kickoff. He's just sitting on the bench with his headphones on, locking in to play the game. He is intense.
All right, a couple of things today. We don't often do today, but I check it every once in a while just to make sure I'm not missing a big one.
OTD?
On this day, today is National Dog Day. I thought we'd bring up National Dog Day because everyone
Hot
loves
Dog
a dog.
Day or Man's Best Friend?
Man's Best Friend. National Dog Day. So give your dog an extra pet or whatever like that.
Come on.
National Dog Day.
It's like Mother's Day. Every day is National Dogs Day.
Yeah. There's no
Are
doubt.
you especially kind to your dog today?
No, I'm good every
Kick
day.
him like a dog tomorrow.
No.
You're my dog!
They're the best, man. It doesn't matter what kind of day you're having or anything. Like, I get home from the trip in Vegas. I'm not feeling so hot. Maybe a few bucks down. Dog comes over. Don't care. My dog, he loses his mind. He's the only person that's truly happy to see me come home. He
What's
loses
his dog?
his
Bentley
mind.
is your dog
Bentley.
name?
He loses his mind every time. Like, he doesn't know if you've been gone.
Bernadoodle?
Yeah. He doesn't know if you've been gone 10 minutes or 10 days.
That's dogs.
Just lose their mind. He loses his mind.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Did you
Enjoy
see
it.
the bit in minor league baseball where they trained the dog to go on the on-deck circle and retrieve the bat?
Yes.
You didn't see so the dog did not. He ran right by the bat, ran on the field, and went from shortstop to second base, and then he decided to drop a deuce.
Yep. Hit a double
on the infield, but it wasn't a Bert Blylev and Barry Zito.
Was it number 3, you mean?
It was number 2.
2.5?
It was. I don't know. Was it a little moist?
Yeah.
I don't know, but it was hilarious. So that wasn't National Dog Day yesterday. Where was that in the minor leagues? That was hilarious.
Well, it is the funniest dropping of a deuce of all time by an animal. If we had that kind of category in like the ESPYs, wouldn't that be Rocco at Dodger Stadium? Remember when
Klay Thompson
was doing an interview with
I don't know.
our good friend, and Rocco in the background dropped a deuce down the third base line while
Who was he
Clay
doing
was
the
talking.
interview with? Who was it?
With Pedro. He was doing it with Pedro.
Oh, the late great Pedro?
He was. And all of a sudden you see Rocco enter the picture behind the two of them and down the third base line. He's
I remember that vaguely now.
He's dropping a curveball, dropping a number 2. Who does number 2?
How's Rocco
work for?
going to make it in Dallas? Is
Human.
Rocco on board, or is Rocco staying in Belvedere?
He better
Play
stay.
keeping the house. You got it. Don't sell that house in Belvedere.
It's very
Never
humid.
sell that house.
And then finally, the last day it is today, we hearken back to what got us through the pandemic. I don't know how many days we discussed this, but if people remember back, maybe the enduring memory from the pandemic, at least what we talked about. Today is National Toilet Paper Day. You remember how many shows?
Mr. Whipple.
The fact that we couldn't get toilet paper got us through.
Why couldn't we get them?
Everybody freaked out and bought up all the toilet paper like it was going to run out. Like, relax. Unless you buy it all up.
Rocco didn't much care about that.
No,
or
he
the
didn't.
dog in minor league baseball yesterday. That's where dogs don't mind.
I just remember going to Costco, and it was like when they would drop the shipment down. They take the forklift and they drop it down, and everybody would dive for the big toilet paper.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Things. It was so ridiculous. There was no toilet paper.
I called an audible. I went Oscar, 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 can. I used newspapers. The best was coffee filters. Coffee filters. Now, they cannot be used because the grains that gets a little granular.
Oh, God.
But definitely, you could use paper towels, a little heavier.
Yeah.
But
paper
definitely
towels are
coffee filters came in handy.
Yeah. You just had to use whatever, but I just... That of everything during the pandemic, I'm like, why is everybody just buying up? Like, what do you got to put it in your shelter? I mean, geez, just relax, will you? But everybody bought it all
today's
up.
National Toilet Paper
Yeah,
Day?
today, I don't know why, but today is National Toilet Paper Day.
Okay.
As well as National Dog Day. It says here, National Toilet Paper Day is observed each year on August 26th. This essential item is used by most Americans. What do you mean most Americans? What do the other Americans do? Blah, 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 blah,
Coffee
blah.
filters. You don't need them.
Well, I mean, you and I are civilized. We have the bidet, but you still have to, you can't just do that and go. You still have to use a little dabble, do you? I mean, you got to, make 100% sure. But anyway.
So today is National Paper Towel Day.
Yeah. National Toilet Paper Day.
And National Dog Day.
Mm-hmm. Ironic
So go out
enough.
on the lawn. When Bentley leaves a little present tonight, John, go out on the lawn and pick it up for Bentley with your toilet paper.
Yes.
But make sure it's like double plied if you're going to
Oh.
pick up the dog.
Well,
Don't go single ply.
Speaking of, that's another thing at the Wynn that was really nice. And I won't say the hotel I stayed at, but single ply, really? Really? I mean, come on. That's barbarian stuff, man. That's barbaric. I go in that hotel, first day I get there, I'm like, are you going one ply on us? My God.
When you had the veal parmesan at Sinatra's, you don't want to have a single ply. That's not going to go well.
It's like, are you kidding? Yeesh. I mean, I don't want to overuse here, but my goodness, man. That's the one
What's
good
the
thing.
Vegas hotel we stayed at for the Super Bowl?
Oh, God.
With the tower, the Luxor. Oh, boy.
We were lucky to have toilet paper at that place. I mean, one ply would have been kind.
Terrible.
My
memory.
gosh, that place. Wow. Yeesh. Anyway, yeah. So there you go. National Toilet Paper Day. During the pandemic, we couldn't find ye. Unbelievable. Anyway, is that it? I guess that's it. All right. That'll do you for your caboose pistol. All right. We have a couple of remnants before we get out of here at the top of the hour. Tolbert and Copes are ready. We do have a few things that we have not gotten across to you. And again, I don't know if it's the big story, but CeeDee Lamb gets his deal. So Brandon Ayuk is the last one standing. Will anything get done? We'll give you some remnants before we get out of here. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hi, Krukow. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the return of Camilo Duvall and the Robbie Ray injury over the weekend in Seattle. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is their biggest hit, right?
He did. Now, Karma Chameleon was number one. They did a different rendition of this song that really was powerful. Did it as a duet. It was
he did?
Good. Yeah.
This was Saturday night? Where was it, by the way?
I was over by the Flamingo.
Oh, okay.
But it wasn't in the Flamingo. Virgin, I think the Virgin. It was a theater in the Virgin, not a Virgin. Virgin.
I'm not familiar with this Virgin you speak of.
But anyway, I was over by the Flamingo also. I don't know how they're going to do the A's deal. You know,
I agree with you, man. I don't know if they're going to do the A's deal.
Weird deal.
Before I forget, Papa and Lund, I'm sure, proudly sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, offering auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Just to recap a few things today, there was some talk of Trent Williams and some negative talk. You don't really buy into that? You think that things would still be on track for 2 weeks from tonight?
Well, I mean, they're everybody knows he wants to get the market reset, and there are 4 left tackles that are making more than him, and there are also 2 right tackles that are making more than him. And Trent wants to get it done. But again, nobody's commenting on Deshaun Jackson, what Deshaun had to say, and he spoke to Trent.
Yep.
Trent hasn't spoken to the media at all. Doesn't seem to be as many leaks out of their side of it as what's going on with Ayuk. But he made it sound like they essentially agreed to a deal. I think there was optimism there, but it's still, we're 2 weeks away, and in a week's time is Labor Day. Labor Day Monday is when players in the NFL, I don't know if the Niners will have Labor Day Monday off or not, since they're playing on Monday night and not Sunday. But in any event, it'd be nice to get him in. But I do think ultimately Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk will be 49ers. Will their snap counts be limited at some point? I mean, with an ex-wide receiver, you got guys to, rotate in with Ayuk, with Trent. Jalen Moore, you're going to rotate Jalen Moore into left tackle. I'm sure Trent will be in good shape and be able to do it. So there's time. And the big news, obviously, around the league today is CeeDee Lamb getting this 4-year deal at $136 million. $100 million of it guaranteed, but a $38 million signing bonus. So when it all gets filed with the league, we'll see exactly what the guarantees are. I know Dieter just wrote a piece, and was different ways to look at this. I would look at it as though CeeDee Lamb is, because of the volume of his catches and how big he is to that offense, how much he gets targeted, was going to get more than Brandon Ayuk. He doesn't block like Brandon Ayuk, but he's an essential piece and the number one guy, and they don't have a lot of 2s and 3s on that offense anymore. I kind of just thought that CeeDee Lamb would come in where he came in at, just below Justin Jefferson, and Ayuk would be below that. But when you get into now franchise tagging and top 5 salaries, it does drive the market up. So Dieter just wrote a piece in the Bay Area News Group that this CeeDee Lamb deal does impact Brandon Ayuk to the extent that he's more expensive now. He's a high-end luxury item they can't match. So I don't see it that way. I think they'll both be signed, but the CeeDee Lamb deal is done. We'll see what Mike Brown and the Bengals do with Jamar Chase, and then, hopefully, we're getting to the 2-minute warning here with Brandon Ayuk, John, and this will get done on the next day.
Yeah, it's got to. We're 2 weeks away from the start, and again, I've been optimistic about Trent Williams. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people are just saying the same old stuff and repackaging it when it comes to him. Hopefully he'll get in, and Brandon Ayuk as well. And the other thing I forgot to ask you was, and we discussed a little bit earlier, but when I saw the video, and then after pregame I walked down there and saw Brandon Ayuk down there, I've been encouraged by this whole time. But Kyle did say afterwards that healthy players travel, and so he did travel, which I took as a good sign. At least.
Yeah, Nick was there. I mean, unhealthy players don't. McCaffrey, so he's going to meetings. He's involved, and he did not fly to Nashville. They didn't fly a lot of guys to Nashville because of the length of the flight. Vegas was closer, and they decided to do it. So I was optimistic Thursday when we were pulling away, and Ayuk jumped on the plane, and he seemed to have a big smile on his face. He seemed happy. I hadn't seen him before with a new hairdo, so And then, you thought maybe it's done. But it's not done. But I think it's got to get done at some. We're going to have resolution. 2 weeks from today, the Niners are playing. 2 weeks from yesterday, the league is playing. I don't see Brandon missing the start of the year. Whether he's with some other team, which I don't see that happening, but you never know. I think he'll play. He's not going to miss the beginning of. He's healthy. He wants to go. So your career is finite in sports, but in particular in the NFL. So I can't imagine. So it's going to have to be resolved. There's some frustration, angst, Ayuk angst and August angst that it's not been done yet. But we're getting down to the final moments here. It's got to get done in the coming days.
All right, a couple of notes from practice today, and especially with the injuries to Floyd and Gross Matos on the end. Robert Beal lined up opposite Nick Bosa with the ones today. So that's kind of interesting. But, yeah, there's nobody else. Malik Mustafa, no Odom today, no Hafunga. It's nothing against Malik Mustafa or Jair Brown, but do you want two young safeties like that against Aaron Rodgers in week one? Hopefully they can pick up a
Jair's just got instincts. How about the ball he punched out to force the fumble?
Yeah, sweet.
He's a ball magnet. He had a couple of big picks, and then the third one of the Super Bowl against Mahomes. Last 2 years at Penn State, he had 10 interceptions to lead the country. He's just I don't worry about him. It's Malik, I think, as it's just he misses some tackles. He comes up but I think Odom would be the guy, and they would have a package for Malik Mustafa's. But we'll find out. So tomorrow, we're less than 24 hours, John. 23 hours and 6 minutes, whatever it is, to the 1 o'clock deadline coming up tomorrow. Is there one guy that you think no one's talking about that they're going to cut or take off the roster or trade? We talked about Elijah Mitchell.
I think Elijah Mitchell's getting traded.
They'd have to have somebody that's willing to trade for him. Mm-hmm. But anybody else besides him that we're missing that would be a major surprise that they would move off the roster?
Oof. I'm just interested. We've talked about this a lot, but I'm interested in how they handle the backup quarterback spot because I don't know that they can keep them both initially. I think they want them both. It's just a matter. Part of this game that people have to understand is who will get picked up and who won't. Younger players at this point tend to get picked up because they might be cheaper. So there might be a guy that gets cut that I think people may say, well, why is that guy getting cut? Because he's a vet. Like vets will get cut. They won't get as likely picked up. Are they going to cut Brandon Allen? Could they get him back? If they cut Dobbs, I think he's going to Minnesota. I could be wrong. But it's going to be interesting to see how they handle. Or do they just keep them both and not cut?
I think they're going to keep both guys. There was a time there where you thought maybe they'd play that roster game. But the league did send out today. There was talk about you could have two quarterbacks on the roster and a third one on the practice squad and then bring that the practice squad player up. But they're saying they went through and the league clarified what the rule is. And the rule is reverting to the 2023 version, which says the emergency third quarterback must be on the 53-man roster and not an elevation. Now, that's not what I've read and been told the entire offseason. So I want to get clarification on that. But either way, I don't think they're going to risk it. And I think with Dobbs, I was told Minnesota will not claim him. If the 49ers do let him go, they're not going to claim him. They could, but they had him last year, and they wound up moving on from him. I think with Brandon Allen, I think Cincinnati could claim him where he was the last 5 years, and Brian Callahan, the new head coach in Nashville with the Tennessee Titans, could claim him. Now, they like Mason Rudolph as a backup, and they played both guys in New Orleans yesterday, Will Levis and Mason Rudolph. Malik Willis would be their third. So I think if Allen gets cut, and I don't think they're going to cut either guy, it's more likely he goes to Cincinnati or Tennessee. But Dobbs has got some good tape out there. But I think they're going to keep three and not run that risk. I think they'll keep Allen and they'll keep Dobbs.
The other position to watch. This is assuming that Brandon Ayuk gets done at some point. And like you said, there's no list to put him on. So initially they're going to have to put him on the 53. But Ayuk, Samuel, Jennings, Pearsall, Cowing, that's 5. Those guys are making this roster. I think Conley is making this roster because he's so great on special teams. That leaves guys like Ronnie Bell, Trent Taylor, and 22 third-rounder Danny Gray susceptible.
Yeah, I think. And then I think Taylor would come back on the practice squad, and we'll see if anybody claims Ronnie Bell or Danny Gray. Chris Conley's a lock. Chris Conley right now, without Brandon Ayuk, is your starting X wide receiver. He starts at X, Debo at Z, and then Juwan. Now, Juwan, he's had a hip and an ankle, and he's had an assortment of injuries. So it's possible in the next 2 weeks Jennings could take the X wide receiver spot. But Chris Conley's definitely making this team. He's a core special teamer. He's your best gunner. And right now, with Ayuk out, he's your starting X wide receiver.
The other thing to watch is what we talked about, which is, okay, you're thin at defensive end. Is Elijah Mitchell getting traded for a defensive end? Do you need a veteran safety on this team? There's a couple of positions like that are going to be interesting to watch for this team. And then the other one I was thinking of, what's going to happen with all these corners? This is a really deep, talented team. We saw Darrell Luter make a play. Rock Ya-Sin. Yadam is making this team. There's a lot of corners. There's going to be a couple of guys that could be cut on this team that are going to make teams. Samuel Womack is a guy. And then what happens with Tracy Walker? Is Tracy Walker, the former Lions safety who played a lot there, is he a veteran safety that's going to make this team, or is he going to be a practice
Certainly
squad?
On the practice squad. Well, even if they're on the practice squad, these veteran guys like Trent Taylor and Tracy Walker III. Tracy Walker III started 43 games in Detroit. He's the guy that intercepted Jimmy Garoppolo. If you remember the home game of 2018, before Jimmy blew out his ACL at Arrowhead, the Lions were in, and he intercepted Jimmy, and that game got close at the end. I think Sam Womack is probably the guy that's on the outside looking in.
2 years ago, we loved him. Remember, he had those 2 picks against Green Bay?
Yeah, the pick against Jordan Love. But, I mean, they're not. Darrell Luter's a player. Yeah, Rock Ya-Sin is a player. You got Yadam. You got Lenore. You got Charvarius Ward. Renardo Green. How many is that? I think they keep 6 corners, but we'll have fun tomorrow, John. Not just the 49ers cut, but there'll be some good players in the NFL that will be cut tomorrow. All right, great stuff as always. Susan Slesser is always fun to talk to. Tomorrow, how much has Brock Purdy moved up in those quarterback tiers? Remember last year we had we got Sando on? Sando. And look, he talks to the league. It's not his quarterback tiers. They are his tiers, but it's from information gathered in the league, and we were like, what the hell, bro? Didn't have Brock on there high enough. Brock has moved up a bit. How much? We'll talk to Sando tomorrow. We got Sando tomorrow? Yeah, on the show about that. And like you said, who's going to get cut tomorrow? We'll have all that stuff. Who could the 49ers possibly pick up? Any surprise cuts for the Niners? Any trades? I expect Elijah to be traded, to be honest, so we'll see about that. And we'll have more updates on injuries, too. So tomorrow on the show, we'll have all those things. Great to be back from Vegas. I'm going to go take a nap. So Mike Sando tomorrow. And I'm going to go Jersey Mike Sando right now. Yes, I need that too. And get a Jersey Mike. Yeah. All right, the boys are next. Thanks as always to Danny and to Walter. Steve Young, 5 o'clock today. Steve Young, the 5 o'clock. Make sure that you tune in for that. All right, on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, our Cumulus Media Station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. Tolbert is really feeling it. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? Matt Mayoko and Steve Young on with us today. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Right up until 6 o'clock as the Giants have an off day. I found that funny, the way Pop put that at the end of the show. Going to be cut day tomorrow. We're going to have some fun. Dudes are just getting whacked from the team. Damn, I just got cut. They're having fun, though, so I feel good for them. I'm happy for them. Good for them. What's going on, Coach?
You always want to get back to having fun. They always say I always love when a team is like struggling for a while, and then they get going again. And you're like, you know what? We're just having fun again. We're having fun. You're not just having fun. You're winning. Winning is fun.
Just gonna have fun. I'm just gonna have fun.
Nuclear
people packing their bags up tomorrow. We're gonna have some fun.
So much
Yeah, that one always got me. Just go have fun. It's just that easy. People don't. People should realize fun follows winning, not the other way around. Just because you have fun doesn't mean you're gonna win. Like if any, who wouldn't win? Nobody would lose. Everybody would say, "Hey, let's just have fun. Let's just have fun.
It's a kid's game. Let's just have fun." Yeah.
And we'll win. So what if both teams have fun going in?
Well, it doesn't matter.
What if the Brewers and the Giants both have fun tomorrow for the game? Or they both go. They both go in. They have fun.
Cocktails in me. Start a fire in someone's kitchen. Maybe go to SeaWorld. Take my pants off. Anyway, I become kind of famous for my signature catchphrase, "Whammy!"
He said all about having fun. As he and Gene Tennis at the plate. And whammy. If the Giants and the Brewers both have fun tomorrow, the Brewers will win.
I don't know who's going to have fun. I know girls want to have fun. I do know that. Yeah. That I do know. I'm not sure who wants to have fun. Brewers are having fun. Giants not so much. You know how many batters Giants pitching walked this weekend?
No. How many?
20. 20. I mean, and they limited the damage to 4 walks yesterday. They 8 walks in the first 2 games. Like, holy smokes.
20 walks.
20 walks in 2 games. And they won one of them.
Murph had a good line this morning. He was like, dude, I was looking at the record. He goes, if you just look at the record of 66 and 66, just looks awful. It's a terrible look. I was like, he's right. 4 sixes in a row. It just doesn't look good. Not a baseball record I've ever thought about, but 66 and 66. 132 in, not feeling good.
Pretty good. Almost. Not quite. 1 too many 6s to be Damien. The 1 too many 6s. If it's 3 6s, then you got some real issues. 66 and 6.
3 6s is hell, yeah.
Hockey could do that. That wouldn't be good. It's on the back of the neck. It's like right there. Right the hairline, supposedly. 666. The Number of the Beast, of course. Good song by Iron Maiden.
Take them to the Iron Maiden.
It's all the Satan knowledge I have. I could probably dig up some more for you, but
shout out Bill and Ted when they're in medieval times, and the guy says, "Take them to the Iron Maiden."
Yeah,
Iron Maiden, excellent. Hit the air guitar on the Iron Maiden, and then he goes, "Execute them." They're like, "Oh, bogus, bogus, dude."
Well, we finally made it. We got a little college football last week, and we finally made it like the week before, full weekend of college football, and then we'll be off to the NFL. And at some point today, we'll have to do a segment to get everybody ready for college football. Like what's new? Because there's a lot new this year.
The CFP is new. We get the tourney, dude. That I can say I've been waiting my whole life, but you've been waiting your whole life for something like this. But really, the evolution of college football happened in your life to the BCS. So from where it was as a legacy of the New Year's Day Rose Bowl and all the traditions, and that's really what college football was about for so long. For most of my life, it was about how stupid is this BCS championship? Sick trophy, stupid system. The way the BCS worked. And then we get to a point where, all right, cool, they finally figured it out. We've got the CFP, and we realized pretty quickly it's not the right way to do that. That we need to get to a larger tournament-style system. We look at the NCAA basketball tournament, how great that is. You look at doing college football playoff games on home campuses for the first time ever. I mean, this is going to be a pretty cool and unique first time through. I remember the first year of the CFP was cool, trying to get to see how they were going to figure it out, how everybody's going to navigate this, same sort of thing. We're still going to bitch and moan about teams who don't get in. Teams on the bubble. The teams now on the bubble are just not 5 and 6. The teams are, how many teams go in? 12? 12 teams, so we'll be talking about 13, 14, 15. But there's going to be some fun stuff that happens in terms of college football in the playoff this year.
No, I'm looking for. I mean, it should be a lot of fun. I mean, you get the first 4 games are going to be on campus, which is going to be really, really cool. And then you'll start the bowl games after that, and then the semis and the finals. But yeah, I mean, back when I was growing up, it was, 1 could play in the Orange Bowl, 2 could play in the Rose Bowl, and then you just vote on it. You just decide who looked the best,
who was better,
who you want to give the national championship to. And those were all the national championships back in the day. You didn't have to go actually do it on the field. I mean, you did in a sense, but at the end of the day, There were just people voting. So, like, the AP poll was everything. That was, like, everything. So they finally, I mean, it was the same teams, like, every year, too. I mean, there was a sense of, like, okay, this is going to be fun. We get the Rose Bowl. We get Michigan, USC, Ohio State, USC, Ohio State, Washington. Every once in a while, Oregon would pop in there. UCLA would pop in there occasionally. But, it was, generally speaking, those 4 teams. Toward the end, the Stanford would pop in there. But that was getting toward the end. That was like the BCS era. Back in, like, the 70s, 80s, it was, like, almost those 4 teams. And then from the Big 12 or Big 10, it was Ohio State, Michigan. Iowa would pop in there occasionally. And maybe, like, I think Purdue was there a couple. But, it's like the same kind of teams. And then, that kept going. And, it's okay. I mean, I love bowl games. I love the 7 games on New Year's Day. That was awesome. You'd start in the morning, kind of with the Cotton Bowl, Fiesta Bowl, and then you'd have the Outback and all those bowls, and you go all the way into the evening. It was a Sugar and the Orange Bowl. That was cool. I mean, I love that. I love New Year's Day. That was like the final day of college football, and everything was just boom. They'd knock it all out, one shot. But, it's like, okay, let's modernize this and get to a playoff system where we actually find out who wins the championship on the field. They thought they had it with the BCS. It wasn't great. It was better in the old system. They just voted on who was 1 and 2 and go ahead and throw them in there.
Well, did they vote or was it a computer?
I think it might. Well, it was computer.
I think the BCS was a computer, yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember the criteria. Strength of schedule, all that stuff. So I mean, it was better than the previous system, but it wasn't good enough. It wasn't. And then they got to the playoffs. So it's like, okay, we got 4 teams. That's probably all you need, and it probably is. I'm not sure you need more than 4. Every once in a while you get somebody bitching about being 5, but it was like about the top 2 or 3 teams, and I still think it's going to be that way. I don't think a lot's going to change in college football. Like, I don't think 12's winning it. I don't think 10's winning it. I think, your top 3, 4 teams are going to be the ones that win it. But that's not the reason to do it. The reason to do it is because it's awesome. Yeah. That's the reason to do it. Like, do we really need to see Louisiana Lafayette? Do we need to see Canisius? Do we need to see Ball? I mean, no, we don't need to see all these teams.
But I'll take them if they're in it.
Basketball tournament, but it's fun.
I'll take them, yeah.
Yeah, because you get upset. You may get 12 upsetting a 4 occasionally.
Give me a Quinnipiac, you know what I mean? Give me a UMBC.
Exactly.
Give me a UMBC with the Dogs.
It doesn't mean that they're going to win it. I mean, the top 10 teams in college basketball probably win it every single year, but that's not to say, well, let's just screw the tournament. Let's go to the top 10 teams because that's all we're concerned about is a championship. No. I mean, we know this in college football. Right now, who's going to win the championship this year? Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas, Bama. Probably that's it. If somebody else, I'd be shocked if anybody else other than those 5 teams won the championship. But that's not. I want to see, maybe Boise go to Notre Dame in a first-round matchup, or Clemson have to take on somebody in a give me some of those games, like meaningful playoff games, not a bowl game where half the guys aren't going to play, not a preseason game, which will be cool. Like Clemson, Georgia this weekend is going to be a lot of fun. But it's not as important as it used to be because you can lose one of those now and still make it to the playoffs.
It used to be if you lost this game, you'd not be national champion.
Probably be out.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you were Georgia and you had a chance to win the SEC. Then you could get back in.
You have to win out, which was just kind of a ridiculous thing to suggest.
Yeah.
Like, why is the game at the beginning of the season more important than a game at the end of the season?
Yeah, so, look, I get it. The importance won't be there. The urgency, so to speak, won't be there in those games. But that's fine. They're still really good games, and it's not like they're going to lay down. They want to win these games. Like Texas going to Michigan. Awesome game. I'm going to be at that one. Bama going to Whiskey. Going to be at that one. That's going to be an awesome game. When was the last time Bama was at Whiskey? Are you kidding me? In the preseason? Like, that wouldn't happen. And if this was the old season, hell no, Texas isn't going to Michigan. They're not risking that.
Why would they do that? Because they lose and the season's over. Yeah.
Because they got to navigate the SEC now. Now you can lose that game. Maybe win the SEC. If you win the SEC, you're automatically in. That's always been the case. Win the SEC, you're in, period. So now we get 12 teams, and it's going to be like, who isn't going to be locked in who loves college football on the 20th and 21st? Those are going to be the first-round games. I think there's one on the 20th, 3 on the 21st, I think. I'm going to yeah. I'll watch that over pro football that day because they're meaningful. I'll tape them, of course, but I want to watch those games. It's going to be the first ever college football playoffs. It's going to be on campus.
Here's the schedule. It goes Friday and Saturday, December 20th and 21st. You're going to get one game on the Friday at 5 local, and then you'll get 3 on Saturday the 21st. That's the first one.
Awesome.
Then the quarterfinal, one on Tuesday the 31st of December on New Year's Eve, and then on New Year's Day you'll get 3. You get the Peach Bowl, the Rose Bowl, and the All-State Sugar Bowl, which are all quarterfinal games.
Nice.
Then you get the semis on Thursday the 9th, so a week later, and Friday the 10th, back-to-back days. And then January 20th, 10 days later, you get the national championship.
That's going to be sweet.
So you get a handful of days with a bunch of games together. Anyway, we are back. College football back after week 0. Georgia Tech upsets 10-seed Florida State. Bunch of frauds out in Ireland. Losing that game. Florida State, number 10 in the country, falls to the Jackets. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. How about this? Much to Tim and my's enjoyment and excitement on Friday night, as the Raiders decide to kick a field goal to tie the game, Tim and I were waiting around to do postgame. Yeah, by the way, it was like 10 o'clock on Friday night. I know you guys were all dialed in.
I was right there.
Tim and I were like, dude, there's no overtime in the NFL preseason.
I figured you'd be asking that.
Dude, we were stressing in the bullpen until our guy Kyle Chung was like, no. They got rid of it in 2021. Thank God to Eric, what's his name? Eric Mangini's dismay. One time he's trying to send to OT. Yeah, I want to get an extra quarter look at these guys. Tolbert and Copes, a little bit from Friday night. Thank God there's no preseason OT on these sports leader.
Gene Tennis at the plate. And whammy!
According to Adam Schefter, there has not been a lot of progress made between Trent Williams and the 49ers. For all your 49ers news, keep it locked in your home of 49er football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Purdy going to pump his way and go down the sideline to Debo. Made the catch. Did he get his feet in bounds?
He did.
Yes. 3rd down and 6. Niners go to a 2-by-2. Robbie Chosen is out there and Jacob Cowing. Throw down the middle. Caught by George Kittle. First down, 49ers. What a throw by Brock right over the top. What a catch by Kittle.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. Brock Purdy on Friday evenings. Preseason finale out at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. 9 of 12, 96 yards. Did throw a pick. It was a little bit high off the hands of Deebo Samuel. Intercepted down in the red zone. Josh Dobbs in the game, 8 of 10, 72 yards. A touchdown. Also ran for a handful of yards as well. Actually, not a handful, a negative handful, excuse me. It was a game before he had more rushing yards. Anyway, we can talk more about the rosters as we go through the week. The 49ers will have to finalize the 53-man by tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ricky Pearsall did return to practice. Some other updates as well. Yetur Gross-Matos, they don't believe it's serious, but a knee sprain is what the diagnosis is after the MRI. Pretty dicey, I thought, on Friday when Yetur Gross-Matos and Leonard Floyd went down on back-to-back plays there, where they're saying Floyd just with an ankle injury, not serious, and may even return to practice the week of week 1 or prior to week 1 and should be okay to go. Nothing real serious there. Just anything to take away from Friday night, Tom, outside of me and Tim sweating that there was going to be overtime. I was like, what the hell is Antonio Pierce doing?
That was the biggest takeaway.
I was like, what the hell is Antonio Pierce doing? I couldn't believe, I get it now that there's no overtime, but when he did it, saw my life flash before my eyes, dude. I was like, are we kidding? Friday night here?
I don't know. I don't know. A lot of times coaches will just say, screw it. We don't want to tie the score. It doesn't really matter. None of it matters. I don't know what I would do in that situation. I mean, because there's no overtime, I guess you go for the field goal. It's not that big a deal. Like if there was overtime and he did it, then I would be like, bro, what's the matter
with you? Yeah, what are you doing?
Are you trying to instill a winning attitude here?
Coaches would do that crap. I'm like, what do we do? Who cares?
Yeah, is that the goal? Like what are we doing? So yeah, I mean, well, look, I was long gone by that point. I wasn't.
Not me. Not me.
I watched first quarter. And
me and Tim were knee deep. And Tim and I were like, let's go. Let's go. Give me some more preseason football.
That's right. Free football.
I remember one time on a Giants game years ago, probably before I even worked here, maybe 10 or 15 years ago, and John Miller and Dave Fleming were doing a game, and the game goes to extras.
Yeah.
And Dave goes, a little free baseball. John says, I didn't realize they were charging you, Dave. Just snarky John. I'd say you got everything you needed and wanted to get out of Friday night, considering the Niners played the starters, the Raiders did not play any starters, and it looked that way. I thought the Niners put together a couple of good drives. Thought Purdy looked good. He was sharp. 9 of 12 again. The interception, I don't know if that's all on him, maybe a little bit high. I think they'll tell you that, was it Debo was off his hands, maybe? Can't remember whose hands it was. Derek confirms. I don't think it was really his mistake. Look, rush, trying to get rid of it. They were down to the red zone. You'd like to see him finish that drive. But overall, I thought you saw what you wanted to see. Kittle made a great catch in triple coverage, jumping up and leaping to make that catch. J.P. Mason looked pretty good. We can talk more about Garendo, but just in general, not much to take away except that I saw what I thought I should see for starters against guys who may not be out there at the start of the season.
All right.
Okay. You didn't like anything from Purdy?
Yeah, I mean,
You
I
bet,
don't
dude. You
care.
bet the games.
I didn't bet that game.
Not that game.
I told you I wouldn't bet that game. They're like 9-point favorites in that game.
Not
they
a good-
opened at 6, went to 9.
Raiders covered.
Casino took all.
Raiders
all,
covered, dude. Yeah.
all that money. Like every bit of that money, they took it. I told you, there's nothing he can do or can't do that's going to make me think any different.
Okay, how about this? How about I give you something outside of the preseason game? Good news is,
Yeah.
the good news is you're fired.
You're fired.
The good news, Ricky Pearsall back at practice today and is
Good
expected
news.
to be good for the opener. He only participated in 6 of the, I think it was 19 training camp practices.
The good news is
Bottom line is he dealt with a hamstring, and then he dealt with this shoulder partial dislocation that Kyle sort of poo-pooed to the media. Was like, dude, 80% of the roster has had this injury. It's not a serious injury. They don't think it's chronic. I mean, again, I don't know what the expectations can be for a guy who hasn't played much at all, really, in the preseason and the preseason games. But especially without Ayuk being here, the receiving core for me week 1 right now is looking like Debo and Juwan Jennings, at least as your bulk guys.
Yeah, and then maybe Pearsall, Cowing. Cowing looked good. I think Cowing's going to be
Kyle will make the team, I think, yeah.
be useful this year.
I think so, too.
Yeah, but I would say those are your Connolly be in the mix too. I would think, but yeah, I'm sure those will be your top 2. Not ideal, but hey, you do what you have to, and they got enough talent. Like I know without Ayuk they're not as good, but they got enough talent on that team. I mean, even without Ayuk, teams would look and say, "Hey, we'd take that." You kidding me? McCaffrey, Kittle, Debo. And you throw in Jennings, who has been really good for the Niners, third downs and slot and stuff like that. But yeah, I think they'll be fine. I mean, they'll be better with him, of course, if he ever comes back. But they have more than enough talent to win football games, no doubt.
And as expected, Talanoa Hufanga is likely to start the season on the PUP list. He missed the first, and he will miss, if he lands on that list, the first 4 games of the season. That keeps him out for 4, gives him some roster flexibility. George Odom, who I guess tweaked his ankle in the warm-ups on Friday, was out there. He's an all-pro, by the way, on special teams. Was out there for special teams. He'd be the backup for Hufanga. They pulled him immediately because he was kind of limping down the field. They say he's okay. Kyle did just a little tweak. But Malik Mustafa, they say, and Kyle said, is on the table to start the season in place of Talanoa Hufanga. So we'll get more on that as the roster comes out tomorrow, 1 o'clock. They have to have everything finalized by. Something's got to happen with Trent and Brandon Ayuk. Adam Schefter reporting that the Niners have not made a lot of progress with Trent Williams. We'll see where that stands as this week goes on. That's the one we're still not totally worried about. Ayuk, they keep saying they're close, but there's a hang-up happening right now. Again, at this point, I can't expect he's going to be at his normal usage, even if he were to sign today come week 1. We'll talk more about that after CeeDee Lamb becomes the second richest wide receiver in football behind Justin Jefferson. He signed for 4 years, $136, $100 million guaranteed. We'll talk more about how they get something done this week. Ayuk and Trent Williams. I know Tom's stoked about it. That's next on the Sports Leader.
They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
I think there is some concern. I think their offensive line didn't play particularly well the other night, and I don't think that they've made a lot of progress so far. I don't think that Trent Williams is closer to coming in today. I also think that we're entering a week now where the 49ers play 2 weeks from tonight against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. 2 weeks from tonight, which is amazing to think about. And I just think that this is the week where I'm expecting every one of these situations to have some type of ramped up activity. Now, I don't know that all of them will get solved. I'd love to see every one of them get solved and kind of have everybody move ahead to the season. But how would the 49ers not make renewed efforts this week to try to figure out and resolve the Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams situation?
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. That's the voice of Adam Schefter on the Ayuk and Trent Williams situation. Yeah, I got something for Adam Schefter. You haven't given us anything in months. Months. Just nothing. Just statements of nothingness time after time after time. Is everybody with me on this? Like, I'm down with anybody who breaks news like Woj and Shams and Jeremy Fowler and Adam Schefter and Pass. I'm like, good. As long as you're giving me info. But when you're giving me nothing, because I would imagine they'd make renewed efforts. Like, yeah, bro. Yes. Yes. The season starts 2 weeks from today. They would like both of those guys in uniform and at practice. Now, Kyle told us last week that he had some good talks with Trent and that they've been in contact with his people, but it doesn't sound like Trent's in any rush to get back to practice, as Jeremy Fowler today added. And here's a little bit of news. Take note, Schefter. Here's what Fowler's adding. Trent Williams is not going to show up before his contract is adjusted. I don't know if that's news. And that he's willing to miss regular season games. Which you do that, and then they come back to pay you, sometimes can make you a little bit more money. I think we all agree the Niners need to get something done this week to avoid the holdup. But Trent's deal, in my mind, has got to take precedent. Again, he's under contract, but he's somebody that, when we laid out which guys last year, Tom, at the start of the year, who had to be there for you to have the season you're expected to have, Trent Williams is in that top three. I mean, I think for me and you, it was Bosa and Williams, and then we were like McCaffrey maybe. But even then, we've seen them have great seasons with Matt Breida and Elijah Mitchell and Raheem Mostert. It was those two guys, and now I add Brock Purdy to that for sure. Brock Purdy's in that camp for me. But in terms of the importance of this, like, the Trent Williams deal has to get done this week or late next week.
Yeah, I would think he's one of those guys. He doesn't need much ramp up. So if they get it done this week, I think they'll be good. But again, we don't have any idea where that stands.
No.
So I mean, which is good in that you're not getting a lot of leaks from the Niners and the people they deal with. That's the way it should be handled. Like, all this stuff should be handled where nobody has any news. I mean, it sucks for us and for the people that love football and love their team and want to crave information on their team and want to know what's going on with their team. Like, for them, it's not good. For our show, it's not great. They don't have anything to talk about as far as that.
Some breadcrumbs.
But, you know, it's good in the fact that the team is buttoned up, right? And the people they're dealing with are buttoned up. So I think that's a real good sign, because it was Civ City before Shanahan and Lynch got here. I mean, you couldn't stop them from leaking. During the bulky Harbaugh era, my goodness gracious, they couldn't go half a day without something coming out. So, but yeah. That's the one they got to get done in my mind. But as far as like what they need, who knows? we have no idea where that one's at. Well, because we have no idea where that one's at. That's why.
Something that I think people hope is going to make this thing get expedited, at least with Ayuk, is the CeeDee Lamb contract today. He gets paid $136 million over 4 years, $100 guaranteed. He got a $38 million signing bonus. I don't know that I agree that would expedite anything, because we were in agreement, you and I at least already, that Ayuk's not in that class.
No.
Like, that's not, again, I think he's missed his mega payday. I think he missed the window, and I don't think it was going to come here. I mean, we know that the Patriots were willing to offer a bunch. The Steelers were out there with a bunch of money. If he wants to be here, and they're ironing this out, and maybe it's guarantees, maybe it's total or maybe it's the signing bonus. Yeah. Whatever it may be, whatever the hang-up is, or it's that final year they keep talking about, the 4th year on that deal, whatever it may be, I don't think either that was not the priority or he completely missed the boat, I think, on that mega deal. Because I don't think the Niners are sitting here going, we're going to give you what the Patriots were going to give you. That's not the
yeah, that's the one thing we both agreed upon was that the Lamb deal is going to be more based on the Jefferson deal. Like, Ayuk's not in that category. Like that should have no bearing on his contract whatsoever. And like if he thinks it does, and I have no idea, I doubt that he does, but if he thinks it does, then well, I think we know where the hang-up might be. if he's looking to go like 33, 34 a year, then it's like, well, come on. That's not going to happen. But if you're the Niners and you're offering 26 and a half, then you're like, well, that's not happening. you got to get in there. I've said all along, this one should not be that hard to do right now. It really shouldn't. You have Amon-Ra St. Brown. You have DJ Moore. You got Jalen Waddle. Like, those three right there should give you enough precedent to, like, figure out a contract. It's right in that neighborhood. Like, that's the exact neighborhood he belongs. Like, that's his neighborhood. Like, he has a house in that neighborhood. And all three of those guys are on the same block. You go ahead on that block and you just pick a house. You're good. One's a little bit nicer than the other. One's not quite, but they're all nice houses, and you're all gonna be fine. That to me is the neighborhood. So if he's thinking, well, I don't know, God, there's a real nice house in that Jefferson Lamb neighborhood, then no, sorry, you can't afford that neighborhood. The Niners ain't paying for you to live in that neighborhood. Or if it's below that, then he's gonna go, well, come on. I don't belong in this neighborhood. So I'm at a point now where I'm just not getting it. And again, we don't have any info, so it's hard to get it. But that it seems to me there's enough data points out there where they should be able to figure something out. It really does.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. In terms of Ricky Pearsall, like, again, you've got two receivers and two guys who you thought to be in your top 4 receivers, at least on the depth chart, that may not be there week 1. The more you read about the Jets, and again, this is all lip service, but you have them as a playoff team. The Jets are a really, really talented team. Yep. Like, that's a game you may have to score it. And teams who are, I know Aaron Rodgers hasn't played this preseason, and he's been out there for practice, of course, and for training camp, and made his appearances and whatnot, and got on the same page, I think, of a lot of his guys, is Garrett Wilson. The defense there is really good. It's an offense that hasn't played together in its entirety for the Niners this preseason, or hasn't worked together even in practice. And it's an entire unit. Again, it's tough 2 weeks out because you don't know who's going to be here, but that's not an easy game to open the season, and they are playing a tough first-place schedule throughout the year. You don't want guys to get back week 2 and have their ramp-up cost you a couple of weeks. Now, Trent, I'm with you, is going to cost less or take you less in terms of the ramp-up, but Ayuk is a guy, like, again, we're saying this day after day after day. Now that we're on the doorstep of the start of the season, this is not an easy schedule for the Niners. They have winnable games, but not an easy schedule.
Great thing about that game too is it can be a really fun game, no doubt about it. You may have the two best backs in football, the two most how would I put it?
Dynamic, versatile, versatile, bags of tools.
Yeah,
like
versatile. I was looking for another word, but versatile is a perfect word for them. Is like they're very similar, maybe not exactly how they run. But they're very, very versatile, similar. So this could be a fun game to watch. I mean, I'm really looking forward to this one. So, yeah, you may have to score, but scoring's not going to be easy against that defense. It's a really good Jets defense, and we'll see what Rodgers has. We haven't seen him play in over a year and a half, getting close to 2. It's been a long time since we've seen Aaron Rodgers play, unless you want to count 4 plays. I don't. I was there for that. I saw that. Oh, he's down. Oh, that's not going to be fun. Fun game.
And the punt return you were there for, too. The walk-off
and
punt.
I said, hey, here comes Zach Wilson. And then they didn't play the song. I was like, well, what the hell?
Tossing bombs and banging moms, dude, yeah.
Now the third-string quarterback in Denver. I'm looking forward to that game. It should be a lot of fun. And, yeah, with their, who knows without Hassan Reddick, too, what their pass rush is going to be like. I mean, it doesn't look like he's going to be back. We'll see about that. But you'd certainly like to have both your tackles, and especially one of the best tackles in football, in place for that game. So we will see. But now it's getting down to the tick, as Chris Berman used to do. Tick, 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 tick. Clock is ticking. So it kind of feels almost more, it does, not almost more, it feels more real now that college football started and the preseason's over. It's like, okay, bang, we're less than 2 weeks away from kickoff, from opening week. We are 2 weeks away from Monday Night Football, Jets and the Niners. So, man, feels like it's been forever. It feels like preseason takes 3 months. It's like, oh, preseason's here. We're getting closer, aren't we? Oh, really not, are we? Ugh. But at least college football make it go by quicker. We got 3 days of college football this weekend. So,
by the way, you just mentioned that Zach Wilson is the third string quarterback in Denver.
Yep. Thank you.
I whispered to the guys, I was like, dude, who's the second string in Denver?
Stidham.
Jared Stidham, dude.
No
wonder Bo Nix won the job, dude. Can you get Zach Wilson as your scout team? That's a tough deal. He's versatile. He can do a lot for you. He can pretend to be a lot of different guys, Zach Wilson.
He can.
Tolbert comes with you on a Monday afternoon. Mercifully, got to talk some Giants baseball. Yeah, this might have been the nail in the coffin, by the way. Losing 2-3 up in Seattle.
You mean Friday?
Friday. The 5-1 lead. Tyler Rogers, dude. Just, by the way, 2 days after Bob Melvin takes the blame. Well, excuse me, he took the blame on Friday. We was on with Murph and Marcus, but 2 days after, he handed the ball to Mike Bivens with the bases loaded after going to Eric Miller in the ninth. Instead of letting, excuse me, what did I say, Mike Bivens, dude? Mike Bivens. Thinking Bell Biv DeVoe on the brain, dude. Yeah. Spencer Bivens took the ball in that day game after Logan Webb went 8. We're like, what the hell, dude? Let him go back out there. And he's like, yeah, I'll own that one. He's going to have to own Friday night, too. The nail in the coffin, 66 and 66, 30 games to play. This might have been it for your Giants on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Swing and a bloop into shallow left. And that's going to fall. Base hit. And here comes the tying run to score. 6 consecutive hits for the Mariners. Base hit to center field, and the ball game is over.
That's what it sounded like on Friday. Well, you were dialed into Niners preseason. Giants were coughing a 5-1 lead in the 8th inning that opened with Tyler Rogers allowing 5 runs on 6 consecutive hits to send the game the extras. Now, Tim and I were watching the game up at Showdown here in North Beach. We were watching the Niner game. And we were like kind of keeping an eye on the Giants, and I was like, oh, boy, it's 5-3. Now it's 5-4. And then they cough it. They go to the 9th inning and a walk-off base hit there by the Mariners. Tyler Rogers, like this has happened in the past. There's a game that I was at with a handful of guys here from the station back in May of 2022. I looked it up. It's a game where Jock Peterson hit 3 home runs. I don't know if anybody remembers that game. There was a Warrior playoff game that night. I went to go watch Giants-Mets in May. Warriors were taking on the Grizzlies that night in Memphis. Giants were up big in that game, and Tyler Rogers gives up 4 consecutive singles to open the 8th inning in that game. Now, the difference is in that game, they were all like, the Giants were trying to play with Gabe Kapler shifts and trying to play positioning, and they were going with soft contact from Rogers. It was all like little dribbler ground balls through the holes the guys were picking up. These were like laser shows. These were 5 consecutive hits. You only got to face 3 batters. You need to go 6 consecutive hits allowed, 5 runs allowed to Tyler Rogers. Look, 5th place now in the National League wild card, 66 and 66, 30 games left, and they are not easy games. Giants have one of the toughest schedules now remaining in all of baseball after the run the Padres have been on, the run the D-backs went on. They get Milwaukee 6 different times. You get Kansas City at Kansas City, Baltimore at Baltimore, Diamondbacks at Arizona, Padres both here and in San Diego. Again, they've shown nothing since the All-Star game, since the trade deadline, to show you that they're a team capable of putting together some sort of consistency. And whatever you've been looking for, it's been a slew of different guys. I mean, Grant McCrae starting in center field. You got Andrew Knapp out there at times. Like it's become very similar to the last couple of years in terms of how Giants baseball has played out post deadline.
Oh man, it's I think they're going to be very lucky to finish 500.
Yeah.
With that schedule they got coming up. And so, and then who knows when or if Robbie Ray will pitch again. I mean, he didn't make it sound like he thought it was a big deal, but hamstrings can be funky. Like those things can be funky. It could be like a week and a half, could be 5. Just depends on how severe it is. But again, they've been this team literally all year. They've been within I think 6 games below was the worst they were, and 5 games above real early I think was the best that they were, and that's what they've been. And then for the most part it's like between 3 and 3, just kind of bouncing around there. They're not getting crushed like 10 games in a row. They're not winning 10 games in a row. So they had one good run about a month ago, 3 weeks ago, and that was about it. But yeah, I mean, again, we've talked about this over and over and over again. It's just kind of who they are. They're not bad. They're not good. They're just in the middle there. Like, it's starting pitching, and I think moving to next year, signing if they can sign Snell and Chapman, I don't know why they wouldn't be able to. But there's other guys out there too. I don't know how, but if they could, there's no way. I don't even know why I'm saying this, but there's no way they're going to be able to make a run at Burns. I wouldn't imagine. But I think Burns is from California. I think he's from Southern California. So maybe he'll end up with the Dodgers. They just get like every pitcher. They get all their pitchers back and throw him into the mix. Why not? Because that's what the Dodgers do. Dodgers don't go, oh, I don't know. They're just like, oh, you're good? Come on, let's go. We'll fit you in somehow. We'll get you going. So, yeah, I don't know I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
That's kind of where we're at. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. I mean, I'm still following Giants baseball. I always will, always have. And
sure.
I like it. Nothing's going to change. By the way, we'll be at the ballpark on Friday. We'll be at the patio of 58 Social. Giants getting ready to take on their old pal Gabe Kapler's Marlins come Friday at Oracle Park, and we'll be out there. But a 3-game series with Milwaukee. I mean, again, losing 2 of 3 to Seattle what was in the fashion that they did it was brutal. But the way they fell out against, the White Sox in Game 3 of that 3-game series was as bad. Again, nothing consistent enough to show you this team is capable of moving forward. Now, again, you mentioned re-signing Blake Snell and Matt Chapman. There were reports last week that said the Giants have been already in contact with Scott Boras regarding Matt Chapman. We'll see what happens with Blake Snell and what his feelings are. If he opts out, I mean, he could get a 3 or 4 year deal potentially from somewhere else or from here. Now, again, I said this last week, the Giants, if they want to find success, have just got to go in on pitching. You mentioned Burns. Pitching is the only way to go. I'd say lean all in on the pitching and hope that some of these guys, Bryce Eldridge and the guys who are at the lower levels of the minor leagues, by the time you get to a key point in those contracts, that these guys have started to make waves or started to reach the major league level, and then you can find some competitive value in both those guys, the contracts you've handed out, and maybe in developing more pitching. 808 KNBR, is this the nail in the Giants' coffin, or were you done weeks ago? I mean, you may have thought at the deadline that was it.
Don't you feel like that's kind of, like, I almost feel like that's where they were. I feel like that's where we've been at. Now, they haven't gone all in on pitching, but it's been all about, well, we can't sign pitch or hitting, so let's hope some of the younger hitters come to fruition. And this has been the first year we're actually seeing it.
Yep.
Ramos, 20 home runs, OPS 850. Like, he's been really good. All-star. Tyler Fitzgerald has been a real nice surprise. I don't know if that's who he is. I still got to see more, and I won't even know until next year. But right now, you could look at him and say, okay, he'll be our starting shortstop next year. Definitely going to have somebody, you need a guy backing him up anyway, but not sure if he's a 500 plate appearance guy. I don't know that he's not. I mean, I love his speed, right? Love his speed, and I think his defense has gotten better at short the more he's played there.
14 homers, 16 steals.
Yeah. Now that he's a shortstop, he's like comfortable with the position. So I think he's settled down on the defense. Yeah, the steals are fantastic. The power is a surprise. And then you're like, okay, where else are we going to? We're still waiting for Luciano. Can Luciano be a guy? Can't he be a guy? If he can't, then maybe you could include him in a trade with somebody. Like if somebody else thinks they can unlock him.
But the longer you wait on that, the worse that value gets.
Exactly. And then maybe some of the young pitching. For a player, like a guy, they need a guy. Ramos is good. He's not a guy. Not yet, anyway. Maybe he ends up being that guy next year. I mean, the home runs he hit in Seattle were, poof, man. That first one was a tank.
Like 490.
And the second one was just a great swing. Kind of up and in and kind of bent arm and just like yacked that thing to left field. I mean, that was a sweet, sweet swing. So, I mean, I think they have something there. But it's not enough to say, okay, we got some like middle of the order guys now, and then they got too many guys that aren't like their type guys, or they're a bunch of guys that are the same. They're like, yeah, good player, good solid ball player, like to have them on your team. We don't need 5 of them in the lineup at one time, or 6 of them in the lineup at one time. So, but still, I'm with you. Try to sign Snell. Whoever else is a free agent, I know Burns is, but whoever else is, I doubt they'll get Burns, but. Hey, you go after all those guys. Hell with the hitters. Stop going go after the pitchers. I know you did last year. You went after Yamamoto. He wanted to go to the Dodgers. There's nothing you can do. The only thing you can do really is say, you know what, screw it. Let's see if we got to overpay these guys a little bit. You would think the pitching you wouldn't have to overpay because this is a really good pitching park. Like what you lose on the hitting side of it, you should get back on the pitching side of it. We'll see what happens. By all indications, Snell really likes it here and, really likes the team and really, I've heard that before too. We'll see if that leads to anything during the offseason because the way he's pitching, and I do want to caution everybody because sometimes you get seduced by a month or a month and a half of a season. And we've seen what Snell can be, like, at his best. Like, it may be the most dominant stretch of the season. for a pitcher. If it's not, it's damn close because it was insane what he did out there. But the season isn't about a month and a half. It's about the entirety of the season. Now go back and look at the entirety of the season and look at the numbers and look at the whip and look at all the stats and the analytic, all that kind of stuff, the advanced stats. They're good. They're not great. Are they $30 million a year good?
No.
Probably not. Maybe. But like him and Boris are want to get paid off those like 6 to 8 starts. That's what they're going to want to get paid off. But for those starts, there's also starts like Saturday. You get 6 walks in 2 innings. You don't give up a hit. You give up 2 runs because you can't throw the ball over the plate. So the Giants are going to try to figure that out. I think they want him too. But just because you want somebody doesn't mean you say, okay, here's $120 million for 4 years. I still am not down with a contract like that for him. I don't care how dominant he was for 6 to 8 starts. I'd love to have him here. I think he's fantastic. But you also have to keep in mind those aren't the only starts of the season. And you got to look at the totality of the season. And when you do that, the numbers are just okay. They're not like special numbers.
808 KNBR is the number to call. Let's go to the phone lines. Phil is in Woodland. Phil was at the game on Friday. Bummer, Phil. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm driving, so hopefully you guys got me pretty clear, yeah?
We got you. Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, well, I was up there on Friday, and we did a special trip with me and my wife and my 3-year-old son. And this ain't my first rodeo with the kid to the ballpark. And it just started off with, I can't tell you how many ushers told me I was doing something wrong with my 3-year-old kid. And kind of got on my nerves a little bit, but I just brushed it off, whatever. And then the game started, great first couple of 6 innings, right? And then we get to that 8th inning with Tyler in there. He gives up that base hit. I'm like, all right, whatever. This guy will throw a grounder, right? We'll turn 2 here. We'll get out of this. Base hit. Just like, man, I was just crawling in my skin. I think I said something after one of the base hits, and my wife turned to me and looked at me and gave me that look.
That look.
I think we lose Phil. I think Phil and Woodland's cutting out. Phil, we appreciate the call. No, do I imagine having to watch that hit after hit after hit after hit after hit? I mean, 6 consecutive hits leading to 5 runs before they cough it. Somebody on the text line here just said, like, I'm not going to get into the debate of Melvin versus Kapler. I'd rather have Bob Melvin than Gabe Kapler. But people are talking about how Kapler may have had better bullpen usage. I do think that there's this isn't all on Melvin, but there are games, there are situations, the hitting with runners in scoring position, how they've gone about some of this, that the manager does have to wear. Now, Gabe Kapler lost the clubhouse last year. Right? It was widely reported that by the end of the season, guys were not down with Gabe Kapler. It was time to come to an end of that Giants era. Bob Melvin does have to answer for some of this stuff, but it's a roster situation, right? I mean, I think everybody looks at the roster and says there's not enough talent.
By the way, if ushers are telling you what to do with your kid, just tell them, shut up and give me some peanuts. Now. Get your peanuts, throw them a quarter, move on.
Cost them a quarter? When's the last time you went to a ball game? What do you think peanuts cost?
I have no idea.
Put a quarter here. One bag of peanuts, 1 quarter. Get your peanuts here, hot nuts.
I've never seen an usher. And oh, by the way, what a world we live in that people want Gabe Kapler.
I don't think they want him back, but nobody's like, bring him back. Get his ass in here. He's our guy.
I miss Gabe Kapler.
That sounds pretty
so good.
What'd you say? There's somebody else laughing at us on the YouTube chat saying you guys are saying that Elliot Ramos is a guy. He's not a guy. He's got like 20 homers in 60% of the season.
That's not what I said.
Probably 70%. And by the way, again, the Giants won 3 World Series with 1 potential Hall of Famer on the roster in Buster Posey. That's not how World Series and how winning happens. It's not that everybody. The Braves aren't winning every year. The Dodgers.
Listening.
Yeah, the Dodgers don't win all the time.
I didn't say he was a guy. I said he's not a guy. I said he's good.
He's good,
but he's not a guy.
Guys like Acuna. Acuna's a guy.
You want to know what a guy is? Yeah, a guy is Aaron Judge. A guy is Juan Soto. A guy is Acuna. A guy, I could even make Riley's kind of a guy, but not quite a guy. Betts is a guy. Freeman's a guy. Otani's a guy.
He's a guy.
That's why they're incredible.
Otani's a guy's guy. Yeah.
Yes, he is. They have 3 guys. Like teams that usually do well once they get to the playoffs. They have guys. They have guys that can do stuff. Like you look at the Astros, Altuve is a guy. Alvarez is a guy.
Bregman's a guy, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a guy this year, but he has been a guy.
He's been a guy, yeah.
I don't know. Once you're a guy, always a guy? I'm not sure how that works.
You got to stay being a guy. You got to keep acting.
I think you do. You got to keep your guy status. But no, Ramos isn't that. I said he could be. We don't know what he is yet. Right now, he's not.
Snell's a guy. Webb's a guy.
Snell's a guy.
Webb's a guy.
When he's throwing the ball over the plate.
Yes.
He's a guy. Webb's a guy. Get more pitchers that are guys. Get some dudes.
Dudes. I'll take some dudes. They don't have to all be guys. I'll take some guys and I'll take some dudes.
Dudes are good. Dudes and guys. Absolutely.
A few good men.
Yeah, okay.
What about fellers?
No fellas.
Any bros?
Unless his first name's Bob, then I'll take a fella.
I don't want any fellas.
Yeah. Let's go out to Mike. Mike is in Brentwood.
I don't want any buddies.
Michael in Brentwood. Michael, are you a guy?
Let's
What's up,
attack
dude?
it.
You're on these sports. Thank you. Nice.
Yeah. I'll take my answer off the air, but with the Giants' struggles and not being able to hit with runners in scoring position, where's the conversation about Pat Burrell with this, being the hitting coach?
Appreciate the call, Michael. I mean, it's a good question. I mean,
yeah, it is a good question.
This kind of stuff that happens. Remember Carney Lansford was a hitting coach at one point? The Giants couldn't figure it out. He was crapping on the players for how they were going about stuff. I mean, again, approach can be asked and be debated. It always comes down to players executing. I've learned that a lot in talking to you, Tom, and talking to players about how stuff plays out. Coaches can put you in a position to be successful, but again, you make a good point in that it's the first time Pat Burrell's been a hitting coach. A team has not hit great. Team has not hit well. They've definitely not hit with runners in scoring position. But I always wonder, is it on a coach or does it come back to talent? He can only do so much before his guys start executing. Burrell used to drive in runs. You know what I mean? It wasn't a problem for him. So I don't know. Your thoughts on that, Tom, on
I don't
assistant
know.
coaches?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe we can ask JT that. I think JT alluded to it a little bit last week where he said hitting coaches are more important than you think. He goes, but it's how they connect with you.
Yeah.
They give you information in easily digestible, bite-sized morsels, basically. It's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I get that. And so, so complex. Well, now I'm more screwed up than I used to be. I think that's what a hitting coach is good for. Mostly mental, but little stuff. Like how you're aligned. I just read an article this past weekend about Aaron Judge and how he switched his stance up after the first month of the season. Remember the first month of the season? He's batting like 200. OPS was in the 600s. And we're like, oh my, what happened to Aaron Judge? And then nothing really happened to Aaron Judge, and he's better than he's ever been.
He had 50 homers before August is over. That's what he did. Yeah.
He said he closed his stance a little bit. Used to be a little more open. Then he closed it so he's more square to the pitcher. And he felt like when it was open, sometimes he wasn't getting square, and he was having trouble with sliders on the outside portion of the plate. He felt like he just couldn't reach him. So he said, I squared my stance up a little bit and started reaching those sliders. And, well, the rest is like history. The last 4 months of the season, the guy's been the best hitter in baseball, not close. I mean, that's not a huge thing. It's a little thing. It's probably like 4 or 5 inches. You just move your foot from, the third base side to move it in so you're square to the pitcher. That was it. It's like little stuff like that I think helps hitters
adjustment
a lot. It's just sometimes you get in your own head so much that you don't see it. I think that's what you need the hitting coach for, is kind of help you see like something that lower your hands, raise your hands, whatever the case may be. So, yeah, I think there's probably a combination there. I mean, I tend to always say, hey, players should know how to do this. You got to know how to cut your swing down. You got to know how to get guys in. But I think a lot of it is just the pressure that the numbers are there and they know the numbers. And, I mean, who was it that tried? Remember it was against the Tigers where Chapman tried to score from third. It wasn't even close, like on a ground ball to the infield. It's like, where are you going? It was like 1 out. It's like, what are you doing? Where are you going? Or no outs. No, there's no outs. But, I mean, that's what happens when you're pressing. It's like, oh, man, I got to try to score. We can't score. Let's try to make something happen and see if we... So, I mean, I think it's safe to say that they all know those numbers. And when you all know something, you feel like you have to do it. instead of leaving it to the next guy to do it. It's like I don't have to do it, but I also think approach. But I don't know if that's Giants. I think it's more league-wide, actually. But the league hits better than they do. 2 outs, but it's still, can you cut your swing down? Can you hit a fly ball? Can you hit just a line drive? Just try to go back up the middle, stuff like that. But I think a lot of times it's just mental. Like, once something gets in your head, until you can get it out of your head, it doesn't even have to be you. If the team starts knocking in runs and you're still struggling, at least somebody else is doing it, so it takes the pressure off you when you go up to the plate. But, man, when everyone's struggling, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Melvin got the shakes when they had like a guy on third with no outs. Like I feel like I do. I mean, I'm not even the manager, and I feel like, oh God, here they go. How are they going to find a way to not score this time? Like, I know they're not going to score. I think they one thing I'd be curious to find out, when they have a guy on third with less than 2 outs, how many times they strike out. Like, that'd be an interesting stat to me, because it seems like they strike out an awful lot with a guy in that position. An awful lot. And obviously that kills you. I mean, just put the bat on the ball. If you don't hit it right at somebody, you're going to score somebody. But it seems like 50%'s way, got to be way too high, but it seems like that. It seems like they strike out every other time. Like, somebody's up, strike out. So something's got to change, though. Approach's got to change. Philosophy's got to change. But more than anything, they just need to get some hits and get some runners in, and that kind of lowers the anxiety when it comes to that at-bat.
808 KNBR is the number to call. Let's go out to the phone line. Scarecrow's in Sacramento. Scarecrow, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hello?
We got you.
You guys? Oh, okay. Very simple. They need some backup help at catcher so they don't run Bailey into the ground. Possibly somebody who actually throws somebody out. Number 2, they could use some help at first base, and they probably could use some help at second base. They have a fairly decent outfield. In fact, they have fairly good outfield.
Well, Scarecrow, we're only 30 games for the offseason, dude. That's all we have. 30 games left.
Making the playoffs. This is not a playoff team. They'll get close, maybe if they're really, really lucky, or they may be completely out of it.
Scarecrow, appreciate the call, man. Yeah, I think that's kind of where we're at. It's 30 games to play, and the schedule's one of the toughest in all of baseball. Outside of the Marlins, I think everybody you're playing is over 500. Where are the Cardinals right now? They're below 5, right?
Yeah, they're like a 1 game below. They're like right there.
They're right there with the Giants. Bottom line is that's the last series of the season. So between now and the last series of the season, every opponent going to be in the playoffs or hunting for a playoff spot and well over 500 at this point. So I'm with you in that this is not a playoff team, and they are likely not going to go on that run that everybody's looking for. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. We'll jump off of Giants baseball. No award-winning Diamond Notes tonight. Giants off today before they open a 3-game series in Milwaukee tomorrow. We'll be at the patio on Friday at 58 Social when they come out home to face the Marlins and the D-backs for a 6-game homestand. When we come on back, the 49ers on Friday had 2 defensive ends, right defensive end opposite Nick Bosa, go down with an injury, a ankle injury as it turned out to Leonard Floyd, and a knee injury to Yetur Gross-Matos. Both guys look like they're going to be okay. MRIs back on both of them. Leonard Floyd, the biggest defensive addition probably of the offseason, he seems like he could be back as early as next week to practice for week 1. How good will this 49ers defensive line be? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. The 49ers will be making cuts to get down to the 53-man roster by 1 o'clock tomorrow. Keep it locked right here to hear all the roster updates on your home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
So 3rd and 2, Raiders at their own 39. Peterman dropping back. Flush out of the pocket, and Leonard Floyd and friends are going to bring him down. So that's what you want from your starting D lineman. We said Bosa's not playing, but that's a Bosa-like pass rush from everybody. So Leonard Floyd was down and it looked like a lower right leg injury. He was able to get up and walk off the field, but kind of hold your breath on that. He's been so durable throughout his career.
It was Bob Fitzgerald on the call with Keena Turner and Dante Whitner on Friday on our sister station, 810 The Bread, over on your AM dial. Leonard Floyd, Niners' top offseason addition to be the edge rusher opposite Nick Bosa, something they were missing a lot last year, especially Nick Bosa not having a full offseason in training camp and preseason, and then not getting out there till week 1 against Pittsburgh last year. Leonard Floyd gets hurt. We thought it was a knee injury. They were going to do MRIs the following day on Saturday to both he and Yetur Gross-Matos, who's his backup, who's the second-line defensive edge rusher there behind Leonard Floyd. Floyd goes down. Turns out it's an ankle injury. They think it's not too serious. He's going to be okay. They believe he will be ready to go week 1 and could start practicing this week or next. Then Yetur Gross-Matos goes down. They say that's a knee sprain. We don't know how much time on that. I guess they're day-to-day right now with Gross-Matos, but you're going to need both of those guys. In terms of on paper, last year we knew fairly early in the season, once we saw 4 or 5 games of Brock, that the offense was the calling card of this team. What had been so incredible for years is that the defense had been the calling card. You had Kyle Shanahan as the offensive play caller and a pretty damn good offense, but now that offense has become the identity of this team. Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk went here, Deebo Samuel, what he's been able to do, George Kittle, even Kyle Juszczyk is a part of that, Trent Williams on the offensive line. They've become the offensive unit in the NFL and specifically the NFC. In terms of defense, on paper, I thought Leonard Floyd was a fantastic add, and I'm looking for more from Nick Bosa this year. I expect more from Nick Bosa after having a full offseason this year, and I know he wasn't happy with the numbers and the final tallies in 2023. What's your thought on where this defense can be? Is it going to be a top defense again?
Yeah. I think they were... they were close to being... they were a top 10 defense last year, were they not?
They were.
I have to go back and look at the numbers, but I think a lot of it was their inability to stop the run. Like that's what kind of colored my judgment all year long with that team. And of course the expectations of that team, of the defensive side of the ball. Because you always expect the defensive side to be dominant, because they've been dominant for a while now. Except when guys got hurt, but you just expect a team with Bosa and Warner, and Hufanga was great his rookie year, but Ward and now Lenore. I think Lenore is going to have his best year of his career. You just expect that to be a really dominant football team, and they weren't last year. And Armstead was on those teams as well. So I still think they were good. It wasn't like they were bad. They were a good defense last year. They just weren't dominant. You expect them to be a top
the
3.
offense was.
Yeah, a top 3 defense. Just dominant, hard to move the ball on, can't run against. And that's not who they were. Can they get back to that? I don't know. I don't know that they need to. If they do, then they're going to be almost impossible to beat. If they can get back, I don't know. I think they've been looking for that defense. It's probably under Shanahan. Probably the best defense they had was the first D Ford year, where D Ford was healthy that year.
The first Super Bowl appearance year.
Yes.
2019. Yeah.
They were lights out that year. They were absolute lights out. But I think that was Buckner, Armstead, Bosa, D4. That team was just loaded, absolutely loaded. And then you got to make decisions, right? Buckner, they trade him. They bring in Hargrave. That didn't work out. Or not Hargrave, but Kinlaw. That didn't work out. Then they had to let Armstead go. Didn't have to. They let Armstead go last year. And hoping Hargrave was going to fill that need. And I think he was good last year. It wasn't great last year, but it was good. I think there's what I'll say is this. I think there's more in the tank. I think Bosa has more in the tank because he was good last year too. He just wasn't what you think Bosa, always in the backfield, always getting to the quarterback, and he wasn't. But you look at his numbers; they were pretty good. So I still think there's more there, though. I think there's more from Hargrave. We'll see what Floyd has. You know what? I'm going to every single time. I always want to throw a little into Leonard Floyd, because there's a running back for the Broncos back when I was growing up named Floyd Little. So the Floyd Little.
Leonard Floyd Little, that's where you want to go.
Yeah. Then there was Leonard Little, the Leonard part of the Floyd Leonard.
Leonard Little, Floyd Little, yeah.
Yeah, Leonard Little was a Hall of Fame guard for the Dolphins. And so I like every time I have to stop when I say his name, because it's going to be Leonard Floyd, it's going to be Little Floyd, it's going to be Floyd Little, it's going to be Leonard. I've had that name. I say every time I say it, I like mess it up every single time. So now everybody knows why.
Kind of a Pink Floyd system.
Yeah, go back and look at your football cards. Floyd Little, Leonard Little, and then you take the little out, and then you're good. But sometimes
Len Floyd.
I don't. Thank you. You don't have the problem with Floyd Little or Leonard Little.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I have the problem with Spencer Bivens and Mike Bivens.
There you go. I think their corners may be as good as they've had, like the duo, because I think this is going to be Lenoir's, from what I've read, what I've seen, going to be his best year. Ward's a stud, so I think they're going to be really. And then I can't wait to see when they get Hufanga back and see what the back end looks like. I think that has a chance to really be dynamic too. Just as long as they have one of the guys, whether it's Mustafa, I think he's more of a hitter. I don't know. I'm gonna have to watch him play. I think Brown was more of a ball guy, like a guy can track the ball and defend routes and stuff like that. Because Hufanga wasn't great at that. Like that's the one thing he doesn't have is top end speed. Like he can get beat, but he did a pretty good job. But boy, you put it up near the line of scrimmage and just let him wreak havoc. Oh my gosh, he was incredible. I think they missed him a little bit last year in the run game. Yeah, because he could be really good in the run game. Like he is a playmaker and he just blows stuff up. So I mean, my expectations of the defense are the same as they're always going to be when you have guys like Warner and Bosa. Be a top 10 defense, be a top 5-6 defense. That'd be great, but just be a top 10 defense. Because with this offense, a top 10 defense will get you 11 wins, maybe more. But you don't got to be great. If they are great, then you're going to get 12, maybe even 13 wins. Because I think the offense, if the two guys sign, I mean, if they don't, that really hurts. But we'll wait and see on that one. I would expect there to at least be some movement one way or the other this week. But yeah, those are my expectations. I mean, you got if not the best linebacker in the game, a top linebacker in the game. I think last year he was probably the best linebacker in the game. Everybody, I mean, like I don't sit there and watch the tape, but everybody's like, and then we watch him play every week, and you're like, God dang, this guy makes plays all over the field. Like he's incredible. But that's the rep, best linebacker in the game. Can he do that again this year? I would think he'll be right up there. Bosa, now we see Bosa every play. We watch him play know how good that guy is. You have just start with those two guys, and you're like, we should be pretty good. We should be pretty good. We got those two guys, and then they got Ward, and then they got Lenoir, and then they got Hargrave, and then they got Leonard Floyd, little Leonard Floyd. So they got that guy on the other side, and he's been Mr. Consistent. Like he's not super dynamic per se, but every year he plays, he suits up for 17 games and gets you about 10 or so sacks. So he's been really good. So. Yeah, I don't see why they can't be a top 10 defense. So those are the expectations, and if they are, they should be fine.
Tolbert and Coates with you on a Monday afternoon. By the way, the defense from last year, just a couple of notes. You were saying you thought they were, I mean, you knew they were good. They went to the Super Bowl. They just weren't as elite as they had been in 2019. They were number 9 in yards per game allowed.
Okay.
At 319.7. Number 4 in points per game allowed, 18.7. Okay. They were number 5 in rush yards per game allowed at 98.7. They were number 1 in rush yards, rush attempts per game, meaning they were up so big the team just had to abandon the run. Yep. It was like fewer than 23. Now, the yards per attempt is where it got tough last year, and that's where the D-line comes in. Number 21, 4.3 yards per attempt on the ground. That said, they were up so big in so many of those games that the run didn't matter all that much. We can talk more about this when Matt Mayoko joins us at 3:50. Our NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider and Steve Young, the best half hour in sports radio, returns to your airwaves today at 5 o'clock. Make sure you're watching us, streaming us, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, the app, and all that good stuff. All right, back into a little bit of more general and broader NFL stuff. Trey Lance threw 5 interceptions in his preseason finale. People are talking about him as one of the biggest busts in NFL history. He's still got a job right now, though. He's going to be the backup there in Dallas. He's going to make the 53-man per Jerry Jones. But how many teams in NFL history have missed on a quarterback with a top 5 pick and come away unscathed in the way the 49ers have? That's next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lance. Oh, picked off. Get up. Run it back. Not a lot of room to work with, but Tony Jefferson with a heck of an effort to get to that ball in time. End zone. Intercepted. It's Jefferson again. Pressure comes. Lance feels it. Oh, what a play. Tremont Moore's brash is going to go. Touchdown Chargers. 3rd down and 4 for Lance. Pressure comes. Lance gets away once. Lands off his back foot. Fought forward. Taken away. Intercepted. Matt Hankins says, give me that. Lance gets it there. Intercepted. 5th of the day. Robert Kennedy seals it for the Chargers.
Was that all 5? Did we get all 5 in there? All 5? Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. Trey Lance, what could have been? What could have been? Trey Lance in his final preseason tune-up throws 5 interceptions for the Dallas Cowboys. Now, I want to make note of this because the Cowboys did something interesting. Trey Lance got more opportunities to play this preseason than any quarterback in football. Do you know how many pass attempts he had in that final game against, I think it was Tennessee? I was a Charger, excuse me.
Like 40?
Oh, 49.
My God.
There were 49 passing attempts for Trey Lance in their final preseason tune-up. They lose by a touchdown, 26-19 to the Chargers. 33 of 49, 323 yards, and a touchdown to go with his 5 interceptions. He also, by the way, carried the ball 11 times for 90 yards and a touchdown. Had a lot of attempts because he threw a lot of interceptions. They had a bunch of series, did the Cowboys. So any leverage the Cowboys had in negotiations with Dak Prescott, dead now. Right? I mean, that's why they played him so much is they cannot franchise tag Dak after this year. They can't trade him without his approval. He's got these in his contract. So he's looking at free agency, and the Cowboys, if they want to keep him around, are going to have to pay a hefty $60+ million salary is the assumption, right? Whoever signs Dak is going to have to pay that. Hopefully it's Derek's Raiders, just because that'd be good for us in the show.
Eat shit, Derek.
I'd love if Dak showed up in Las Vegas, dude. That'd be fantastic. Bottom line is Trey Lance plays and doesn't play all that well. What's interesting about his preseason, and this is really just because of usage, he led the league in just about every statistical category for a quarterback during the preseason: completion percentage, number of completions, rushing yards for a quarterback, yards per attempt. I mean, he was fantastic in terms of the rate stats, not fantastic in terms of what he showed you with the eye test. I think the issue is that you're still seeing some tangible ability that Trey Lance has, but it is outweighed by frequently his inability to read what's happening on the field and where he decides to give up on the pocket, which happens a lot. He gets out and runs more than he should. Now, the other thing about Trey Lance, he's 24 years old. I have a really tough time calling him one of the biggest busts of all time right now because we have no idea what his career holds. I don't think really you can call a guy a bust until we know what it was. Ryan Leaf was certainly a big one. Jamarcus Russell is the one that comes to mind. But at 24 years old, Trey Lance has fewer than 500 total passing attempts between both college and the NFL. There is a skill set there. I don't know that it gives you any leverage in terms of Dak. And we'll get into what happens with the 49ers because nobody does this. Nobody misses on a number 3 quarterback pick and then turns around and goes unscathed in the way the Niners have. But just your thoughts on Trey Lance. I didn't see much of any of his preseason until after the 5 interceptions this weekend where there was a lot of talk about him being a huge bust.
I mean, I got to be honest. I have no thoughts on Trey Lance, and I don't think anybody would have any thoughts on Trey Lance except for the fact he was drafted by the Niners. That's the only reason people are still kind of invested in him one way or the other. But I mean, the 5 interceptions, obviously, you don't want to have happen. But, hey, if you're going to make some throws that you normally wouldn't make in the regular season, make them in the preseason to see what you can and cannot get away with. Like I don't mind guys that throw. Now, I mean, that's pretty extreme, but I don't mind guys that throw picks during the preseason because I would like you to know what you can do and what you can't do. So how strong your arm is, all that kind of stuff. So as far as Trey Lance, I don't know. I mean, some guys have it, some guys don't. Hey, he doesn't appear to have like but he is still really, really young and he's really athletic. And I love people that did beyond reason still like say, I can't believe the Niners gave up on him or this guy can still be really good. And I mean, in theory, yeah, he could, but you have no like empirical data to say so unless you want to say like there was a tweet this week that I saw like his 90-yard, one of his runs on his way to 90 yards was like the 58-yard touchdown. It's like, how can you give up on somebody that has this kind of athletic ability? It's like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, how often do you think that's going to happen during the regular season? And he's not playing against the regular defense that he would be playing against anyway. Like I've always said with quarterbacks, unless it's extreme, like Lamar Jackson, like I don't even want to like whatever they do with their legs doesn't really concern me one way or the other. Like I like to have a guy that
you mean the rushing yards don't?
Yeah, they can scramble. But I'd rather give me a guy like Brady that can move around in the pocket and deliver it from the pocket. But I'd rather have a guy that has pocket presence and has enough quickness to move around the pocket. But as far as running the ball, like that usually only gets you so far. I mean, look at Mahomes. Mahomes could run. Mahomes could be one of the best running quarterbacks in the game, but he doesn't. He's always in the pocket throwing or scrambling. Or he's running
around or he's scrambling around. I'd rather have a scrambler
but he
than
throws
a runner.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not running.
Jeff Garcia type, yeah.
Yeah, when does he run? Mahomes like runs when he has to in the playoffs. Like if it's a big game, he'll run it. He'll like take off. We remember that running out against the Eagles in the Super Bowl. He had one. I don't know if it was that significant, but he had one against the Niners. Like he'll do it. He doesn't want to. He doesn't like to. It's not a huge part of who he is, but he reminds you occasionally, like, damn, this dude's pretty fast. Like he's really tough to bring down. Like you don't see it as much. Like that's the game. It's still played from the pocket. There's no doubt in my mind that's where the game is played from. It's great to have all the other stuff. So can you deliver it from the pocket? You can't do that, then the rest of the stuff doesn't really matter. This isn't Army. It's not Navy. You're not running the triple option. It's not like, oh, this guy can't throw, but he could really run. Well, sweet. Make him a running back then, because he can't play quarterback. So what can he end up becoming? I have no idea. And the reason you don't see guys blow third overall picks and bounce back like the Niners have is because the Niners traded up to get him. They had a stacked roster anyway. They thought they'd give it a shot because they weren't going to draft that high again. And they completely kicked that one. And then, oh, by the way, they do what every other team does. Get the last pick in the draft and turn him into a starter. Like a top 10 to 15 starter. Like that never happens. Well, because the last pick of the draft has never been a top 10, 15 starter in league history. So that, in and unto itself, is an anomaly. But usually your roster isn't good enough, even if you got one of those. Third would mean your roster sucked, and your roster wasn't that great. So the quarterback wouldn't stand a chance because he's probably getting crushed. And Purdy came in, stacked roster. So, like, everything worked. I don't blame him at all for doing what they did. I don't blame him at all for trading draft picks to get him. Not one bit. They were not sold on Garoppolo. They wanted a young quarterback. They wanted a mobile quarterback. And they saw the way that the league was moving. So they said, we're not going to draft 12th again. We're going to be in the 20s. It'll cost way too much to get up there. It costed enough just to get up there. They missed. Fortunately for them, they couldn't have picked right. They had like one pick.
There was no good pick.
And it was Lawrence.
It was Justin Fields.
And they weren't getting one.
They weren't getting Trevor Lawrence.
So
you weren't getting Zach Wilson, thank goodness.
As soon as they decided to move up, they lost. They did. They lost that. They lost. They couldn't have won at that point. They didn't know that. Nobody could have known that. But looking back on it, the minute they decided, hey, we're at 12, let's move up and get a quarterback, they lost. You couldn't have won. There was one quarterback, they weren't getting one. So what are you going to do? Sometimes you roll the dice. Sometimes they come up snake eyes.
Dude, they could have got Jamar Chase. That's the one I think about all the time. That's the one.
I didn't know they were going for a wide receiver. I didn't know we introduced him into the mix.
Well, no, but I'm just saying he was out there when they picked Jamar Chase. Kyle Pitts went 4, by the way. Kyle Pitts, the tight end, went 4 to Atlanta. Jamar Chase.
He may be a sneaky fantasy pick this year.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
He actually has a quarterback to throw to him now.
Agreed, because he has a QB. Jalen Waddle at number 6.
Mm-hmm.
Devontae Smith at 10. Patrick Surtain went 9. J.C. Horn went 8. Micah Parsons went number 12, which is pretty incredible.
Where'd Chase go?
Chase went number 5.
He was 5?
He was a top 5 receiver. Yeah.
It was Jefferson that same draft?
No, Jefferson would have been the year after. The year before.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
They got Penei Sewell was out there too. At right tackle.
Penei
But they
Sewell.
still, they were still paying McGlinchey at that point, weren't they? In 2021. Don't get me wrong. I think there were, obviously there were guys to be had. The year before that, Joe Burrow 1, Chase Young 2, Jeff Okudah 3, Andrew Thomas 4. It was Justin Jefferson didn't go until number 22 is where he was selected.
Wow.
Right behind Jalen Reagor and ahead of Kenneth Murray of the Chargers. Cesar Ruiz went 24. I think he's pitching this weekend for the Giants. Tolbert and Copes on a Monday afternoon. We are going to catch up, by the way, with Matt Mayoko coming up in a few minutes at 3:50. We'll get his thoughts on the final 53-man roster. There's some speculative things out there and who may have made the team, who did not make the team. Ricky Pearsall appears to be healthy enough and ready to return to practice. Today he did, and then should be ready to go for week 1, they're saying, to start the NFL season. A few people checking out on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 808 KNBR, and they're checking in on YouTube and on Twitter. Our guy Blake Hale, who's our Seattle our Seattle UPS driver, who calls in sometimes. He said now that we have Steve Young coming back on at 5 o'clock tonight, that's right, Steve Young, his first hit of the season, the best half hour on radio, says we got to get into his backyard and do that show. Said people don't forget.
Yeah, that's right. People don't forget that.
Steve owes us. We made a bet with him a couple of years ago saying that he would. It was about where he'd finish in the Pebble Beach Pro-Am, and he said, "quote I cracked the code, guys. I cracked the code of golf. I figured it out. I got it. I'm going to play lefty. I cracked the code."
I'm with it.
And then we looked it up last year before the start of the season. Dude finished right behind Larry the Cable Guy.
Did you go get
Barkley beat him this year.
We got to get the ratings this year because we got to bring that up. And then, like many people checking in on the YouTube chat. On Steve Young, hyped about his return. One other one here, Angel says on Twitter, checks in on Steve Young, says it's even better when Steve is out running some kind of errand or having to take care of some kind of business, which I imagine he'll be doing. And then one more, our guy Jeff says, this isn't the best half hour in radio. Harmony is still around. It's the second best half hour in radio, to which I would respond, good luck making it a half hour with Harmony.
Yeah,
September 20th, Harmony returns to the airwaves right here on KNBR. She'll have your picks for you. By the way, I rolled across on YouTube. I was looking at some of our old videos the other day and some video clips KNBR had up on the YouTube page. And I'd forgotten last year when Steve Young brought up Harmony to us. He said, you guys got to get rid of Harmony. You can't, what are you guys doing? This is ridiculous. And then that was the day before we were going to have Steve Kerr on, who, by the way, joins us today at his usual time. And he said, we said, Steve Kerr's going to have some stuff to pick with Harmony tomorrow. And Steve Young goes, okay, no, I'll tune into that. Okay, I'll tune into it to hear the Hall of Famer. Like, he was anti-Harmony, and then he heard she was going to talk to Steve Kerr, and he was all about it. He was immediately back on Harmony. Harmony returns September 20th to give you your double banger, your 2 college football and your 2 NFL picks throughout the season. And when we return, our guy Matt Mayoko, 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, will get down to the nitty-gritty with us on some of the roster situations and the health of both Leonard Floyd, Eater Gross-Matos, and will we see Ricky Pearsall week 1? That's all next with Matt Mayoko, only here on the Sports Leader. Robbie Ray scheduled to have an MRI today to reveal the extent of his hamstring injury. Does this feel like the nail is in the coffin for this Giants season? You can let us know on our socials at KNBR.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
We do it every week. Catch up with our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, Matt Mayoko. Make sure you're listening to the 49ers Talk podcast. He and Jennifer Lee Chan do a great job with that throughout the week and following each and every 49ers game. As soon as Derek's done talking to him, we'll connect with our guy, Matt Mayoko. But Derek is, as Marty would say, Raf's doing his own show back there.
Eat shit, Derek.
There we go. We made the connection with Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider at NBC Sports Bay Area. What's up, Matt? Preseason is over, mercifully. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Preseason is over. But thankfully, for all of us who have tired of things to talk about, we still have Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams to keep us chattering away.
Well, thank God. Thank goodness. We played a soundbite like an hour ago, maybe 45 minutes ago, of Adam Schefter. We're coming back from break, and Schefter goes, on the updates of Trent Williams and Ayuk, basically he's given us nothing for about 3 months, where he goes, I'd imagine that they're going to ramp things up with those guys this week. So would I. What would you imagine, Matt? How does that get handled this week?
Yeah, I would think every day we're getting closer to a resolution.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah, and I think history will prove me right on that.
Yeah, I think history will too. In terms of let's switch gears just a little bit. Just some other stuff we were just talking about. The defensive line. I mean, it was pretty scary there for a minute on Friday when both Yetur Gross-Matos and Leonard Floyd went down with what we thought were knee injuries. Gross-Matos, a knee sprain. They're saying not all that serious, and an ankle sprain, I think, is what Kyle said about Floyd. Yeah. Not all that serious. Where are we with the health of those guys and the optimism around their health?
Well, I'll tell you this. When both of those injuries happened within just a couple of plays of each other, I turned to my colleague, Jennifer Lee Chan, and said, you know what? This season could be over. That's how thin the 49ers, and that's probably an overstatement, obviously, but that's how thin they are at defensive end, especially after those first three guys. I mean, they have Bosa, they have Leonard Floyd, they have Yetur Gross-Matos. The two guys, Bosa and Floyd, are probably the best two guys, or I should say Floyd's the best guy that they've had paired with Bosa since Bosa's been in the league. So you take Floyd out, a guy who was their big acquisition, 2 years, $20 million. Then you take Yetur Gross-Matos out, 2 years, $18 million. They're probably their second biggest offseason veteran acquisition. And now you're starting to look at that depth chart and go, what does that mean? Does that mean that Robert Beal Jr. is a starter? And who are the other guys who would even be in part of a rotation? So the fact that after the game, everything checked out with the ACLs, they're intact. And I saw Floyd running today. So that's a huge relief for the 49ers that by all accounts, he should be in the starting lineup Monday night, week one. Gross-Matos, it's probably going to be close whether he's out there or not, but that's a big deal that those two guys, aren't going to go on IR. They should be healthy early in the season. I think the 49ers still have to kind of be looking at defensive end, though, as a spot where they can use some upgrades, and maybe there's a team out there that has a surplus of DNs. The 49ers could look to deal from a position where they have some strength, whether that's, maybe cornerback, if Samuel Womack doesn't make it or Rock Yassin doesn't make it, maybe there's a trade there, or linebacker where, they're probably going to end up cutting a pretty good linebacker I'm just not sure what other positions the 49ers would have to be able to make a trade. So the defensive end position certainly looks a lot better today, though, than it did at halftime on Friday night.
We were talking about the defense before you came on, Matt, and how last year was I thought a down year for them. Even though they were good, they just weren't as good as you're used to seeing them. And I know we talked about this ad nauseum last year about the run, the ability to stop the run, and they didn't give up a lot of gross yards. They just gave up a lot of yards per carry. They weren't particularly effective when they needed to stop the run, and it got me thinking about the defensive tackles. Like, who's starting in opposite Hargrave? And Hargrave I'd put in the same category as Bosa last year, where they were good. You just expect them to be better. You just expect them to wreak more havoc than they did last year, and I expect them to do that this year. But what do you think about Hargrave last year as opposed to what he's expecting out of himself this year, and who's starting next to him?
Yeah, I would agree. I think that Hargrave was okay last year, but certainly not the level that the 49ers expected him to be at. And,
not Eagles Hargrave.
Exactly. So I think another year in the system, he should be better this season. And then he might also be better because I think there's more of a run stuffer lining up next to him. So that's going to be Malik Collins on base downs. And he's a load. I mean, he is a big fella. And so he's somebody that can anchor and should clog up the run. And then their third defensive tackle would probably be Jordan Elliott. You also have Givens in there. And so, and then Clea Davis coming back later in the season. So there's, they have some pretty good players there. And then in nickel situations, Gross Matos can slide inside and rush the passer. So, theoretically on third downs, the 49ers could have Bosa and Floyd at the ends, and then Hargrave and Gross Matos inside. So I don't – that was the position with the most turnover, the most guys leaving, the most guys coming in. I think they feel pretty good right now that the run defense should be better because – well, you remember now, Eric Armstead missed a lot of the season with the injury, and Javon Kinlaw just, never really got it. I think he started playing better as the year went on. The first time he stayed healthy, but he's just a big guy that had trouble bending and staying low, and he would kind of get rooted out of there on running plays. So, I think their idea is that they can be more stout against the run, and then the addition of Leonard Floyd, they've never had anyone really approaching double-digit sacks opposite of Bosa. And if you look at Leonard Floyd, the past 4 years, it's basically been 10 sacks a season. So I would think probably never having been with a team with a defensive end, obviously he played with Aaron Donald, but with a defensive end on the other side, that can kind of take all that attention away. I mean, he should have a lot of one-on-one opportunities to get to the quarterback.
Talking to Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line here, our 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area. In terms of Talanoa Hufanga, I know that's one that by 1 o'clock tomorrow we'll have an answer on when they cut the 53-man down to 53. I think that the thought is that he would start the year on the PUP. Is that the general consensus? And if so, is it George Odom or Malik Mustafa who starts in his place?
Yeah, no, I think I'd be surprised at this point if Hufanga makes the initial 53, that he's probably going to be on PUP, so he'll miss the first 4 games of the season. That seems to be the way things are trending. And then it's going to be George Odom. George Odom rolled his ankle, so there were some kind of eyebrows that went up when it was Mustafa in the starting lineup on Friday, but that was because Odom rolled his ankle out for the opening kickoff. He just didn't look right running down the field, so they said, okay, Mustafa, get in there. And so that's what we're looking at there. There's a new rule this year where in the past, if you're going to put a player on injured reserve and have him come back to the team at some point in the season, he had to be on the initial 53, and then the next day they would put him on IR and then make the roster moves to bring 2 other guys that the team released the day before up to the 53. This year it's different. You can have two players that go on the initial injured reserve list that you designate to return. So you don't have to basically, cut two guys you anticipate bringing back and run the risk of those players being claimed by another team. So I would think tomorrow, in addition to Hufanga going on reserve PUP, Dre Greenlaw going on reserve PUP, also IR designated to return, more than likely Clea Davis, the defensive tackle, and John Feliciano, the offensive lineman.
Do we know who's going to get the first crack at nickelback?
I think it's going to be Diamador Lenore. I think he will be. It looks pretty obvious to me that they feel like they can put a lot on his plate. He had about as good a training camp as anybody on the team, and it just looked to me like, whether he's playing outside, sliding into nickel in those passing situations, he's the guy. And then the question becomes, who do you have? Last year was kind of a disaster. They never really figured it out. And a huge part of the problem was Lenore is their best nickelback, but he was also, clearly one of their two best outside corners. And the drop-off from 1 and 2 to 3 was immense. So they never really figured that whole situation out, to the point that in the Super Bowl they tried something they hadn't tried all year, moving Logan Ryans into nickelback. So I think it's going to be Lenore. Then the question becomes, is it Isaac Yadam who plays outside, or is it Renardo Green? And right now, it's too tough to call. I think they like the experience of Yadam. He's played well. He's been injured for a couple weeks with an ankle. But I think it's really a coin flip. The only reason they wouldn't go Green would be just, they opening against Aaron Rodgers and the receivers that the Jets have. They might think that it's just maybe a little bit too much this early, that they can kind of bring him along a little bit more slowly. But, yeah, I would be really surprised if the nickelback is not Lenore.
In terms of Ricky Pearsall, the thought is that he's going to be healthy enough. He was out there today at practice?
Yeah, he was out there wearing the blue no-contact jersey. And so, we're 2 weeks away. I think, he had a lot of snaps, only caught one pass during the 11-on-11 stuff, but I would assume that he'll be out there on Monday night as, I don't know, the third or fourth receiver, depending on who else is out there, who has a contract situation that's been resolved, all of that good stuff. So, yeah, I would expect him to be out there. He also fielded a lot of punts, but I don't know that they'll do that. I think that job will probably be Jacob Cowling's to lose.
Where does Cowling fit in on the offense? Is he going to get – I don't know how much he'll play. I'm not thinking a whole lot, but if Pearsall isn't ready to go, where does he fit in? Because he looked pretty good during the preseason. I'm not sure how much that matters.
Yeah, the fact that he'll have if he is the punt returner, he'll have a uniform on game days. So you would think that there would be opportunities to use him, whether it's jet sweeps or bubble screens or just trying to take the top off the defense. So that's kind of one of the things about this team. So that if there's they keep the 6 receivers. Well, let's just say that Ayuk is on the team. So you have Ayuk, Samuel, Jennings, and Pearsall. But then you have Chris Conley, who has looked really good in training camp, done everything the team's asked of him. He brings a lot of special teams value to the team. So, he can run down and cover kicks as well. And then you have Cowling, who, if he's on the team beating out Trent Taylor for the punt return job, he's going to have a uniform. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how they work that, because they have 6 guys at wide receiver that are either like kind of slam dunk, going to be part of the offense, or guys who bring a lot of special teams value, and teams generally don't keep 6 wide receivers up on game day. So, they got some figuring out to do how they want to handle that. And I would think, through most of training camp, I was thinking that Trent Taylor was going to make the team because I didn't know that. I didn't see a reliable option of just being back there and looking steady, fielding punts. But Cowling has done a lot better in recent weeks and seems to get more and more comfortable every time he's back there. And then, of course, you see, the speed and the ability to make plays on offense too. So that's almost at this stage in his career, it's kind of a bonus.
Voice here is Matt Mayo go on the UMA guest line. In terms of Logan Thomas, I saw the tight end position was re-signed. He was released by the Niners back on August 9th. They re-signed him. I guess he was dealing with some injury stuff and it allowed them some roster flexibility, and now he is re-signed. I mean, he's a guy with a lot of NFL pedigree, another pass catcher potentially. Is the thought that he would start the season on practice squad with a chance to be elevated?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's probably the way it's trending. They released him. They brought him back a couple weeks later. So, yeah, I would think that they've kept 4 tight ends in the past, and there have been years where I thought, like, why are they keeping 4? It seems kind of like overkill where, they have 3 guys who are NFL players, and maybe the 4th guy really isn't. So they've kept the 4. I assume they'll keep 4 again. So that's going to be interesting as well, because obviously behind Kittle, you would think that Braden Willis would be one of those guys. Eric Saubert has had a good camp, and he's a big guy, so kind of more of an inline blocker type. And then you have Logan Thomas, you have Cameron Latu, Jake Tongas, who's shown up and looked pretty good. So my best guess would be that they brought Thomas back for a reason, but it wasn't necessarily the 53-man, but they'd love to keep him in the building and kind of have that as an option for later in the season. If the young guys just aren't producing or they're, not ready, then you can easily make that move to bring Thomas up and keep him up.
I know it's preseason. You don't learn a lot, but did we learn anything about Nick Sorensen at all?
No.
Perfect. Let's move on.
Would you like me to expound?
Yeah, please.
If you want to force it, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say no again.
Thank you.
No, I don't.
Well, wait. Before you answer, let me just ask you this then.
Yeah.
What are the expectations going in? Because I don't know much about him. I don't know his philosophy. I don't know if he's a blitzer, not a blitzer, zone blitzes. Like I don't like what should we be looking for like early in the season as we try to get to know like what his style is?
Here's what I think the expectation is, and I don't know if this is the answer you're looking for, but I think the expectation is that he and the head coach are on the same page, and the head coach doesn't have to devote as much time to figuring things out defensively. I mean, there was a game last year where I think it was a Monday night game against the Seahawks, I believe. And remember they came out and Charvarius Ward shadowed DK Metcalf the entire game. Well, that day, I think it was, John Lynch went to Kyle Shanahan and said, hey, shouldn't we have Charvarius Ward shadow DK Metcalf? And Shanahan said, that's a great idea. And so that's what they did. There was, I'm not going to tell the player, but there was something defensively that happened that really forced some guys to play selflessly, like not going after, not necessarily going out for sacks and this. And this one player, a prominent player, I asked, how difficult is that to, your whole thing as a defensive lineman in nickel situations is to go for the sack. This is a game against Philadelphia, obviously. And that player told me, he goes, well, it's a lot easier to buy into that when it's the head coach who's telling you that's the way we win this game. So it just seemed to me like there was a lot more defensive philosophy being spoken and administered by individuals who aren't the defensive coordinator. And so having Nick Sorensen around for a couple of years, it sounds like, he and Kyle Shanahan have done a lot of talking over the past couple of years. He comes from that Seattle defense, so he has a really good grasp on what it is the head coach wants. And so I think that's the difference, is that Shanahan will feel comfortable knowing that the defensive coordinator knows exactly what the head coach's philosophy is. And I think there are opportunities, to blitz, obviously, to bring more than 4, but that's not what the 49ers do. What they do is, they can, it's a wrinkle here and there, but, you don't want to sacrifice coverage on the back end to manufacture a pass rush. There were games last year where, it didn't look like the pass rush was getting there because they're rushing 3 or 4 and just holding their lanes and not allowing the quarterback to slip out. But the coverage on the back end was so strong that passes still weren't completed. So I think it'll look a lot more like the Robert Saleh defense and the D'Amico Ryans defense. I don't think it's going to be anything crazy.
All right, Matt, I'm gonna ask you this. I'm just going to try this one more time before we let you go. Will the Trent Williams and Ayuk situations reach their ending point by the time we kick off Monday, September 9th?
Yeah. It's got to, right?
You've lied to me before.
Have I lied to you?
No, I was kidding.
I've been trying to. Well, I have, I'm sure, but I can't think of. I can't list all the times I've lied.
No, I can't remember all of them. No.
I've kind of come to the conclusion that anything can happen. I think there have been a lot of inflection points here. Certainly tomorrow is one of them because, they do have to kind of figure out their roster. And, Ayuk, yes, it's absolutely possible that Ayuk will be on the 53-man tomorrow without a new contract. But, even a week from now, it wouldn't shock me if this goes for both players up until, say, Wednesday or Thursday of next week, because that's when the game plan goes in to face the Jets. That's when, all the work being done on the field is for that sole purpose of this is our game plan. This is how, the 49ers will try to beat the Jets. So I would think that, if those guys remain with the team, and I don't think there's any other option for Trent Williams, there is theoretically for Brandon Ayuk, I would think that they would be out there, or certainly everything would be resolved by the middle of next week with an outside chance that things happen tomorrow.
Matt Maiocco, the voice you hear, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. You can hear him on the 49ers Talk podcast. Read him on NBCSportsBayArea.com. Matt, we will talk to you next week. Thanks so much.
All right, first 2 questions. Anything new with Trent Williams or Brandon Ayuk? I already have it written down.
You already have the answers down. No.
I hope it's not.
And my answer will be we are closer to a resolution than we were last week.
We're moving in the right direction.
Feels like we're closer now than we were at the start of this interview. So, Matt, we'll talk to you later, man. Thanks so much.
See you, Matt.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate
it. Stuff from Matt Maiocco. Yeah. Again, there's nothing anybody can say except that. We are closer to a resolution than we were a day ago. Matt Maiocco, you missed any of that? Some thoughts on the secondary? Talanoa Hufanga says maybe all but official that he's going to start the year on PUP, and then it will be George Odom or Malik Mustafa. We can talk more about that a little bit later. At 5 o'clock, the best half hour in sports radio, Steve Young returns to KNBR for the 2024 season. And when we come on back, we got a sound soiree. How about this? Bill Belichick was home with Pat McAfee. They talked about the Ayuk situation. Manti Te'o's going to show up in your sound soiree. And Jim Harbaugh, because don't you want to hear Harbaugh about how his Chargers players got stuck in an elevator? Because he's got some thoughts. We'll talk about it next in the sound soiree, only here on the Sports Leader. According to Adam Schefter, there has not been a lot of progress made between Trent Williams and the 49ers. For all your 49ers news, keep it locked in your home of 49er football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here with my good friend Steve Moskowitz. He's hanging out on the line. Steve, we talked for a long time about the ERC. People were signing up for it, getting their checks for it. What happens if you did and you did not receive a check?
There's 3 different ways to hurry them up. And that's what we'd like to talk about, because so many people got so much money from the ERC. But then the ERC said, hey, there's a lot of scammers involved, and they stopped processing. So the bottom line is, the honest people who are entitled to all this money don't want to be thrown in with the scammers. There's 3 different ways to hurry the IRS up. We'd like to go over all 3 with you and explain them. And also, if you've been denied, you only have 30 days to file an appeal. And we think that some of these denials were written by an AI computer, because the IRS is denying cases. They would need information that they don't have. It's just wrong, and we want to go ahead and represent you. Remember, you only have 30 days. Or if you're being audited, we represent you. So those are the big 3 things. If you haven't gotten the check, or if you were denied, we only have 30 days to appeal. Or if you're being audited, just call us. We'll explain everything we want to do for you, and then we'll take over for you. Let's get the money to which you're legally entitled. Let's stop the wait.
Let Steve Moskowitz help you. If you did not get that check, give him a call, 1-88-TAX-STEAL, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
This is Tolbert & Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert & Cope's on a Monday. It's 4:20. Just FYI. Steve Young.
What?
Number 8, the Hall of Famer, joins us for his weekly conversation at 5 o'clock in about 40 minutes. The best half hour in sports radio returns. Steve Kerr at his usual time a little later today. But Steve Young in about 40 minutes. Do not want to miss his first hit with us for the 2024 season. All right, a sound soiree for you. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed. We've got Bill Belichick, Manti Te'o, Paul Feinbaum, and Jim Harbaugh. Stay tuned for all of those. Why don't we start with Bill Belichick, who's on with Pat McAfee. By the way, he's now, Derek made me aware of this today. He's doing the, on Westwood One, Jim Gray always did those interviews with Tom Brady for years.
Yep.
The Let's Go podcast. Now Bill Belichick's jumping in.
Oh, no. So excited.
Now Belichick's like, yeah, forget Brady. By the way, Max Crosby, too. Max Crosby and Bill Belichick hanging out. Anyway, Belichick's on with Pat McAfee, and they're talking about the 49ers and the Ayuk situation. Here's Bill Belichick.
The Ayuk situation was interesting, too. Here's a guy that, again, I don't know all the specifics of it, so I'm really, I'm looking at it from the outside here, but, didn't want to go to New England, didn't want to go to Pittsburgh. In the end, is the little more money, however much the extra money is that worth going to a team that, isn't, maybe has the same opportunity to win as maybe what San Francisco does? And so I think that's kind of the, decision you have to make as a player. Like, how much is it, you want to try to get as much as you can from the team you want to be with. If you're already on that team, then, how much is it really worth?
I don't know. How much is it worth? That's what we've all been asking ourselves. How much is it worth? Only he can answer that, and he hasn't really said.
Yeah, and I think the 49ers would like the answer to that, too. What's it worth, dude? What do you want here? What do you want to do? It's so funny how different Belichick sounds.
I think we'd all like to know.
How Belichick's like giving takes. Isn't that weird? He's the weird, like, it's an automatic hire for me if I'm an executive at one of those networks where you're like, if we can get Belichick, absolutely. You get him for the name recognition, get him for whatever insight he's got and he's willing to give. But to hear him talk like that, sort of matter-of-factly, from the outside looking in.
Oh, no, so exciting.
speculating on what's going on, it's so out of character for Belichick in the entirety of my life in which I've known who he was in the public eye.
Yeah, I mean that's the new world for him this year. I still think he will get back into coaching next year. Like somebody will hire, unless they're just like done with him, which would be crazy. Just say now we're done with you. The league's passed you by. We want to give our coaches less control so the front office can handle more things. I don't know. I don't know if it's a guarantee he'll get back into coaching. I don't know why the hell not. Like if I'm a team that's on the cusp of doing something, I want that guy. Like if I'm a team that's going to take 3 or 4 years, I don't really want Bill Belichick. That doesn't do me any good.
He's not the building up guy. He's what Bochy was looking for, which, by the way, like you mentioned, teams that are on the cusp in football, sometimes it's a little easier to see than in baseball, because baseball, and Kerry said it to us before, like it's not that Boch missed baseball so much, it's that he missed the playoffs. He missed that, right? And he came back and he got one. What's funny is that when you identified what Boch came back for to the Texas Rangers, that to me wasn't a contender. That to me wasn't a team that I thought was close or was like on the cusp of doing something special. So we'll see what happens with Belichick if there's somebody out there or a team that decides to give him a chance that's close. How about Manti Te'o? Manti Te'o, last seen in his Netflix documentary, which, by the way, one of the better ones. The Steve McNair one is out. I've queued that for this week. Anyway, Manti Te'o was on Good Morning Football, and he's talking about how interesting. The 49ers are an emotionally drained team, says Manti. Here you go.
There's a look that you see when somebody truly believes they're better than you. And I think for the past 5 to 10 years, we've got so accustomed to the San Francisco 49ers walking around not only the NFC West, but the NFL in general as these big bullies. You watch Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel coming out of the locker room with that bump box, and you watch them get into that scuffle in the pregame, and you watch their dominant defense and their run game. We got so accustomed to that. When I flipped on the TV and watched their past 2 preseason games when their starters played, and I just see an emotionally drained team. They've been to the NFC Championship 4 in the past 5 years. They've been to the Super Bowl twice. and they lost that Super Bowl to the same team. It's not the same, when I watch the San Francisco 49ers. So they're not the favorite for me.
Wow. Strong take out of preseason.
Strong take from a strong man.
I mean, whatever. I mean,
he's like, I saw him in preseason. They're emotionally drained.
Yeah. It's preseason. Yeah, like he played. He's got his own opinion, but I do not share it. How about that?
Can I riff?
You can riff.
Emotionally drained? He would know. Let's move on here. Paul Feinbaum. I'm the bad guy. Now I'm the bad guy? I don't think so. There's no way. I watched that documentary, and that person would not. There's no way I'm taking heat for Teo. There's no way I'm going down for this. I had nothing to do with that. Paul Feinbaum, ESPN and Alabama college football guy. Why don't we just call him that? He's on Get Up. And he's reacting because, did you see this Deion Sanders this weekend? Colorado football had a reporter banned.
Not a great look.
The reporter was banned for asking questions this season because Deion doesn't like how this reporter asks questions, as he's always trying to basically catch him with a gotcha type question. Anyway, Paul Feinbaum on Get Up gives his take on Deion banning a reporter from asking questions this year.
Coach Prime is showing he is not ready for prime time, Greeny. I find this whole thing to be disgraceful. Deion may want to talk about love and joy, and that's been the cornerstone of what he seems to be spewing out. But treating reporters like this seems like we're in some autocratic country. This is not America, and the fact that it's in his contract is really even more absurd. But don't forget, he did this at Jackson State. This is a trait of Deion Sanders. He wants to have it his way, and I find him to be a bully and a hypocrite. And quite frankly, as someone who has been a fan of his throughout his entire career, even at Colorado, I am mortified by his actions.
Mortified. Paul Feinbaum. And rocking out, by the way.
Disgraceful says it. I mean, it is disgraceful. If somebody doesn't like what people are saying about him, you're the head coach. I mean, you got to take it. Sometimes you just got to take it, move on, and not let the little things bother you. Like, he went from remember last year how big a story he was and everybody loved having him?
It was the story to open the season.
He was a breath of fresh air, and just the way he talked, and the Colorado, he had the cowboy hat and all kinds of stuff. And people didn't really pay much attention to how many people he booted off the team.
All those kids he showed up. Yeah, I'm bringing Louis.
How they booted him off the team. All those things. But, if you're winning, that's one thing, which they didn't do last year. They got a big win against TCU last year and rode that thing for a long time. Rode the popularity of Deion for a long time. They played an epic game against Colorado State. Oh, by the way, I want to say they were at minimum double-digit 14-point favorites against them. Took them to the very last seconds of the game to win that game.
The Nebraska win helped too. Beating Matt Rule in Nebraska helped, and then it was it was the loss to Oregon and Dan Lanning that really kind of derailed them. That was the one where
they're playing for clicks. We play for wins.
Yeah, Lanning was just all over it. He's like, I don't give a damn, dude.
And it soured so quick. Like, it really did. It went from this is going to be really exciting. But I think a lot of people, like I did last year, was like, okay, look, they look like they're coming. Shedeur Sanders is good. Let's see what Deion has in his second year. Let's see if they can make progress. They were never going to be the team everybody wanted them to be to start last year after they beat TCU. But maybe they could still be really good. And this just makes you think, God, this guy's like a tyrant. Like, hey, this is how we do things here. If you don't like it, beat it. And getting your athletic director and your PR at Colorado, your sports information director, to, not let these people ask questions. Like, they can still be credentialed, and they can go to other sporting events, and they can talk to other people, but they just can't talk to the coach. Like, wow. Like, that is wild to me. It'd be wild for, Nick Saban, Dabo Swinney, Ryan Day, whoever, guys that have had Kirby Smart, guys that have had success. It'd be crazy. This guy hasn't had any success in coaching. He's been there a year, and wow, I could see this thing going terribly wrong. We're just starting the descent right now. If this team doesn't play well this year, and they get smacked around a bit, more criticism's coming. It's going to keep on coming. Then what's he going to do? I mean, I agree with Feinbaum. Like that's disgraceful. A terrible, terrible look.
Tom too mortified, just like Paul Feinbaum.
I don't know if I'm mortified, but it is disgraceful.
You agreed already. I'm not. You can't get off.
No, I didn't say I was mortified.
In for a penny, in for a pound, Tom. No, I don't
put
think so.
words in my mouth.
No, yeah, I agree with Feinbaum. Mortified, yeah. Here's Jim Harbaugh. Dude, I'm so excited Jim Harbaugh is back at the NFL circuit, dude. We had a good one last week of him just being like, yeah, I was like, I heard music playing, angels singing. This guy's nuts. Anyway, how about this? Chargers players this weekend got stuck in an elevator in Dallas ahead of their final preseason tune-up. They're in an elevator, they get stuck. So it's a little bit of a long statement here. They asked Jim Harbaugh about it. What does Jim think when his players are stuck in an elevator?
Oh, my gosh. The Dallas Fire Department. Take a deep, long bow. I said at one point, it's like, this is Dallas' finest. We got Dallas' finest on this. And I guess you're only supposed to say that for the police department and then for the fire department. I can't remember what word they used for the bravest, maybe, or the most courageous. But they were incredible. And it was hot. As each person came off the elevator, I mean, sweating, and some had the shirt off. Justin Herbert, his hair was a little wet, but his shirt was completely dry. That's another thing that blew me away. The guy is just a beast. Who's got it better than those guys that were on that elevator? And everybody kept their poise and just
kept their poise.
You get in those situations and it's a test of wills, And I was proud of each of the guys and the two women that were on that elevator. I mean, that's a win. You feel good about yourself. You were challenged and it's a test of will, and you pull it down, or pull it in. One of the two. But there was a camaraderie amongst that group that is even stronger than it was before. I think 11 or 12 of our players were there for about 2 hours, and that's a shared experience. I mean, brought them closer together. I just missed it, being on that elevator, and it's like, wish I could have been there with those guys, And but Justin Herbert was, and the remarkable things that came out of it was, to a guy, Tarheeb, young rookie player, it's like, wow, Justin Herbert's a leader. I mean, he was a rock. Kept everybody calm, and Jerry Fouts told me the same thing. Pulled me aside after they got out, and just how great Justin was.
Dude, that whole thing is incredible.
It's a test of wills between the players in the elevator.
He's like, you call it a win? That's a win.
That's a win.
Yeah.
That's definitely
how about, dude, he just kept going. That was like a 2.5 minute cut. He just kept talking. It's like, dude, Deion Sanders won't even answer a question from certain guys. Harbaugh's like, yeah, I wish I was there. It's like, you don't have to keep talking, Jim. You could have just responded like with a 10-second cut. And the funny thing is him saying he wishes he was there. Do the players wish he was there? Because if you recall,
they tackled very well.
Oh, man.
I don't know if they want Harbaugh in there with him.
Test of wills between the elevator and the player.
Nobody says Justin Herbert was there. He's obsessed with Herbert. Every chance he gets to talk about Herbert, he talks about him. And he goes, his hair was wet, but his shirt was dry. I mean, the guy's a beast. It's unbelievable.
Guy's a beast. Why does that make you a beast?
Tolbert comes with you on a Monday afternoon.
Man.
We got a whole season. Hopefully plenty more of Jim Harbaugh talking about his guy. There's a test of wills between those guys in the elevator.
Test of wills.
Unbelievable. Wish I was there with him.
Justin Herbert, his hair was a little wet.
When we come on back, we are going to catch up, by the way, in about a half hour, 25 minutes away from Steve Young and his conversation with us to start the 2024 season, the best half hour in radio. Where do the 49ers stack up? We've all got them at the top of the NFC West. Are the Rams the biggest threat? Cardinals made some moves that Tom is intrigued about, especially at the coaching level. We'll talk about that next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. lot of devices in the house. A lot of devices that are hooked up to Wi-Fi, connected to Wi-Fi. I'm sitting here, TV, laptop, printer that I forget about. I always forget about that's hooked up to Wi-Fi. And then the phone. And then the box. It goes on and on and on. The point being is a lot more devices than you think you have in your home connected to Wi-Fi. And you want to make sure they're all running smoothly. Doesn't matter what everybody's doing. Usually just on, maybe they're on the internet. Cruise, surfing the net, as the kids say. I have no idea what that meant. Maybe someone's on social media, gaming, working, schooling, downloading, streaming. The options seem endless. But there are a lot, and there's a lot of devices, and they're all grabbing, right, for bandwidth. They want more Wi-Fi power. Don't worry about it. With Xfinity, there is enough for everybody. Everyone's going to get to do what they want to do, and they're going to get the same speeds that they expect to get from Xfinity. They've engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds. That's a lot. That's more than probably most people will ever need. Now through September 21st, new customers can get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. Plus, get Peacock Premium. That's a $7.99 monthly value included. It is included. Boom. Throw that in there. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a Xfinity store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees. Extra gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Less sports, you love high def. You love a Wi-Fi that can handle everything you throw at it and then some. You will love Xfinity.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Bobby Valentin now. Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service. Because your journey matters, Redwood Credit Union. For all that you love. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. Steve Young going to join us in about 20 minutes. Before we do that, a little bit on the NFC West. Running up and down. I mean, Niners obviously still the number one team on paper entering the season. Cardinals drafted Marvin Harrison Jr., and it still feels like a team that's rebuilding. They did lose some of their other receiving core. I mean, they traded away DeAndre Hopkins. He's not there anymore, so he's going to be their number one guy. Kyler Murray returns. Seahawks hired former Ravens defensive coordinator Mike McDonald as their head coach, and they drafted Byron Murphy Jr. The Rams did lose Aaron Donald, but draft Florida State defensive lineman Jared Verse and Brandon Fisk. They pick up veteran corner Tre'Davious White. Did any NFC West, in your mind, gain ground on the 49ers this offseason?
I like the Rams.
I do, too.
Yeah, I like the Rams. I like McVay.
I trust McVay, yeah.
Now, I know they got a lot of young guys, and really I think their season's going to come to how well the defense can hold up. I mean, Aaron Donald's been the mainstay of that defense forever. And maybe, maybe you have to go back to Lawrence Taylor to find a force that was so destructive on the defensive side. J.J. Watt's probably pretty close.
He's in there, but I would go Donald over Watt.
But Donald's just, he was always in the backfield, always needed a double team, would kill like literally any guard you put on him. And then he could go outside when you needed him to. Like his little jump move, like a half jump, half swim move was just devastating. So losing that is massive. So that's big. So really, to me, it's going to be, okay, how are these guys going to kind of plug in? How are they going to play? Like the rookies, you don't know. How's Verse going to be? How's Fisk going to be? Fisk nearly. No, that didn't work. Yeah, it did. In my head, it did. Anyway, a lot of young guys on that team. You're not sure exactly how they could be good. I mean, you don't know. But the offense, I think, is going to be dynamic. I think Stafford looked fantastic last year. I like the new tight end, Parkinson. I think he's new. I didn't see him play much last year. But I like him. The receivers, Puka. Can Cooper Kupp stay healthy? Getting old. I shouldn't say getting old. That sounds terrible. Getting up there a little bit, veteran receiver, and had some injury problems. When he's healthy, that's as good a receiving duo as you can find. And then I think kind of the as I like to say, the coup de grace for the offense, Kyron Williams kind of came out of nowhere because they didn't really have a running game. They had Cam Akers, he was kind of their guy, and they had some other guys there where, they were okay, but not guys you looked at and go, okay, we got somebody. Kyron Williams, they got somebody. They got a dude now, and he can run the ball, so they don't have to throw all the time. I think much like Kyle, I think Sean McVay'd like to run the ball if he could, control the tempo, all that stuff, but they
Kyron
get the
Williams,
headlines with
nice
the passing. Yeah, Kyron Williams is a stud.
Pass catcher, too.
Yes. So I think that's the team that's closest to them. I really do. Just because of give me a good coach-quarterback combination. And we're going to find out how much that plays, because I think one of my favorite bets might be, and it's not a bet I would normally make, is taking the Chargers in the first week against the Raiders. Because I was trying to talk myself into the Raiders in that game. I was like, that line should be more, shouldn't it? If it's why is it sitting at like 3.5? I go, it should be. The Raiders are not very good. I don't think the Chargers are great, but god dang, I got Herbert and Harbaugh over Minshew and Pierce. I think
that's my play. I'd take that.
I got the better coach. I got the better quarterback.
Yeah.
I think the Raiders have a better defensive line, and I think the Raiders actually they got some decent position groups this year. I think that, but it's the worst quarterback room in the league, no doubt. And I don't want to get too far off on the AFC West, but I like looking at quarterback coach. Who has the better quarterback? Who has the better coach? And it doesn't get a lot better than McVay and Stafford. But you can start arguing quarterback coach combinations in the league, no doubt. Reed, Mahomes is the top of the chart, and then you work your way from there. Harbaugh, Jackson is a fantastic one as well. But Harbaugh, Herbert's pretty damn good. So that means a lot to me, and I like Stafford a lot, and I like McVay. So to me, if I had to say, okay, how do you think it'll finish? I think it'll be 49ers 1, Rams 2. And if it's not 49ers, it'll be Rams. And then I'm going to go Cardinals 3, Seahawks 4. So, yeah, I think the Rams are the one that'll push they're the ones that are going to push the 49ers most. Of course, it's the NFL, so who the hell knows?
Why do you say Cardinals over Seahawks? What's your logic there?
Something about Gannon. I liked him last year because I thought that team was bad. I looked at the Cardinals last year and go, this team's terrible. And they fought.
Yeah.
Like, they battled. They ran hard. I thought they were physical on defense. I just liked the way they played. And I didn't think I'd say that. I've said it about Campbell before. Like, after his press conference, I'm like, oh, brother.
This guy, right.
Lions are, that team's in trouble. And then, like, you see how they play, and you're like, oh, I was wrong on that one. And I think I was wrong on Gannon, too, because there was some clip they played of him early last year about getting on the bus. It was just I don't even remember it because it was
we riffed on it. I think we played.
Yeah, I was like, what are you talking about? Like this? What? Like what? And then I watched the Cardinals play, and I go, oh, well, I might have been wrong about that one. Might have been wrong. My only hesitation is, and maybe he plays as well as some people expect him to play, but I just can't get down with Kyler Murray. I just can't.
Yeah.
It's a bias. It's whatever. I'm not down with Kyler Murray. So if it happens, it happens. I will not be on it. I will not be like, oh, yeah, I like Kyler Murray. I think the Cardinals are going to be pretty good this year. No. But I like Gannon. And, I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to help.
What do you think about him, by the way?
I mean, he was incredible.
Unreal. I mean, he was like a pro.
College.
He was a pro among amateurs,
yes.
it felt like, at the college
Man
level.
amongst boys.
Yeah.
Like, you watched him out there, it's like, oh, this guy's different. Like, he's just different. And he's fast, he's physical, great hands. So I think he can be a game changer right out of the gate. Like, I think he's that type of guy. We'll see, but I mean, and I've said this, and I'll continue to say it until it happens. Like, elite receivers are great to have, but they don't make as big an impact as you think they do. Like, to me, the offensive line, and I haven't looked into the Cardinals close enough. I was going to start doing it a little bit this weekend, just kind of look at them and the Seahawks offensive line, defensive line, stuff like that, because I've always believed like that's where you win the game. Offensive line, defensive line. Like, if you have a good offensive line, good defensive line, then you're going to be pretty good.
Are you saying the game's won and lost in the trenches? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I believe that. I'm old school.
I'll write that down.
I'm old school like that, Coach.
Won and lost.
That's what I believe in.
Defense wins championships? Is that what you're
Games won or lost in the paint.
Defense and championships.
No, tight ends win championships.
Thank you. if they're dating megastars, yeah.
At least that's what
sure.
I believe.
Yeah.
That's what I believe.
That's the way it goes down. Yeah, I'm with you in terms of the NFC West. I don't know if I've got Seattle behind Arizona. For me, Arizona's kind of a wild card. But again, I said this last year. Remember, I got into it with Marcus Thompson about it. I just don't know. Arizona and the Cardinals, and I think they beat, was it Philadelphia late last year? That was the game I'd sniped. It's like Kyler's just kind of he's a wild card at times. You can be down 17 in the fourth quarter, and he can bring you back. I'm not confident in him. I don't think that's a sustainable model, but I am intrigued by that receiver, that offensive coordinator, that quarterback. But I'm with you. When you're thinking head coach and QB, that's not one that moved me a whole lot in Arizona. We'll see what happens with Mike McDaniel. Mike McDonald, up in Seattle as well. Tolbert and Coach with you on a Monday afternoon. Steve Young going to join us in about 12 minutes here. Steve Young, the best half hour in sports radio. We'll get into that next on The Sports Leader. Giants lost 2 of 3 in Seattle, including Friday night's 5-1 collapse in the 8th inning. Does it feel like the nail in the coffin for this Giants season? Let us know. 415-808-KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Making the transition from work life into your retirement life, it can be jarring, can be disorienting, but it doesn't all have to be that way. That's where Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group come in, because they're dedicated to achieving a smooth transition for you into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works specifically for you. Sooner than you think. You may have an entirely different lifestyle, but again, doesn't have to be in one giant leap. There are people and experts at O'Donnell Financial Group who are here to help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Again, customize it to what works for you. Transition into retirement life confidently and do so on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell. Great guy. Love to see him around the office here and, of course, at ball games. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group. For a complimentary review, he will hook you up with a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300, or online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or reused in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. Steve Young going to join us in about 5 minutes or so. Should let you know this, a little piece of inside Bay Area media news that people may not be aware of. We just got, so we get the 49ers media schedule right here at KNBR. And so Kyle speaks Wednesdays to the media generally, and we've just got a media update. Do with this what you will, but John Lynch, who was not scheduled to speak Wednesday, is now scheduled to speak before Kyle Shanahan on Wednesdays. Excuse me, right after Kyle Shanahan on Wednesday when he finishes his press conference. So there you go. Do with that what you will.
I'll do nothing with it.
I know what Tom thinks it means.
I think it means nothing. I think it means he has a dinner reservation. He wants to go before Kyle.
He wasn't supposed to speak.
Well, then if they were going to sign, why wouldn't they do it tomorrow? What, are they going to wait till Wednesday to sign?
Official league day, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what it is. This is my thought. Could sign tomorrow to a press conference Wednesday, I guess, is the thought.
Fantastic.
Tomorrow is cut down day.
Okay.
Interesting.
Whatever. Just tell me when it happens.
Tom just as interested as all of us, it sounds like. Yeah.
I'm not interested at all. I'm not interested at all.
I imagine we will have it for you in its entirety right here on The Sports Leader as well, Kyle and John on Wednesday. Steve Young is going to make the connection with us momentarily, but we should let you know and let everybody know who's going to be with us throughout the football season. It's part of our 49er coverage here on Tolbert and Copes. So Mondays, Mr. Jones and me. My guys.
Mr. Jones.
And me. Brent Jones is going to join us Mondays at 3:50 throughout the season. Mondays at 3:50. Matt Mayoko at 4:50. So Mayoko has been 3:50 throughout the offseason. He'll move back an hour, and we will have, I don't know, Derek said, I don't know, maybe to that. Whatever. Matt Mayoko with us at 4:50 throughout the season, and Brent Jones with us.
You never pay attention to the show.
At 3:50. Shut up, Derek. On Wednesdays, so no football Tuesdays.
My guys.
No football Tuesdays on Tolbert and Copes. Tuesdays, no paid guests. But we do have on Wednesday some Dante Whitner and Steve Young is going to join us throughout the season. Wednesdays, Dante and Steve.
Okay.
Thursdays, Kyle Shanahan. Our weekly conversation with the head coach of the Niners at 3:30 on Wednesdays. Excuse me, on Thursdays. Thursdays, Kyle Shanahan. And then on Fridays at 4:30, ahead of each week's game, we'll catch up with Tim Ryan, the one of the voices of the Niners. Will be on the call throughout the season. Good deal.
Sounds good. I like it.
I like it too. Did you? Do you personally? You take care of Brent already? Did you already?
Brent's good.
You already booked him up?
I called him. It was gone. Said he had his daughter's birthday to. They had that this weekend.
Was that a Brock Purdy party as well?
But I don't think so.
I think it was his grandson, right? Who had that? Is that
I
right?
shouldn't say it isn't, but I'm guessing his daughter probably doesn't have a Brock Purdy birthday
It'd be
party.
wild if she did.
But who knows? So
You got a big mouth. Shut up.
And then Sunday, I butt dialed him somehow, and he didn't answer. Thank goodness, because I just turned it right back off. So he probably thought I called him twice. Something was going on. So he texted me today, and he said, "What's up? Did I get fired?" No, he didn't get fired.
For those who don't know, Brent threatens every year that he's not going to do it.
Yes, every year it's we'll see.
I don't know. We'll see. He's always
we'll
with us.
see.
He's always
and
with
then
us.
he does it.
We always get Brent. One of the best guests.
Yeah, we get Brent, we get Steve. So no, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to talking to both those guys. I've been doing it. God, I've been talking to Steve now for probably 20 years or over 20 years, and Brent's been a while too. Brent, it's probably been a decade.
My daughter's getting married in March, so I'm shredding for the wedding, baby.
Listen, no, Brent's, I think it was his grandson, had a, was his grandkid? Yeah, had a, like a fifth birthday party or a fourth, maybe fifth or sixth, whatever it was. They were little kids. Had a Brock Purdy-themed party, and it was like in the thralls of January. Maybe it was like March. It was like after the season had ended, like after the Niners were done, after the Super Bowl had been played, and he, down in Texas, had a Brock Purdy-themed Super Bowl party, and one kid, he sent us some photos of it. He said, this kid's a maniac. And he sent us some photos of it, and there was one kid who was there in a CeeDee Lamb jersey. Which I loved. I love the dad who was like, this kid's going to a Brock Purdy party? My ass. Yeah. My ass he is. throw on the, I don't care if it's Brent Jones. I don't care how many touchdowns he caught playing for the Super Bowl champion Niners. My kid's rocking the CeeDee Lamb.
Well, I love the Brock Purdy party in enemy territory.
Yeah, it's
that was good.
It's ballsy.
That was, and I got to respect. I don't like the Cowboys, but I got to respect the fact that you're like, dude, you're not wearing. You're not going. You're a Cowboy. That's what we do here. This is the jersey you're going to wear. What'd you say?
Well, I think what Tim said was that we've made the connection to Steve Young.
Let's do it.
And he's got a song to open us up.
Look, Chris Stapleton. Steve runs the gamut, basically. Chris Stapleton leading us in. You never know what you're going to get. Stapleton, Quabs, could be, and you get Bon Jovi.
Like Imagine Dragons? Yeah, you might get some Dragons, too.
Imagine Dragons. Yeah. Oh, man. It is football season. It's time.
What's up,
we do
boys?
it every single year. Number 8. What's up, Steve?
What's happening, boys? Nice.
How are you?
Hey, does your wife, you don't forget anything, which worries me. Like, you're a kind of guy that I don't want to get really close to because you don't forget. Like, the Quabs, how do you remember that? Like, that's something you need to, does your wife complain that you just never forget anything? Like, everything she's ever done wrong, you have it listed in a moment's notice, you can just start ripping it. Like, you don't remember, are you telling me that I remember this and this and this? Is that you?
No, she thinks I don't remember enough. I'm fooling everybody all at one time.
Yeah, it feels like you scare me with the stuff you remember.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Like in a Hannibal Lecter type scare you? Or
yeah, no. Let's not even go there right now.
Week 0. We don't need that yet, Tom.
Things are bizarre enough, bro. We don't need to increase the bizarreness.
Okay, well let's not start there. We'll ease our way into that. Let's start off by talking about how golf went for you in Tahoe this year.
Sucker. Hey, look, bastard. Don't I owe you? Don't I owe? Don't we have to? We have to.
Yeah, you owe us a backyard show.
One of our texters came in and said,
I meet Larry the Cable Guy and I meet Ray Romano. Those are my boys, right? That's who I like. That's where I hang. And I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I'm just going to improve. I am going to stick it to you one day, bro. One day. I am going to. And when it happens, it'll be personal. It'll be like something big. I'm not. You think this stuff just goes by me? You think this happens without me, in pain and agony? Frickin' drive me crazy. I can't believe you hit me with that right out of the gate.
Bro, I never lost to Barkley when I played there.
Bro, don't even go there, man. Oh, okay. I'm just telling you. I might take a minute to get there, but I will smash you for this. I will get you. I'll have to go. If I have to go frickin' win the tournament, you know what? I'm gonna go win it. And when they ask me, how does it feel? I was like, all I care about is frickin' stucking it down Tolbert's throat. I just wanted to stick it to him, man.
You know what's funny is when I looked at the leaderboard, I was like, oh, Steve had a great round this year, had a great tournament, and it was Yang, it wasn't Young. I was like, it was a different man. I was like, oh, Steve's under 42 with Matt Kuchar. He's Young, not Yang. It's a tough deal.
Oh, the code cracker.
What else do we want to cover?
Okay, let's talk about the noisy Niners offseason and how that affects them going into the season. How do you look at it?
Yeah, it's hard. Now we're going to take a minute here because when you're one of the best in the league, a handful of teams that are best rosters, they're going to be there and at the end, and so that brings scrutiny. It brings everything. And what you don't want is the noise makes what I always say with Tony Romo and Jessica Simpson, right? The job's already hard. Don't go to Mexico in the off week and then make it harder, with more drama, more publicity, more. And so that's why the job of winning the Super Bowl, as you saw last year, can be so maddeningly close, but it's super hard. Don't do stupid stuff that makes it harder. But as a collective group, it's hard to say that to 70 people, including managers and coaches and, and so I don't like noisy off seasons. I think portends more. You have to do more. And as we saw, we almost did it, but we can't afford to be, get into trouble because the people are going to get better. The Eagles are quietly trying to get better. They're coming. We stuck it to them. They're not. That's all they think about every day, is what happened, what the 49ers did to them, and humiliated them at home. Like that's not gonna go away. So then that's all they think about. And the Rams, that's all they think about is beating the 49ers. In fact, most of the offseason is spent. Every team, 31 other teams, including the Chiefs, probably spent most of the time figuring out how to beat the 49ers. Because if you can beat the 49ers, then you're going to beat everybody else because they're the ones that are most innovative. They're the ones that are most thoughtful. It's all the stuff. So you can't have a noisy offseason or make things more complicated when everybody else is all they're thinking about. So yes, that's a concern, and I think it's what I don't especially like about it is now where we are today, still talking about it, still wondering. Like still, and Brandon, the one thing about we have an owner and a general manager and a head coach. When I say desperate or need or want or are maniacally focused or whatever you want to do about a Super Bowl, they all, for different reasons in their lives, have come to this place with this visceral, deep need to get this done and do it now. And so with that, you can either jump in and be part of the solution, or you can take advantage in small ways. And I think that, with the big superstars, when you're the best defensive end in the league like Nick Bosa, or you're the best tackle in football like Trent Williams, going back to the well or holding out or making sure that you get every last dollar, everybody kind of because you're going to set the market. Nick Bosa was going to set the market. Trent's going to set the market. You kind of get it in a way. It's a bummer. I wish that Trent would have done this earlier, or the 49ers, and I get all that. But Brandon, because of his youth and because he's not going to set the market, yet wants to set the market, says, I want to be traded. And then goes through this, I don't know how to put it, but it was like, bro, if you want to tear up the contract and do something big, then you might want to pick, you might want to go the 5th year and go prove it out, to make sure that everybody's on board with you setting the market. Or if you're going to ask to be traded, then when they make a trade that works for them, you got to say you're up for it. You don't say, oh, no, that doesn't work for me. Because then it was like, well, what do you want? And so there's been the back and forth that's been very, I don't know. They can get mended. It's not like they're broken relationships, but it's stretched. It's strained. And I think that and I think at the end of the day, Brandon's now sitting in front of a contract that's probably 49ers have stretched as much as they possibly can. They don't want to set the market. They don't want to do it. They don't think it's the time. And so they're kind of they're tapped. And then Brandon doesn't know. He's already said he's not going to get. I demand to be traded. I won't. Oh no, I don't want to go there. I don't want to do that. And so now he's in a bind. Does he come back for the 5th year and just got to prove it out again and play off the contract, or take what they've given him? And I think it's inevitable that he has to do one of those two things, and it's probably hard for him after all the chit-chat and chatter to do it. But in the end, what is the team feeling? What is happening? That's all they talk about every day. It's worn them out through the preseason. It's going to go. Who knows how it's going to go into the season? And again, because of the, I don't want to put desperation because it's the wrong word, but of course everyone's desperate for the Super Bowl. But it's like the nut tree, right, Tom? It's like it has to happen this year. So you've got an owner who's willing to stretch, who's willing to go the extra mile. A general manager but don't take advantage of it. Ryan Williams, don't try to stick it to him. Don't do things that are just going to conflate it to cause you more grief. And that's kind of where we are, which is too bad, because we should be maniacally focused on doing the very thing that everybody wants to get done. And it doesn't mean we can't do it. It doesn't mean that Brandon can't sign and come back and everybody's kumbaya, and we get playing good football. I get all that. But when we look at how hard it is to do, everyone's super focused on us, and people are getting better. Even the Cardinals got better theoretically. It's just, this is not what we want to be doing today. I can guarantee you.
How tough is it? And I'm sure you've been through this with teammates, but Hey, talk about the dilemma, because football's not baseball, it's not basketball, not guaranteed contracts. So I understand wanting to make as much money as you possibly can while you have that limited window to make it. Now, there's differences between first contract, second contract. A lot of times, first contract you made, that's the one you want to get all your money. But talk about the dilemma, Steve, some of these football players have in getting a little more money, but not having maybe as much fun, or going to work isn't as exhilarating or not as stimulating because the coach isn't great or the locker room isn't fun to be in. Like, how much should players weigh that? How much should they say, you know what, this isn't monetary, but this is worth something to me. Being a part of this coaching staff, this team, I love going to work every day. Like, I don't know if young players, I'm not saying they shouldn't go for every dollar. I'm just saying that they should look at that as capital and they try to figure out how much their happiness in being there is worth.
It goes two directions. The problem is that there's a disparity in the age. Like the owners and general managers should not weaponize the fact that playing for the 49ers is super cool and that we're the best in the league and we're going to go for the Super Bowl and you're lucky to be here and, you know, all the things that this is a great offense. You'll never be better. See Jimmy Garoppolo if you want to know the difference between being here and not. But if, you know, there's this. So you got to be careful. If the older guys like the owner and the general manager weaponize it, then that's not cool. But they haven't, and I don't think they do that. I watch closely for that and listen closely and pay attention. And I don't think they could, especially as they get irritated and pissed in negotiations. They could weaponize it. They don't, and I appreciate that in them. As a young player, because you're young and you don't know as much, and you see what people are making, and you say to yourself, I'm the best in the league. I love that. Go say it. But then you have to have context, and that's where to me the agent is really vital, to be able to play a role, to equally not use the power in your ability against the team, to try to extract the last dollar. When you're looking for the very last dollar to prove that you are the best, like I'm the best in the league and I'm going to prove it with this contract. Okay, but how far am I willing to go to try to prove it? And that's your question. Don't you think that they should recognize that it doesn't necessarily worth giving up everything, that how the team feels about it, how it feels timing-wise, what those last dollars mean to the big picture, to you. You know, it's pretty clear that he's voted with his feet now that I don't want to be traded. Yeah. And I think they had a pretty good one where we would have had somebody that would really helped us, but, you know, he didn't want to do it. So it's okay. Well, then what do you want? Well, I want the most money for any receiver, and I want to set the market, but I want to stay here. And that's where the agents got to be able to figure out a way to bring that player to see the values other than the dollars. To see the things that keep in context, bro, that there's a lot of great players out there that are playing with brutal teams that have no chance to see the full measure of who they could be as a player, and that's not you. And so the owner's not using it as a weapon against you. Don't use it back against him. And when they feel like maybe you are, that's when things go haywire. And you don't want them to go haywire. And it doesn't mean they can't get mended. It doesn't mean that you can't fix it. It's just that, to your original question, what's with the noise? And how hard is this to do? And if we really are, the window never closes, and it's not going to close on us, but it'll narrow. It'll narrow significantly next year. So if the window's open as it's going to be for some time right now, everybody needs to be on board. And that's why Trent, let's not forget, Trent, I understand. You're the best tackle in the game. I get it. No one doesn't say it to you. No one doesn't appreciate it. Is this when did he get his contract? 18 months ago? When was that?
Yeah, I think it was, the last year was the first year, but or maybe it was 2 years ago, but this was like the last year of his guaranteed portion. Like
you've set the market. I think he set the market. I'm sure if I'm wrong, I'll get yelled at, but I think he set the market, and I think Jed and everybody's willing to do that because he's the best tackle in the league. And then now you're going to come back and say, no, I want to set it again because there's another $8 million collectively that I can go get, and I'm on the last contract, and I'm getting old. It's like, bro, do you not see what we're trying to get done here? And look, it doesn't mean that Jed should keep that money. It doesn't mean that, I get it. It's all contextual to your original question. And so I think that the noise that Trent has made, which luckily Brandon's covered him a little bit, I don't know. When you're the best in the league, you've been here for a while, you're older, you're more mature, there's a way to do this that doesn't. Now we're still here, and I don't. So look, Brandon's caused his own grief in some ways. I'm sure the 49ers own their part of it, but Trent's, done the same. Created some grief as well. Again, get signed. Opening day, we beat the Jets on Monday night, and it's all kumbaya. But as a player, Tom, that the wear and tear of the season, we look back on why didn't we get the full amount of who we were? What's wrong? And then we wonder what happened, and we have to look back at a noisy offseason. So that's all.
I got Steve Young on the UMA guest line. What's the reality for the Niner offense with Brock Purdy if he does not have Brandon Ayuk? I mean, really for the next 2 weeks, he even hasn't had him all offseason or all training camp. What's a reality for an offense like that and trying to find that cohesion?
Yeah. Well, how do you guys feel about if you rated our offensive line a 7.5, even an 8? Okay, we were an 8 by the end of the season. Where are we today? I mean, I don't think we're an 8.5.
I'd say below the 7. That's a 6,
so
6.5. Right.
So fear when you're not getting better at offensive line. I mean, you might get an argument we're the same. Okay, fine. But if we're not getting better, then one of the things that Brock thrives in, the space that he thrives in is his processing, that the ball's coming out. I'm smart. I process as good as anybody, and the ball's coming out, and it's coming out in a great spot. So I need people who can get open fast because I'm fast. And I can't wait anyway because I'm not the biggest. How many times he said, I'm not the biggest, I'm not the fastest, I'm not the strongest. So what is he saying is I can't hold it forever. There's a few plays here I can extend and kind of be cute and everything. I get that, but that's not my game. My game is the ball's coming out. And so I need people who are getting open. And so Brandon's value to me, people say to stretch the field. Yeah, I like that. But his biggest value is the dude gets open fast. At the line of scrimmage, he beats people and he's open. More than anyone else on our team can get open now. And so for me, that's a big part of why I really want Brandon on this football team, because he gives that ability for Brock, who processes really quickly, to I'll find you, Brandon, as fast as you get open. And he is super quick at that. So that's a huge value, as Brock is he's a momentum processing, ball comes out, constant, the high completion, high efficiency, all that stuff. And Brock's game is not, if you think about it, I want to have you hold the ball longer, move around, try to do something crazy, and then throw the ball over the field. That's not. He does do it, but it's as a sidelight. It's not the main course. And I love that he has that ability to do some of it. But please don't tell me that he's Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, C.J. Stroud, like any of those guys. That's not his game. And so we need the talent. We need all the people. We need an offensive line that's getting better. If you're telling me they're not getting better, then we even more need people who can get open quickly. He can process, find them, get the ball out, and bam, we get on the move. And then because we're very efficient, completion, then the fifth one is the big one, where they mess up, they let somebody run right by him, George, even Debo can run by people, and that's like the big play. And that's why you have to have people like Brandon Ayuk. And so if we don't have Brandon Ayuk, we got to find somebody who can get open. And I like Steve Smith was a guy back in the day that they couldn't cover him at the line of scrimmage. He was smaller, but you couldn't. He was open right away, and Brandon's that way.
Looking back on last season, what are your overall feelings of the defense?
Look, Christmas Day, it was like BC, before Christmas, or AC, after Christmas.
Yeah.
Because something happened. And it happened to the whole team, by the way. Something happened when the Ravens came in and just bloodied us. We weren't the same. Now, we showed great resolve against the Packers, and we showed great resolve against the Lions, and we hung tough, obviously, against the Chiefs. Probably should have lost. Probably the most likely win we should have had is the Chiefs compared to the other two. Yeah. But we won the other two and got beat by the Chiefs. But that goes for everybody, by the way. Our offense wasn't – look, we held Patrick Mahomes to 19 points in regulation. If you would have told me that, then I would say we'd win 9.5 out of 10 games. So anyone who wants to blame the defense for the Super Bowl, look, I think that we all need to own that. But the defense in particular, the pass rush that's how, think about the Super Bowl runs we've made. They were built off of a pass rush that was elite, better than anyone else, or top 2 or 3. And in this league with the quarterbacks running the show completely, defense is never going to win championships anymore, but it can make a huge dent into it. And our pass rush was the key, and it just faded. And at times it felt like Nick was just kind of pushing, and people were just kind of like, you wondered. So that part of the defense, and then when the big boys came into town, whether it was Joe Burrow or Lamar or who else got us, when Patrick gets us, that's when that shows up in the secondary. We rank and file, we kind of beat up in the we never get exposed in that way. But when we've played the big boys, it feels like they light us up. And so that concerns me, but it doesn't show up very often, once or twice a season, unfortunately, when it really matters. So to me, if we have a pass rush, we'll defend the run. Fred will get everybody in the right spot. But if we don't have 4 guys, not 5, I don't want 5 guys. I don't want 5 guys for a pass rush. We have 5 guys for a pass rush, we're going to get beat. 4 guys, and if it's going to be Bosa and Floyd and 2 big pushers in the middle and they're going to dominate like they did 2-3 years ago, I'm cool. But if it's going to be like last year, another thing that's going to make it that much harder for us to win a championship.
Before we run, we got a little bit of time. Let me ask you to bounce around the league a little bit, and let's start with their first opponent, the Jets. And what do you think this season means for Aaron Rodgers, especially coming off last year where he only got a chance to play 4 games?
Yeah, it's weird.
4 plays.
Yeah, when you miss a season, it feels like you retired. Didn't Aaron retire? No, he's still here. It's just, I know he didn't, but I'm just saying it seems forever. And at 40, that's really forever, right? Because it's been, usually every year you get older, 38, 39, 40, you have to double down every season in effort and commitment and attitude and intensity and everything to actually keep the same form you had when you were 34, 35. So it's really, if Aaron has done that, which I believe he has, and he's got the team behind him, which I think he does, then obviously if he stays healthy, he's got a running back and he's got a defense. There's reasons to believe that he could cause a lot of grief. Now, gratefully, all the big boys at quarterback are in the AFC, so then theoretically we only have to see him at one important point in the game, in the season, that's at the Super Bowl. But I don't want to see Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Aaron Rodgers, Justin Herbert, now C.J. Stroud, Lamar Jackson. I don't want to see them, and gratefully we don't. But we do, obviously, at the beginning of the year. But if you think about the Jets, it just feels like what's the guardrails for the Jets? 6-11 and 14-3. I think it's I don't know. Yeah. I have no idea. The guardrails for the 49ers really tight. The guardrails, but maybe the Jets have the greatest ability to be super great and the greatest ability to just flop in the ground than anybody in the league. I don't know. It feels like.
Who will be the biggest threat to the Niners in the NFC? Packers, Lions.
You only have 5. Well, you get. I think that's.
You want to include the Rams in there?
Because if Matthew Stafford is healthy, if he's 100%, I'm not saying 85, which is probably the best case scenario for him right now. But let's say he's 100%. If Matthew Stafford remains 100% healthy, it's a threat. That's just is. But I don't, that's going to be a hard one for them. It's hard for Matthew to stay that healthy, and I get that. But yeah, it is really. Philadelphia, it feels like Philly's trying to do the things to answer back. They haven't done anything yet, but they're trying to do roster-wise, and the effort you're starting to see and the attitude and the conversation that I'm hearing is okay, we're going to fix what went way haywire. But I don't believe that was so haywire that I need to see it. You can't just tell me about it. remember what I said. Remember when they got beat? They're dead because they were cooked as a team. You could see emotionally they were cooked. I still don't know exactly why. I heard rumors around infidelity, some weird, crazy stuff, but it broke the locker room and some wacky stuff. But I don't know if any of it's true. But I just know they got to get things. If they get it fixed, they added some talent. They're a threat, and then obviously Packers and Lions have proven that, right? So that otherwise there's no one else that has the quarterback to threaten. Nobody. And I don't care who you name them, and I'm like, no. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. No one. The NFC. Like the Falcons. I think the Falcons can win a lot of games rank and file. They could be a lot of rank and file teams. But no. You know? Name anyone else. Name someone you think you want to believe in, like in the NFC. Just try somebody.
How about the Rams? How about where are you on the Rams? Yeah.
But how about the Cowboys?
No.
We're not going there ever again. I don't care if they start 8-0. If they're 8-0, call me when they're 8-0, and you know what I'm going to say? No.
I don't think so.
We're done with that. How many times? What's the definition of insanity? Like, is to keep believing in the Cowboys, like, you know, over and over and over again. I'm not going to do that.
Are we looking at in I mean, I guess you could say, if you wanted to talk about greatest quarterback coaching combinations, Belichick, Brady's going to be right there at the top. Bill and Joe, Bill and you. I mean, I can go down the list. There's a bunch of them. But at the end of the day, is it going to be Reed Mahomes standing above everybody?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I mean, these are those stupid barroom questions you want to get in a brawl and, like, you know, oh, yeah? Like you mentioned people that they're right there. They're in the middle of it. And if you want to pick out the greatest of all time, yeah, they'll
be in the conversation.
It depends on how long Andy wants to stick around.
Yeah.
Like, he's already there, 100%. Right in the thick of it, right? With anybody, name anybody, and just stand toe to toe. Like, I'm not moving, but it could be that he could do They could do a Tom Brady situation, you know, where, you know, oh yeah, he's won 3, yeah, but he's won 4, yeah, but 5, yeah, and then all of a sudden it's 7. You're like, oh wow, okay, 7. So I'll tell you this: it's going to be Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow. Justin Herbert could get in there, and if Lamar Jackson can continue his development and the Ravens continue to develop somewhat of a sophisticated passing game, if theoretically possible, with that defense, it'll be one of those 5 teams every year for the next 10 years. Just, you know, it might be as the Chiefs have done. It might be Patrick every year. Yeah, they all have a shot, but it's Patrick every year. So I just think that it takes that kind of a player to get to the Super Bowl and to win it, and they're, you know, 1 in 5 chance, we'll say, right now, standing still, that they do it again. That's a 25% chance that you do it again. Is pretty good in a league of 32 teams.
Yeah. All right, before we let you go, we got to find out how flag football is going this year.
So flag, we got new head coach, and Noah, he's very disciplined. I like it. There's things that he's brought to that I thought the first couple of practices, I'm like, bro, you don't understand. You don't get it. Like, this is a different game. You can't. The defenses don't move early, especially. You do all these special cute things. They don't work. And he listened to me, but then he had some great ideas too. He's like, what if we ended up blocking with 2 people? You can't use your hands, but then we get in the way and we get better throwing lanes. So he's brought a lot of cool stuff that I didn't think about. And so anyway, we're on it. We'll see how it goes. It's fun.
Both the girls playing again this year?
No, so one now, Summer, left for college. She's now.
Oh, okay. Where's she going?
Now going to.
Oh, okay, of course.
Scholarship. She's on a track scholarship.
Very nice.
She's going to do the heptathlon. She finished in the high jump. She jumped 5'8" and tied for the championship. Like, another girl jumped 5'8", but the other girl had missed less. So Summer finished second in the state in high jump. So
very nice.
Summer. And then Lila's, her dance program is so intense that she's struggling trying to find enough time for practice. So we'll see how it goes.
Oh, okay. Look at you, just giving to the community.
Trying to help.
Such a giver.
Pay
and just
forward,
think of
bro.
all that time. Look of all the time you're spending with the girls, and I could see you doing it when neither of them are playing. You're down to one now, so I mean, think about you. You could. That's the time you could be spending if you really wanted to, bettering your golf game. But you're not doing it. You're giving back to the community, and I commend you for that. That's admirable.
But here's what I want you to know, Tom, that I am that guy that is going to turn to you right now and with 1,000% seriousness, like with nothing missing, not 1 ounce or eke of any sense that I'm not 1,000% sure about this. I broke the code, and it is game on, and I'm done listening to you. So that's me. You're going to say, bro, we've heard this before. No, you're like cry wolf. Where's the results? Look, you don't know me well enough because what I just said to you is 1,000% true, and I'm coming for you, Tolbert.
Yeah, I broke the code on swimming the Atlantic too. Good luck.
I cracked the code.
Oh yeah, you broke the code. You're gambling. You're gambling on preseason football.
Oh yeah, he is. Yes, he is, Steve.
Hey, look, I don't take that as a slight. I take it as a compliment. Thank you, Steve.
Is that one of the easiest bets in the world? Preseason football.
What's that?
Or the hardest? Is that the easiest bet in the world or the hardest bet in the world?
They're all the hardest bet in the world.
I know in some ways preseason football could be the easiest because if you're playing the third stringers and the other team's going to come out for a half and
that's what I tell people. That's the point. You could get certain advantages because coaches let you know what the rotations are going to be, how long quarterbacks are going to play.
So it's not a sign of your degeneracy. It's a sign of your your clear knowledge and power and aptitude. Like, this is not a degenerate gambler. This is somebody that sees the odds and goes for it.
Nah, that's degenerate. There's no doubt about that. It could be both. It could be both.
I'm trying to help you, bro.
It's certainly not just the latter. Oh, man. We look forward to it every single week. I can't believe it's football season. You're back. Look forward to it, Steve.
See you, boys.
All right, man.
Number 8, the Hall of Famer Steve Young joins us every week throughout the 49er season. The best half hour in sports radio. Set your clock. Steve Young going to join us throughout the football season on Wednesdays at 5 o'clock. Wednesdays will be his normal time at 5 o'clock. Also, we'll have Dante Whitner that day at 3:50 as well. Number one takeaway I got from Steve is, boy, a lot of thought on the agent for Brandon Ayuk, huh?
Yeah.
We'll get into that next. And then Kerry Crowley at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. It's Tolbert and Copes. Steve Young is back in our lives on the Sports Leader. The 49ers will be making cuts to get down to the 53-man roster by 1 o'clock tomorrow. Keep it locked right here to hear all the roster updates on your home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy, and we are coming up on the best time of the year yet again. That's right, everybody. Fantasy football season is right around the corner. I even got in on one of my drafts yesterday, but you know what? Likely going to fall flat. That's why you get in with Underdog Fantasy, because over 1 million people got in on the game last year by making picks on Underdog, and you too can win up to 325 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite players' stats. Now, no NFL games this week, but we got some college games to get in on. You can jump into some college players. Still some baseball out there, but I know everybody's ramping up for the start of football season. Coming next Sunday, next Thursday, you'll have the opportunity to make some picks on some actual regular season NFL players. And making picks on Underdog is so simple, but it's even easier to get started. All you have to do is go to their mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com. When you do, sign up with promo code KNBR, and Underdog will give you a highly discounted pick to use on your first pick of entry, plus a first-time deposit offer of up to $1,000 bonus cash. Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to claim your new customer offer of a gimme first pick and that deposit offer. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Nick Bosa was going to set the market. Trent's going to set the market. You kind of get it in a way. It's a bummer. Like, I wish that Trent would have done this earlier, or the 49ers, and I get all that. But Brandon, because of his youth and because he's not going to set the market, yet wants to set the market, says, I want to be traded. And then goes through this, I don't know how to put it, but it was like, bro, like, if you want to tear up the contract and do something big, then you might want to pick, you might want to go the 5th year and go prove it out, like, to make sure that everybody's on board with you setting the market. Or if you're going to ask to be traded, then when they make a trade that works for them, you got to say you're up for it. You don't say, oh, no, that doesn't work for me. Because then it was like, well, what do you want? And so there's been a back and forth that's been very, I don't know. They can get mended. It's not like they're like broken relationships, but it's stretched. It's strained. And I think at the end of the day, Brandon's now sitting in front of a contract that's probably 49ers have stretched as much as they possibly can. They don't want to set the market. They don't want to do it. They don't think it's the time.
As the voice of Steve Young, number 8, the Hall of Famer. He'll join us Wednesdays at 5 o'clock throughout the 49er season. By the way, we told you a little while ago that Kyle Shanahan on Wednesday, he'll do his weekly conversation with the media on Wednesday. John Lynch is going to follow him at 2:45, Kyle at 2, John at 2:45, and we'll have them both in their entirety right here on the Sports Leader. There's Steve there talking at length about the negotiation process for Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams, but specifically to Ayuk, and mentioned Ryan Williams, the agent for Brandon Ayuk, numerous times by name. We've heard all offseason about how he and Lynch are very close, so close that he represents John Lynch as well. He's his agent when it comes to those negotiations, which must make this pretty funny for John Lynch. Funny, not ha-ha, not funny like a clown, but having to deal with Ryan Williams and this. Just your thought on what Steve had to say. I felt a sense of frustration from Steve about this process because of how the window the Niners have to win a Super Bowl. He's speaking like a fan here is what I thought.
Yeah, the one thing I wondered about, and look, he's more connected over there than I am, but I never got the impression that Brandon Ayuk was trying to set the market. Like, that's Justin Jefferson territory, and I'd never heard that he was trying to get that type of money. If he is, then, well, good luck. At least I can't imagine they would even entertain something like that. So, again, who knows? I don't know. But, yeah, I got that same sense that he was frustrated with it, that he realizes this is a window, a championship window, and he just wants to have everything kind of quiet and just go about your business and get yourself ready for the season. And that hasn't happened. You know, the McCaffrey got a new deal. That happened relatively quietly. And then Trent Williams, kind of out of nowhere, just said he wants more money. He's not showing up. The Ayuk thing, that's seemingly been going on for like months. It's been about a little over a month, but it seems like it's been 4 or 5 months, like it's forever. I guess it kind of popped up around draft time, so maybe it has kind of been going on that long, but like in full force, about 4 or 5 weeks. Then you have and no fault of their own, everybody's injured. They can't even do the joint practices. They had to cancel those. It just seems like everything's happening. Like your first-round draft pick got hurt, and people are saying, well, you knew about it, and now I think they're saying, like, it wasn't that big a deal. Okay, that's like a lot of people have those. It's not a huge deal. So, but it just seems like there's always something, like kind of with this team. He got Brandon Ayuk on his podcast, saying the Niners told him they don't want him, and it's like, what? Like, what? Again, like too much noise. Like too much noise. So we'll see how that plays out. I just don't think it's a great sign. But as far as the Ayuk thing, yeah, Steve sounded frustrated. Like, you know, we need to find a resolution to this one way or the other. And that, look, Brandon Ayuk always has that option. Like, just say, hey, let me go out here, have a great season, and force him to sign me to a big deal. Yes, they could franchise me, but I think the Niners, like, I think they would try, if they could do right by themselves and do right by him, I think they would. They've proven that. Like, I think there were deals to be had with the Patriots and the Browns, like, that they would have done. But he didn't want to do those. He didn't want to go there. So now you're leaving us like Pittsburgh, and we don't want to do a deal with them. Like, they don't have anything for us. Like, I think the Browns one would have been the best one. Because if they could have got Amari Cooper, that's about the best you're going to get on a draft or on a trade like that. Because most teams that want a wide receiver, if they want a wide receiver, by definition, they probably need a wide receiver. And if they need a wide receiver, why would they trade you back a wide receiver? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, this whole thing was like, well, we have more than one or two wide receivers, so we can give you one. Well, if you have more than one, or if you have like 2 or 3 wide receivers, why the hell do you need one? Oh, that's right, we don't. That's right, we're not going to trade with you. So this whole thing's been like just so bizarre. Like, it's kind of, okay, where is this going? Do you really want to get traded, or you're the one like dictating terms on this? And I think he thinks he is, but again, we will see. Hopefully, please, before the season starts. Like, come on. Don't let this drag into the season. Then if they lose, how much it was because Brandon Ayuk wasn't there. How much do you need him? Oh, you're going to pay him now. Oh, Williams, how much was it because of that? Oh, please.
Please just sign the deal.
That's a real New York real New York Giants fan outside of Saquon Barkley's house last year.
Please just sign the deal.
That was real pain in his voice too. You heard that? Like, he wasn't joking. It wasn't just for social. Like, he's like, "Come on, man, sign the deal."
That's hilarious.
Now he's in division elsewhere. He's playing for the Eagles. Tolbert and Copes on a Monday afternoon. At least if Ayuk ends up somewhere else, at least as of right now, it ain't like Seattle. You know what I mean? I would say to your point, though, about playing through this year and then re-signing a deal after this year, if they don't get a deal done now, again, I'm not saying that it means he's gone after this season. I mean, who knows how things play out and how the market looks at the end of the season. But if you didn't work it out with him now and then he's a free agent and can go wherever, I'd have a tough time believing he'd be back.
Well, remember, he's not going to go wherever. They're going to franchise him.
After this year, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they're not going to let him walk. They'll franchise him and then say, okay, now we'll look for a trade. And now we can get some draft picks. And at least now we can get draft picks we can use.
And for him, the franchise is so dumb because it's like you could make more money this year by signing whatever deal they're offering you relative to that of a franchise. You may make more next year because of a franchise, because of that tag. Because what is it, the average of the top 3 guys or something? Or if it's
something like that.
Even if it's top 5 guys, you're making upwards of $30 million or close to it, right? So I can't imagine. And they don't want to have to franchise him after this year because then you're probably paying more than you were this year, and it's against the cap next year where you're going to pay Brock. You've got more stuff up against it, like Hufanga, who's going to be, I wouldn't say ideally, I would say likely to start the year on the PUP, which is what Matt Mayoko told us, which means he's going to miss the first 4 games, and then maybe that affects some of his price tag. But they've got some stuff that's going to come to a head at the end of this year, and you don't want Brandon Ayuk to have to be part of it. Best case scenario, you know?
No, I agree.
Done now, so.
I hope so. Just for our sanity, I hope so.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon, Monday evening. Kerry Crowley still here in town hanging out. He's going to be here with you at the top of the hour to take you up until 9 o'clock on Sports Phone KNBR. Should remind you, by the way, that Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Kerry Crowley is next. We'll see what he's got going on the Sports Leader. Robbie Ray's scheduled to have an MRI today to reveal the extent of his hamstring injury. Does this feel like the nail is in the coffin for this Giants season? You can let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. A lot of devices that are hooked up to Wi-Fi, connected to Wi-Fi, TV, laptop, printer. Point being is a lot more devices than you think you have in your home connected to Wi-Fi, and you want to make sure they're all running smoothly. With Xfinity, there is enough for everybody. Everyone's going to get to do what they want to do, and they're going to get the same speeds. Now through September 21st, new customers can get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. Plus, get Peacock Premium. That's a $7.99 monthly value included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a Xfinity store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees. Extra gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Less sports, you love high def. You love a Wi-Fi that can handle everything you throw at it and then some. You will love Xfinity.